right at the end of the session in that extra over. England have made the breakthrough, caught at second slip. It ballooned 2-second slip as well, and Chris Woakes gets the wicket that England desperately needed. Brilliant innings though from Mitchell Marsh, out for 118. Zach Crawley with the catch, and Marsh walks off. He's entertained us all this afternoon with a scintillating Ashes 100, and he's pushed Australia ahead in this game. England nipping him out just before tea. They will be immensely happy to see the back of him. 2:40 for 5.
Yeah, inside edge onto his thigh pad, which is why it then ballooned up to second slip. A fantastic knock from Mitchell Marsh. Not played Test cricket since 2019, and he's come out here today and looked completely at home. He's taken the game on. He's put England bowlers under pressure. He hasn't allowed them to settle. But the England fielders, Johnny Bairstow in particular, they raced through to the other end of the pitch to get that extra over in, and it only took one ball to break that partnership. Chris Woakes, but fantastic innings from Mitchell Marsh.
Carey waits, Woakes goes in, bowls to him, it's edged it!
Oh no!
He's dropped him. Another one goes down. Joe Root has dropped another one. And Carey survives. He's scuttled to the other end. A carving sort of a shot outside the off stump, and Joe Root got both hands to it. It was above his head, but both hands were there, and the ball went through them.
Well, it's just so frustrating for the bowlers. Bowlers have given it everything today.
Head on 39. Waits. Woakes bowls to that's edge. Root takes it. He's actually caught that one. And Head stands there, going through that again, and Root actually caught it and then hurled the ball to the ground. In the current circumstances, he's better be careful with that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the umpires are going to have a word about this, whether it was under control or not, but it seemed to be. But Head's walking off.
Oh, you've got to it's out. I mean, it's a catch taken, and in frustration, he lobs it down, but in the letter of the law, has he got control of his body?
I don't know. He's caught it, juggling it. I think he has, to be fair. He's got control of that. But then he hurled the ball into the ground afterwards. So Head's out. And well done, Woakes. He's deserved that. Then goes Wood and bowls it. Oh, he's bowled him! Straight through Mitchell's start. Again, that lovely full length, a little bit of outswing, at a high pace. And he's cleaned him up. Wood's got a big smile on his face. He's bowled beautifully today. And that's the 7th Australian wicket down. 2:49 for 7. I'm just bracing myself, Adams. You might get a bit of a clue what happens here at the first sight of your skipper coming out to bat. It might be a bit lively, this. He hasn't appeared yet, but he'll be coming down in a minute. I mean, Alex Carey got a rather raucous welcome, and I think we're going to hear Pat Cummins. There we go. This is Australia's captain coming out to bat. Cummins waits for Wood. In he goes. Bowls to him. Full hit on the pad. He's out. He's out. Second ball. Mark Wood takes the 8th wicket. Australia's captain bags a duck. Headingley goes mad. Gilly shakes his head.
Oh, plum. Finger went straight up.
Yeah.
And it'd be a gutsy review. It would really be.
He's not even thinking about it.
Probably should do it, because he might as well. He's got a couple still up his sleeve. I think at least one, but
It looks straight from here, doesn't it?
yeah, that was as plumb as it gets.
That little bit of movement again. Oh, it's hit his back leg. Hasn't moved. It's hit him on the back leg.
He thought about
His
leaving
bat
it.
wasn't down.
Well, that has got Headingley singing and dancing, and he'll get another boo as it comes off. He's got a duck, and suddenly it's 2:49 for 8.
Now, everyone has had their two bobs worth, including the British Prime Minister and Anthony Albanese, about of stumping.
Jim, I came up to say hello. I didn't even know I was coming on air, mate. Seriously.
I'll just throw you one half volley. You can pat it back or do whatever you like with it.
I missed
fair
it.
game.
As I said, I was 30,000 feet in the air.
Right.
I still haven't seen it. What happened?
Haven't you? Oh, you haven't seen it? Really? Hasn't someone
I think it's going to come up on the screen in a minute.
Now Wood bowls again. He gives himself room, lashes it into the air, and he's out. He's held out the cover. He's chipped the ball. straight out onto the offside. And after being whacked in the helmet, Kerry's decided to have a crack, throw his bat, and he's chipped the ball straight up in the air. Australia's innings fading rapidly here, and Wood's got a bag. He's now got 4 for 34.
And a big smile on his face for him, which is great to see. Great to see him in Test cricket.
Yeah, I mean, he's got pace. It's always a great spectacle. I'm not too sure that was the right option from Alex Carey. Trying to hit through that packed offside. Whether the blow to the helmet had just unsettled him slightly, but look at the terrace. There's a guy there with a huge beer snake celebrating as well. He's being careful not to throw those plastic cups everywhere, but Carey goes for 8, Cummins goes for 0. So the two players in the controversy of a few days ago, well, they've added 8. Australia 254 for 9.
They lost 5 for 14.
Here goes Wood and bowls to him, very full, and he's bowling, played on. Full ball outside the off stump. Murphy went to the drive, through the offside, thick edge onto his stumps, and Mark Wood, where have you been? He's taken 5 for 34, and Australia have been bowled out for 263 in 60.4 overs.
So Mark Wood's 4th 5-wicket haul for England in Tests, and his second in consecutive innings against Australia after taking 6 for 37 in the second innings in Hobart. So his last 2 innings against Australia, 11 wickets for 71.
Well, where he's been, Simon, he's been wrapped up in cotton wool, hasn't he? He's been getting prepared, not quite ready for Lords, they said. And he looks like a man who's been wrapped up in cotton wool. He has come out there and bowled scintillating pace. Absolute rockets. It's been quick, it's swung, he's got it in some good areas as well, and blown this Australia batting line-up apart, really. They've looked shaken by his pace. England again will be ruining a few missed chances. It could have been better than this. It really could have been, but they'll take that.
Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Crawley, who flicks it away out towards the western terrace for 4. Straight onto the pads, Cummins, and England moved to 7. Now, of course, we mustn't forget that the last time England played Australia at Headingley, they were bundled out for just 67. Cummins into Duckett, and Duckett slashes at 1 and is caught at first slip, wide outside the off stump. He got big on him, and he went to cut it up and down towards the deep point boundary, but he only succeeded in getting the edge, and Carey took a really good catch. It was a rapid delivery. The ball came fast off the bat. He flew to his left and took it two-handed. England have lost their first wicket. Duckett goes there, 18 for 1.
Well, that delivery there, probably too close to try to play that shot. Good ball to leave, but he's got this thing that he doesn't want to leave, and all he managed to do was edge that one behind. So good catch, could have been quite easily gone a first slip, but Australia get on the board with their first wicket.
Cummins runs in determinedly down the hill, bowls, is edged it, and is caught at second slip, and that was coming. He played and missed and played and missed and played and missed, and there's a second wicket now with Harry Brook out for 3, and England are 22 for 2, so they trail by 241 runs.
Yeah, wobble seam delivery, just got the length a little bit fuller there, bringing in the outside edge straight to Steve Smith in his 100th test. And Richie Benaud would be quite happy with that, the score line at the moment, wouldn't he? 2 for 22.
He would. Well, there's a dejected looking Brook walking off. He's taken his gloves off. 11 balls for his 3. Cummins runs in, bowls outside the off stump, flashing stroke from Root. That's where he plays so well. On the back foot, a little bit of width. He stands up tall. Gets on top of the bounce. Beautiful. Square drive off the back foot.
Marsh bowls. Oh, that's edged and caught at first slip. Crawley's gone. Warner takes the catch. Nice comfortable height away to his right-hand side. And Marsh joins the action again after his 100 earlier. Crawley goes for 33. And the game swings again, 65 for 3.
What a day Mitchell Marsh is having. It's just this 6th stump. It's a nothing. Oh, it was a nothing shot, really. It was the one he nicks. It was a good catch from David Warner almost sneaked out. I was saying, just felt a bit of angst. This is a crucial time for Zak Crawley. He's played nicely, but how many times you see it? How many times you see a good start and not going on?
And there's no run. Bairstow just waits and waits to leave his crease. The crowd like that. He's still waiting. And Labuschagne there in the gully. He shaped a throw at the stumps. A bit of pantomime action there from Labuschagne, all in good humour.
Stark turns in the distance, pauses for a moment, and comes into bowl the last ball of this first day. It's 68 for 3. As he cruises in, bowls to Bairstow, who just runs that away down to backward point. To end the first day, it's been an exhausting day, I must be honest. An absolutely action-packed, brilliant day. We've seen everything. And it's ended with England on 68 for 3, so they're 195 behind. Roots on 19. And Jonny Bairstow is on 1 not out.
Dabbing into the offside, they're off a quick single towards backward point. There's a fumble there. They shouldn't really have got the single, but Marsh has, and he runs the non-strikers end, raising his hand in delight. Here goes Wood, and bowls to him, very full, and he's bowled it, played on. Full ball outside the off stump. And Mark Wood, where have you been? He's taken 5 for 34. Well, 2 stars yesterday in a thrilling day's cricket, perhaps the best of the series so far, and that's saying something. Mitch Marsh's fabulous 100 and Mark Wood's scintillating pace. 5 for 34, so it's all set up for the second day of the third LV Test match at Headingley between England and Australia. England 68 for 3 in reply to Australia's 263 all out. So such a big day ahead. I can tell you the weather is perfect at Headingley this morning. We'll check in with Matt Taylor in just a moment what the weather's got in store for us for the rest of the day and over the weekend as well. Michael Vaughan is alongside me, just shaking hands with Mark Wood, who had that brilliant day yesterday. Well, Michael, where does this first session rate on the crucialometer?
Pretty much like most hours in this Ashes series. It's perfect for batting, but we said that in 2019 on that day 2 morning where we thought the conditions were perfect for England to go and get a big score, and they were all for just over 60. It's clear this partnership is a huge one. We've got Ben Stokes coming in next, who's in fine form. Moeen Ali at 7. I think the Australians on this fantastic cricket wicket with a bit of bounce will fancy bowling to Moeen Ali and Chris Woakes on this kind of surface. So this partnership's the key. They've got to start well, just try and settle a few nerves. There's always a few nerves at the start of the day, and I think Australia will know if they can particularly break Joe Root in the first half an hour, they'll feel that they can get a decent lead in the first innings. If the England side can get through the first hour and Johnny and Joe are still there at 12 o'clock, England can certainly get to that Australian first innings total and potentially a nice lead.
Does Joe Root reverse ramp the first ball of the day?
Absolutely not on this pitch. I think it might end up sticking out of his teeth if he does. Edgbaston was such a slower surface. I think he fancied playing that shot because of the pace of the pitch, but this is a bit of pace and bounce. They'll come out and play the shots, England, but I just hope they're going to bat for the bowlers. I just think it's so important that this batting unit realises the job that they can do for the bowling unit. Mark Wood bowled incredible yesterday. It was as good as I've seen from a quick bowler. And Mark Wood can't be back out there bowling at 3 o'clock today. If he's bowling at 5:30 tonight and he's got 1 4-over burst in, England have had a great day. And that's what the batters have to realise. It's all right going out playing all the shots, but I think all the bowlers will say they just need a bit of a breather. On the back of 5 Test matches in 7 weeks, Stuart Broad's played in every one. Ollie Robinson's got an injury. We've just seen him to the left trying to stretch off that back. It's good that he's moving around, but you can't think he's going to be fit today to go out there and bowl. So I just hope the batting unit play the percentages, so it's there to hit it, but also realise they've got to bat time, because they can't just keep scoring so quickly and then being bowled out in 60 overs or 66 overs. It's not giving the bowlers enough time to rest. So my message to the batters: bat for the bowlers.
Okay, well, we shall see. Now, I mentioned the weather at the start of the programme. It's a lovely day. The sun has just momentarily disappeared behind a cloud, but those clouds are fleeting. There are barely any in the sky. Let's check in with Matt Taylor. Now, Matt, we think it's going to be a nice day today. Good morning to you. What have we got in store for the next 2 or 3 days for this match?
Yeah, it certainly will be a stunning day today. I know, having spent many an hour there at Headingley, not much shelter, and with strong sunshine throughout, barely a cloud in the sky. It is going to get increasingly hot, and probably more interest to some of the bowlers, increasingly humid later on as a slight southerly wind picks up. Could see around highs 26, 27. Rest of the test match though, it's going to be weather coming more into play. Tomorrow the humidity is still around, chance of showers and thunderstorms throughout. Main risk periods probably from mid-afternoon all the way through to early evening. Sunday again, hit and miss showers around the Headingley area, temperatures dropping away a bit more markedly. Monday though, at the moment, if we go into that 5th day, it could be a case of more interruptions than play. At the moment it looks like we could see some more persistent rain push across, but I'm sure Simon will keep you updated as we go through this weekend too.
Well, thanks very much, Matt. So it sounds to me as though they better get it done pretty quickly. That forecast for the weekend, not brilliant, and for Monday, it's certainly not good at all. So today's such a crucial day. Glenn McGrath down on the boundary edge with me as well. The players practice. I saw Joe Root taking a few slip catches. He's got to go out there and bat in 25 minutes, but he was taking a few slip catches this morning after his drops yesterday. Now, I remember, Glenn, 4 years ago, Michael alluded to it, it was just like this, actually, on the second day. Jofra Archer had bowled really well and bowled Australia out on the first day. Everyone thought, perfect batting conditions at Headingley. And lo and behold, England were bowled out for 67. Well, that's not going to happen because they're one ahead. They got 68 this time, but Australia have got a few more than they did in 2019. What about Australia's bowling this morning in these conditions?
Yeah, so you think it's going to be similar to 2019. Well, that's interesting. But, yeah, no, normally the day 2 wicket quickens up. I'm not sure if this wicket could quicken up from yesterday. It looked like it was hard and fairly dry. So, yeah, I think it'll still do a little bit. This ball is not that old. And we saw with England's ball, even as it got older, it still moved around in the air. So there'll be something in it for the Australian bowlers. If they can hit the right areas there, nip 1 or 2 out early, then you could make inroads into it. So, yeah, like Fawny said, it was these two batsmen and Stokesy, massive key to England building a decent innings. And Australia just have to bowl the ball in the right areas. Don't get impatient. Don't go searching for wickets. If you get the ball in the right area enough times, there's enough natural variation. Some will swing, some will seam, some will bounce, and you're going to find the edge sooner or later. So, that's what the Australians' plan will be, just to keep it simple and go from there.
It is remarkable in this series. It does feel as if England have had the overhead conditions in their favour, but they're 2-0 down.
Yeah, so they've had overhead conditions in their favour. They had the toss in their favour. So they've been winning everything except the match. So anyway, that's the way it goes sometimes, isn't it?
Indeed. Who's the main bowler for Australia today, do you think?
I think Pat Cummins, definitely, the way he bowled yesterday. I thought Mitchell Starc running uphill yesterday didn't seem to have the same momentum and energy through the crease and sort of pace and swing that he had at Lords. I think looking at the wind, it's pushing up the hill. So whether Mitchell Starc will come up the hill there, whether that just gives him that little bit extra. So if he can, improve his momentum through the crease and get that swing back. I know he was swinging in a bit of wobble seam. If he can get that and get his confidence up, he's a wicket taker. So Australia will need him to fire as well. But Scotty Boland, deceptive, and we saw Mitch Marsh just bowls good areas. So it's going to be tough work for the English to start with.
What about the spinner? Does he get involved today?
Well, yeah, we saw Moeen Ali bowl yesterday, but had no impact at all really on the game. I don't know how much turn there's going to be there today, but Todd Murphy, he's had a great start to his international career, picked up some big wickets. So I'm sure he'll get a chance today, and that could be the difference as well.
OK, well, England bat in theory to number 11 in this test match. That's Stuart Broad, Ollie Robinson. Not quite sure he's going to bat at number 11. They've been batting much higher in this series so far, but Michael mentioned Chris Woakes as well, back in the side at number 8. Probably some runs needed from him, and then Moeen Ali. Everyone needs to chip in today. Chris Woakes, back in the side yesterday at 3 for 73, slightly overshadowed by Mark Wood's 5 for, but a good day for Chris Woakes, and he's been speaking this morning to Ebony Rainford Brent.
First of all, back in the side, emotions in this brilliant series.
Yeah, it's nice to be back in. I suppose when you're on the outside and you're watching it, you always want to be a part of it, especially an Ashes series. So yeah, good to get a run out yesterday. I thought we bowled pretty well. I thought we probably took that at the start, but at the same time, obviously, a few missed opportunities. But I think to finish the way we did, to get 6 for 23, I think it was. Really pleased with that.
Yourself, you took 3 wickets yesterday. The surface, I'm intrigued. It's got a bit of pace, a bit of bounce. How are England going to have to approach it with the bat today?
Yeah, I think we'll approach it as we always do. Look to be positive, look to score runs. It's a fast outfield. You do get value for your shots. So naturally, I think that's the way we play. But obviously, at the same time, hopefully this is quite a crucial partnership for us. 2 Yorkshiremen at the crease. Hopefully they can build a partnership. And we saw yesterday, once 2 guys get in, it's actually, the runs come quickly anyway. So, yeah, really important day for us. Hopefully we can get up, obviously close to their score and then hopefully past them. But, a lot of work to be done before that.
I think that's the biggest question a lot of people are asking. Obviously, the brand has been really expressive. But this feels like the turning point potentially in the Ashes. Solid session sets the test up. Australia get in. So what was the talk this morning about? We saw last night Bairstow and Root played more conservatively. Do you think there will be a slight shift to make sure that you stay in the game?
Potentially, I don't think we try and think about staying in the game. I think we're always looking at trying to take the attack to the opposition to try and move the game forward in a positive manner. I think that's always been the messaging since Bendon and Ben have taken over. So I wouldn't be thinking, it's more of the mindset of trying to put the pressure back on Australia. As a bowling attack, when someone's coming at you like Mitch did at us yesterday, who played brilliantly, I must say, it's hard to stop them scoring. So I think you'll see more of that today from the 2 in the middle.
And in terms of bowlers, Australian bowlers, pretty impressive. There's going to be a real threat. Stark and the likes of Cummins, who were brilliant last night.
Yeah, we know they're a world-class bowling unit. They've made a few changes as well, but world-class players come in as well. But we've got 2 world-class batters at the crease. We've got batting to come. Hopefully we can, like I said, build some partnerships and get close to their score.
Well, that's Chris Woakes talking to Ebony Rainford Brent. Michael, Chris saying there, we don't intend to just sort of sit in. We're going to be positive today. I mean, did you notice something slightly different from Joe Root yesterday?
I noticed 2 things actually. Clearly England had to bat for stumps, and they did. They played with quite clear clarity of defence, just get through to the end of play. So important that this partnership goes long, so they realised that. So that was Bazball in the fridge for that certain element of play, which is good. And also no Nighthawk. The Nighthawk, which has been the talk of the England side for a year and a bit. T-shirts made of Stuart Broad and the Nighthawk. Well, the Nighthawk was in the fridge as well. So maybe, this Bazball, I know it's an expression, but maybe they are just trying to just play situations that little bit better. The key now is this morning session that they're going to have to play with, obviously discipline. They're going to have to try and capitalise on any loose balls, but I just don't want to see them playing the high risk cricket shots this morning. There's no need. This is such a fast outfield. You hold your shape, the ball's going to travel to all parts anyway without really trying to look to score too quickly. If England play with a little bit of Bazball with 1 or 2 brains is what everyone's after. It always comes down to, and we've pretty much spoken about it for the last 6 or 7 years, if Joe Root plays well, England will be fine. If Australia get rid of Joe Root in the first half an hour, England will struggle.
Bazball with a bit of brains, Glenn.
Yeah, no, I've always said I'm a fan with Bazball, but with a bit more brains or a bit more smarts, then it's just the perfect way to go at test level. Keep test cricket interesting, people watching, entertaining, but also doing well and winning. That's what test cricket is, a test. Mentally, physically, everything. But the psychological battle, you've got to win as well. You can't just go out there and just chance your arm every ball. So, to me, that's the way Test cricket should be played. And what I like about Bazball, they've just got to tweak it a bit.
Mitch Marsh just walked past us a moment or 2 ago. He shook hands with both of you. I mean, he played in that sort of ultra-aggressive way yesterday. I mean, what an innings that was.
Yeah, it was incredible. Once he got himself in, I know he had a life on 12, and you can't sort of give someone a life like that. But just listening to him afterwards, he said that he's been preparing sort of more psychologically for the game and to get in those situations and then to put the pressure back on on the fielding side, and he did that yesterday. He dominated. He looked like he was batting on a different wicket to everyone else, and he just was just the power hitting, held his shape. It was disappointing he got out just before tea, because I thought after tea it was just going to be happy hour for him. He was just going to open the shoulders, and it could have got a bit messy for England. But he looked as good, if not better, than anyone on this pitch. So it was a great innings for him, and to come back after such a long layoff, I think that'll give him a lot of confidence as well.
Yeah, you think so, and he picked up the wicket in the evening as well. Yeah, it was a sort of sliding doors moment, that wicket just before tea yesterday. It's amazing how the game went to and fro, went one way and then the other. It was like two sort of boxers slugging each other out yesterday. He didn't quite know which way it was going to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the series. We've had 11 days of Test cricket. I don't recollect in 11 days of so much drama, so many talking points. I think there was one period at Lord's when the bouncer tactic was used, which was a bit turgid at the time when Australia were batting and nothing was really happening. But apart from that, every hour of this series has been so dramatic, so many talking points. Great for the game, great for the Ashes, great for Test match cricket. Mitchell Marsh, I just love players that suddenly create momentum. Creating momentum in the right way, and he hit it hard, he hit it far, but it was with control. And it just shows you on this kind of pitch, if you do get in, and I think it's a wicket that if you get in, you can really do what Mitchell Marsh did, but it takes a little bit of time to get in. You've just got to get used to the bounce. You're probably having to have a little bit of fortune, as Mitchell Marsh did. The one thing that this Australian team very rarely do is give you a chance. You see the 3 snicks, the 3 wickets, every single one of them caught. The Carey one off Duckett was a great catch. The Warner catch off Zach Crawley was a really good catch because it was hidden from Steve Smith at second slip. So I'm looking at the catches, and we'll keep talking about it, but so far in this series, the catches are what are costing England. They should have bowled Australia out for 150 yesterday. They haven't. They've now got to try and regroup with the bat and get somewhere near that first innings total.
OK, Michael and Glenn, you're going up to the television commentary box. Highlights tonight on BBC 4 at 7 o'clock and on the iPlayer as well. BBC 2 will bring you the tennis. Well, we've been talking about Mitch Marsh. It was a wonderful innings yesterday. Joyous romp out there from Mitch Marsh. Not an easy name to say sometimes. 118 from 118 balls. He had a great day out.
I'm probably still a little lost for words. It was a crazy day. Very nice to be back wearing my baggy green, and it was a long time coming.
When did you know you were playing?
Well, we sort of knew Greenie had a little niggle 2 days out, so got the word, and probably ruined my holiday. I felt like I was on Kentucky the last couple of weeks, but it's unfortunate for Greenie, but that's why I've been in the squads for the last couple of years, to be his backup, and just nice to contribute.
What were you thinking when you went out 85 for 4?
Get through to lunch initially. Beans are certainly flowing. Really proud that, it's only a couple of balls, but I think in the past my nerves have certainly got the better of me, and I've worked really hard on being able to control those in big moments. And Ashes cricket at 4 for 80, 5 minutes before lunch, there's none bigger, so nice to get through that and have a partnership with Hetty.
And you had a bit of luck after lunch and you capitalised.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've ever been dropped in Test cricket. So as Usman Khawaja says, you always need a little bit of luck in this level, and today was my day.
Is that as well as you've ever played at Test level, striking the ball like that?
Yeah, certainly. I think it's right up there. I've worked really hard the last couple of years to get myself in a position where mentally I can go and take the game on like that. Understand that it's not going to happen like that every game that I play, but really proud that I was able to go out there. And everyone always talks about playing the natural game. That's as natural as it gets for me.
Yeah. How can you do that when you've barely played for the last 2 months? The last time you played was an IPL match back in May, and just suddenly turn it on in a Test match.
Yeah, train and prepare. The environment that Ronnie and Paddy create has been amazing for me. I felt a great sense of freedom, and I'm very thankful to our coaching staff who work tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that we're ready to play. And I think I've never been part of a squad that's got such a great mentality as togetherness, and my experience in the past with the Ashes series is a 5 Test match series. You're always going to lean on your squad at some point, so I just wanted to stay ready, and a bloody crazy day.
You didn't face much of Mark Wood. What did you make of his bowling today?
Oh, class. Brilliant for him to come back after a lot of injuries to get a Test fifer. He's a very good bowler and someone we're going to have to work really hard against in the second innings. Thankfully, I've grown up on the WACA, so I felt right at home.
What about the state of the game? Feels like it's in the balance?
Right in the balance, isn't it? I think getting sent in, would have liked maybe a few more. If I got through to tea, it was party time, but couldn't quite get through. Evenly poised. I'll suck the clouds in tomorrow and hope for an overcast morning.
Well, it's going to be sunny, apparently.
Oh, bugger. There we go.
That was Mitch Marsh after play yesterday. It is sunny, so Australia will have to bowl without the overheads that England had yesterday. Alex Hartley and Sir Alistair Cook down on the boundary edge with me, and play underway in about 11 minutes' time. What did you think of Mitch Marsh yesterday?
I thought it was fantastic, the way he went out. He's not played Test cricket since 2019, and to go out when his team are in a little bit of trouble as well and play with so much freedom, just to be out there and play his shots and absorb that pressure that England had put on, and to go from lunch to tea without losing a wicket. He was out there, built partnerships with Head, built a partnership with Head. I just think it was fantastic. It was almost like he'd never been away, and now when we look towards the next Test match, it's almost like, well, how do you drop him? How do you bring Cameron Green back in if he is going to be fit?
Yeah, and he picked up a wicket as well. Who knows how he's going to go with the ball in the rest of the game. The thing I thought was amazing, you think of in the past, people say, you've got to play 3 or 4 matches to prepare for a Test match. He's played one first-class match in 18 months. His last game, proper game, was an IPL match in the middle of May. Very different, white ball, 20 overs, and he comes out and plays like that, Alistair.
He did. I think the bit which struck me, I don't think he believed he was going to play. So this opportunity was just like given to him, and when it was given to him, he was just like, do you know what? I'm having absolutely no regrets. I'm going to play the way I've always wanted to play in Test cricket, but never probably had the confidence to do. And it was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. And the shot he played off Mark Wood, and by the way, Mark Wood was bowling at 94, 95 mile an hour, and a lot of that Australian top order struggled with him, and certainly the lower order. He pulled 1-6 in front of square mid-wicket, and in the same over, a cover drive. I've never seen a ball hit so hard as that. Just showed he had the measure of Mark Wood at 96 miles an hour. That's how well he batted.
I suppose one thing he said was, I'm used to playing at the WACA, and that must make a bit of difference, I suppose. You grew up on those pitches.
Yeah, he looks like his batting technique looks like he's been a lot of time on the bowling machine. You always thought if the ball moved, he would be in a bit of trouble, because he's quite rigid, isn't he? He's quite formulaic, strong, still at the crease, with his back and across trigger, and then everything's in straight lines. If it's full, he drives. If it's short, he pulls. Very simple technique. You always thought if the ball moved, you're in the game. Yes, he didn't nick that one, but he left the ball really well. He adjusted with his hands a little bit when Chris Woakes got a bit of swing outside to ride the bounce. It was one of the better hundreds I've seen.
And just to back up the fact that he didn't believe he was going to play, he said he reckons he's the first Aussie on holiday to score a Test 100 here in England. So he believed he was just here for a jolly.
Well, his dad is on holiday, and his brother Sean, who we know, we've seen him score an Ashes 100. I remember them, the SCG putting together a huge partnership. Both of them got hundreds that day. They were out in Bali celebrating Sean Marsh's 40th birthday, and I think with some photos around. I think they had 1 or 2 drinks to celebrate, because he was over here and he thought he probably wasn't going to play, and then they end up going on holiday. I suppose not bad. Is it not bad second helpings, really, to be on holiday in Bali? We could be watching your son make a Test match 100. But phenomenal day for the Marsh family yesterday.
Yeah, and he will play a very crucial role with the ball today. Without Nathan Lyon, Todd Murphy is, a very exciting spinner. Without Nathan's experience and obviously a big game, so I think Pat Cummins will rely on him a lot. And actually, Boland didn't bowl very well yesterday. He's always been a banker for Australia. He's come in. Everyone remembers his 6 wickets at the MCG. He's been outstanding. Actually, he got a bit of tap at Edgbaston and he didn't bowl very well. He only bowled a handful of overs yesterday. So Mitch Marsh with the ball, will be crucial as well.
What about England's approach then with the bat? We look back on Mitch Marsh yesterday. I think that's right as well, because it was a fabulous innings. It really was. The crowd building up for this second day. What about England's approach so far, Alex, and their approach today?
Well, we know what their approach is going to be. They're going to play aggressive cricket. What I liked yesterday is when the boundaries weren't an option. They were rotating the strike, knocking the ball into the offside, and taking those singles. But I guess that we know they're going to play in an aggressive way. They're going to have to build a partnership. I think for me a lot relies on Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow. They have to build a partnership. One of them has to get 100 for England to get up to parity for me, and I guess we know they're just going to play this Bazball style of cricket.
if you're in that dressing room now, Alistair, and you've been in that dressing room for many, many times, in this sort of situation as well, what are you thinking about? What's going through your mind on a day like today? And you sort of have to win the day, really.
They've had to win every day, really, haven't they? So now they're 2-0 down, so that doesn't change. What's very interesting, I obviously haven't been around the Ben Stokes environment, but we would have a team meeting, as in, when I say team meeting, the whole squad will get together on the pitch at 10:15 and we'll discuss what we have to do. So we never see any of that visually, whether that happens now, just before they go out. But it's a day for someone to be a hero. That is what today is about. Someone to stamp their authority on this Ashes series, on this game. Mark Wood did it yesterday. We need a batsman to do it, to get England. They've got to go above. They've got to go beyond Australia. This is an opportunity to go beyond Australia. The best batting conditions will be today. Blue sky, good day 2 wicket at Headingley. A bit of cloud around tomorrow and the next couple of days. So Sorry, there've been so many opportunities missed by England. They can't afford to miss this opportunity today.
England play this style of cricket where they want to be entertaining and want to have fun, don't they? And speaking to McCullum this morning, he said, gee, today's going to be a fun day, isn't it? And I guess that's just his message. Today's going to be a fun day. His batters are batting. Let's go out and enjoy it.
Yeah, as long as they're not bowled out for 150. That's the key, isn't it? Otherwise, as Michael said, the bowlers will be back in action by 2-3 o'clock, and Mark Wood is going to have to steam in again. Do you talk just about process, or do you talk about target as well? You mentioned there, we need to get a lead. England need to get a lead. I think if you're in the dressing, you were saying we need to get a lead. How does that work?
Well, you don't ever prescribe the day. You just don't know what's going to happen. It'll just make sure that every batsman's clear on their way, on their way they want to play. And just for me, it was just making sure we were together as a group. Everyone was on the same page. One simple message, and then you just have to trust the players to go out there and do their job.
Jonny Bairstow, Joe Root, 2 Yorkshiremen in front of their home crowd. What do you think is going through Bairstow's mind this morning? I saw him out in the middle. I just say hello, and he was very focused. He walked, said good morning, but he looked quite intense out there, walking to the middle.
Yeah, he had a tough day yesterday with the gloves. He's had a tough 2 weeks really. A lot of scrutiny in terms of his position, because that's just natural Ashes when you make a few mistakes. The opportunity is there for him to totally change that script. 100 here in front of his home crowd. He looked awkward last night. He'd been almost one way glad he's got that first 20 minutes out of the way batting. That kind of what's Australia's reaction to him and the furore at Lords. Horrible time to bat. It was cloudy, floodlights on. He really reined in his game. You can see it in his eyes how determined he was to get through there. He needs that same determination today. Jonny Bairstow, when he's got the bit between his teeth and the point to prove, is a dangerous animal.
But he's only human, and he's had a difficult series so far.
Yeah, it is. You're right, he's had a difficult series, but time and time again he has delivered some crucial innings for England, and England need him now.
I think that's the thing for me, isn't it? He's due some. He's due runs. Home crowd probably got a bit of a bee in his bonnet about his dismissal in the previous game as well. We know that the England lads have been out there. They've been trying to wind up the Australians, saying, is the ball dead? Is the ball... Jonny Bairstow will be doing that. He will have that bit between his teeth. So, I think today could be a really good day for Bairstow.
Well, it feels like a sort of now or never day for England. Perhaps the next 3 or 4 days have got to be like that, really, because they've got to win this Test match. The umpires are just making their way out from the dressing rooms. I can see them stepping onto the grass. The Australians are already there in their huddle. Carey came out first, who was, he was given a bit of a send-off yesterday, and he was also greeted with boos and played that extraordinary shot, really, after he'd been hit by Mark Wood. But he took a fine catch as well. So the Australians have made their way over the boundary edge. The umpires are striding out to the middle. It's a glorious day. You can really feel the sun on your back today. Not a huge amount of cover on this ground, but it's a perfect day for cricket, and it's all nicely set up, you feel, in this game. Still waiting for Joe Root and Jonny Bairstow to emerge. I can see all the camera people down there by the boundary edge waiting for them to come out. Can they produce something, well, not necessarily something special, but something effective for England today? That's the challenge. Here they come. Joe Root and Jonny Bairstow walked out together many times, and there's the applause for them as they make their way onto this Headingley ground. They know how important it is. The crowd know how important it is, and the Australians as well. A reminder, England are 68 for 3 in reply to 263. Joe Root just waits on the boundary, then sprints out towards the middle as if he's running a 400-metre race. Johnny Bairstow doing some stretches and then some running on the spot. Root's out in the middle already. Bairstow's only halfway there. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's join Jonathan Agnew upstairs in the commentary box.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Simon, very much indeed. What a wonderful view from here, up on the fourth floor of, the pavilion. It's kind of a university building, really, but looking out at Headingley and well beyond too, down towards the city of Leeds. Just a few clouds around. I remember our old friend, the weather forecaster, Lucy Veraswamy, describing them as Simpsons clouds, which came on once. I didn't quite know what she meant, but when you watch The Simpsons, the clouds are those really flat ones, sort of outline of shape, and that's exactly what we have. We have one just sort of dangling over the city centre at the moment. But what a day, and thank you for setting up so well, Simon, because it is. This feels like it's a really crunch day today. How are England going to bat? They've got an opportunity here to bat well and to take a lead. They've still got a way to go, but they do have it. It's there. It's in their grasp, and they just got to do it. That's all. 68 for 3. So they're still 195 runs behind. Pat Cummins will bowl the first over with Joe Root on strike. There are 3 slips and a gully. Point mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. So an orthodox field. Umpire Damasina waves to everybody to say let's get going. And Pat Cummins, the first ball of the second day, bustles in down the hill, bowls, and Root turns the first ball out to square leg. And it's picked up there by Murphy. And there's no run. And the crowd more or less all in. Lots of security checks and so on going on. But those that aren't actually in here now, I can see rushing to their seats and getting themselves organised, and I'm sure wondering to themselves and their mate next door, whoever it may be, what's going to happen today? What's going to happen today? That's the question really on everybody's lips, and the Australians down there too. I say good morning to those on the end of the Western Terrace there, sitting in their shirts, their colourful shirts, and then goes Cummins over the wicket, bowls, and Root's edged it, and he's caught by Warner. It's the second ball of the day. A nondescript little shot outside the off-stump, with a little nudge. It was well taken by Warner to his right. It went quite quickly. And that's a horrific start for England. Nothing added. Root out. Well bowled Cummins. He's put out just in the right place. There was a bit of bounce. He just followed it slightly. Warner clung on to it, clutched the ball in his left hand. And was celebrating. He's just gesturing there. It did swing on its way to him. It was very well taken. It went quickly, but swung. And Root is out for 19, and that's a big blow. Tuffers. Morning. I think you've said a word yet, have you?
Morning, Agus. Morning, everyone. Not what England needed, was it? Joe Root, the glue, the kind of fella who England have been looking to bat till lunch, gets an absolute pearler second delivery. Well caught by David Warner, but a great delivery, and that's just not the start England wanted. You got the feeling that England have got to get up close to Australia here or get some sort of lead. Doesn't matter how many, just some sort of lead. And you thought that Joe might have to be the man to do it, but gone second ball. Oh, what a hammer blow.
It certainly wakes you up, doesn't it? We're sitting up here. I was just thinking perhaps we ought to go and do a few
I didn't want to interrupt. I mean, you were on a roll there. I didn't want to interrupt. You were talking about glorious days. I know. And Simpson clouds. I was listening intently, and then Joe Root's nicked one.
Wow.
Yeah, not what England needed. You just felt that the two Yorkie boys, they know the pitch, they know how it plays here at Headingley. If they could just get through that first 20 minutes and get some sort of partnership going, but England are going to have to do it now. We kept him fantastic. Ben Stokes at the crease. Good delivery, though. Good delivery. I think that even with the overhead conditions that England have got here, I think there's always just a little bit in this pitch.
Yes, there is.
Just to keep the bowler interested.
A little bit of bounce.
Yeah, a little bit of seam movement.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Stokes it is on the back of that amazing 100 at Lords. I don't expect him necessarily to play like that. I think we'll probably see him get his head down and just play carefully. That's generally the way that he starts his innings. 68 for 4. Cummins runs in over the wicket and bowls, and Stokes is squared up there. He's off the mark straight away, though, pushing the ball into the covers.
Well,
the first run of the day for England, 69 for 4, still 194 behind.
Best laid plans. It's been like this all summer, hasn't it? In this Ashes series, we all turn up thinking that we know what's going to happen, and then something out the ordinary happens, and that was a great ball. Funny sort of catch by David Warner. Listen, he caught it, but it was an awkward sort of sprawl. I don't think he kind of saw it all the way, but he clung on to it.
It can happen. I mean, for people who haven't fielded there, he's a long way back. He's 20 yards back at least.
Carry.
And if the seam carries, it's like a bowler delivers it, then of course the ball can swing on its way to you. Not only travelling very fast to your reaction time, but that's why slip catches are so difficult. Cummins comes in and bowls to Bairstow, and that's played out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. 69 for 4. 194 behind.
Yeah, it's still a lot, isn't it? 194. I suppose we've got Mo in next, have we? Mo in next.
Yep.
And then, well, Wokesy. I mean, they have sort of tried to pack that bat in a bit, and it's going to be needed this morning.
Yeah. 69 for 4. Cummins in the sunshine. It's a beautiful day in Leeds. Moves in. Bowls. Oh, very late decision there from Bairstow to let that go through. I think Cummins will probably feel that was a moral victory just outside the off stump there. Bairstow's coming up now as Mitchell. The ball's been well on its way to the bowler before emerging out of his crease now.
He just bowls that a great channel, doesn't he, Pat Cummins? Just always asking questions of you outside that off stump. Never sort of gives you too many loose ones or short ones to cut away or clip away. He just hits that channel. Little bit of movement, you're in trouble.
Last ball of the over. Bairstow's on the back foot, playing that firmly through point, and the ball to skim away over the square, which is quite parched over there for England's first boundary. We know the outfield is fast. There's plenty of scoring opportunities there. Once you beat the field, it's gone really. But that's still a big blow delivered by Australia's captain.
Hammer.
So that's the second ball of the day.
Hammer.
Joe Root caught by Warner at slip without adding to his overnight score.
It's just one of those ones, though, isn't it? Second ball of the day. You just want a couple of, but it was perfectly pitched. Just seemed and bounced away and just caught the edge. I mean, it was a great delivery. Even that one to Johnny Bairstow, which was a fabulous shot for 4 there. Pretty decent ball. You've got to make sure you're on top of that. You're nicking that one. And
that's the 10th time that Cummins has got Joe Root out in Test cricket for just 226 runs. So Root averaging 22.6 against Cummins, around about 50 overall. Yeah. Champion bowler for Australia, also working his way up the all-time Ashes wicket takers list. I'll get that for you during this over.
Stark will bowl from the far end, so up the slope, bowling to Stokes with 3 slips of gully. It's an orthodox field. Actually, it's Boland. He's coming round the wicket, and that's edged and goes between slip and gully. That's come for 4 through the third man. Definite edge.
Definite edge.
So 77 for 4. Nice start for Boland. It looked he's tall, going around the wicket. It looked a bit like Stark down there. But anyway, it's Scott Boland, who I think you could quite awkward on here. He bowls
again,
fullish length.
Yeah, but again that channel, isn't he?
Ball after ball.
Yeah,
same place.
England, crucial little half an hour. They've got to weather this storm.
Slips are ready. Boland again. Runs in round the wicket, moves in, bowls. Stokes looks at it, takes the bat out of the way. And Carey collects that. He's moving in Warner's direction at first slip, and he'll be pleased with himself. In fact, he's still swinging his arms, so they're clapping his hands together. It was a good catch, that. One of those, if you look at the highlights of the clips, you'll see he ends up he does end up in a strange position, but the ball definitely dipped, swung at him, and at a good pace too, so he did very well there. 77 for 4. Boland swings round in the distance. Stokes raises his bat. In comes Boland, and Stokes walks down the pitch at him. And then plays the ball firmly back into Boland's right hand. And there's a bit of hostility there from the quick bowler, just making to throw the stumps down behind Stokes, but actually kept hold of the ball. Now he's working on it, rubbing it on his trousers as he walks down the slope. So if you're just tuning in, wherever you are in Australia, good evening to you.
Yes, evening.
Here in the UK or anywhere else in between.
Good evening.
Yes. Joe Root is out already to the second ball of the day. In comes Boland and bowls, and Stokes works that off his hip to square leg. He's got his eye on two. He'll get it as well, actually, again, because the ball just runs away from the field.
Yeah.
Just keeps going.
Well, it's that table, isn't it? It's the wickets. They run. Not many run the whole length of the or the width of the ground. You know? So if you hit anything square, it's beautifully mown and sort of even, no grass on it at all. So it just gathers pace. It's always full.
And the new stand down there is also, it's reduced the boundary a bit too.
Yeah.
They're down there at the football stand end.
England have got the conditions again, though. Glorious day for batting. Glorious day for batting.
Boland bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Stokes.
And another thing, of course, I mean, it's all very, we talk about this Bazball, which is fantastic and everything, but I don't want to see Wood out there again. He wants to have a little bit of time with the feet up to come steaming in.
Need it. I mean,
they do.
I think it's been rather overlooked with this theory.
Yeah.
Bowlers need some time off the field.
Yeah, just to have a rub down and get some recovery back into the legs. If you're out there, if Mark Wood's out there just after lunch, it's like, oh, crikey, I've only just come in.
Comes Boland, bowls, and Stokes again very carefully defends. Well, I'll be honest, we haven't seen Bazball in batting-wise for, well, there was those mad 3 dismissals at Lords, whether they were just poor shots or what, I'm not really sure, but and the retirement of the Nighthawk last night. I mean, he's been retired.
Has he? He's been stepped down. He can step down.
He's back in his box.
Has he? Back in his cage.
Mark Wood was padded up as a night watchman.
On his perch, is he?
Yes, he is. On his perch. I haven't had a chance to speak to the Hawk yet to find out what he thinks about that. In comes Boland, and Stokes plays and misses there at one that moves away. Very good delivery from Boland to end that over. 80 for 4. England 183 runs behind. Stokes has 7.
That's that sort of scrambled seam, and it's just nipping, nipped. Good length, draws the batsman forward. That scrambled seam then bites and moves away. Good delivery.
Yes, I don't know if the Hawk was sort of retired by the management, the Bazball committee.
Yeah.
Or whether he's perhaps he's stood down himself. But
perhaps he just gets put in the cage and then puts the blanket over just to sort of calm him down. Nice and peaceful in there.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
Wasn't
going to come out last night.
I think he was delighted with it. I saw this massive bruise on his arm.
He did bat very bravely.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
Horrible.
He was peppered.
Yeah. 80 for 4. Bairstow on 5. Still some movement behind the arm here. Might be Dickie Bird, actually, talking of Hawks and so on. He's here today. And it's just very near his balcony.
Is it?
So it's directly below us.
Chair, has he got his little own chair there?
Yeah.
Under his clock, isn't it?
Clock's over there, on the Western Terrace. Cummins on his way, runs in, bowls. Bairstow gets a ball that's full and straight. He just knocks it back to Australia's captain. And he throws the ball on to Labuschagne at mid-off to Polish. And now umpire Darmasina's down the pitch. A little prod there with his right boot. Just again, that area, we saw it at the other end, didn't we, with Stark. That area where the bowler follows through.
Did you used to come steaming down the hill here, John? Did you?
I was trundling up it.
Oh, who was steaming down it? Didn't you get the choice?
Got boycott out here once.
Oh, did you?
Caught slip.
Oh, did you?
Silence.
What's that?
Yeah, it was like a quarter-final of quite a big one-day game. Got him early. A lot of chuntering. In goes Cummins, bowls outside the off stump. That keeps rather low. Bairstow plays no shot at it. 80 for 4. It's funny, I do tell the story sometimes, but I had it in my mind.
Yes.
That it was actually in the first over of the game.
Right.
That I got it just up the hill, outswinger, Mike Hazeman, second slip, off you go. And I'm sure it was about third ball, and I got him for naught.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Geoffrey. Off he went to where the old pavilion was up there.
Yes.
Anyway, a few years ago in the commentary box, I was telling him about it. He said, no, rubbish that is. No, rubbish. And of course, you can look it up, can't you?
Of course.
So I did. I found the scorecard of the game. And goes Cummins, bowls. He was tempted, but just took the bat out of the way there. It's a lovely line from Cummins, 80 for 4. And there's the scorecard, sure enough.
Yeah.
Boycott, caught Hazeman, bowled Agnew, 6.
6? What, third ball?
Well, it can't have been in the first over of the game, can it? I mean, this is where your memory goes. I mean, it can't have been in my first spell. It must have been
just before lunch.
Sometime after lunch, I think. Anyway, that happened here a few years ago now.
Oh dear.
No. It did happen, that's all that matters. But he did get 6 rather than 0. 80 for 4. Cummins runs in, bowls. Oh, almost got through.
Yeah.
That was a loose drive.
He has that ability, Pat Cummins. He bowled Ollie Pope an absolute rip-snorting in-swinging Yorker, didn't he, at Edgbaston, I think it was.
Yes.
And that one is gone the same. That's really darted back.
But actually, it makes the shot even a bit looser.
Yeah.
As it darted back, because his left foot's nowhere near the pitch.
No.
Cuts back. He gets an inside edge into the pad. It's the sort of ball, the length that you've seen Bairstow bowled early in his innings in the past.
He's getting it to talk here, Pat Cummins. He's moving it both ways at will and a little bit of intail when he fancies it. He's looking dangerous.
Yeah, fine bowler, isn't he? Over the wicket, bowls, Bairstow again drives. Not where he intended there at all. He's aiming for extra cover. It's actually fielded by the towering figure of Mitchell Starc at mid-on.
It's just got such an easy action, and it's very bustly and sort of strong and what have you, but it looks so repeatable, doesn't it? And he just hits that area, very skillful, can make it move both ways, got the bumper up his sleeve, is a worry. Who was bowling down the hill then? Why did he come up the hill?
Well, that's a very good question.
Andy Roberts?
Might have been Andy.
Oh, okay.
80 for 4. And in goes Cummins again. Bowls on, off stump, pushed out into the covers by Bairstow for a single. Crowd like that. A sensible cricket, a canny. They like it up here. 81 for 4. And so 182 runs behind. Who did open the bowling at the other end, I wonder? I think it was 1984, and it might have been 83. I hope it was Andy Roberts.
I'll dig that out for you. I was just on Pat Cummins. 84 Ashes wickets now in just his 17th test. He's taken at least 3 wickets in all 17 matches, only 1 Australian. There's a longer run of consecutive Ashes tests with at least 3 wickets. That was Jeff Thompson, who had 19 tests against England in a row in which he took 3 or more. So testament to Cummins' remarkable consistency in the course of this innings. In the all-time Ashes list, he's overtaken Maurice Tate, John Snow, Richie Benaud. He's now level with Craig McDermott and Alan Davidson. So there's quite a lot of bowlers that he could overtake by the end of this summer.
Well, Boland's going to bowl to Bairstow. He's not over-attacking here. There's 3 slips, and the third slip is on a line of 4th, really. And Bairstow goes back, cracks that hard. And, well, very well stopped by Murphy. A backward point, he really hammered that.
Just spotting as well that no boundary riders for the Aussies here at the start of day 2. They've had that ploy, haven't they? To counter-attack Bazball, Duckett and Crawley especially, but perhaps now they're feeling that they've got themselves on top. They keep trying to cut those signals down, going, well, if you want to hit the 4, go for it. We might get an edge or get a wicket.
Yeah. Bairstow waits. Boland up the hill, moves in, bowls to him, and he drives, and that beats Murphy and goes for 4. Out towards the western terrace. We were already applauding that as soon as he played the stroke. Typical Bairstow, really, bit of width. Plants the left foot. He's got that width to play with the bat and then hits it hard.
One-handed, is it, that? I mean, you can't take your eyes off Johnny Bairstow. Pretty decent-ish ball, really, just outside off stump, as you say. A bit of width, but sort of reached it with one hand and just sort of slathered it through the offside. If there is such a word as slathered.
I think you can slather, can't you? I'm not sure necessarily in that sense. Now here's Boland bowling, and Bairstow defends this one.
What is slathering?
Balls along. I think you're sort of dribbling, aren't you? And do you slather something onto
butter on toast? Yeah, well, there you go. That was a sort of a one-handed slather. Do you agree? Was that the slathering shot?
Tough as if you say it. That's what it is.
I'm going to look up the definition of slathering. I'm not going to have that.
It's like sort of a moisturiser. You slather moisturiser all over your nut, don't you?
Smearing. As Bairstow runs away gently into the gully. You can slather on, as in some tanning lotion.
Yes.
A large amount.
Yeah. I'm happy with that.
To spread thickly or lavishly.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that was a lavish cover drive, wasn't it? Lavishly.
Might have been a lavish one.
Well, it's slather. I like slather.
The deep square legs going.
There you go. It doesn't take long, does it, for this Australian side to start thinking, right,
no,
we've had enough. We're just going to let you pump it away and just hit our fielders on the boundary.
Boland moves in, bowls on leg stump, and pick up a single. The crowd really energised, applauding every run that England get here at the moment. 86 for 4. So 177 runs behind. It was a really lovely day. It's a worrying forecast for tomorrow.
Oh, what?
Some storms around.
Oh, really? What sort of heavy stuff for a long period?
I think so.
Not just
I
passing.
didn't hear the weather forecast this morning. Simon Mann would have done, I suspect. So he can tell us when he comes in a moment. But looking at the weather forecast generally tomorrow, looks if we could get some rain. It could be heavy. But it's hot today.
Yeah, it's getting hotter as well. 25, 26 by 3 o'clock or so.
86 for 4. Stokes waits. Boland comes in, bowls to him, and he covers up, pushes into the offside, and is picked up at point by Travis Head to end that over. 86 for 4. Root dismissed the second ball of the morning, so England are 177 behind. Tuffers,
finish just set down.
All thoughts from you. I think I've done enough damage. And then Simon Mann's coming here.
Well, that didn't take long. That first 20 minutes has absolutely flown past. The wicket of Joe Root's second ball was a hammer blow. You just got the feeling if those two could get themselves in and get something going, a partnership, the way Joe Root runs and angles the ball around, it could have been fantastic. He went second ball to a great catch and a great delivery. Now it's Johnny Bairstow. Simon.
Good morning, Tuffers.
Morning.
They caught well, Australia.
Oh, yeah, well,
England have not in this match. 86 for 4. Cummins is going to bowl to Bairstow with 2 men back. Fine leg in the shadows. The other fielder at deep back with square leg. 3 slips in the gully. Cummins bowls. Bairstow turns it away towards the square leg umpire, and that fielder at deep back with square leg trots in, and Bairstow practically walks through for a single. Well, we did the opening of the programme, and we walked up the steps at the back there, and it's so quiet. You have no sense of what's going on in the game at all. Alistair, who was with us down there, said you wouldn't know there was a test match going on at all walking up the back steps there. And he said, a couple of minutes in, I don't, I haven't heard a roar from the crowd or any reaction from the crowd. I haven't had any sort of notification on my phone. I presume England haven't lost a wicket yet, and we emerge, and there we go. Joe Root gone.
The main man, number 1 in the world, gone.
Cummins, right arm over the wicket to bowl to Ben Stokes with 3 slips in the gully in. Stokes gets one across him. He allows it to go through to Carey. Carey takes that low down.
The world ranking has actually been quite volatile during the series. Root was number 6 before the first test, made that superb century there. Went up to number 1. 2 failures at Lord's, back down to number 5. It's a very tightly packed field at the top.
Okay.
Kane Williamson went to number 1 without playing for quite a long time in Test cricket. He's actually injured at the moment. Of course, he's injured in the IPL. He's at the World Cup.
That seems a bit of a strange way of getting to number 1, doesn't it?
No, without playing. Cummins to Stokes outside the off stump. That one's carries through more to Carey. Takes it with a leap. There is some carry in this pitch, and 1 or 2 have kept a bit low as well. I can see Mitchell Starc loosening up at mid-on. Australia starting with Boland and Cummins.
Yeah.
A feel of Cummins today. He just looks on it, doesn't he? A feel of a sort of 6 for 60 about him today.
And I think they're going to give old Big Mitch a blast down the hill as well. He came up the hill yesterday. Didn't quite look right, did he? I think they're going to get him bounding down the hill.
In the sunshine, Cummins from the Kirkstall Lane end goes in and bowls to Stokes. Stokes gets the ball outside the off stump. He could have driven it, he decided not to. He allowed it to go through to Carey. It's funny when you're down there on the ground, as we were at the start, and I've noticed this a few times when I've been at Headingley recently. You talk about down the hill, and then up the hill. It doesn't really feel like that when you're down on the ground anymore. I know apparently they've levelled it off, haven't they, this ground? So you sort of go down a little bit and then into a dale, and then you sort of come up again at this Kirkstall Lane end. You go down and then sort of up, and it doesn't look as if you're really running up a hill at the bottom end. It's I don't know, there's an optical illusion. This is Cummins to Stokes on Midland leg, turned away by Stokes into the onside towards Starc at mid-on, and there's no run.
You're in the Dales out there, are you?
Yeah, the Yorkshire Dales.
Well, no, as bowlers, we're quite funny. You know, it doesn't take us a lot to feel that we're... me as a bowler, when I can remember it, you know, you could just feel little slight things.
Yeah.
And that slope, when you're out there at Lord's, you don't feel it, but you feel it as a bowler massively. And it's the same with just slight undulations and hills and slopes and dales. You know you're running up one, or you know you're running down one.
So you look at it from up here, it just looks completely flat, doesn't it?
I know, yeah.
When you're out there are these undulations on the ground. They've taken some of them out here, I'm pretty sure. Cummins up to the stumps now and bowls to Stokes. Stokes gets a ball that's wide of off stump. He plays at that one, pushing it into the offside. Goes to Labuschagne at mid-off. There's no run. It's the end of Cummins' over. That felt like a maiden. No, there was one run off it, wasn't there, Johnny Bairstow earlier in the over. 87 for 4. Bairstow has 12. Stokes has 7. Root the man out. The second ball of the day. Caught by Warner at slip off Cummins for 19.
Yeah, beautiful delivery. What a ball to get second up. I mean, don't matter who you are. You always need 20 balls to get yourself in, get the feel of the pitch, and that was just a crackerjack, just pitched beautifully, bit of movement, not much you could do about it.
A big deflating moment for the crowd as well, who gave them a roar out this morning when they emerged onto the ground.
He gives you that momentum, Joe, doesn't he, because he's so busy, drops it, plays the angles beautifully, and you just get that build of momentum, which is very hard to stop. He almost scores off, he looks to score off every delivery, and the bad one he puts away. So it's very difficult. It's like a sort of, like the tide almost. You can't stop it. And he's just knocking you for 4 or 5 and over, and you feel that he hasn't played a shot in anger. So big wicket for Australia this morning. Yeah. Huge.
And the way they celebrate as well, they knew it. And Cummins as well, he was leaping around.
Yeah.
Knew how important that was. Now, Mitchell Starc, he's going to come up the mountain at the far end.
He'll be coming round the mountain.
Here he comes to bowl to Bairstow, left arm over, and Bairstow plays that quietly into the offside. A push defensive shot towards cover, picked up by Khawaja, no run.
This might be quite an interesting little passage to play, Johnny Bairstow, to Mitchell Starc, because Starc does give you a bit of spray, doesn't he? He looks for that unplayable delivery full and running across you. Johnny Bairstow will take it on. That sort of, what's that called? Is that sort of like a
deep backward point?
Deep backward point. Could be a catching position if he comes in another 10 or 20.
Only 2 men out. There's a fine lag. He's off the boundary having a drink at the moment. And a deep backward point. 2 slips in the gully, 4 saving 1. Starc bowls, Bairstow drives, hits it up towards mid-off. Goes very gently up towards Labuschagne, that mid-off position. There's no run. Starc walks back to his mark sort of via mid-off, as if he wants to have a quick chat, or he wanted to say something to Stokes on the way. I imagine why he would have done that, unless he's going to come round the wicket. He's sort of shaping to come round the wicket at the moment, but then he's veering off towards that over position. New stand behind him, the Howard stand, at the rugby ground end of this Headingley ground, and Bairstow drives, he's caught. Bairstow, big drive, he's caught by Steve Smith at second slip, and Starc's made the breakthrough. Bairstow looking to thrash that through the offside, thick edge, and Australia have caught another one. It went quickly to Smith, but he did not make a mistake, and England are 87 for 5. Bairstow's on his way for 12. Alistair Cook is here.
Good morning, Simon. Well, what a start for me. It's a poor shot from Bairstow, wasn't it? It was wide and full, and you're right, he lost his shape and he tried to hit it too hard. Another good catch from Australia. Steve Smith above his head would have gone quickly. And all I know is what I spoke about last night about being key. Bairstow and Root are key. He's aged badly, as they've gone in the first 25 minutes.
Well, they were key, and that's the point. England are in a terrible position now. They were key, and Australia have knocked them over with 2 very good catches, 2 sharp catches. And it's big problems for England now. They're still 176 runs behind as Moeen Ali makes his way out at number 7.
Mitchell Starc's head-to-head against both Stokes and Bairstow is superb in Test cricket. That's the 10th time he's got Bairstow out in Test for just 161 runs. He's also got Stokes out 7 times for 144. So he's had a rather sort of up-and-down career, Starc, in in some ways, but he's been superb against those two players specifically.
That was a real batter error wicket there, wasn't it, really? Big thrash outside the off stump.
Alistair, how aware are you when you're playing that when you're up against someone who you have a bad individual record against, how easy it is to put that to one side and just play the situation?
Well, you try. That's what you keep telling yourself. You keep saying, keep watching the ball, keep trying to play every ball, because what's gone in the past makes no difference. But it does. It does. It's it's like when you turn up to a ground where you've got a good record at, and you instantly feel better than you do. So when I turned up at Trent Bridge, I just never felt comfortable batting there ever. And that does play in your mind. You get through the gates 3 days before the game, and you think, here we go again. Oh no, this will be different. No, sorry. And you try and be positive. You try and do the right sports psychology thing, but it's just a natural thing. And I think the bowler as well, when you're at the top of your mark and you've got a batsman you've got out a few times, you instantly feel better. And if you've got to get a batsman who you've never got out, it must be the same thing. That little slightly, you're just up and down those little levels, and it just makes just such a difference.
Right, Moeen Ali about to take his first ball. 2 slips of gully and a short leg in. Stark bowls to him, and that's full and clipped away by Moeen for his first run. Down towards deep square leg. Stark targeting a full delivery. The pads of Moeen there. Moeen got the bat down in time. So he is off the mark, and England are 88 for 5. So still 175 runs behind. Just seeing another look at that Johnny Bairstow dismissal. It was full and wide.
Yeah, it was very full, actually, very full. He was trying to bring it back in. He didn't swing it. If you see Johnny Bairstow's feet, because you're so scared of getting LBW, so you keep it a bit leg side so the ball shaving back in. But when the ball's wide there, he didn't go again. He didn't move his front foot anywhere close to the ball, just stayed in the same line. So it's only allowing his hands to hit the ball. And as it gets further and further away from you, you kind of turn your hands trying to control the shot. And he just edged it, wasn't it?
Good catch from Smith. Stark bowls to Stokes outside the off stump. That couldn't have been too far away from the off stump, though, with the angle there. Stark can't believe it. He was still walking back with his hands on his head there. Taken by Carey, effectively down the leg side. So England lost Root and Bairstow this morning for 19 and 12. They do have some batting in the lower order, but it's all very well having the batting. They've got to come up with the goods, really. Moeen at 7, Chris Woakes at 8, Mark Wood, Stuart Broad and Ollie Robinson. They can all bat to some extent.
But we'll see, like the Australian lower order could bat as well, but when the pitch is quicker, it makes it even more hard.
Yeah, they were knocked over. Start to Stokes. Stokes clips that away, and he hits that straight to deep square leg as well. Todd Murphy down there does not have to move. It's amazing how often that happens. Well, it's good field placing, I suppose. Stokes gets a single. It's 89 for 5. Stark's first over of the day has brought another wicket for Australia. England 174 runs behind still. You feel as if 2019, well, the first part of 2019 is happening all over again, really. And the parallels are there. Australia being bowled out by a quick bowler, Jofra Archer taking 6 that day, and then England batting in sunny conditions and struggling.
Just something on Steve Smith's catching. Mentioned his prodigious catching record in recent years numerous times. That's his 51st Ashes catch amongst non-wicket keepers. He's now second equal in the Ashes with Alan Border, 51 in 42 matches. Smith playing his 35th Ashes match. Ian Botham leads the way, 54 catches in 32 Ashes tests to go with his many runs and wickets.
Yeah. Right. Ben Stokes perhaps taking a fresh guard against Cummins. He looks as though he's batting on off stump. Cummins bowls to him, and he angles that away down to the slip cordon on the bounce. And no run there.
It's a good captaincy from Cummins, wasn't it? Realising, how important the Stark is to Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. He gave Boland the new ball from that end, or opening up with him today, and a couple of overs, and then just changed straight away.
Yeah, and it was one of those that you look at it and you go back and you feel frustrated, I think, as a batter. It wasn't particularly a wicket-taking ball. It was a tempter, mind you. Here's Cummins bowling to Stokes and round the wicket. And Stokes nudges it away towards deep point and through for another single. 90 for 5 So it's up to Ben Stokes again. There's so much resting on him. You feel to get England up around that Australia total if they possibly can to keep themselves in the game. It's a no ball from Cummins, so change of angle, and he's overstepped. 91.45. Look at the replay. Quite a tight no ball, not much in it. It really was a hairline decision. But the third umpire, Joel Wilson, indicating to the on-field umpire that he overstepped fractionally there. Right, Moeen Ali is going to take his first ball from Cummins. There's a look over his shoulder. There is a man at deep backward square leg, as there often is, and there often will be, I think, today with this attack from Australia. Fine leg, deep square leg, short leg in as well. Here is Cummins bowling a short ball, and Moeen plays it pretty well, and Carey takes it well as well. That was spectacular cricket, banged in, and a leaping Carey took it. Moeen allowed it to go past his chest. He played one of the, having lots of good innings on this ground. It's a great place to play, I think, at Headingley. Bowlers, batters, always in the game, but he did play, Moeen, one of the best innings I've seen here on the final day of the Sri Lanka Test match, which I know was a grim day for you, Alistair. I know you said it was one of my worst days in cricket.
Day 4 was.
Day four, when Angela Matthews took you around the park.
Yeah, thanks.
Here's Cummins bowling outside the off stump. Nothing from Moeen there. England went into the last day, I think, 5 down, and no team has ever survived for a draw when they're 5 down overnight going into the final day. I think that was the stat at the time. That
I just said we're 4 down.
Were you 4 down?
I know it might be. I thought we're 4 down, and
We'll have a look at that anyway. The reason I think it was 5 is because I remember someone saying, I was probably Andrew Sampson, might have been Zoltz, I can't remember at the time, that no team had survived from that position. And Moeen played brilliantly that day, made 100. Of course, Jimmy Anderson was out to the penultimate ball of the match, bounced out. Cummins bowls, Moeen defends, blocks into the offside, drops it in front of Labuschagne for a single. It's amazing what the memory tricks the memory can play on you. Was it 4 or was it 5?
It was 5. England were 57 for 5 after 26.2 overs with Joe Root not out. Liam Plunkett had gone in as night watchman and was out in the final over to the crafty tweakery of Rangana Herath.
I reckon he was caught extra cover or something as well. I just had that memory of being like, what was that shot? But so they were 5 down overnight, England, and they nearly survived.
Chipped it to cover.
Yeah. Here's Cummins bowling. It's a short ball way down the leg side to Stokes. Stokes ignores it, and Carey skips across to take it.
When Angela Matthews and Herath got a few?
Yeah, Herath.
What were we? Were they 7 down level or something? That's what I can't. Is
without wishing to open up your deep personal trauma.
This is as deep as this can possibly get.
England had a first innings lead of 108. Sri Lanka they were doing all right. They were 7 down and 169 ahead.
This is Cummins bowling to Stokes outside the off stump. Stokes leaves it and it's through to Carey.
When Damika Prasad was out, 277 for 7, so a lead of 169, and then Angelo Matthews and Herath added 149. Is that a tear I see in your eye, Alistair? Sri Lanka 4-5-7 all out. England
You're taking great glee in reading this as slowly as you can, aren't you?
Set a target of 350, and from 57 for 5 overnight, got to the penultimate ball. Moeen Ali 108 not out of 281 balls. Chris Jordan batted 62 balls, Broad 24, Anderson 55.
The whole point of that story was that Moeen plays superbly on the final day, and so England see something similar from him today. But one of the great Test matches, that actually, and it was sort of Sri Lanka's Headingley 1981, the sort of turnaround. But I know for you it was a difficult personal situation with what had gone on before in Australia and into that summer. 92 for 5. Then here's Stark bowling to Moeen, who's 2 not out. Left arm over to the left-hander, and Moeen, but he's a good striker of the ball. He's a lovely timer, and he hit that up towards mid-off. It's picked up by Labuschagne. So he's been given a bit more responsibility in this Test match. Bumped up the order from 8 to 7, 8 at Edgbaston. That didn't go particularly well for him at Edgbaston. Caught down the leg side in one of the innings, out for 19. What did he make? 19 and 18 in that Edgbaston Test match. Something a bit more substantial from him today if England are to get up to around about 250. Stark goes in and bowls to Moeen, and Moeen nudges that into the offside for another single. Tip and run almost, and there are some gaps, of course there are, when you've got a couple on the boundary.
Mo's batted in every position, hasn't he? He's batted in...
From opener down to 9, I think. I'll just check that.
And what's his most...
Productive number? Yeah.
Because you say 7.
When did he open? Did he open in that match in the UAE when you needed to chase about 90 odd?
No, he opened in that series because it gave us the option of playing 3 spinners, I think, or at least 2 spinners with Rashid. And
93 for 5 with that single. Stark sets off, goes in and bowls to Stokes. Stokes turns into the onside towards mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, that was the game which both teams made 500. You got a double 100, and it looked like a sort of nailed-on draw, and Pakistan collapsed, and England suddenly needed about 90 odd to win. I think it was 99 to win, but you didn't know how long you had to get them in.
Yeah, we knew it was something like 7 overs. It was going to be like 14 overs.
Yeah.
It was like 7 because we went off the day before for bad light because lunch was extended for Friday prayers. Yeah. So if we hadn't have had those Friday prayers, there wouldn't have been a light
cut-off
reading, and the umps would have let us play on. I know they would have done.
Yeah. Stark bowls to Stokes. Stokes puts the bat there really and pushes it away into the offside towards a deep point. Travis heads out there at deep back of point, runs to his left, sends in the return. 1 more to the total. England getting them in singles at the moment. 94 for 5, which is not really the Bazball way, but you need to adjust in these situations. It's tough out there against Stark and Cummins.
And Moeen has batted every position from 1 to 9. 2 innings at 1, 4 at 2, 6 at 3, 5 at 4, 7 at 5, 16 at 6, 36 at number 7, 33 at number 8 and 5 at number 9.
And
what's his most productive position? I reckon
7.
Let's guess, shall we? 94 for 5. Moeen on 3, gets a short ball, and he just about gets out of the way of that, goes through to Carey. It's going to be something like 6, isn't it? 6, 7.
Yeah. 7, you feel is a natural 7, isn't he? I know he's batted everywhere, but 8, you feel he gets with the tail too quickly. 7, he can play the situation better.
Yeah, of the positions he's played most regularly, 6, 7 and 8, he's been most productive at 7, averages just under 34 at 7 with 3 of his 5 test hundreds, averages 25.9 at number 8, 6 50s, as you say, quite often out with the tail.
Stark going in to complete the over, bowls to Moeen Ali, and Moeen gets a full ball which he clips down towards fine legs. A good stop on the boundary there by Boland going away to his left, saves 3. That could easily have gone over the rope for 4. He used his body to block it, kept it down to a single, so England still progressing in singles. Moeen goes to 4, Stokes is 10, England struggling. 95 for 5. Root out today for 19 and Bairstow for 12. More from you, Alistair, and then it will be Jim Maxwell.
Well, despite the sunny conditions and not much cloud, the ball has swung. You explained to me why it's swinging today. Maybe it's the humidity, but I thought the ball would do less today, but it's certainly still moving in the air and off the pitch. And Australia bowled well this morning. England just needs something, don't they? Some kind of partnership. Morning, Jim.
Alistair, good morning. Yes, a good one for Australia, not for England, with some fine bowling here. And, of course, as we come to expect, particularly in this series from Australia, flawless catching in the slips. Hardly missed a trick.
It's a difference, isn't it? It's a big difference.
Big difference. Huge difference in the series. Second ball of the day, Joe Root nicks it, and Warner just at the last moment he sort of adjusted and got his hands around it as he went to his right. And then a flailing shot from Bairstow ended up in Smith's hands. Now Boland's bowling and he's beating the edge sort of. I think he played inside at the death as it went past with a little lower bounce, lower carry. So Cummins is really the most compelling bowler. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30 80s. Knocked the top off this innings. Duckett, Brook and Root. And Marsh picked up Crawley and Bairstow dismissed by Stark. So a bit of work to do for England, but the pitch looks pretty good for batting. If you get in.
It does, but that ball from Scott Boland looked fairly innocuous from here, but big movement away from Owen.
He bowls to Moen, who pushes and gets a thick edge behind point down towards third man backward point where Todd Murphy's coming in off the line. What a day. We're on the fifth floor of the university, whatever it is here, that's our commentary position, looking over the ground and beyond. Looks like if you're in Australia, you'd say, well, if you can't get into the cricket, let's go down to the beach. Perfect for it. What is it, 24, 5 degrees? It was warm enough as we got up and came to the ground. And most of them around the place are sitting there with an open neck shirt and being very relaxed. Now, Stokes has just scratched out a fresh guard. Boland's around the wicket towards him. He walks and pushes and sends the ball smoothly away down to Labuschagne, who's at mid-off. Big responsibility for Ben Stokes, and there hasn't been much Baz ball with Ben Stokes other than at Lords. He's been careful, captain's batting.
He hasn't. We are seeing them trying to adjust, aren't we? Definitely a slight change in their method. And credit to Australia for not allowing England to get away this morning, this first 45 minutes. It's only been two boundaries.
5 for 96. Stokes around the pad, whips it away to the onside, and Travis Head is there to field. So Stokes is 10, a cautious 10. Moeen Ali 5. Another no ball. This is one of the curses of the series. Now I can just see on your screen, Andy, a bit of caricature stuff from the Canberra Raiders in the rugby league match after scoring a try. There's a fella called Whitehead, who's the Yorkshireman, right? And he's playing the batsman, and he has the footy bowled over his head. Here's Boland. Forward goes Stokes. Hit on the pad. A big appeal for LBW, and they quieten off into the distance. He says not out. Now, Cummins is right into this discussion here. Do you really want to go up for it? Are you sure that there's enough going on? And he wants to. There's a review, so I'll come back to that other amusing batter as we go. But let's see what's happened here. What do you think? Is that close?
Well, he took a big offside movement just before the ball.
Player review for LBW.
Looked like he
got. Decision is not out.
Looked like he got outside the line.
Foot and it's a fair delivery.
As you say, he was on the move, and where did it strike him? There's bounce in this pitch too, which so far has been suggesting the ball's going over a lot of the time. The ball's straightened. That's interesting. It's pitched in line. He's looking for ultra edge.
Well, you can just see he's outside the 5, like the warning where your bowls aren't allowed to run on. So.
But it hit him well below the knee.
Can you bring up ball tracker when you're ready, please?
So it's just a question
of
what comes out of this. It's moving in towards the stumps. It's hitting.
Impact is umpire's call and wickets hitting. Kumar, will be staying with your original decision of not out.
Not out.
On screen.
Just outside the line.
On screen. Signal no.
That's a fair decision, isn't it? He had advanced down the pitch. I was just trying to talk over the third umpire. I'm sorry about that, but he was that far. You know where those little warning marks are where the umpires get where bowlers aren't allowed to run on the middle wicket. He was level with that where that struck him. So that's a long way down. I think that's 5 foot down.
And said it was clattering into the top of the middle stump, but he was 2 yards down from the batting crease. So he said not out originally, and that is the verdict. Here comes Boland again, pushing forward to keep the ball out of his pads. There's a squawk of sorts from some in the crowd, thinking Australia will appeal for everything, even if it hits the bat. Just back on that rugby league game being played in the NRL, the Canberra Raiders, a fellow called Whitehead is involved. I think he was the one who was standing near the corner post after a try was scored. One of his teammates bowled the football over his head. He's walked forward, and the chap behind's run him out. Stumped him. Around the wicket, Boland bowls and drawn forward again. He plays it out into the covers. So this has become a kind of permanent caricature out of what occurred last week.
Aussies do have a sense of humour there.
Yeah, I think so. England as well. Yes. And
very good.
As you know, as emotions settle and the rest of it, that'll be the postscript, won't it?
It will be.
Yeah.
And actually, the crowd the first 2 days is actually it's been fine, isn't it?
There's been very
friendly
little
banter.
bad odour, humour, rancour. It's been in good heart and appreciating the play. Yeah, there've been a few boos, but sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but words will never hurt me, and all of that stuff. So it's a good atmosphere, and it's a hell of a test match, isn't it? If you're listening and watching, if you're in the ground, a lot of you have got those little radios. I saw about 7 or 8 people selling them just inside the gate as we came in. So if you're listening, cheerio to all of you for being here and for being part of the spectacle of a test match. And this pitch is a great playground for a test match, there's no doubt about that. 2 slips and a gully weight. Stark runs in and he pushes away Moeen Ali back down the pitch. As good a test pitch as you've seen for a while?
Well, just the balance between bat and ball is absolutely spot on, isn't it? Like, although we keep saying that, but if you take Mitch Marsh out of this game, you know, we would be very low scoring.
Australia would have made 150.
If that.
Yeah. They put on 155 for that wicket, Travis Headed and Marsh, and 108 scored by the rest.
Yeah. So maybe it's just doing a bit more than we are thinking.
Here's Stark again. Moeen Ali punches it hard to mid-on, and it's fielded down there by Cummins.
If you take that partnership out, the rest of the match has been 205 for 14 wickets. That 155 was 59% of the Australian innings, one of the highest proportions for a 5th wicket stand of a completed Ashes innings.
What's different about this Headingley pitch? New groundsman?
No, I don't think there's a new ground. It's just the pace they've managed to generate and how hard it is.
Yes.
How hard the pitch is. Like, I saw it this morning, and actually next to Dickie Bird. Dickie Bird was out there at...
Was he?
I was here at 8:30, so you weren't even getting out of bed then.
Here's Stark. Around the corner goes Moeen Ali, follows the ball and sends it down to fine leg for a single.
So I was here, and he was telling me all about how good a wicket this will be, and I actually agree with him. But now I'm trying to think: has it done more than we think? But it's the pace in it. I love it when wickets have pace in it. Well, I love it now sitting up here. You don't have to face it.
It's also the quality of the bowling on a helpful surface, and that does make a difference too, doesn't it? You got high quality bowling when Wokes and Wood yesterday.
You do feel it. I did feel as if today it would flatten out a bit. It would be easier to score runs, but it's always that first hour. It's always the first hour you got to get through.
2 wickets have gone down, and Stark is moving up towards Stokes. Stokes forward, pushing the ball firmly down towards mid-on and to Cummins. So great atmosphere around the game. We've gone 50 minutes, and we've seen Root out to the second ball of the day, caught by Warner from Cummins bowling for 19, and then Bairstow went the flashing shot without any footwork and nicked it to Mr. Reliable at second slip, who clutched the chance. Smith and Stark, a combination. Bairstow out for 12. And now we've got Stokes 10, Moeen Ali on 5. Stark again from the footy end goes in and bowls a ball that hits him amidships. He lost his balance as he tried to play it. It's hit him up on the thigh. I think Glenn McGrath. Oh, no, sorry, Glenn McGrath. Michael Vaughan. How could I make that mistake? I'll start that again. Michael Vaughan is here. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Morning, everyone. What a start for the Aussies. That second ball to Joe Root was a good one. Just a bit of bounce. It did for Joe Root. And then Johnny Bairstow having a wild drive at a wide one from Mitchell Stark. But 5 chances taken by the Aussies so far. All in the cordon.
It's the difference in the series in many ways, isn't it? The catching. Australia take them so far. Stark runs up and bowls, and Stokes is on the walk, and he bangs it away, or tries to, but he finds Cummins down there wide at mid-on. So here we are. We've gone just under the hour, and they've moved from 68 to 98, but the loss of 2 wickets. Do you have much faith in the tail?
Against this attack on this kind of pitch, which is a fantastic cricket wicket, I think it's going to be difficult for the tail-enders against the bouncing ball. Ben Stokes once again is the key. Moeen looks okay. He's played sensibly. Chris Woakes in next, and then Mark Wood. I'm sure it'll be Stuart Broad and Ollie Robinson will bat 11 against the pace of the Aussies on this kind of surface. I think it comes down to this partnership, really.
Well, it's bright and sunny. You'd think perfect for batting, but the bowling's pretty handy. Around the wicket, Boland pitches up, and he's tucked away for a single to wide mid-on, where Cummins is fielding. What's the latest on Robinson? Has he got over his spasm?
Well, they say he's got a back spasm. He's had it a couple of times before, once in Australia, once in the West Indies, and they're sending the message that it's not quite as bad as those two.
Right.
But he certainly won't be bowling today.
I see. So
he can't be that good.
So when he comes out to bat, we don't want to see him top-edging a hook shot.
No, but he'll probably have a chance to try and do that, because they'll be bouncing him.
Oh, well. Boland is in, Stokes is forward, and Stokes is playing with a lot of discipline and commitment here at the moment at 5 for 99.
I must give a shout out to the groundsman here, and I didn't know he was the head groundsman until this morning. He's called Richard Robinson. I played with him in the 90s here.
Okay, is he recent?
And he came to me. He said, "All right, Vaughan." I said, "All right, Rob, how are you?" I said, "What are you up to?" He said, "I'm the head groundsman." I said, "Really?" He's done an incredible job with this pitch.
Is this a recent decision?
Yeah, he said he's put so much more water into the surface and just rolled it and rolled it. So he's changed the process of how to prepare the pitch, and it's certainly worked.
Boland bowls, bang back into the turf and to Boland. It reminds me of old school days. We had a little gnome of a groundsman there. He used to pour water. You could see your face in it at the end. He brought up so much mud through the grass. But it didn't move like this one. But the pace of it, I mean, that's what I love about watching cricket on this. You can play confidently.
Yeah,
you might nick off, but you can play confidently.
Yeah, it's good for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yesterday with Mitchell Marsh, when you get in on it, you can certainly play your strokes.
2 slips in the gully. Boland's in again, and Stokes forward, carefully playing, respecting the length, with Boland bowling in his box at the batsman on and around the off stump. It's interesting in the last over that LBW shout with the folks 2 yards down the pitch. It wasn't far away.
No, it wasn't.
If it had pitched in line just another centimetre or 2, he was hitting the middle stump.
Yeah, it's been an angle of attack for Stokes, just trying to walk down to the ball and hit it through mid-wicket. He might try it again.
Here's Boland bowling and forward once more. Boland in the box, just hitting that spot. And England are dried up at the moment. There's no Baz ball here. Another no ball, another posthumous no ball. And the 100 comes up as a result for England. If you're going out and about on this lovely day, remember you can take the Ashes with you on BBC Sounds. As well as listening live, you can also pause or rewind the commentary, as well as hearing our podcasts, such as Tailenders and the Ashes Hour. Boland tries again. He goes to Stokes, who walks forward and taps it away just out to Cummins, who throws back wide of the stumps from mid-on. He had to move to his left. Stokes was quickly on his way, Moeen Ali less so, and they collected a run. 5 for 101, Stokes 11.
Yeah, the Terrace are just starting to get, I won't say at the liveliest best, but that was the first chant of the day. Just generally on every day here at Leeds, but particularly the Friday, Saturday, they seem to be a bit noisier. Not too many in fancy dress today. I think it's a bit warm.
They need a boundary from someone, I think, really get them going. Boland is in, and Moeen Ali just stands stalk-like on that, pushes the ball away on the offside to complete the over. And more valets attendants coming out onto the ground, and the umpires seem powerless to stop these constant interventions.
Well, I've just got to step in. The throw from Pat Cummins from mid-on to Moeen Ali running to the wicketkeeper's end, it would have been out, because he went to run his bat and it stuck in the ground. I mean, it was wide of the stumps from the throw, but Moeen Ali would have been probably a yard out of his, because his bat, you just see it here, Cummins throws the ball and he's on there. the pitch next to the one that we're playing, and he sticks in the turf as he tries to run his bat in, and he would have been, a yard out of his crease.
Yeah, there's showing us a replay of what could have been had Cummins been accurate.
There we go, a bit of spin. This will be interesting.
Todd Murphy made his debut in India a few months ago, is bowling in this test match, and he's a right arm off spinner, gives it a good tweak, and he's got a nice little variation. See how he goes. He's going to be bowling to Ben Stokes. Will this warm up the game? It's probably not the time to be going at a young bowler, but that's what Stokes can do if he switches onto the idea. And the field is a bit thin and out. There's a deep cover, and what do we got out here? Deep square. Otherwise, slip backward square mid-wicket. A long on. There's no long off. Oh, yes, there is, in the shadows of the stand. The long off there. Extra cover and a backward point. So 4 men out around the wicket. He bowls and he's turned around the corner to short fine, where it's collected there by Khawaja around the corner. So Smith has Everett slip, and Murphy, he's got a longish run up for a spin bowler, and he trots up around the wicket again and he tries to turn it away. Came from the pad to Khawaja.
Yeah, it's an interesting move, this by back Cummins. I thought they might have gone a bit of Mitchell Marsh, a bit more seamers, just a little bit out there for the seamers, but two left-handers. They know that England will probably play a shot or two against the off-spinner.
More movement behind the screen.
I just don't understand. It happens every year, doesn't it?
Yeah, someone's walking in and out and they open a door just above the batsman's eye line there. Murphy goes up, Stokes forward and gets an easy single. Well, sometimes you wonder about that sort of field. Why give a man an easy single, leave him up and see what happens? But there it is, down to mid-off, 1 run.
Well, I just think that Pat Cummins feels that England can't help themselves. They'll try and take the big shots on. Short legs going to come into place from mid-wicket, so there's a big vacant space from Moeen Ali onto the leg side. Wouldn't surprise me if he tries to launch one into that gap.
So this is the first over of spin in this match. Does this pitch tell you that there might be something there?
Well, Moeen bowled a few yesterday, didn't he?
Oh, Moeen Ali, of course. Sorry, I mean, for Australia, yes, it's pushed back down the pitch.
No, I don't think yet.
Yeah.
I think it will if we get in today's 4 and 5.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to try and hold an end, Murphy, and try and hope for the big shot, the mistake.
He trots up 4 or 5 paces, and it's tucked away around the corner again. He's just a little on the line of that leg stump. Don't think there's much spin, and he's guiding the ball away to the field.
Was it quick? 58 miles an hour, that's quick for a spinner.
Ripping them through. Slip, short leg, and the backward square. Whoops. Was that more movement, or it wasn't really? Whatever.
No, it's that door again.
That door. Someone just keeps going in and out of that door. Lock it. Yes, lock it, please, now. Murphy around the wicket, and he pushes forward. A bit of bat pad jammed in there as he poked it away, and the first over. And that brings on the drinks break. So commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, and on the ABC in Australia. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. And I'm leaving too, with Michael Vaughan here, and Dan Norcross in a very colourful shirt today is coming in to join you with drinks on the field.
Yeah, it's a hot day, so all the players will need plenty of liquid. Moeen Ali and Ben Stokes out there just having a chat. They'll be just trying to work out how they can counter-punch here. It's the England method, whether it's the right method or not. They'll certainly be thinking of how they're going to counter-punch and get the scoreboard ticking. Maybe it'll be Moeen Ali to take on the spinner. The seamers from the pavilion end here is looking difficult to get on top of because it's been high class, high quality. A bit of movement there, so it's not easy. But England will certainly be thinking of how they're going to counter-punch, Dan.
Well, they will. I'm just taken by the pace of this pitch. I think
batters on all sides. Let's take out Mitchell Marsh's 118, and everyone's struggled.
And he should have been out, shouldn't he? On what was it, 12?
12, yes, he's dropped by Root, and everybody else has struggled on this. And I wonder, I mean, you watch a lot of cricket around the world, are pitches becoming generally a bit easier to bat on, a bit slower, and you can play through the line, and here just stuff's happening a bit faster. It's what it feels like.
I think they've always been similar. I mean, the Wacker was always the one, wasn't it? With a bit of pace at Old Trafford. It used to be quite hard. The Oval probably isn't quite as quick as it
isn't now. No.
But Headingley's now quicker than I've ever seen it, so it proves that you can. I guess the weather's helped over the last few weeks. It's been nice and dry. So, and I mentioned earlier about Richard Robinson, the groundsman here. He's just put lots of water in and rolled it. I guess you need the sunshine if you're going to do that, and he's probably had perfect preparation for that. But it's certainly the quickest Headingley pitch that I've seen.
Now a couple of wickets have fallen. If you're just joining us, the two. Well, not the two overnight batters. We lost Bairstow and Root, haven't we? And Root was out to the second ball of the day. Sharpish catch by Warner, caught at first slip. And then Bairstow, a shot he's going to want to forget, which was a wild slash at a wide one from Mitchell Starc. Well taken by Smith. Both those wickets are available, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app. And if you can't wait to watch the highlights of England's demise, then they will be on BBC 4 tonight at 7 o'clock.
And you've just said England's demise.
No, well, I mean,
you know,
it could be fight back. It could be fight back.
It could.
Yes, it could be. It's just that it looks quite testing out there. It's tough going.
Yeah,
Ben
right.
Stokes is doing what he does best. Actually, he's starting slowly and
you look himself in. Zach Crawley's probably after Mitchell Marsh, the batter that made it look like it was okay to play the straight. He's got 33 from 39, then gets a good one from Mitchell Marsh. But you're absolutely right. I mean, all batters have struggled.
I mean, they're actually similar in stature and approach, aren't they, really? Crawley and Marsh, big, booming front foot drives.
Do you think you need to be big?
I wonder. I mean, I wouldn't normally have thought that on a quick pitch because you can get into trouble with the short ball, but those two have prospered where everyone else has struggled.
That'll come into cricket going forward, data on the size of players required for certain pitches.
Well, we'll need to create them in Petri dishes in... do them in farms, I think. As Boland is in, right arm round the wicket, and Stokes clips it away down through deep back to square. Should get a couple of runs. As Longleg runs round to his right. England are underway after the drinks break. Stokes moves to 14. He's taking his time here, as he needs to.
The outfield here is rock hard as well, and it's like a billiard top. And Andy Fogarty, the old head groundsman, is now in charge of the outfield.
Oh.
So it's like, like the coaching teams. You have white ball coaches and...
You've got outfield.
You've got a head groundsman in charge of the pitch, and then you've got someone in charge of the outfield.
As Boland is in to Stokes. And Stokes push drives into the offside. Should get a single, will get a single to the right of mid-off. 105 for 5. So what would you prefer? I think I would prefer the outfield because you can just sit on the mower then.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, just and the mower looks a beauty here at Headingley. Just sit on there and just.
So does he do everything that isn't the square? So it's like the oval, this is an enormous square at Headingley. It goes from one side to the other.
I think so. I mean, I'm guessing, but I just know he's in charge of the outfield, and the outfield is not. It can't go across the square. It's like beyond.
That'd be me, I think. Boland in, and they're all playing and missing in the channel. And he's Moeen to one just outside the off stump. Bit of zip from Boland. We just saw his pitch lengths. They were quite short, actually, surprisingly so. But
you need more tools for the pitch, though, don't you? Get more out of the toolbox.
Yeah, but you're under pressure with the pitch, aren't you?
Yeah, I see, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You're under the microscope a bit more.
We don't criticise the outfield.
We don't, as a rule. Well, there was a time
Maybe
here,
we
I
can
remember,
bring it in.
as Boland is in to Moeen. That's pushed into the offside of the front foot, fielded in the covers. There's no run. It was a few years back. There was a game here that was abandoned without a ball being bowled against Essex, first game of the season. Do you remember? I want to say 2019, 2018 maybe.
Right.
And the football stand was being built. So it got quite marshy and boggy at the far end, didn't it?
Yeah.
So I suppose here you might need a specialist in the outfield because you might have local conditions to deal with. Boland is in. Right arm round and playing a missy again is Moeen. To the keeper, no run. If you're going to be a groundsman, though, or
member of ground staff, you've got to wear shorts and you've got to have chunky boots, regardless of the weather. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yeah,
I've got to be a bit grumpy.
Yeah, those big kind of, quite brown boots.
Quite brown, mountaineery type things, yeah. With big baggy shorts and a tool belt.
Yeah. And the tops are generally always baggy as well, aren't they?
Baggy tops, yeah. And you've got a tamper in your back pocket. Boland in to Moeen, who clips this into the onside. They go through for a quick single. Cummins just dawdling a little at mid-on. And so, 4 runs off that over. 106 for 5, Stokes 15, Moeen Ali 7. This is a hugely important partnership in the context of this series.
Yeah, and you look at Moeen 7 from 22, Stokes 15 from 40, so, the Bazball method. Just, again, I thought it got put in the fridge last night with the Johnny and Joe partnership, just playing for stumps that did it well. And then the lack of Nighthawk.
Yes. Was it Wood who was padded up?
Yeah, Wood was going to be the night watcher.
I did sort of think that Wokes might not have been a bad move there. I know he's a batter, but wouldn't it be nice to have somebody come out to do a difficult job who's actually quite good at batting? And then the next day, they might be able to kick on.
I think Mark Wood's quite good at batting.
He's a bit of a niffer, though, isn't he? I like him. I find it very entertaining to watch, but I would have thought... Now, Todd Murphy is in, and I've got a lot of time for Todd Murphy. I really like his action. Reminds me a bit of Graham Swan. Ball comes out of his hand very nicely. He's bespectacled as well, which I admire. He's in around the wicket, and it's the inside half of the bat, rolls to short fine, where Moeen is able, therefore, to pick up a single. Moves to 8, 107 for 5.
You see Ben Stokes, even when he's batting, he's flexing his right leg, his left leg. He has been... I've just seen Channel 9, the TV broadcasters for Australia, they're on the roof.
Now, we've seen them. Because if you nip out here, you can watch the game beautifully. There's a lovely vantage point away to our left. As Murphy is in and Stokes just defends on the front foot back to the bowler. And that was the roof that was being used yesterday. And there was
Cardigan Road it's the roof of, I think it looks like a student property, and the students are on the roof and they're now getting interviewed. They're becoming famous.
I wouldn't be wanting to sit on that roof.
No.
Murphy in. This is clipped away to short mid-wicket on the front foot.
And they take cushions up there as well. I saw them earlier getting the cushions out.
It was perilous. I mean, yesterday, right at the top there by the chimney stack. That's the place I don't want to be.
Well, he's got an England football jersey on, and he's being interviewed by Channel 9 now.
Channel 9 are probably having quite a lot of fun at the moment. We could testify to that because we know that Glenn and Jim are having a lot of fun, and that's nice. It's nice to host happy Australians. As Murphy is in, this is worked into the onside square of the wicket. There was a run there, but Stokes was a little slow to realise.
59 miles an hour, so he's firing it in.
He's quick.
Murphy, yeah. I think it's the right approach. I think just hold an end, just probe away. He's bowling it dead straight as well.
I was impressed by him. I saw him in India, in Indore and Ahmedabad, and.
Where did he get his wickets? Which test match was that?
He got 7 for, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, we'll come to Andy on that. There's a big turner of the ball when the surface suits.
Well, this might trigger Ben Stokes into a shot. Oh no, they've got slip out and they put a short leg in, so Steve Smith's gone from first slip to mid-wicket. Marnus Labuschagne's gone under the lid, short leg.
There's a long off back. Mid-on is up. As Murphy's in. Stokes just works this into the onside, and a bouncing Smith reaches the ball and then points to exactly where the ball was. He's a very expressive man, and there's no run. Come to you in a moment, Andy. It's a rare moment where we're getting through the overs. Here's Murphy. And down the wicket comes Stokes, so then thinks better of it as he doesn't quite get to the ball and flexes that knees. In a bit of discomfort at the moment is Stokes at the end of the over. 33 gone, England 107 for 5.
Todd Murphy on debut in Nagpur took 7 for 124 in 47 overs, picked up 7 more wickets in the remaining 3 tests of the series, overall 14 at 25 in his debut series in India. Quite inexperienced in first-class cricket. This is only his 13th first-class game, so that's 5th test, 8 other matches, 43 wickets at 26, so a promising start to his career. Australia generally statistically a very difficult place for finger spinners in Shield cricket. He's taken 22 wickets for Victoria at 25, so promising, but early stages.
Early stages. Now then, the physio's come on to see Ben Stokes. What are you spotting?
Well, I've noticed him for a few balls now. Actually, it looks like he's got a problem with his right buttock. Looks to me like that lower right area of the back or his right buttock just is a problem. Don't know quite. He really is in the wounds. I would say he's probably got 4 or 5 injuries. He's probably playing on a...
Well, I suppose you compensate, don't you? If you've got one injury, then you use other parts of your body, and then that's going to it's going to cascade. Now then, during the lunch interval, we will be giving you the chance to hear a special programme. Ben Stokes tells the story of the 2019 Ashes Test here, that epic. You can also find out more about the inside story of that game in the documentary How to Win the Ashes, which is available to watch on the BBC iPlayer. We had a marvellous series programme, didn't we, during the 2021-2 Ashes? About the plan, wasn't it? The plan to win back the Ashes. I remember listening to that while England lost 4-0.
The plan lasted.
It was a great plan.
About a third of a second.
About a third of a second, yes. Yes, I remember trailing that plan just as Rory Burns' leg stump was exploded. Michael Vaughan's taking a break. A man who knows about winning the Ashes is going to sit down next to me. Glenn McGrath. You must be delighted with the way Australia have gone so far this morning.
Yeah, g'day Dan, g'day listeners. It's perfect start for the Australians. Wicket on the, what was it, third ball?
Second.
I said second upstairs, and they corrected me and said no, it was a third. So
I'm pretty sure it's a second.
Mitchell Starc got a wicket on his second ball. Third. That's where I got. Yeah. Okay, just forget everything that I've just said. But
we'll reset.
But yeah, perfect start to the Australians, and Bazball's been put in the box for a while.
Boland into Moeen Ali, who defends languidly on the front foot back to the bowler. No run. It's a good pacey wicket. It's going to suit all these quick bowlers. But Moeen Ali's shown he's got a bit of time here. He's not been too rushed. He's played and missed at a few, but he's a batter who has a lot of time, isn't he?
Yeah, so no, he looks pretty solid. And all reports was when he came back in the team, Baz told him that, just go out there and have fun. So just enjoy yourself and play your own way.
Boland is into him. And that's guided into the backward point region, and there's no run. He's on the threshold of some big milestones. Started this needing 49 runs to reach 3,000 in tests, and 2 wickets to make 200 wickets. And there can't be many who've taken 200 wickets and scored 3,000 runs.
Which one's coming first for him, Dan? Will he get there?
Well, I think he might struggle to take 2 wickets because I don't think I think a lot of seam bowling will come before then. So he needs 49 in this innings, 3,000, and he just maybe pulls his bat inside the line of this lifting delivery from Boland, but flies through to the keeper. We've got great carry. It makes for such a lovely spectacle.
And that's all you want in a cricket wicket is carry. So the edges carry comfortably to the keeper, to the slips, keeps them in the game. Something for the bowlers. I don't think it's moving around quite as much as what it did yesterday. There's still just a little bit of seam movement there. Not a great deal of movement in the air, whether it's the overhead conditions, but enough there to keep the bowlers interested.
Bowling round the wicket, and again languidly defended by Moeen. Back to the bowler on the front foot. He's a lovely batter to watch, Moeen Ali. Andy?
If Moeen gets the remaining runs he needs to reach 3,000, when the 2 wickets reach 200, he'll be the 16th Test cricketer with 3,000 runs and 200 wickets.
Not bad.
Yeah, there's not many of them.
And Ben Stokes also close, 3 wickets away, and about 60 runs away.
Boland into Moeen, who ducks a short ball that whistles through.
Sorry, Terry. He's Stokes, just under 60 runs away from 6,000, and 3 wickets away from 200, 1 catch away from 100 catches.
And that's an even more elite group, isn't it?
I think that's just Sobers and Callis.
Sobers and Callis, yeah.
Yeah, no, there's some quality players there, all-rounders. I always worked on the 500 wickets, 500 runs category.
Yes, yeah. Well, there are not many people who've done that, Boland comes in again. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra and a mid-off on the offside. And this is driven beautifully by Moeen. through extra cover for 4. That's brought a cheer to the ground. They haven't had a lot to cheer about today. It's taken England to Nelson. They're 111 for 5 after 34 overs. Stokes 15, Moeen Ali into double figures with that. It was a bit full. Well, I mean, actually, it wasn't that full. Look at the replay. He's hit that on the up, actually. But that's a classic Moeen Ali shot. Found the gap.
Yeah, just lucky that didn't bounce a little bit more, maybe do a bit of seam movement. But the thing is, get yourself in on this pitch. It's the type of pitch where once you get in, get used to the pace, the bounce becomes a little bit easier. We saw with Mitchell Marsh yesterday, once he got in, he just looked like he was playing in totally different conditions. But, yeah, Moeen Ali, there hasn't been too many boundaries of late, has there?
How many today?
Well, that's 4 today. 1 off the edge from Stokes, sort of guided edge through the slips. So sort of 3 authentic attacking shots for boundaries. That's the first boundary since the 23rd over, and that was the last ball of the 34th.
Right, so we have to go through this Farrago, waiting for people to stand, or sit down rather, in the Howard stand. We're ready to go. Murphy in. Right arm round the wicket. Forward comes Stokes, plays a crisp defensive shot back to the bowler. There's no run. It's rather strange, isn't it, watching England going through a passage of play where they're rebuilding, dare one say.
Normally they look to attack the spinner on conditions that aren't turning a great deal.
Murphy in, he's gone for the big heave-ho there. Stokes, he's missed it and he's hurt himself in the process. He's getting up in instalments. He'll be all right, but he's now flexing that left leg. There is a deep square leg out. There's a long on, long off and a deep point. So 4 boundary riders for Murphy. And a forward short leg.
It's a bit of a quicker one, I think.
He's in again, and Stokes just defends on the back foot this time. Back to the bowler. I'm impressed with him. I like his speed through the air. Murphy, have you seen much of him in Australia?
Oh, I haven't seen a great deal. He came over, well, do a bit of coaching in India, plus obviously played in the last tour. Picked up some big wickets there.
He's in again, round the wicket. That's played into the offside, just off the back foot to short extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, I think he gets a little bit more drift in the air rather than turn off the pitch. He's one of those, comes more around the ball, whereas Nathan Lyon comes over the top, so we get a bit more drop and a bit more bounce.
It reminds me a little of Graham Swan in his action, as he's in again. Scurries in, and he goes for a slap here. There's Stokes will get a single for it. Played with a horizontal bat out towards wide, long off. Moves to 16, 112 for 5.
But yeah, he's had a good start to his international career. Picked up Virat Kohli 4 times.
That's not bad,
tour.
is it?
That's not
good guy to have in your back pocket, isn't he? Virat Kohli. Last ball of the over. Murphy in, and it's just tickled around the corner by Moeen. Can't get a run for it. And that completes the over. 35 gone. England rebuilding. Stokes 16 off 50. Moeen 12 from 30. We started the day on 67 for 3. They're now 112 for 5. More from Glenn. And for the next 20 minutes, it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, so a slower rate that England's batting here at. Been used to Baz ball for quite some time. There's been a little bit of criticism when it doesn't quite turn out. But Ben Stokes, Moeen Ali, they're just rebuilding this innings. I think that's what England needed. They lost 2 early wickets this morning. It looked like things could happen very quickly, but they've stabled the ship a little bit, and this is time to rebuild.
That's some sensible batting, isn't it? It's been
boring, isn't it?
112 for 5. Boland's on his way, then round the wicket, and bowls, and Stokes takes a pace down the pitch, flicks that away off his pad to square leg. Travis Head's the fielder. The crowd a bit quiet. I'm not surprised, really. They didn't want to see Joe Root out so early today, and followed, of course, by Johnny Bairstow as well. Really poor start for England. Root out to the second ball. A very nice catch from Warner, and that's one of the differences. Australia hold their catches, they take their chances, and England simply haven't done that. Boland's on his way. Bowls, and Stokes gets a beauty. He's done that a couple of times now. Just bowling up beautiful, full length, and the ball nipping off the seam and beating that probing bat of Stokes. It's a fantastic ball. It's actually done too much.
Yeah, so better length there. Just
look at that go.
Fuller. Swings after it goes past the stumps. seam up, but just too good to find the edge. If you're edging that, you're either in very good form or you're playing the wrong line.
Yes. Fabulous delivery, but Stokes remains. Boland again, bowls to him, shorter this time, tucked into the leg side. And they run a single to mid-on. So 113 for 5. Tight cricket at the moment. Neither side really giving anything. England just trying to dig in and build a partnership, an inch towards Australia's score. They're still 150 runs away from it.
Yeah, we haven't seen Mitchell Marsh with the ball today. He picked up that wicket of Zach Crawley last night. Got 118 off 118 deliveries. Had a bit of a red, purple patch there yesterday.
Boland bowls down the leg side, chipped in the air by Moeen. They put the man back though. He was standing there the previous ball. Absolute square leg, it would have picked him out. But for Moeen, they put him back on the fence. 114 for 5, so 149 behind. Australian supporters down there watching intently, wearing caps and hats and so on. Boland round the wicket, moves in bowls, and Stokes again takes a pace down the pitch, works it into the shadows of the football stand, way in the distance. It's thrown back by, I'm assuming, Mitchell Starc. It's so dark down there you can't really see, but it's left-handed. So that suggests it was the tall figure of Starc. He's got actually quite a nice spot down there in the shade.
But he's in the sun.
He's just come out now.
Yeah. So no, I was saying we haven't seen Mitchell Marsh today. So he's everything he touched turned to gold yesterday, and we saw Woakes and especially Mark Wood. There's three guys that haven't played this series so far. All had big impacts yesterday.
There's Boland out edge and drops just in front of second slip. The excitement there amongst the Aussies. A bit of jeering from the England supporters. It landed in front of Smith. He didn't try and claim it. But an opportunity at least for a bit of baiting from the terraces. 115 for 5. So England 148 runs behind. Is nice ball again from Boland. He's just teasing Moeen outside that off stump. He pushed at it.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a funny pitch this morning. I've noticed occasionally a little bit too pace. Some balls are still really following through and others just are dying a little bit. So I think that one there didn't have the same pace. Otherwise it probably would have carried quite well. So whether it's becoming a little bit too paced, which might make it difficult to bat on.
Murphy bowls quite flat and it's reverse swept by Stokes. Let's feel that
that's the first
point.
First unorthodox shot we've seen today.
It is. Just seeing how the young spinner copes with it, I suppose. There was a short leg there. Murphy again trots in, bowls short of a length, and Stokes on the back foot clubs that away for a single. Down too long off. Murphy was only 22, bespectacled, quite tall. Comes in off a straight approach of 8 paces or so.
Yeah, quite a long run up, isn't it?
Moeen's ready. Murphy breaks into a trot and then bustles in. He's got a very quick action. And Moeen plays that off the front foot. There's some appealing out there. I think
just to wake the crowd up.
Yeah, well, the crowd respond very quickly to that. $116 for 5. It was Warner that appealed there at cover too, which I suggest didn't help. That's a very quick ball, really. Fired in. It's 60 miles an hour. Moeen plays it comfortably enough.
So he gets a little bit of drift, Murphy, and then it just sort of pitches and goes on. Looking for that straight one that just hits the pad.
Here's again, Moeen just leans forward, ball rolls out to Warner, fielding at cover. Sun behind a bit of cloud, but it won't last for long. It's drifting across the ground.
Yeah, but Moeen and Stokes, they're not looking to put pressure on Murphy, come down the pitch to play a few shots. They're just letting the ball come.
Yeah, Moeen plays that one to cover. It's the end of the over. 116 for 5. We've hardly seen any cross-batted shots or horizontal bat shots at all today. It's that reverse sweep. Root was got out. It was good delivery. Second ball of the day. In that area, off stump just outside. It bounced a bit. Bairstow, on the other hand, he had a couple of tight balls from Stark. And then the third one was pushed out wider. And Bairstow went for it and was well taken by Smith.
116 after 37 overs. Since the start of the Baz Ballistic era, only once have England had a lower score after this many overs, and that was in the second innings of the first test under Stokes and McCullum at Lords, when England were lost early wickets before Root, and then Folkes helped them to a fine fourth innings victory. They were 105 for 4 after 37 on that occasion.
Yeah, it's interesting, and there's no sign of any real positivity. Everyone's talk about Baz ball being psychological. It's just a question now of them playing. I think how most people think they should be playing, frankly. 116 for 5. They've got the heads down, 147 behind. Cummins is back. He's bowled really well so far from this end. And he's bowling to Stokes with 3 slips. In he goes now, round the wicket, bowls a bouncer. Stokes goes after it. And he's got it away down to long leg, and then pirouetted rather uncomfortably on that knee as he played the shot. In fact, he's waving over into the dressing room now. He's signalling that he wants some sort of tablet, I think, there.
Yeah, a bit of painkiller or something.
So.
He didn't look comfortable then at all,
No,
did
he didn't. He did not. And he's standing very awkwardly, well, rather like a flamingo there for a moment on one leg, flexing his injured knee. That definitely did tickle him up. See on the replay there. 117 for 5. Moeen will get some short stuff, I reckon. Cummins coming round the wicket at him. And he goes now, bowls. Actually pitches that one up. It's an imperious stroke from Moeen. Beautiful stroke. Memories of David Gower there, standing up and playing that perfect timing through extra cover. Wonderful shot, just so easy. Wasn't a half volley, but he just waited and caressed it. Wonderful shot. No follow through, really. He's a graceful player when he plays that shot. 121 for 5. Cummins moves in, bowls to him, and he covers up. He plays a good length ball. In fact, just a bit shorter than good length, perhaps on the off stump back to the bowler again. 121 for 5. England 142 runs behind today. They lost Root without adding to his overnight 19, and Bairstow was out for 12. And England in the mire then at 87 for 5. They're still, well, partially in it. At 121 for 5. Lots of batting still to do. Cummins bowls a bouncer, waiting for that, and so was Moeen. He bobbed easily under that. Jonathan Bubbs in, having a good time. Anyways, on the riverfront in Bordeaux, listening to TMS. Got a cold beer, it's 30 degrees, waiting for the Tour de France to arrive here later today. There you go, that'd be nice. He's enjoying himself anyway. And so are we too. It's been really enjoyable cricket. A bit of a contrast this morning, obviously. Doesn't make it any less intriguing though, as Cummins bowls, and again Moeen repeats that drive. A little straighter this time though, and just gets a single to Scott Boland at mid-off.
Yeah, I think the Australians won't mind seeing that shot. This pitch, it's got a little bit of bounce and occasionally a little bit of seam movement. If there's one that just bounces a bit, it's going to take the edge. So I think the Australians won't be too disappointed, but Moeen's looking quite comfortable out there.
He is. He's on 18 now, Stokes 20. These two have been on 35 since Bairstow's wicket. Cummins wheels round again. Now strides out. Is there any bowls to Stokes, who flicks him through the leg side? Has beaten the field, which almost inevitably means it'll go for 4, which it does. Cummins just straying onto the leg stump and a little bit full. And Stokes very deftly, and with a little bit of bottom hand punch to it, flick the other way through mid-wicket. Now we've got the physio running out, various drinks bearers to go and, well, yeah, presumably offer Stokes some sort of pain relief there. He's got his helmet off, and yeah, he's just flexing. He's flexing his knee. You can see he's talking to the physio. Well, maybe it's the doctor actually who's come with these tablets, and now he's waving for something else that he wants in the dressing room. You get to learn all the signals mean, don't you? But Sometimes they're a bit vague. I remember Andy Roberts, when he was playing for us, issuing all sorts of instructions that none of us deciphered. To the end, we just ran out with this entire cricket bag and opened it and said, right, what do you want?
He goes, no, nothing from the cricket bag.
Well, I'm not sure what it was in the end, but he just carried his case out.
Yeah. They didn't have wheels back then?
No, they didn't.
Yeah, no, I think for Stokes there, that knee is pretty dodgy, but the good thing is, what is there, about 8 days or more between the next two tests?
Yes, there's a break.
Might give him a chance just to improve that, get a bit of treatment, strengthen it up a little bit so he can so he's ready to go. If this was back-to-back test now, the way he's going, might be a little bit more difficult for him to get up.
I think he's taken a couple of tablets there by the look of it. So you're off on your travels between tests again, are you?
Yeah, just going to nip down to Sicily. My wife and youngest daughter are down there visiting her parents.
Very nice.
So they'll arrive in a couple of days there, and I'll pop down and see them. Due to COVID, she hasn't seen her father in over 4 years, so we're good to spend.
That'll be brilliant. That'll be a wonderful, wonderful trip. That'll be. Here's Stark bowling inside edge from Moeen. Make a drive through the covers. The ball dribbles into the leg side in the gap, and so they take one run. 127 for 5. I think a number of the Aussie supporters are sort of splitting up all over the place and sort of trip of a lifetime type things. When I met the other day, been to Iceland.
Yep.
And it's great, isn't it? I mean, where you're from.
Everywhere. Well, New Zealand's not too far, but apart from that, everywhere else is a long way. Over here, in a couple of hours, you can be in Paris, you can be in a different country. So
you're in one of the biggest states of all, in Queensland, aren't you? I guess.
It's sort of residing up there. So what about yourself, Agus? What are you up to?
I don't know. I'll be put to work somehow, I'd imagine.
I'm sure.
I've been away for a couple of weeks.
Emma will be out with her. What's her horse's name?
Hero. Yes.
Hero. Out with Hero doing a little bit of
I think she's travelling back from
work.
Grimsby at the moment with him. So I won't see much of her, I don't suppose. 127 for 5. All that sort of stuff. Yeah. Get the Hoover out. In comes Stark over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Stokes, and it's collected by Carey. Yeah, these tests have come so thick and fast, haven't they? I mean, the test against Ireland, it seems, I don't know, months and months ago. That one, then the World Test Championship, and then first Ashes Test and the Women's Test, and then
it's all happening. July is just chockers. That's because the 100. The Ashes always started sort of mid to late July, didn't it? Around the 21st of July, I remember it starting. Now it's basically nearly done.
Yeah, it's crammed in.
There we go, your mates again coming through that door. Is there nobody on it?
I don't know. I don't understand that. There are so many stewards here. I think they could possibly post one up there to stop them. It's just that one door.
And cricket, you shouldn't move in between balls during an over, because that's when a wicket's likely to fall. So
it's that one door that's the culprit. In comes Stark, bowls, and just open the face of the bat there a bit, Stokes. But, Travis Head is the fielder down here at third man. So one more. 128 for 5. And in the 39th over of the innings. So England clawing their way back in. But it's a question of resources that remain below us in the pavilion, the dressing rooms there. Wokes, Wood, Robinson, who we gather is getting better. He needs another day apparently before he could probably bowl again. He's had his back spasm, and of course Stuart Broad is back down to number 11 again by the look of it. Stark bowls. Moeen ignores it, swishing his bat as he does so.
Yeah, I think the England bowlers will be enjoying this, having a bit more of a longer break. We saw Mark Wood padded up last night to go in. You think, here he is, he's run in, bowled his heart out, picked up 5 for, and then the batsman goes, well, actually, it might be a bit difficult. I don't want to bat out here tonight.
I've never understood it.
Can you pad up and go out and...
He bowled his boots off, and someone who's actually paid to go out and bat doesn't do it. It is a strange one. 128 for 5. Moeen stands upright. In comes Stark. There he bowls to him, and that's glided away gracefully by Moeen. Head again is the fielder down to our left. Deep backward point. 129 for 5, so 134 behind It's a horrible job being night watchman. Did you ever get landed with that? I suppose.
Yeah, when we were 9 wickets down, I got landed with it.
Yeah.
But no, never even a consideration.
There were sort of limited prospects of your surviving the night, I guess.
Maybe. Jason Gillespie was a better one. He had a good defence.
Yes.
But yeah, if they're putting me as night watchman, they're not. Something's gone horribly wrong.
No, it's not a nice job. 129 for 5.
You enjoyed it?
No. Stark loops in up the hill, bowls, and there's no stroke from Moeen. It's collected by the wicketkeeper. I was a bit harsh on poor old Pat Pocock.
I thought it was 12:40, but 12:35.
I hid at the vital time in the bowels of the Oval Pavilion. I saw the clock approaching 5:30, and I knew David Gower would push me out there. So there's an old broom cupboard I recalled down there, and I hid in there for about 15 minutes. And when I came back, poor old Pat was padded up. He said to Bernie Thomas, the physio, I've brushed my teeth and I've gargled just in case I need mouth to mouth. And out he went to face Michael Holding and co. Felt mildly guilty, if I'm honest. But,
only mildly?
Oh, no more than that. Self-preservation, I'm afraid, was of the higher priority. 129 for 5. You've got some holes in your jeans, Alex. What's happened to there? It's like you've been riding a bicycle or something.
Classic dad joke, that, isn't it? Did you not pay the full price?
I was just building up to that. You've given away my punchline. 129 for 5. In goes Cummins round the wicket, bowls. Oh, Moeen gets a bit of a tangle there, swaying out of the way, but rather keeping his bat up. Could just have slipped off the face through to the wicketkeeper, but manages to keep it out of the way.
Well, you're keeping in tune with your nickname Pops, aren't you, that we had for you last summer?
He did. Very harsh, that was, in the Commonwealth Games. That's right. Actually, I thought I might have lived up to it, actually, if I'm honest. 129 for 5. Cummins in the sunshine. Wheels round below us. There's a short leg. 2 out in case he's tempted by the short ball. In goes Cummins. Bowls. It is short. He is tempted. And the ball skied into the leg side. No one could quite get there. It dropped safely. Dropped safely to ground. We had no idea where that had gone. Top edge. And I don't know. It's frustrating. You kind of read it from here, can't you? You see what's going on. And now I think they're going to put another one out there by the look of it. But the helmet's taken off. Moeen took 1 run there.
I think he's actually trying to go more mid-wicket than deep square leg there, Moeen Ali, but the top edge, he's replaying the shot over and over again. And deep square leg was behind, so I think he's actually tried to go in front of square, but that top edge meant it went backwards.
It's such a high-risk shot, isn't it? I mean, a slight misjudgment. Just of a couple of inches, that's all. And you get a top edge. Cummins runs in, bowls, and Stokes waits and then opens the face of the bat and runs the ball down to a square third man, headed by Murphy. So what are you going to do for Moeen here then? I see heads coming in. Looks like he's going to go under the helmet. Smith is marching off into the leg side. And Labuschagne saying, where do you want me? Now he's going outside as well. So this looks like bouncer territory. There's 3 balls left in the over. They're putting an extra man out. Smith's going to that position, that sort of the halfway house area that we saw at Lord's. So fine leg, deep square leg, and a short, long leg, which makes no sense unless you follow cricket. But anyway, that's where he is. Cummins on his way, bowls to Moeen, who goes for his skied again. He's going to be caught by Smith. Oh boy. I think silence is the best option.
I just don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what he's thinking there. Literally nearly went a couple of balls before playing the exact same shot. Deep in the crease, hooks the ball around the corner, doesn't get hold of it. Steve Smith, 3/4 of the way to the boundary, it literally goes straight to him. You could see the plan. You could see that it was going to be a short ball. All the troops set, and he's just fallen for it.
Moeen walks off, I have to say, to a more or less deafening silence below us here. That was wretched. Straight to the man. Smith didn't move. So there we go. A promising stand has been broken by that, I was going to say carefully laid plot, but it wasn't very careful, it wasn't very subtle. You knew exactly what was going to happen, and Moeen fell for it. 1:31 for 6. We've got 17 minutes to go until lunch. Alex, you can offer some more thoughts if you can bear to. And then Simon Mann's coming in here.
What about just a moment of no chat on the radio? How would that go down, a moment of just hush? I mean, it's carelessness, isn't it, from England, from Moeen Ali. We knew it was going to happen. You were just waiting for it. They've done so well of building a partnership. Moeen Ali, Ben Stokes, they've stuck around. They've played old school cricket, and it's still been entertaining. You've still been on the edge of your seat waiting for something to happen, and then just cheap wicket.
Yeah, extraordinary moment, really. Chris Woakes is out there at number 8 for England, 131 for 6. So they're 132 runs behind. So they're around about the halfway mark against Australia's total of 263. And that was the puzzling thing, is that they had waited, hadn't they? They bided their time and played really sensibly. Australia bowled well, given them nothing, or very little. Anyway, here's Cummins looking for a fifer. He's taken 4 for 50. Moves in now and bowls to Woakes. Short ball, nasty one first up. Ball flies through to Carey. There's a flinching semi-lee from Chris Woakes.
Woakes has struggled against Pat Cummins in Test cricket 6 times out for 51 runs from now 121 balls.
Well,
any positive stats for us, Sots?
Sounded a bit like the Grim Reaper there.
Sorry. Well, that's only what has happened.
Oh, he's got to get out soon.
You wouldn't have said Mitch Marsh would score a runnable century based on his stats.
Cummins, who's in to bowl to Woakes. Shot. Woakes has a mow at that one and misses it. Wow, what a shot was that. Fielder's back. It's not a particularly attacking field for a new man. We're not talking about 3 slips in the gully. It was short, and Chris Woakes tried to whack it somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. Anyway, he missed it and went through to the keeper. 131 for 6. I suppose that's what pace does. Moeen Ali out for 21. And Chris Woakes could easily been out second ball. And the crowd very quiet. It's been an unusual session, really. It has been old school. Test cricket from England in the last year has not been played like this. But as you say, it's still been really watchable, that partnership between Ben Stokes and Moeen Ali. You could see what was on their mind, you could see what they were trying to do.
And they were doing it so well. These two could have just batted until lunch. Then you think Australia are going to have to rethink about their plans because they're not taking wickets, it wasn't working. And then it's almost like you get bored, you want to take the game on, you want to hit a 4.
It's going to be Mitchell Starc to bowl. 15 minutes to go until lunch. Stokes is 26 not out, so much as it often does. Rests on him. This England middle and lower order. Starc bowls to him. Stokes is struck there. LBW shout, but it just felt this was going down the leg side. He half fell over there, Stokes. And nothing from Cummins in terms of contemplating review. Stokes struggling with this buttock injury. It looks like a little problem with his right buttock. And he was flexing his right leg as well. He's got a left knee problem as well. A bit like El Cid out there.
Who?
El Cid, he was the Spanish commander in the 12th century. You must know this, Alex. You must know your 12th. You must know your 12th century history, don't you?
Obviously, yes.
Here is Starc bowling to Stokes. Stokes nudges it away into the offside backward of square, and they're through for a single. I only know this because I watched a film about it. I think Charlton Heston was in it. You've heard of him? No. Famous old Hollywood actor.
Had a couple of games for Gloucestershire.
He did,
yeah.
Yeah. He took 2 for in one of the games, Charlton Heston. Anyway, I think it was Charlton Heston. Anyway, basically, 12th century, and he was a commander, and these troops loved him so much. He was such an inspirational leader, but he got killed in battle, so they strapped him to a horse when he was dead and sent him out. And they all cheered and followed him, and they won the battle.
It's a bit like Ben Stokes, that, to be fair. It's a very good analogy.
Yeah.
Except he's walking.
Well, exactly. I mean, he's still out there. But,
walking wounded.
But there's, the element, he's sort of talismanic, isn't he? I think that's the point. 132 for 6. Chris Woakes going to take his first ball now from Mitchell Stark. It's a very deep set field. He gets a short ball, he ducks and it hits him. I don't sure if it hit him on the helmet. We'll wait and see there. If he did hit him on the helmet, then he's going to have a concussion test. He turned his back and it looks as though it has hit him in the helmet because the umpire Nitin Menon has called on, not for the first time this summer, and I dare say not for the last. He's called on the medical assistant who's running onto the field. It was banged in short from Stark and it didn't really get up. I think that was the key there, wasn't it? It didn't get up as much as Woakes was expecting. It was a skimmer of a short ball and it clonked him on the side of the grill.
He turned his head, and straight away, to be fair to Chris Stark, he walks down the other end just to check that Woakes is okay, because at the very last minute he turns his head, it's almost hit him near the back of the helmet. But it was a short ball that almost zipped through, like you said, and carried on with the pace, and the helmet is going to have to be changed.
He's going through the concussion protocols at the moment. He's been given a drink as well on this warm afternoon at Leeds. Headingley Stadium, you can see the hills in the distance, the sun dappling the hills. It's a wonderful sight, but the scoreboard not for England at the moment. 132 for 6.
Would you like a Pat Cummins stat while we wait for play to resume? It's his 9th test.
Is it going to be a grim one though?
No, it depends if you enjoy the art of fast bowling.
Well, he's been magnificent in this innings, he really has.
And continuing his pattern of remorseless excellence, generally in his career and specifically in England. It's his 9th test in this country, including the World Test final against India. 45 wickets at 22. He's taken at least 4 wickets in all 9 tests. And there's only 2 bowlers in the history of Test cricket in this country who have a longer sequence of consecutive matches in this country with 4 or more wickets. Stuart Broad, 10 in a row between July 2019 and August 2020. Glenn McGrath, 13 in a row, 1997 through to 2005, his last tour of this country. And Cummins has now joined Alec Bedser, Johnny Wardle, Malcolm Marshall, James Anderson and Ollie Robinson with 9 consecutive 4+ wicket matches.
Fine bowler, and he's got a chance of getting a few more as well. There are 4 more to go. He's taken 4 for 50. Just felt, just watching him this morning, he had that sort of feel of a sort of 6 for 60 day from Cummins. During the lunch interval, we'll be giving the chance to hear a special programme where Ben Stokes tells the story of the 2019 Ashes Test here, and you can also find out more about the inside story of that game in the documentary How to Win the Ashes, which is available to watch on the BBC iPlayer, as indeed will be the highlights of today's play from 7 o'clock tonight. BBC 4 for the highlights as well at 7 o'clock. Wimbledon is over on BBC 2, our normal Ashes slot, but Wimbledon taking precedence during the 2 weeks of the tennis there. It's, I think, pretty warm down in London today as well for Wimbledon. Enjoying some nice weather after some rain earlier in the week. 132 for 6. Woakes is back with us and Stark is back with him. Stark goes in and bowls to Woakes. Woakes pulls it rather awkwardly but gets off the mark towards deep backward square leg. So a single for Chris Woakes. So we've got Woakes and Stokes batting together, and England needing a partnership. Woakes is trying to manipulate his jaw there. There's a clanger on the side of the helmet, a bit like Stuart Broad in that last test match. He went off for an x-ray. He had trouble when he was running into bowls. He could feel his teeth jangling.
It's a horrible feeling, that. I've had it clatter me in the side of the jaw before and had to go for an MRI, and it hits you on one side of the face and pulls all your ligaments behind your ear on the opposite side as your jaw jars.
Well, I mean, so many batters have been struck during this test series.
It's good for the diet though, I suppose.
Here's Stark bowling down the leg side. Good take from Carey. He's had an exemplary series, diving away to his right there, preventing 4 byes. Stokes looking to glance, missing it. Sun goes in behind some high cloud at the moment. The crowd might be grateful for that. It's on full beam today. That's a warm one here at Headingley. It's a day for hats and sun cream. 133 for 6. Might be the last one in this test match, though, judging by the forecast. And the field comes up, coming towards the end of this over. 1 ball left in the 41st over. They want to bowl at Chris Woakes, of course they do. Here's Stark bounding in, bowls to Stokes. Stokes again falls over in defence there as he's stuck on the thigh pad. Goes towards backwards square leg. And there is no run. They really are going to have to strap into a horse for fairly soon. That was the afternoon session.
He's got a smile on his face and a grimace as well at the same time. Just keeps getting squared up, doesn't he? Which is why he keeps getting hit. At the last minute, he's just squaring himself up, and then he keeps getting struck on the thighs. He's going to have some bruises to show for it at the end of this test match.
Tuffers was saying, I haven't seen it, but he said Stuart Broad's got a really nasty bruise on one of his biceps from the last test match. It's been at times a brutal series. 54 on the body in the last game, body or head, in that Lord's test match, which apparently is a record since they've been gathering that sort of data. Batsmen hit either on the body or on the head. 133 for 6. I'm not surprised as well. There's so much short pitch bowling in that last game at Lord's. Not so much here, but enough of it. Cummins goes in and bowls to Woakes, and Woakes slams this away into the leg side and into the West Stand for 6. Well, he doesn't want to be a standing target. He's played 1 or 2 extravagant shots already. This time he finds the middle of the bat. That was a glorious shot. But I don't know whether there's a hint of desperation about that. Cummins dispatched, though.
Oh, it's a great shot from Chris Woakes. He clears his front leg, and it's so dismissive. Straight out the middle of the bat. It flies flat into the crowd. And Stokes just watches it sail over the boundary for 6.
You feel anything could happen here. 139 for 6. Woakes to 7. Cummins moves in and bowls to Woakes. Another short ball, and Woakes tries to force it away through the offside and misses it. Goes through to Alex Carey. Well, this is a little bit like watching Harry Brook bat in that Lord's test match, giving himself some room that time, trying to flay that through the offside. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the leg side boundary, so ample opportunity for the spectators in the West Stand to sledge
well,
the Australians.
Having some fun over there, aren't they?
The Australians?
I'm not
sure.
Fans.
The fans are, yeah. Gully and a short leg. Cummins bowls. Woakes hammers this one away. Where's this gone? Into the leg side. Towards the long on boundary. They come back for 2. Well, very different approach from Chris Woakes, the one that we saw from Moeen Ali and Ben Stokes in that partnership. They were just waiting, biding their time. Chris Woakes is playing some shots. Well, he said it in his pre-day interview with Ebony that they were going to be positive. I mean, he doesn't normally play like this. I mean, he is capable of playing the odd shot or 2. I mean, normally you think of Chris Woakes, you think of that lovely cover drive that he's got. But they're peppering him here, and he's trying to take it on. You wonder how long it can last. 141 for 6, 5 minutes to go until lunch. Another fielder's come over to the leg side, so it's a 6-3 leg side field, doing a short leg and 4 men back. Cummins bowls to Woakes, and Woakes plays an extraordinary shot there. A no-look flap, I think, is the best way of describing that. It goes over his left shoulder and through to Alex Carey. He feels like a batter on the precipice here.
He stands right outside the off stump, almost like he wants to still hit the ball into the leg side. We've got a fine leg, a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, and still he wants to hit the ball into the leg side.
Yeah, it's high-risk strategy.
There's 4 fielders, there now.
Yeah, 4 out there. I feel Cummins has got an excellent chance here of a fifer. Goes in and bowls to Woakes. Is outside the off stump, helped away into the leg side towards Cow Corner. And Australia have Khawaja positioned, and Woakes gets the non-striker's end, and I think he might be relieved at that. Takes him up to 10, and England to 142 for 6. So they're 121 runs behind. Australia have had a good morning. 3 wickets, 3 prime ones as well. Root Bairstow and Moeen Ali. Ben Stokes takes a fresh guard. It looks as though he's right over on off stump there. Cummins is going to bowl over the wicket to Stokes. We've got a more conventional field for Ben Stokes, who's played just within himself. He's 27 not out from 66 balls, 2 slips and a gully. Cummins balls are way down the leg side. That was a wild delivery. That was a delivery for Chris Woakes, really, not for Ben Stokes. It's taken by Carey. It's the end of the over, but I imagine the short ball barrage is going to continue now. 1 over to go until lunch, and Chris Woakes is back on strike. 142.46.
Well, the way Chris Woakes is trying to play the ball, you definitely would stick to the short ball tactic and get all your fielders out in the deep somewhere on the boundary. As we saw with Moeen Ali, the opportunity will come. Woakes has actually connected really nicely with one of his hook shots into the leg side, but the other's not quite as convincing.
Right, 1 over to go until lunch. Has this been the least productive session for England, where since the Bazball era started, Zoltz? Your shoulders slumped there a bit. No, that's a lot to research.
No, it's not a lot to research. I'll dig that out for you. They were, their score after 37 overs, I did look, was their second lowest of the Bazball era. Only the second innings at Lords against New Zealand in their first test under this regime was lower. I'll get that for you.
So what have we seen so far? I reckon 74 in the morning session. Start balls to Woakes, short ball, he goes to the pull shot. There's a appeal for a catch behind, he's given out. But Woakes is not going straight away. He's going to have a chat with Ben Stokes, but there was an appeal straight away. The finger went up. He's not reviewed it immediately. And what is
he's gone for it.
Chris Woakes going to do? He has reviewed it. Well, that's an odd one. He obviously didn't feel anything. But the umpire was confident, gave it out straight away, and the Australians were confident.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front.
I'm not sure it can be anything but bat if it has hit anything, because it was a hook shot. Short ball from Stark.
Ball is close to the bat. Can you
Big
give
thin
me
edge if he has hit
ultra
it.
edge to confirm that?
This is Joel Wilson, the TV umpire. Here we go. Is there anything on the edge? Yes, there is.
Have a spike as the ball is on the bat. You can go back to Nitin on field. Nitin, you're staying with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by. You're on screen now. Signal.
There we go. Nitin Menon raises his finger again. It felt like a high-risk strategy from Chris Woakes, and it has not succeeded. He goes to the short ball as well. He is out for 10, and that confirms Australia's excellent morning. England 142 for 7. They're still 121 runs behind. Ben Stokes is still there, hobbling away. And Australia have moved their way through England's batting. 74 runs in that morning session for 4 wickets in 23.1 overs. England scoring at only 3.2 runs per over. That used to be quite a good scoring rate in Test cricket, but we now say only with the way England play. So a very productive session for Australia, who are right on top in this game.
Yeah, Australia's morning, hasn't it? England losing Joe Root's second ball, Johnny Bairstow shortly after, and then it was up to Moeen Ali, Ben Stokes to try and steady the ship, and they did a pretty decent job of that. You know, they went back to so-called old school cricket, just blocked the good deliveries, built a partnership, and then Moeen Ali fell playing the hook shot. So Australia well and truly on top. England still 100 runs away from parity, so it's going to be tough for England.
The other aspect of this morning session, in fact, this England innings, is Australia have caught so well.
Yeah, it's been a difference, hasn't it? And it's actually been the difference throughout the Test series for me. I think, you know, England dropping so many opportunities, so many chances. Could have been a totally different day yesterday had, you know, Bairstow and Root taken their chances, but it is something that England have been poor at, to be completely honest. And, you know, catches win matches, and it's the old saying that we talk about from when we're so young playing cricket. And yeah, I think England will be disappointed with that for them.
Yeah, it's not been a good morning. So much optimism, I think, when they came out this morning from the spectators who are here. They cheered Root and Bairstow onto the ground. The Yorkshire pair not out overnight, but that dismissal of Root early on just deflated the spectators who turned up today. The England supporters, the Australia supporters away to the right-hand side, sort of left side of the West Stand, very happy with what they've seen, all gathered there in their yellow shirts away to our right-hand side. Joe Root then caught Warner, bowled Cummins for 19, 68 for 4. Then Bairstow was caught by Smith off start for 12. It was a full wide delivery, went for a big drive and edged it through to Smith, who took a very sharp chance Bairstow out for 12. That was 81 for 5. And then Moeen Ali and Ben Stokes regrouped. They rebuilt the innings. They did not play aggressively. There was the occasional boundary. Moeen and Ben Stokes looking to knock it around for singles when they were on offer. But then a short ball from Cummins. Moeen Ali went for a pull shot and was caught at deep backwards square leg by Steve Smith. Earlier in the over, he'd gone for a short ball and got away with it, top-edged it, and it landed safe. They put another man back and Moeen obliged, so he went for 21. Chris Woakes got bombarded, lots of short balls. He was hit on the helmet. He hit one stroke into the West Stand for 6. Another short ball, went for a pull last over before lunch and thin-edged it through to Carey. So another wicket for Stark. Chris Woakes out for 10. So to come for England, we have got Mark Wood, Stuart Broad and Ollie Robinson. I presume that Ollie Robinson will bat. He's got this back injury, back spasm. England 142 for 7 at lunch. Ben Stokes is 27 not out. And there's often the case, so much rests on him this afternoon for England. Stark has bowled 12.1 overs. It's taken 2 for 28. Pat Cummins, 13 overs, 4 for 59. Boland, 10 overs for 35. Mitch Marsh, 3 overs, 1 for 9. We haven't seen Marsh bowl today. And Todd Murphy, 4 tidy overs. He pushed through his off breaks, actually. Got up to about 60 miles an hour, which is quite quick for a spinner. 4 overs for 4. Nothing England could do about him. They couldn't get after him. Moeen and Ben Stokes in that partnership were just looking to sit in. So only 74 runs in that morning session. Australia picking up 4 wickets and in control at the break. So not the morning England were hoping for, but however things turn out today, England fans, I suppose, shouldn't lose faith, because some strange things do happen here at Headingley. 1981, Botham and Willis, you might have heard of it, and 4 years ago it was the England captain who performed a miracle. This is Headingley 2019 through the eyes of Ben Stokes.
For every Ashes series, you see all the promotion and everything that goes into sort of building up the series, and back in Beefy's day, the stuff that Warney was able to do, all the great players from England and Australia, what they've done out in the field, you always hear about that stuff before the series gets going. So I think just the whole build-up and what Ashes cricket and the series have been able to produce for the spectators is obviously always shoved them from the face.
The bails are removed by umpire Bowden. He throws one in the air, and England have won the Ashes.
Johnson's on his way. Bowles to Anderson is there, and that side into the next side is taken. Anderson is out. Mitchell Johnson takes a wicket, and how fitting it should be that it's Mitchell Johnson that takes the wicket that wins Australia the Ashes.
He's caught, and that is the Ashes retained by England.
The history, obviously, and the Ashes has only ever played between Australia and England. We obviously, as cricketers, we feel very lucky and fortunate enough that we're able to be a part of something like that. And when it dials down to it, at the end of the day, we go out and we play a game of cricket. We play a game that we've done for so many years. It's 11 of us for 11 of them. And the whole Ashes thing, it's just about making sure that, understanding that is what it is, and it's just the occasion that's a bit bigger.
Goes into bowl to Smith, and Smith gets one outside the off stump. He plays beautifully off the back foot, threading it through, out towards the extra cover boundary. Broad's after, it's going down the hill. He won't stop it, it's gone for 4.
Steve's I'm going to say almost like a freak of nature.
Smith drives through the covers for 4 to bring up his 2nd century of the match. A quite fantastic innings. He is having a magnificent test match, a magnificent return to test cricket.
In a way, we should almost feel lucky that we play in an era where we get to play against Steve Smith. He's got everything worked out with the bat in his hand, and it was very, very hard work bowling at him.
What's Smith going to do this time? Broad runs in, 81st over, and he has a heave, and he hits it hard and long and strong into the crowd. A 6 over square leg.
We tried everything, tactics, fields, the way that we bowled at him, and he had an answer to everything. And whether someone, is your opposition for, 5-6 weeks like Steve was, you've just got to hold your hand up at greatness.
Archer bowls to Smith, who's struck again. He's on the floor, Steve Smith. He's fallen onto the floor. Helmet has come off. Joss Buttler has rushed over to him.
He's going.
Yeah.
They're pulling him off.
We've just witnessed some brave cricket from one of the greats. He will have to leave the field of play on 80.
Australia batsman Steve Smith has been ruled out of the third Ashes test at Headingley after suffering concussion. He missed the last day of the second test at Lord's after he was hit in the neck by a 92-mile-per-hour bouncer from Jofra Archer. Joining me now is our cricket correspondent, Jonathan Agnew. In a sporting sense, Steve Smith's absence, of course, going to be a huge blow to Australia. How much more of an opportunity does this give to England?
Well, enormous. I mean, they don't want to necessarily profit from this, but I mean, this is what happens if you get injured in any way and you're not in a game. Of course, it gives you a chance, especially when you happen to be the best batsman in the world who scored 200s and a 92 in the 3 efforts that he's had so far. So, yes, absolutely, this gives England a tremendous chance. They're 1 down. They've got to win 1 more than Australia in this series anyway to get the Ashes back again. So it does represent a great chance. All those fielders round the bat. In goes Leach, and he bowls, and that's turned into the leg side, comes off the pad, and that will be the end of the match. And they're shaking hands, and that is the end of an intriguing test match, and one in which you do feel, despite the fact that it's drawn, that it's a winning draw as far as England are concerned. And Australia there were fighting for their lead. That suggests it's going to be a very interesting series ahead. Indeed so. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Headingley. We're all set and ready to go for the third test match in this Ashes series. Well, I'll say all set and ready to go. I mean, we are, except it's raining at the moment. Can you believe it? The covers are on. The players are starting to come off in dribs and drabs. It's not heavy rain, just thoroughly frustrating light drizzle. And I'm actually talking to you from the groundsman's shed. I've broadcast from a few strange places in my career, never from the groundsman's shed before. And here we have lawn mowers, we have a water hog, and it's all rather strange.
I honestly don't know how they were approaching it before. We are a team that really tries to put focus on what we do. We analyse the opposition, yes. We have video footage of all the batsmen, all the bowlers and stuff like that to get an understanding of what they do. But in terms of how they were preparing for the series, I've got absolutely no idea.
The players are out there loosening up. Stuart Broad's on one of the wickets about 5 away from the pitch there. Jofra Archer's there as well. I can see Jack Leach. Jack Leach actually taking some catches down on the outfield.
Joe, you have the coin as usual.
Up it goes. Oh, he's throwing it straight into the photographers. He's hit the camera.
That's tails.
Well, after all that...
Bounce gave you that tails there, Joe. What are you going to be doing?
We're going to bowl first.
They're bowling first. There we are. He spun the coin straight into the cameras there and actually hit the television camera with it. It bounced off and ricocheted. Javagal Srinath had to go hunting round to find the coin. And here's the first ball of this crucial test match. Broad on his way, wearing number 8 on his back. He's there now and he bowls, and Warner's squared up. And defenders pushing the ball out to cover. Archer, shadows at his feet. Oh, he's beaten him, he's caught behind! Moving away, the left-hander pushed at it.
Forward bowls down the leg side, and does Khawaja get something on it? They think so. Usman Khawaja has been dismissed, caught behind by Johnny Bairstow.
Bowls for Warner, who gets him through the covers for 4. A half volley on the off stump. And Warner is just to hit that very crisply.
Labuschagne drives, there's no mid-off. This will go all the way for 4, I'm sure. Just a gentle lean into the shot as he pushes back for 2. But it's gone into the boundary just in front of us here.
Warner on 45. Here goes Stokes to bowl him outside the off stump. Cracked away, bad ball, and dispatched by Warner towards the point boundary. And Warner places up and over backward point, down to the third man boundary before, and there is his half century. There were arms in the air from the England fielders.
Labuschagne plays away for a quick single on the offside. He's dabbed it wide of Stuart Broad, who's strolling around to cover the pick-up, and Labuschagne brings up an invaluable half century.
Ball's full, and that might be out from Labuschagne as he ends up on the floor. It's a slower ball. It's sort of
full toss.
It's a full toss. It's not even 82 miles an hour. It's a slight change of pace. He just ambles in, bowls wide of the offside, and caught. That's his 5-er, is it? Yes, it's been given. Jofra Archer has 5. Right at mid-wicket, and fine leg and short leg as he bowls full to Lyon. He's struck on the pad. He's given out. As Jofra Archer swivels and turns and punches the air. It has been a wonderful bowling performance from Jofra Archer in only his second Test match. Australia all out for 179.
Here's the first ball of the day, and Tim Payne had a huge leap in the air there as Cummins is on his way. Is there any bowls? And Burns allows that first one to go through at quite a reasonable rate of knots too.
Yeah, not a good start, getting bowled out for 67.
Roy driving, and he's caught. Oh, it promised so much.
Root. Edge taken. That is a beauty of a catch.
Coming short. He goes after it. He's gloved it down the leg side. Burns is out. He's on his way. The short ball is done for him again. And England have really got the wobbles now at 3-4-20.
You can never put your finger on why that happens, ever. They just do. We were obviously very disappointed in the way that we played.
Pattinson goes in ball to touch wide. Edge caught at first slip. He chased it. That was a poor shot. He has a swipe at the air.
Pattinson bowls to Delhi, who drives. Edge taken by Tim Payne. He had been battling away so much. Joe Denley. Hazelwood continues. Edge taken by David Warner. This is probably the best of them all. Diving away to his left. And a little shimmy from him because he knows how good it is. Johnny Bairstow is the latest to go.
The thing about Test cricket is you have to get over those things very quickly because you've got another job to do.
Up with it, and he's down the leg side with a bit of glove. It's glove first ball after lunch. Hazelwood, he's on his way again. He bowls, Butler drives. He's caught at cover. So Cummins tries again, and Archer gets the bouncer, and he's gloved it. I think he's out.
Hazelwood moves in and bowls to Leach, and Leach flicks this away. He's bowled him. Oh, he tried to flick it away. He's bowled around his pads. That's it, all over. And England have been dismissed for 67.
We had to put all the emotion that we had after that poor display with the bat away and go and bowl them out.
They're 112 runs behind. Get out of that if you can. The Ashes look to be heading back to Australia.
Well, unless England can do something similar, I think you're absolutely right, Simon. That's been outstanding from Australia.
Leach bowls, and he swings into this and hits it long and high. And that is going down to the boundary for 4. It landed near the rope. But a fine stroke from Labuschagne. He saw a little bit more air, and he went down and under and away to the straight hit boundary. He's now 20 in Australia lead by 209 at the end of the over.
Here's Wokes over the wicket again. Bowls very wide, and that's driven for 4. Poor ball. Very wide and full. And I say Labuschagne is a front foot player predominantly, and he does like to drive. He wasn't going to miss out on that one. 132 for 4.
Broad bowling, and it's shovelled into the leg side, and there is a half century for Labuschagne. It goes out towards deep mid wicket. They've run 2. Are they going to come back for the 3rd? No, they decide against it as the throw comes in. Bairstow looking into the sun there. Very well played, Marnus Labuschagne. That is his 3rd half century of the series in 3 innings. Replacement for Steve Smith, and he's doing Steve Smith's job very well.
Archer bowls short, and that's the last wicket.
Yeah.
Nathan Lyon looking to cut away. He inside edges it onto the stumps. That middle stump is pegged back as there is an applause around the ground for Jofra Archer. Australia bowled out for 246. So England need 359. Thoughts on that score? I mean, if England do it, I mean, it will be a monumental effort.
It's a tough ask. That pitch out there, if you bowl well, get the ball in the right area, it's actually tough to score. So I think the Australians, if they bowl anywhere near what they bowled that first innings, I think they'll create 10 chances today.
Playing in the 4th innings is completely different to playing in the 1st, 2nd or 3rd. You know, you've got that pressure on you. There is a score that you know you have to chase down, whereas all the other innings, you sort of, that doesn't really matter. So that was a difference, was 4th innings pressure.
Cummins comes in now, bowls short to Burns.
I thought it might have been a short ball first ball. A little off target. You want that first one to be right on the money. It was a little bit wider and a little bit short. Burns easily got out of the way of that, but I was thinking I might be going to give him a short ball here just to wake him up a little bit.
Time wasn't an issue for us whatsoever. If we had to, we would have gone to the end of day 5 to get those runs if that's what we needed to do.
Hazelwood's on his way. He's bowling, and Burns is back. Edge caught at first slip by Warner. His 5th catch of the match. Burns out. It's 1 for 15. Cummins bowls, and he's edged, and he's caught, dropped. Warner's dropped one. Has he? No, he's hit the off stump. He's bowled him. That's why he dropped it. It hit the off stump. 2 for 15.
Joe Denley and Joe Root put on a fantastic partnership, put overs into their bowlers' legs, and slowly crept up our score closer to what we needed to get.
Edged by Denley, backward a point, and this will go for 4 because there's no man at third man.
Here is Pattinson. Bowling to Denley, who drives through the offside. This could be 4 as well. It is. Here's Lyon bowling. Tossed up, driven by Root for 4. Through the offside. That's his half-century on his home ground. An innings of defiance so far.
Huge applause from the crowd. Everyone on their feet as Joe Denley has gone to his second Test 50.
Denley waits. Hazlewood moves into bowl to him. And he's Klein behind there. Is that out? It is.
Whoa, I think that's out.
He's given him out, and Denley hasn't seen the finger go up yet.
Does he think it's hit him on the shoulder? Well,
what are they going to do? Are they going to review it? Root's come down to chat to him. He's been given out.
I think that's out.
And he's walking off. Root said, I think you glove that. And so that's the breakthrough, and Hazlewood has made it.
Walking out to bat was fine.
Stokes is out there. And Hazlewood goes in and bowls to him, and Stokes gets a wide ball, which he allows to go through.
I looked it up. I think if they were to win, they have to get the 10th highest score in the 4th innings to win. There are only 9 other scores. This would be the 10th highest. So that just shows you how big. How many Test matches have there been, Andrew? 2,000?
2,355 completed tests.
Well, work the percentage out on that. Records are to be broken. Yeah. They are to be broken.
Ben Stokes, if there's anyone that can just try and spark something, it's him.
I just wanted to go out and finish the day night out and make sure that I could start again properly in the morning with Joe. And at the end of that day, we were in a very, very, very strong position.
Stokes just has a quick look out to the leg side boundary. Men around the bat as Lyon bowls around the wicket. Stokes leaves outside the off stump. Bit of turn on offer.
Ben Stokes was 47 balls for us too. No interest in playing any attacking shots tonight.
3 men around the bat as Lyon bowls to Stokes, who firmly pushes back to Nathan Lyon off the front foot. And huge applause from the crowd, who again get up onto their feet and applaud the England players in the middle. So Root 75 not out, as I mentioned. Stokes 2 off a fair few deliveries.
Yeah, as I said, I'd already decided how I was going to go about it if I got out there, and it was to get through to the end of the day. If I was going to get out, it was going to take a great ball or a great catch, whatever it was, but I wasn't going to give my wicket away easy. And I was happy walking off with only 2 runs on the board. That didn't bother me whatsoever because, as I said at the start, time wasn't the issue. The longer I was out there, the longer Joe was out there, the longer we were out there for as a batting team, the more chance we had of winning.
Good morning to you. The 4th day of the 3rd Test match. The possibility of a very special day. The probability of Australia retaining the Ashes. Just let me remind you of the equation. England need 203 more runs to win. Australia need 7 wickets.
I thought going into that day that we were favourites to win that game.
Everyone knows about this Test match. I was in the taxi on the way up. People know it's on the radios. There's a real excitement.
Joe Root with a very determined look on his face, and Ben Stokes as well. They're just waiting about 3 or 4 yards away from me on the boundary edge, playing a few shadow strokes. Stokes is getting his gloves on.
And here's the first ball. 156 for 3, and in goes Pattinson and bowls very full and Root jabs it down into the offside. The crowd think he's setting off for a run, but he doesn't do so.
Lyon bowls. Oh, and there's a mis-stumping. There's a catch there at slip. He's out. Root came down the pitch and he missed it, but he must have got just a little bit on it. And Lyon has made the breakthrough before the new ball, and it's Root who's gone.
Stokes, he pulls it away into the boundary. It's gone for 6. That is a wonderful shot. Short ball from Cummins. He just swivel pulls it, and it flies away. 226 for 4 now.
Hazlewood starts a new over. Bairstow back. Caught at second slip by Labuschagne.
And bowling around the wicket to the left-hander as he comes through now. Tosses it up a bit more. Stokes defends. Pushes to the offside. Hesitation is out. Joss Buttler has been run out.
Here's Hazlewood bowling, and that's driven up as she caught. Extra cover. Hazlewood gets another one. Wokes went for the big drive, and Australia are closing in on retaining the Ashes.
And Lyon goes into Archer. Archer swings at the next ball. He's hit that high in there. He could be caught in the deep. He's out. Pattinson bowls, and he's beaten. Gone right through him. LBW. Plum, the 9th wicket is down. The Australians are celebrating because they're on the verge of another Ashes victory here. So Jack Leach has come out, left-hander, number 11. And Australia on the verge here of completing a significant win.
73 needed for the last wicket.
Well, I had to go from the way I was playing, sort of like, you know, from being in gear 2 to when Leachy came out to go straight up to, like, you know, 5, gear 6, really.
Lyon dropping them on the spot, bowls again, and he does swing, and he does hit the ball long and strong, straight down the ground for 6. He needs about 10 more of those.
Bowls to Stokes, who chops that away into the offside and gets his 50.
Cummins bowls to him, and he plays the ramp again. He does it well, perfectly, and it goes down to the boundary for 6. England need 40.
You know, I knew that everyone was going to be back on the boundary when I was on strike, so, you know, I had to try and, you know, clear them or hit them in the gap to get my boundaries.
Lyon goes to Stokes. He plays the reverse sweep, and he's played it. Colossal shot. He's hit it for 6. Amazing stroke from Ben Stokes. The reverse sweep into the Western Terrace for 6 in his 83.
And now we have Hazelwood bowling to Ben Stokes. Here he comes, he bowls and he's flogged that away into leg side. That should go for 4. The fielder down, they can't get it. And Ben Stokes has reached a truly remarkable 100.
Milestones in a situation like that count for nothing, you know. It just, if we hadn't have won that game and I'd, you know, say got 120 and we lost, it wouldn't have meant anything because we'd lost the Ashes. So the only number that I was focused on was the amount of runs that we needed to win.
He's 100 not out. Hazelwood comes in, bowls to him, and that's way over deep square leg. That's 6. There's Cummins again. He's bowling to Stokes, who waits and hits that hard into the leg side. There's 2 men out. There's 4.
The only time I really got nervous was when we got to single figures, because when you get down to 8 runs needed is when I started feeling a little bit nervous about what should I do here, because you can win it in 3 or 4 different ways. But, you know, I quickly just said, well, we've got this far by me playing a certain way, that I don't change it because we've got so close now. But all the way from 70 down to, you know, that 8 runs to win, I was in the same mindset of, you know, trying to hit as many boundaries and pushing the 2s as I possibly could. There was only one that I hit, which I thought didn't have enough, which was off Lyon when we needed 8 to win.
Bowls and Stokes is side that. It's 6 or out. It's 6! It's 6!
I didn't think I'd had enough on that. I was blowing it as I hit it, just to give it a bit extra.
I didn't think he'd hit that hard enough, I must be honest.
He didn't get it, but it still carries nicely.
2 to win.
I'm not sure if it was doubt that we could win. It's just, as I say, when we got down to 8, that's when I started questioning the way I should play. I started going in my head, you know, the different ways that we could get this 8 runs. But I don't think that's doubt. It's just a moment where I had of, should I do anything different? But quickly told myself, no, just keep going.
Jack Leach is polishing his glasses. Can't have a tie, can we? In goes Lyon, bowls, reverse sweep, fielder, field it, over to
No!
He's set off! Oh! Lyon's dropped it!
Leachy actually can't speak about this, he hates it. I've done a few Q&As with him when he gets asked about it and he just doesn't answer it, he just doesn't want to speak about it with the poor lad.
No! He was run out by yards and Lyon has dropped the ball.
I think because we got into a mindset of, I'm going to take 4 or 5 and Leachy can take 1, that I can't remember, it was either 2 balls to go or 1 ball to go where Leachy ran.
No. Leach survives. He's set off for that run. I don't know why. Stokes wasn't going anywhere.
Whether or not he's just gone, we're going to run here. And I remember reverse sweeping and then just like hear everyone shout and look up and Leachy was like here. And I was just like, nah, mate, what are you doing?
He should have been run out by 2 yards. Wow. And Leach dropped... Leach was well short and Lyon dropped the ball. He dropped the ball.
And then watching the ball come back in was like slow motion. And yeah, then seeing Lyon drop it was just like, wow. It was literally just like, oh my God, I cannot believe that's happened.
They're showing it on the screen.
Oh, ha, ha, ha. Wow. That's just spoiled it, hasn't it?
I remember watching it back and all the Australians were running towards where the ball was being thrown to, and then for him to try and collect that ball, take the stumps off in that situation, it is a lot harder than what it sounds. I relate to when Jason fumbled the ball in the World Cup Super Over. He doesn't do that. He never does it. He's one of our best fielders, but it's pressure. It makes you do things that you could normally do with such ease and makes it a lot harder. But when that ball got dropped and hit the floor, it was like, I cannot believe that's just happened.
It's still 2 to win. It's the last ball of the over. What's Stokes going to do?
He's going to slog it.
In goes Lyon. Bowls to him. He does slog it. Appeal leg before wicket. It's umpire Wilson. They're beseeching it. He's giving it not out.
No reviews.
Not out. No reviews. Umpire Wilson has said not out. From a sweep.
If that is out, with the way Wilson's had this. Oh no.
Hitting leg, Midland leg.
Absolutely dead. He's given everyone out except that one.
Wow. That's out. And looking into the Australian dressing room there.
That is very poor.
That review that they burned off earlier. They burned off that one. We said, should they do it? They did it.
Yeah, but still.
They took a gamble. It was a bad decision.
It was a bad decision.
It's a horrible decision. Not even bad.
It was just one of those days where, it was like, whatever I do here, I feel like it's going to come off. And you just have days like that. Headingley, some of the sixes I was hitting, they were just going over the fielder's head, outstretched fingers and everything like that. I don't know whether that's just because everyone has days like that, or you get that look because you feel so confident in what you're doing. I'm not sure. Yeah, everything seemed to work that day.
2 to win. A wicket now. And Australia retain the Ashes. 1 run and out. It's a tie. Jack Leach is going to face the start of an over.
Here we go.
3:57 for 9. Here's Cummins. Bowls, and it's short and very well played. Stokes going for the run. Through they come. England can't lose.
I mean, after Leachy got that single, it was like, we're still in the Ashes here. We can still win the Ashes.
Wow. The Ashes are alive. 3:58 for 9. Stokes on strike. England need 1 to win.
When I got given that ball from Pat Cummins, who doesn't bowl balls like that to you. He was phenomenal throughout the whole series, and he managed to bowl the ball just in sort of exactly where you'd want it.
And in comes Pat Cummins from the far end. He bowls to Stokes, who hammers it for 4 and stands there with the bat raised. I can't believe we've seen that.
And I knew as soon as I'd hit it that we'd won.
That is the most extraordinary innings ever been played by an Englishman.
He punches the air, his helmet's off, and he's slumped to his knees.
I don't think I'd really given much away emotionally throughout that whole hour partnership, or throughout the whole innings, to be honest. But then when we finally hit the runs, then everything just came out.
And there's shaking of hands, there's hugs there, and that is a fantastic sight, by the way, in the absolute heat of Ashes battles.
I've got images in my head now, actually. I remember Joss just being like, he was walking onto the field almost just like, he had his hands on his head and he was just like, what's gone on here, what's happened? Like, Rooty was so like, remember him sort of not having a smile on his face? He just like staring at me. Brodie gave me like a nice, big man hug. Jason Roy's been, typical self, just like putting his big, strong hands on you, slapping you on the back and stuff like that. But that moment there where I was sort of in the middle of everybody was, it was pretty. It was awesome.
Ben Stokes, absolutely incredible, man of the match, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I just don't understand how he's played that innings. It's absolutely amazing. I don't think he can believe it. He's standing there. He's just taking it in. He's got his hands on his head. And he's just looking around the ground.
That's what it's about, That's the thing about the team sport, is that you get to share it with so many people who've gone through the same emotions that you've gone through, but watching. They're just as happy as you are. Just as I've seen people do amazing things out on the cricket field as well. And when they're walking off, with their helmet off, lifting their bat up and congratulating them, that's what it's all about. And you just get to celebrate it with so many people, which is the best thing.
Stokesy, look, remember what he's been through over the last 3 or 4 years, and now, he trains like no other. He trains so hard, and he's just getting his rewards for being the hardest working cricketer. he is the heartbeat of this England side, and I genuinely, it's been a privilege to sit and watch that innings.
We obviously went to Old Trafford and we had to put all of that behind us. I made a point in the sort of team huddle on our first training session, saying last week was obviously an amazing thing to be a part of, but all it's done is given us a lifeline in the series. Been and gone, find ourselves here that we need to win this game as well. We've just got to put all of that stuff, all that emotion that we found last week of happiness and joy, and we need to concentrate on this week. As it turns out, Australia won, regained the Ashes that game, and when you look back on things like that, you go I would swap it all. If we came away with the Ashes, that series, you'd take it all back. That Headingley game, that Headingley moment, I'd swap it all to say that we won that series.
Yeah, that was Headingley 2019 through the eyes of Ben Stokes from our series How to Win the Ashes, and that's available on the Test Match Special stream on BBC Sounds. And also, if you can, watch the TV documentary on BBC Sounds, which goes alongside that podcast series. If you go to the BBC iPlayer, search for How to Win the Ashes, you'll find that documentary there, including much more on that Headingley 2019 Test match, which every screen we look at the moment, actually, Alistair, it's on, isn't it? And those moments, those incidents along the way, how lucky were we to be sitting here in these same seats and looking out through the same window over the same ground to actually be there that day.
Well, I described it as a privilege to watch, and it was. I mean, actually now, it's brought back some really strange emotions just watching it on the screen and how he played that innings.
Yeah.
Yes, he had a little bit of luck, but just to be able to compute and be able to play like he did. I remember he bowled, didn't he? Bowled something like a ridiculous spell the night before of something like 16 overs on the bounce. Then he bowled the next morning, and then when he batted that last on the day 3, when he knew he just could not get out, was it 3 runs off 60, 70 balls? It was just the innings had everything, and just watching it now on the screen, TV are showing it as well. Just the emotion that brings you in it. That's what Ashes cricket is all about, and for him to play an innings like that, honestly, I still can't believe it now. I just watched that. I forgot about how angry Glenn got about those LBWs.
Very angry. That's probably rightly so, to be honest. I mean, the review looked terrible. You see it on here now. I mean, it was pitched about a foot outside leg stump. It was a desperation, wasn't it? It just shows.
I didn't realise it was as bad as that.
No, it just shows how you can, in the heat of battle, just lose it a bit.
Well, they reviewed it and then just all walked away back to their marks if they knew it wasn't out. And
they just did it.
I thought it was hitting the stump pitched outside, but it wasn't. It pitched, what did you say, half a foot outside and really full.
Yeah. And then the one that was out, to be fair. Yeah, Glenn wasn't happy, was he? But it's added to it, though. It shows people care about what
was the great line? He's been giving them out all game, and the one which is out, he gave not out. Was that when he smashed the headphones?
And there was the lion run out as well, which again we've just seen shown sort of cruelly slowly from sideways on. It was just every movement, and of course you know what's going to happen. There's the point where the ball clanged into those hard hands and out. And of course I remember interviewing Stokes just afterwards. He still has pads on, and his eyes were just seemed so completely distant. But he was just sort of. But he was there, but he wasn't there.
The bits I remember that all I could think about was I just shouted no, no, no as that was happening, and then that great picture of the TMS commentary box and Mounty, our producer, that face, which I think is still the icon on our WhatsApp. Yeah, it's just shows the emotion. I was actually very lucky. I haven't done it very often.
I think it was your first game almost, wasn't it?
It was one of my first games, but it was. I went into the change room after. And it just because I've done it one other time when Joe Root got his 10,000 runs. Only twice I've been back in for the 5 years since I haven't played. But I just thought I had to go in and see Ben, just because we witnessed something incredibly special. And I was just seeing him there, still in his whites, and they were just watching it. On actually in the dressing room at Headingley, there is the smallest TV. It is honestly, it makes an iPad look big. I mean, you'd have thought they could have given a better TV, but and the whole team were just sitting there having a few beers, just watching the last hour of game. Obviously with the hero, which Jack Leach as well. Which I mean, how he played was extraordinary as well.
Jim sitting down there towards our left. Okay, England won that game, but it was a privilege to watch it, Jim.
It was. It was. as I was sitting there watching the day unfold, I think everyone's view around the place, but particularly if you're an Englishman, as long as that fella Stokes is batting, England can win this. Even when Leach came out, I thought, if he can hang around for a bit, England can win this. The fact that they did was remarkable, because I was on for some time, as you recall, to call the final wicket.
Yeah, you were.
And the moment didn't come,
to drag you out.
Come on, get Eggers back in here. Let him finish it off for Australia.
Yeah. No, it was very, very
look, it was most
special. Yeah.
most wonderful day of cricket, and the series has been a bit the same too.
Well, it's had its moments, isn't it? I mean, I think Australia at the moment are looking pretty much in control of this. 142 for 7 as the umpires go out. So England still 121 runs behind. There's been some disappointing dismissals. I don't think you can possibly blame Joe Root for his. Bairstow chased a wide one. Moeen, I don't know what you say about that, really. To actually set the field for that ball, and just to top edge a hook shot straight to Steve Smith, who put that. I don't know how people can really defend that. And then Woakes in the last over before lunch also top edging a bouncer. I'm going to make way for Jim Cookie, but perhaps you can give your thoughts on that morning. And also the fact that Stokes is still there. He's still wearing that number 55 that he wore 4 years ago, when the sun was shining, actually, rather like it is today. But they'll need a miracle of not quite those proportions, but something heading towards that, I think.
Yeah, it's been another morning of not strange cricket, but I thought I did not see this pitch moving as much today. With this, another heavy roller with the sun out. I thought it was a really good cricket wicket yesterday, but apart from Mitchell Marsh, everyone has struggled to bat on it. So it's clearly doing a little bit more. Those shots from Moeen and Chris Woakes just sums up kind of the series in elements of it. Of any time England have got a partnership together, they've lost crucial wickets to soft shots.
Well, Mark Wood's come out, and he likes to give it a bang.
He does. The issue we have on this pitch is the quickest Headingley pitch I can remember. And we all know when there's some quick bowlers on show, and with that genuine extra pace, just means that tail doesn't hang around as much. But can Woody hang around a bit to let Ben Stokes try and drag England as close to parity as they can?
So 4 for 74 before lunch. Wood is out there with his two-eyed stance almost, and a short leg and a gully in place. Spread field beyond as Stark goes in. He swings away lustily out to deep mid-wicket. That's going for 6. He's hit that over mid-wicket. Left field, baby. It's a home run to Mark Wood. That was extraordinary. It's as if he was anticipating the short ball, and he ripped it.
First ball as well, right out of the screws. It's gone over mid-wicket.
Yeah,
so it's played in front of
long
square.
Boundary.
Now, can he get underneath the next one? Can he get underneath? They put another fielder there. They've got deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, fine leg, third man.
Well, you think this will be short too. Stark charges in, he gives it room, and he hits it off an edge down to third man for 4. He was moving a long way to the onside. Stark dropped it short, and he went to heave it through the offside, got a top edge, and it flew between the very finely placed Boland at fly slip and Murphy at third man. 6-4 to start the excitement after lunch.
Well, we didn't see much baseball before lunch. We've just seen in full flow the first 2 balls. Surely Stark's going Yorker now.
Hit out in anger, in hope, whatever. Good start. Where's he going to play this ball from? Where will it pitch? Stark is on his way from the footy end. He comes up and he's giving it room, and he's dispatching it top edge for 6. He's got a good piece of that over backward square and into the crowd, way into the crowd, throwing his bat at that and getting plenty on it. And it went straight over Steve Smith's head at deep backward square. So we've gone 6-4-6.
Striking out. Strike rate.
Strike rate is it was 500 before that ball, so it's gone up a bit from that. He's the first England player to hit his first ball of an innings for 6 in Test since Ian Botham at Edgbaston in 1985, and he also had his third ball for 6, but with a dot in between.
Well, it's got to be 6-4 or wicket. Here comes Stark. He charges in. He gives it room. Oh! How did that not bowl him? He bowled it full, close to the stumps, but not actually at the stumps. And Wood was in the next neighbourhood. He'd gone. He was looking for the short ball again. But Stark missed outside the off stump.
It was, it was probably fifth stump, bottom of fifth stump. Come on, Mark Wood, get through this ball.
Yeah, maybe just stay a little more in line, because there's a chance that he will actually bowl one on the stumps. But the fielders are miles away, except for short leg and cover, then Whitey Schmidt on. Stark has another go. He runs in, and Wood is swinging at this and driving it out through the covers. He hasn't got all of it. He'll get a couple of runs as Cummins chases it out towards the western stand. He went for the Yorker, he dug it out, and he got 2 more runs, and that takes the score to 160.
Yeah.
So he's gone 18 off the over.
Off 5 balls.
Very entertaining.
Well,
Wood ball.
If you're coming back from lunch, you've missed
Yep.
If you 5 balls.
If you stayed at the pie shop too long or went somewhere else, you've missed it. And it was very, very entertaining. So what will Stokes do now? Is he going to step up the accelerator here? He looks a bit wounded.
He does. Do you reckon he might just take one for a minute with Mark Wood and let Mark Wood just go like he's going now? And then if Mark Wood gets out, then we see, the Ben Stokes switch of switch of mode like we saw at Lord's.
Yes. Well, they've got it under 100. The distance between the scores, with Australia's 263 yesterday. Oh no, almost under 100. One more shot. Sorry. Well, they go 18 less.
Mark Wood is the second player in Test history to get 16 off first 3 balls of a Test innings.
My goodness, you're pulling some out.
Second.
Right.
Who's the first?
Well, if you can guess it, I will be very surprised.
Would we have heard of it?
Englishman?
No, West Indies.
Richards?
No.
Yeah, we haven't heard of him, have we? No.
Around the wicket. Here we go. Cummins is bowling. Stokes is playing back, and he takes the run on offer just behind point. So here we go. The challenge is on again. Is it some weirdo like an Ivan Barrow or whatever?
Foffey Williams.
Who?
Foffey Williams.
Who's he?
Barbados, 1948. Hit 6-6-4-4-4-4 from his first 6 balls against England.
Who was the lucky bowler?
Aggers.
What was his name? Foffey.
His first 4 balls from Laker, Jim Laker, great off spinner, 6-6-4-4. Then 2 4s off the next over by Jack Aiken. So Wood won't break that record, but after 3 balls, 6.
He might break a record or 2 here, though. And he might break his bat. They're all on the boundary on the onside, as expected. There's the wicket-keeper all on his own. And it's, the far-flung field. Wood is facing. Cummins is bowling around the wicket, and he gives it room, and he hits it in the air. It's going for 6. Have a fine leg. He banged it in short. Wood went after it. I think it was more top-edgy than middle, but it flew way down to that shorter boundary at the football stadium end. Another 6. He's 24. The fastest 50 in Test cricket's under threat if this continues.
Well, you read my mind, but I wasn't gonna say it. Here he goes.
Another short one. Let's see. Cummins runs in. Wood is looking and watching the ball fly through high outside the off stump. He couldn't get to that delivery. He's just having a little bit each way as the bowler comes in. Am I going to move away and give myself room to heave it into the stand, or am I going to just make a last-minute decision in case he bowls a Yorker?
Well, you think the full ball is the option, but no protection straight at all, isn't it? We've got a wide-ish extra cover and a mid-wicket quite wide as well. It's a huge expanse down the ground.
The long lob from Wimbledon. Here comes Cummins, bowls short, and he hits that. It's gone up in the air. He should be caught by Mitchell Marsh, who's under it, and takes it. out there between mid-wicket and mid-on. Well, it was sweet and quick. I think some would call that a cameo from Wood. And it's lasted exactly 8 balls for his 24, and must be one of the fastest 24s in the history of Test cricket, but he's out. And Ben Stokes has faced just 1 ball since lunch, and Mark Wood is out for 24. Spectacular but short-lived.
Yeah, and all that excitement. Pat Cummins got a fifer. He's bowled absolutely superbly and really led this Australian attack incredibly well. Some good balls thrown around. Was it 5 for 66?
Yes, 5 for 66. His 9th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. Second against England, but first in England. Been amazingly consistent, as I was saying earlier on, but this is his first fifer.
How many in this series for Cummins? Because I don't think he's had many chances missed off him, if any at all, in the slips in particular. But that one was skied as he attempted to launch it into the crowd.
13 wickets now, 4 in each of the first 2 tests.
Right.
But only 1 in the first innings of the first 2 tests combined.
So, Stuart Broad is making his way out. Robinson's okay to bat, obviously, but they were, from what Michael Vaughan said, he's not okay to bowl today.
Is he not?
That's what he said before. We'll see what happens, but he's overcome his back spasm, but they're saying not able to bowl today. So I'm sure he was thinking at the start of the day, Root and Bairstow will bat for 4 hours, and I won't have to anyway, will I?
Well, talk about that. I've been stitched up by the TMS team.
Have you? What have they done?
Well, so we have to do that little media link at the beginning of the day, and I said how important Joe Root is.
Crucial first hour.
Crucial first hour. Joe Root's the key today. And obviously they said that as my punditry bit on top, and then split screened it. And then obviously second ball, they got Joe Root nicking off to Pat Cummins. And I knew it was coming, but I wouldn't have expected from Adam and Henry to tweet it and do all the computer work as well.
Now Broad is there, and Cummins has him playing off an edge to that extraordinary field placing, fly slip third man, which means there's only 1 run, as he played a very calculated edge. 8 for 168. Broad is 1, Stokes 28. And
so I'm scared of saying anything now. If Henry and Adam are going to do that to me,
is this a crucial first hour after lunch?
Not now. England got to get as many runs as possible, but whatever I say, they're going to write it down and clip it differently.
Well, they'd like you to say something, I'm sure.
Adam's now pretending he hasn't seen it or done it.
Now, it's unusual to see this. We've got a slip in the gully for Stokes. We didn't for Broad. And over the wicket, Cummins has Stokes swinging at a ball down the leg side. He misses it, and that's the end of the over. So the Nighthawk, as he's known, Broad will be facing the bowling, the end of a wicket-taking over. You've got something to say?
I have. A good ball from Pat Cummins, underused ball there. Last ball of the over, fast bowler, trying to keep Stuart Broad on strike. He's just hit it down the leg side. I don't know why. We always have this thing on bowlers don't do that enough. They try and bowl their best ball, and he's there. He can't hit that ball anyway.
Yeah.
It was a very smart thinking from Pat Cummins. I like that.
The details of Mark Wood's innings: 24 from 8 balls, 3 sixes, 1 4. The partnership 25 from 9.
It was wonderful. If you were having a Lamington or something and ducked your head, you would have missed it. But it was good for what it was. It's what you expect from a tail-ender, I suppose. But Stokes will hope that Broad bats like he did at Lord's, hangs about, plays with his smarts, and not his flailing blade.
And he showed some real bravery at Lord's, and he took some blows.
Yep.
It's just a slightly faster wicket.
Now Stark's got a short leg and about a 3rd or 4th slip, and he's on his way towards Broad, who gives it room and swings it around the corner down to Smith, who's on the boundary in front of the western stand. So he did take on the short ball there, and Stokes is on strike. So what happens next? What's Stokes going to do in this situation with England 8 for 169?
Well, you feel as if he has to try and get his foot on the accelerator, but I don't know if he's able to. Whether that glute muscle, whatever it is, which is causing him discomfort, whether he feels he can. But I think now he'll try and take most of the strike if he can and try and dominate the partnership. But can he do it?
He's moving very slowly out there at the moment as he's contemplating, well, perhaps his health and what he's going to do. As Stark runs in and he goes forward and plays with a good punch towards mid-on, but he doesn't beat the field. And there's Murphy down there to stop it. So 2 slips with a third man, a deep point, deepish mid-off, and extra cover with a mid-on, and the onside deep square leg and deep backward square. Lovely sunshine. You'd think a perfect day for batting. But in fact, England have lost 5 wickets for 101, and now second slip is being dispatched to the onside. Warner's going out to mid-wicket. So Smith stands at slip. Stark's on his way to bowl to Ben Stokes, and Stokes swings into this, and he doesn't quite get hold of it. But good field placing, as it turned out. Warner stopped it, and a moment ago he was at second slip. He dragged that to the onside, but the intent was there.
Yeah, I think it's given us a good indication on what he's going to do. Salts, I'm not sure your stats go this way, but this Ashes series, most men on the boundary?
Let's say yes.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the fields, we've seen all the time there's been men on the boundary for both sides. It's been extraordinary. Like, you look here, you think Broad didn't have a slip, and England's number 10 coming out. Pat Cummins just got a 5, didn't have any slips.
And he bowls again, and it's wheeled around the corner down to fine leg. That'll go for 4. Stark just got on the line of the pads, and Stokes helped it on its way, and Boland's a little bit wide at fine leg, and it flew along the ground to the boundary. England need a few of those, and if Stokes is there, there's always the chance that they'll get another 50 or 60.
Australia will be absolutely desperate to get these last 2 out, and any lead will be vital. And England will be... Can they get as close? Can they get another 50, 60 runs in the batting? Then the pressure switches to Australia's top order. If you start with a 60, 70 run lead, it's such a nice thing walking out to bat.
Smith's just pointing to Cummins to do something with the field, but Stark is in and Stokes gives it room and then hits it hard, and it's going out to the mid-wicket boundary. He erased that shot through mid-wicket, past a despairing dive from David Warner at mid-wicket. He's on the square there. He couldn't get a mitt on it, and it went out to the boundary. This is the danger. This is the danger, particularly if he drops short. Stokes will take it on, and he can miss-hit it for 6, but he's whacked it into the turf for 4 there.
He just seems to be able to react to whatever the person's bowling when he's in this attack mode. It's not all that slogging. It's, most people only have one slog shot. If it's in a different place, he can adjust his shot to play accordingly.
Stokes bowls, swings, and it goes off the edge behind point from Stark for 4 more. It was pitched up, and he swung into it and got a thick edge. The field had come up to save 1, and Travis Head dived away to his right. So what was the score when we came out after lunch?
It was 142 for 7.
Wow, so they've added 39 in 3 overs, and Stokes has moved along to 40 with that stroke, and Broad will have the strike.
I mean, we were on TV highlights when Moeen and Stokes, who were just trying to build the partnership, not much was happening. You think, oh, do we need to say a bit more? Suddenly there's, again, another switch of tempo.
So now he's got Cummins to deal with. He's got pretty good control. And the onside boundary from the Kirkstall Lane end is a bit longer than the other, and they're starting to move further away. We've got a gully and a cover. All these fellas on the boundary. But the boundary's a bit further away than it was at Lord's for Cummins bowling to Stokes. He's on 40 and he's going to have a club somewhere, you reckon. Here comes Cummins. He gives it room and he tries to cut and misses. It's Broad rather on strike, not Stokes. But he's playing like Stokes at the moment. He's giving himself room to cut or heave or whatever to get something on it.
I just think, can he get Ben Stokes back on strike? Can he somehow get a single?
The madness of it all. 8 for 181. But you can't turn away. You just can't turn away. It's 4, it's 6, it's a wicket. What is it? Around the wicket. Here comes Cummins at Broad. Broad gives it room and plays a good straight going past cover. Going to the boundary for 4. He clonked it into the ground. Wide of the right hand of Boland trying to stop it. And once it beat him, there's no one out there on the cover boundary. So Broad joins in the party. And the score moves along to 185.
He just stayed a little bit stiller. He stayed he was still backing away a little bit, but he wasn't quite as far as it was the ball before.
Good pitch to bat on. Come on, yes. Cummins bowls again, and he swings at this. He gets something on it, either his body or his glove, and they run through for a single as it trickles through, and Carey cleans up. So Stokes is back on strike. But Broad's come out swinging this time, not defending as he did at Lord's. 8 for 186. Broad 7, Stokes 40.
Mitchell Starc at lunch had 2 for 28 from 12.1 overs, 31 runs from his 11 balls since lunch.
Mad.
It is mad. Now Smith is going to stay at slip for Stokes. And there are some boundary riders, but there are some within QE at mid-wicket, cover, deepish, mid-off and mid-on, not all the way out. Cummins goes in, Stokes is going back and he's cutting it very fine down towards the boundary between those two fielders, and it goes for 4. Harris is on the field down there at third man, and he ran across to that corner. He got to the ball, he couldn't stop it. Another 4 to Stokes, 8 for 190. Whatever may be in the pitch, we know what the outfield's like. It is fast. It is a skating rink. And if you beat the field, you're going to get 4 most of the time. How long can Stokes rampage here to keep England's innings alive?
Hopefully for a while yet.
Well, another half hour of this, they'll be ahead. Cummins goes up to bowl to Stokes. Stokes gets a wide and Scott buys 4 wides. He went for a change-up, and it was very wide. Umpire Damasceno indicated it was a wide, and poor old Carey, he didn't have a chance, really. He dived away to his left, got a mitt on it, and it went for 5 runs.
5 wides?
Yeah, that's 5, yeah.
Horrible for the keeper.
It was a shocker.
It's so wide. It hit like... Every square is on a little bit of a mound. It's hit the downslope of the mound and just shot along the floor at 90 miles an hour. Good luck.
8 for 195. Cummins again, and he tries to cut and misses, and it goes through to Carey. So 5 wides, and that's the only reason that Carey would be at all happy, if at all, that they're wides and not buys. It was full, it was wide, it was off the strip pretty much, and just flew along the floor. Andy?
That's now 53 runs in 3.4 overs since lunch.
Who wants T20? Watch the test match and score everywhere. Cummins goes into Stokes. Stokes chops it down. It was very wide of the off stump. He'll only get a single for this. Anti-climax. Folks out there in the stand, a single, but it was the single he wanted because he's probably going to keep the strike. And it was a no ball. Oh, we've got the licorice all sorts here. Wides, no balls, 4s, 6s, wickets. 8 for 197.
Australia, well, they obviously don't want the no ball, but gives Pat Cummins one chance. Stuart Broad, which actually Ben Stokes managed to farm the strike beautifully. It's a bit of a strange field for him last ball. He did so well to get out the previous over. I was praising him, threw one down the leg side. He just head might be a little bit in the clouds. The chaos has happened.
Chaos? What chaos? Last ball of the over. Cummins bowls. Back he goes and plays it well. He watched it. He didn't go for anything exotic. He just watched and blocked. And Stokes will have the strike. And Dan Norcross is coming in to join you, Alistair, in this most amazing game of cricket.
Well, you batted well there, Jim. Good start after tea. After lunch, sorry. I mean, absolute chaos. And Mitchell Stark's being whipped out of the attack. And a good move, actually, I think, this. Todd Murphy.
Oh, Captain Agnew said just that a moment ago. He said he wanted the spinner on. So is this 56 runs in 4 overs since lunch?
55.
55.
3.5.
Sorry, I beg its pardon. 55 in 23 balls. How extraordinary. Now, what would be nice, though, Alistair, would be if Stuart Broad can remember that he's just recently had a very long partnership with Ben Stokes, and they put on 130 odd, and he did that by mostly defending, didn't he?
Yeah, I think the one person who's happy that Todd Murphy on is Stuart Broad.
Yes.
A nice off spinner. He'll try and play his little paddle sweep, but he might just think, do you know what? I'm quite happy sitting down this end and let Ben Stokes face paces at the other.
Well, that could work, couldn't it? Murphy in shortly from the football stand end with long on and long off back, deep backward square leg, a long leg. Murphy in, gives himself room, does Stokes, and then it's a reach for the ball. It's delivered full outside the off stump, and he bunts it to short extra cover. There's no run.
Ball's so quick, doesn't he? 61 mile an hour.
Yeah.
Ben could just almost paddle sweep, little fine reverse sweep, use the pace.
Murphy in, and Stokes goes for the big one. He's got it high in the air, and it's going to land safely, unbelievably safely. There's a huge gap out between long off rather, and mid off. The ball's in the air for an incredibly long time. Stark's run in about 35 yards and landed on the ball. Stokes, meanwhile, has collapsed in a heap because he was not going to go for the run anyway. And all of that is a dot ball, Andy, in your book. Murphy in again. Stokes. Oh, he's hit it back at Murphy and dropped. A short ball that's thwacked back at the bowler. He got 2 hands to it. And it spilled out in his follow-through.
Yeah, he...
Oh, it's all happening.
I mean, yeah, I don't really know where to start because we watched the replay of the ball before where Stokes fell on the floor. Mitchell Stark diving forward. Brilliant effort to get anywhere near it. And then he's hammered one back at Todd Murphy. Couldn't catch that either.
Now, Stokes goes for a heave and only gets it to short mid-wicket along the ground. So, this is bizarre, isn't it? We've had 4 dot balls suddenly once the off-spinner comes on.
He's done it well, Todd Murphy. I think if he could just get one now, just a little paddle sweep for one, or I don't think that's what Ben Stokes thinking.
Next delivery is just worked into the onside, and he has taken that single. He knows that Broad's only got to face one ball of Murphy before he retains strike at the start of the 48th. 1 ball left in the over. Stokes to 46. England 198 for 8. The deficit 65. It was 91 at Lord's. It was 112, was it? 4 years ago here. So, you know, we're not actually even in miracle territory. We're just in surprising comeback territory here. As Alistair Cook departs, Phil Tufnell joins me.
Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Dan.
This is all rather jolly, isn't it?
Welcome to the circus.
Broad, last ball of the over. What's he going to do with it? Oh, he's going to drive it rather forcefully out towards long off, but not take the single. So Stokes will have strike. After 55 runs came in the previous 23 balls, on comes the off spinner. That's 5 dots and a single.
I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't really know what to say.
I mean, you're in Yorkshire, you're allowed to say, I don't know what's going off out there.
I don't know what's going off out there, but I mean, Ben Stokes has all of a sudden gone into attack mode.
Yeah.
Lovely. I think Mark Woods sort of got it all sparked, and I think it was mainly through anger that he might have to get his bowling boots back on soon, because but he struck it beautifully, and they're chipping away. Well, they're not chipping away, they're flying towards this Australia lead now. It's just how long can they keep it going for?
Now the field is spread as you'd expect. It's just a 1 slip in for the start of Cummins over. We've got a deep square leg, a fine leg, a deep mid wicket, long on and long off for about 15, 20 yards in from the boundary, there's a deep cover.
Oh, there's a slip.
Point. Oh, there's a slip. Cummins into Stokes, who punches off the back foot but can't beat the short extra cover. There's no run. So looking at gaps for Stokes, there aren't many. What gap there was about to be plugged. So the short extra cover's going out to the boundary.
You've got to absolutely nail it right between the field.
And it's quite a long boundary away to our left, isn't it? The Western Terrace side is nearer.
Yeah, just behind square there's a bit of a gap if he can sort of hoik it round the corner somehow.
Even the edge is perilous because there's a fly slip.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Cummins in, round the wicket to Stokes. He goes for the paddle. It goes between his legs. And he thinks about single, and then no. Then he has to be reminded not to bother. So, again, no run. How did Jim get all the excitement? We sit down, we've had one single.
We've had 2 drop catches as well, Dan.
Well, I mean, the first one, you counted that first one as a drop. You are a harsh critic, Zaltzman. He got a finger, he got a and we know about Stark's got previous with those sorts of things, so we don't want to go there. I dare say Glenn McGrath's claiming that catch already. As Cummins is in. This is worked to the onside. Might get 2 here. They're scampering away. They're not going to get 2. But there are 3 balls left in the over.
Yeah.
For Broad to face, which possibly is too many.
Well, as you said, he played beautifully, didn't he, in a defensive mode at Lords. If he can just do that for Stokes now. I mean, what's the lead now? What is it, 50?
64.
So another 20 or 30, and you're kind of getting yourself back in the game here.
Well, we have also noticed that chasing has been... Well, no side's been bowled out in the 4th innings at Headingley since 2015.
Oh, right, okay.
So, 4th innings tend to be quite doable.
Yeah.
Cummins into Broad. Broad runs away and smacks this high in the air, out towards deep square leg, and has been brilliantly caught. Absolutely brilliantly caught. Fielder running round from long leg. It looked like 2 of them were going to crash into each other, actually. And it's a really great effort. It was up in the air a long time. The catch has been taken. And Broad is walking off. There's just not quite as much excitement in the Australian camp as I expected. England lose their 9th. And they're 199 on the board.
They were looking for the no ball call, but another wicket. That's a shame. Stewart, he gets a good piece of that. It's a fantastic catch on the boundary.
It's a very long boundary out there. So he was in the air for a long time.
It's like a golf shot. He was sort of eyeing it up towards a par 3.
It's
a great
Smith
catch.
with the catch. He's running around two-handed, nearly collided with a colleague, but didn't. And so Broad hasn't attempted an innings of similar defensive restraint. He's instead tried to strike the boundary and perished as a result.
I know it's tricky because I've been there myself. It is awkward when you're tail ender and you get the balls whizzing past your ears. But if I was out there with Ben Stokes, and even if I thought I was in supreme form and nick, I wouldn't necessarily be the one who would be trying to hit the 6s and 4s. I'd go, Ben, perhaps that's better off for you. I'll just try and wear a few and sort of duck and weave a bit and then leave the smacking it about to you. That's when I think they get a bit wrong.
Well, what is it about batting with a player of legendary and remarkable hundreds that would make you think maybe I should bat for him?
Yeah, I'm going to outdo him. Yeah, doesn't quite sit well with me, but hey-ho.
He's quite inexperienced. He's only in his 133rd Test match.
Now, Robinson can bat a bit. I know he's got this back spasm, so it's going to be awkward for him to bob and weave a bit, but you've got to try now and play for Stokes.
Yes.
This is the last wicket.
2 balls left in the over.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a partnership of 50 and 3 overs. We'll just hang in there for 3 overs.
Robinson on strike. Cummins in turn, forward short leg, and he ducks.
There you go.
Well played.
Ouch,
yes.
That just gets the old back a bit looser.
It'll be interesting to keep an eye on him. Now, even for Robinson, with 1 ball of the over remaining, there's a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg, fine leg, fly slip, and a deep backward point.
So please, don't just slog it straight up in the air and get a top edge, you know what I mean? Ben Stokes is now in a ticking mode at the other end. Play for your skipper.
He's prowling at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, don't just...
Summon Jack Leach.
Where's Leachy?
Right, last ball of the over. Can Robinson survive? Give Stokes another crack. Cummins in, down the leg side, taken by Carey. There's no run, and he has survived. So, end of the over. England 199 for 9. 64 runs the deficit.
They can peel off another 20 or 30 to not make a difference, you know, because you're going out there with something to bowl at a bowling side. You know, when you got 60, you know, a few buys and a few extras go past, next thing you know, you're 100 behind. Yep. It's a bit soul destroying.
Pat Cummins' current spell, 3 overs before lunch, 3 overs since lunch. He's taken 3 for 46.
In 6 overs?
6 overs.
Yeah, there you go.
Not classic test.
That's not...
Test trick, is it?
No, that's sort of very much the death of an ODI, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Nice little ploy bringing the offie on, though.
Right, so Stokes is going to go hard. There's no doubt about it.
Can he run 2 is the need? Can he run a 2?
Well, yes, he takes a short extra cover in, so for the little dab on the offside it's tricky, and the onside is a shorter boundary.
Yeah.
But we've got a long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg, as you can imagine. Everyone out on the boundary, bar 1. Stokes comes down a wicket and hammers this straight down the ground for 6. Into the side screen. The 200 comes up, Stokes' 50 comes up, and that is why you need some support at the other end.
Absolutely. Just hang in there with Ben Stokes. Try and avoid it and just try and get a partnership for 3 or 4 overs and England will be in parity. They'll be level. Great shot straight back over the spinner's head. Got it on the full toss. Crunch.
Next ball, what's he going to do with this one? Down the wicket again, he's hit it. Oh, further.
What?
It's massive. Oh, I don't know which tier that's got. It's right at the top, I think.
That's a big hit.
Right, 211 for 9, the deficit 52.
There you go. Another 2 or 3 overs of this.
69 runs since lunch in 32 minutes or so.
Can you keep it going?
Murphy into Stokes. Down the wicket, slaps this up to long off.
Oh, he's
but
gone,
his knees in
run
some
2.
pain. He can't run 2, and he hasn't decided to run that 1, which I understand. Stokes to 59. You're trying to give the tale of this innings, aren't you, Andy? But stuff keeps happening.
Some cricketer, this Ben Stokes, you know.
It's rather good, isn't he? Murphy into him, and he goes for a while.
Where's that gone?
It's gone fine, down to the deep fine leg boundary.
Oh, look, they're both in. Get back into your crease.
Robinson needs to get back to his crease. They're actually having a chat.
They're actually stopped at the moment.
Around 4 yards away from the striker's stumps there. That was bizarre. They were discussing, well, you'd think they might have worked out in advance whether they were going to take the single, but they haven't taken the single. Usman Khawaja fielded very well on the boundary to save the 4. Murphy in again, down the wicket comes Stokes again, just pushes back to the bowler. Yes. He didn't quite get to the pitch, and there's no run.
How many left?
1 ball left.
Right,
the field comes in. Here we go. So Stokes is going to be thinking, is he thinking that 6 is more valuable, or is he desperately going to try and manufacture a single here?
I think he's going to go for the big hit, isn't he, from what we can see, but in my man, just knock him for 1 and have a dart at the other fella, get down the other end. We shall see. I don't think Ben's thinking like that.
Murphy in, Stokes works into the onside. They're going through for a quick single, and they get there.
Good run.
Just couldn't pick up and throw in time.
Bazball with brains.
Stokes to 60.
Bazball with a bit of brains.
Andy Zaltzman, would you like to tell us all about Ben Stokes' 50?
Well, 53 off 86 balls, which doesn't entirely tell the story of the innings. That 1/6 that brought up his 50, 6 other 4s. It's his 42nd score of 50 or more in Test cricket, 13 of which he's converted into centuries.
And it's also just the second half century in this match. Mitchell Marsh, 118. No one else has made it to 50.
No. Well, it just shows that the pitch is still doing a bit.
He's now 12 runs away from 6,000 in Tests.
Yes, I've got my eye on that one.
Well, I wasn't there for that. Were you there for that one in Cape Town, that double 100?
No, it's 258.
Yeah,
I watched that with rapt attention on my sofa on a cold winter's day. And it fair warmed the cockles of my heart.
Yes. Tootsies, the old feet were tingling.
They were. So, Stokes on strike, the deficit 51.
What are your cockles?
Let's put that out to tender. Cummins Starts a new over, right arm around the wicket into Stokes, who pulls out of a slower ball.
Yeah, good bowling.
Goes through on the bounce to the keeper. I meant to say, by the way, happy anniversary, Tuffers.
Well, thank you very much.
And the great thing about it being your anniversary is that I discovered that it was mine on the while congratulating you on it being your wedding anniversary. I was on the phone with my wife, and she said, "Oh, hang on, is it our anniversary?" It turned out it was.
Did that go down well?
Not very well. I managed to forget terribly again for the 7th year running.
Oh dear.
Cummins in. Stokes comes down the wicket and hacks at it, goes into the ground, and Cummins fields off his own bowling.
It is a shame because of the knee, because when you can set all the fellas back, and it is difficult to pierce. You're almost dealing in 6s and 4s, but then if he hasn't got the knee, you can just drop and do 2s, and then you start, as a captain, panicking a bit, because you then actually have to then create a few holes in the boundary riders. But when his knee's gone, it's a bit tricky to do.
I mean, he can scamper the one, can't he? It's turning, I think. Turning is a real issue. Cummins in around the wicket. That's a bouncer, which he ducks beneath. He evades well. 3 balls to come in the over.
Oh, that's 1 for the over.
1 for the over, yeah.
Oh.
And that's a big 6 away to our left. That's the big problem for Stokes, isn't it? I think if Cummins was bowling from the football stand end, he'd go into the Western Terrace, wouldn't he?
Yeah. It was unlucky from Stuart Broad. I mean, he's given that a good clonk.
Well, he was caught about a yard inside the boundary.
Yeah.
Most other grounds, that's 6.
It is.
Cummins into Stokes. And Stokes, got pokes at a very full ball outside the off stump. That was very full indeed. I don't think he's quite expecting that. And he misses it. Goes through to the keeper. Try to find a shot for him. Between fly slip and deep backward point.
Yes. A nice sort of slashing smear. Glide it off the face, sort of to backward point.
That would do it. The very corner, if you like.
Oh, someone's come up to field in a regulation position.
4 balls have gone.
Wonder why that is.
I suppose they think that
they might take the 2, and that's what it does to you. You have to have the odd one off the fence. But when you've got a man on one leg, you can just relax a bit. He's got to sort this knee out one way or another, hasn't he?
Cummins is coming over the wicket to Stokes, and then he pulls out. Now, what's he saying? Say he wants his fly slip a bit wider, does he? No. Well, absolutely nothing's changed.
No.
The fly slip and the fine leg both shrouded in shadow underneath the football stand. 2 players saving 1, everyone else on the boundary. Cummins into Stokes down the leg side, taken by Carey. This is cunning stuff from Cummins. England's women, by the way, are back in action tomorrow night at Lord's, a 3rd T20. Commentary here from 6:30. But we've also heard confirmation that the women's ODI in Bristol is now sold out, which means all 3 of the Ashes ODIs are full. The sellouts at the Ageas Bowl and Taunton. Record crowds for this year's women's Ashes. Last ball of the over. What will Stokes do? Cummins in, gives himself room and bunts it into the onside, gets a single, keeps the strike. Well, I say gets a single, they could let it run away to the boundary for 4, but they haven't.
Yeah, that was just silly.
Well, I've seen that.
Keep him on the strike, I suppose.
It's the end of the over. 50 gone. England 213 for 9. The deficit now 50. And I look around and Simon Mann's going to come and replace me after some more thoughts from you, Tuffers.
Well, another extraordinary innings from Ben Stokes. He goes through the gears, and when he flips the switch, it stays flipped. Some fantastic hitting. It's just how long can it go on? How long can the patience of Robinson be prepared to take a few blows? And how long can Ben Stokes, who seems to be just on one leg, keep hitting them so clean? He saw him an afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tuffers. Well, it's going to be Murphy to continue, and all the fielders are heading out to the boundary rope, apart from an extra cover. Murphy goes in round the wicket to bowl to Stokes. He's down the pitch, drilling it out towards the long off. Mitchell Stark is there, fields it on the bounce and lobs it back in.
That's good bowling as well. Bowled that a little bit wider and a little bit slower. That's the way. If you know someone's coming after you as a spin bowler, just take them a bit wider, because you've got to get your bat outside your hitting zone. It's good bowling from the young man.
8 on the boundary. Stokes takes it on into the leg side. He's made good contact with that. That's gone for 6. Out towards deep backwards square leg. Khawaja running away to his right-hand side. Just watched it sail over the rope. 219 for 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's fabulous striking. We know he can do this. There again, just bowled it a little bit too into his hitting zone. Keep him a bit wider for my money if you're a slow bowler.
Murphy to Stokes, who's down the pitch, and he's high in the air, out towards wide, long on. That's gone for 6 as well. The body language of the two fielders out there at Cow Corner and long on suggested that one of them might be able to get underneath that. It's not the biggest boundary down there.
It's a good bit.
Gone away for 6. Alex Carey's gone down the full length of the pitch to have a chat with Todd Murphy. 225 for 9. Stokes goes to 73.
And fair play as well. The young fella must be having a little bit of a brain fade out there. As you say, debut in Ashes. And Ben Stokes is absolutely taking him to the cleaners at the moment. You just got to hold your nerve. But another great shot from Ben Stokes. Nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and then just the full arc and swing of the bat. Just caught up with it and deposited it in at row Z.
Well, Murphy's first 4 overs went for 4 runs. Midway through his 7th, he's gone for 30 now. Just about everyone on the boundary. Murphy to Stokes. Stokes down the pitch is a wide one. He slapped that away square with the wicket on the offside, and then hobbles back to his crease. They don't take the single. Travis Head lobs the ball in. You wonder whether Stokes is going to be able to field, you know.
Oh,
he's
everything.
batting on one leg out there.
Yeah, everything looks ouchy, doesn't it? Even just moving around. He's grimacing as well.
He's 73 not out. Murphy bowls from wide of off stump again. Stokes lets that one go this time. He's fired it in wide, taking it away from Stokes' hitting arc.
That's right.
Stokes said no, thank you. And now the field comes in.
It's good bowling.
Let's see. I said the field comes in. Some come in. There's still a long off and a long on and a cow corner and a deep square. So 4, if you like, come up.
What do you
save
do
1.
Here? Do you look to knock a 1, or do you look to pop him into the stands again?
Into the stand. Or 1. Murphy bowls. Stokes tries to hit that for a single, and he cannot manoeuvre it up towards long off. He's struggling.
Yeah.
He's taken 12 very useful runs off that over. 2 6s.
Who's going to skip her? Ollie Pope's crook? I suppose Joe Root.
Yeah, it might be the return of Joe Root.
The return of Root. Now, come on, Ollie Robinson. Now, let's play a bit of brains here for me. Duck, weave, bob and weave, and survive this over, or try and get a single and get Ben Stokes down to face on strike. Don't just waft at one and give it back.
83 runs for 2 wickets in 8.5 overs since launch.
It's been madness.
It's mad.
The other thing as well is the contrast with the morning session where England only scored 74 runs. They played completely differently this morning. They played old-style Test cricket, really, after the loss of Root and Bairstow, having to rebuild with Moeen Ali and Ben Stokes. 225 for 9. There are a couple of scouts out here for Cummins bowling to Robinson. There's a deep, fine third, there's a fine leg, deep forward square leg, and it looks like there's a deep backward point going in as well. But I mean, surely Robinson's job, I mean, he's a decent enough player. He's not a bad player to have coming in number 11. He's got this bad back. Surely you just play for Stokes here.
Yeah.
You don't play the big shot. He was caught on the pull at Lords.
It's amazing what a bit of momentum can do. You know, you can easily whack your way to a 50 partnership and then you've got a lead.
England 38 behind. Cummins looking for his 7th wicket. Bowls to Robinson, who flogs us away into the leg side. Gone for 4. Banged it in short there, Pat Cummins, and Robinson climbed into it. Ben Stokes is following him back down the pitch. I don't know what he's saying. I wonder if he's saying, well, that's bat for me. I don't know.
I'm on 73.
Yeah.
But if you're crunching them like that, I mean, now you don't, because now they've eased all the players back again. Now you play for the skipper.
Yeah, and there are more gaps to play for the skipper as well now. 4 men on the leg side boundary, 4 up. And there's also a deep, fine third as well. What does Robinson do here? 2.29 for 9. Cummins bowls to him, gives himself some room, guides it away. It's very well stopped in the gully. They might just pinch a single. They do. It was parried in the gully. Mitch Marsh diving away to his right-hand side. He couldn't stop it cleanly. Robinson there, I mean, he might well have got 4 more. It was wide of Stark down at deep third if it'd gone past Marsh. Anyway, he got a single.
You're right, he's a better batter than just to aimlessly hoof one up in the air. They've got another little situation here, England, that they can get up to Australia. Don't just give it back to them again like we've been doing for the last 3 tests.
England are 33 runs behind. Seemed highly unlikely when they were 142 for 7 at lunch. That wicket just before lunch of Chris Woakes as well further deflated them, but astonishing 50 minutes play since the break. Cummins to Stokes. Stokes on 73. Cummins bowls to him. Stokes gives himself some room, knocks it into the offside. Robinson runs halfway down the pitch and then jogs back again. They could have taken the single. What ball of the over was that? That was the 3rd ball of the over. So we're in this sort of phony war situation. Time to time in the overs. Anyway, sometimes Stokes is taking it on, especially against Todd Murphy. He feels he can hit him for 6. Not so easy against Cummins with everyone back on the boundary.
No, well, the timing and the placement's got to be spot on. Yeah. Any top edge or any missed time, sort of hook or pull is going to go straight up in the air.
Even 33 runs behind. Cummins, 4th ball of the over. Bowls to Stokes. It's full, thick edge down towards deep third, and this time they do run. They take the single. So Cummins has got 2 deliveries in this over at Ollie Robinson.
A little bit of brains required now. Just take yourself out of the hubbub. You know, what's the word I'm looking for? The hubbub, not the hubbub. That's a chewing gum, isn't it? Hubbub. Take yourself out of the sort of the moment. And just sit back and have
hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo, that'll do. And just, right, we're going to stay here, 2 balls, you're good enough. He's not a bad player, Robinson, and survive.
I can't imagine that England have had many better number 11s in recent years.
Well, not in my day.
2.31 for 9. 2 balls left in the over. Cummins bowls to Robinson, and Robinson drops the gloves there and allows that to go over his stumps, backing away towards the leg side. And that was definitely playing for Stokes there, out of the line of it.
Like that. Good play.
Robinson, he's made some useful contributions in this series. He was batting with Joe Root. You remember that, everybody, when England declared?
Oh, don't take me back to that.
At Edgbaston. And he also got some useful runs from memory in the 2nd innings as well. 27,
One more ball.
Different sort of pitch, mind you. More bounce here and more pace. Last ball of the over. Cummins bowls to Robinson. Robinson gives himself some room to a full ball on the stumps and blocks it into the onside. They could easily get a single. Cummins ignores it. The ball goes up towards a mid-on and they do not run. This is the end of the over. On we go. 2.31 for 9. Isn't it funny? If you'd said start of the day's playing and be bowled out for 2.35, I think England supporters have gone, oh, really? But now the momentum's with them. At least the damage is not as bad as it could have been. And they're going to be reasonably close on first innings.
100, 80s, 90s, 100s.
Oh, that's huge, isn't it?
Yes, it's huge. 20s and 30s is manageable.
What do you do now if you're Pat Cummins? Do you bowl Todd Murphy again? There's a bit of a brains trust going on out there. They're slowing it down, talking about what they're going to do.
They had the opportunity and he had a couple of sort of drop catches, didn't he? So, they're still going to, that's fair enough, or you might take the youngster out of the limelight.
Well, Stokes has shown his willingness to take on Murphy and bunt him for 6. Murphy's pushed it wide of off stump. It's not so easy to hit him for 6 if he does that. Well, very wide of off stump. There are 4 fielders on the boundary on the offside, 4 on the legs, 5 on the leg side boundary. And here's Murphy to bowl to Stokes. It is wide of off stump. Stokes knew that was coming. He allowed it to go by. A clear tactic here from Todd Murphy.
Could be if he's going to bowl it wide of the leg stump, wide of the off stump, it could be the reverse 6 hits.
Turn around and hit it into the offside.
Bowls it quickly.
Murphy goes in, bowls to Stokes, who heaves just away into the leg side. So you think that's going? It's going into the West Stand. 5 on the leg side boundary, but you cannot hold Stokes if he makes clean contact. It's another 6. 237 for 9.
Cricket fields are big enough if Ben Stokes hits it, I'll tell you. There again, bowled it into his hitting zone, and that has sailed off the bat. Another 6 runs to Ben Stokes.
26 runs behind now. Murphy surely he's going to go wide off stump again here. Bowls to Stokes. He does, and Stokes hammers this in the air. He could well be caught at long on. He should be. The catch is taken. Stokes is out. England's innings is over. Todd Murphy gets his first Ashes wicket. So ultimately that ploy worked. But England are within 26 of Australia. And Stokes has gone for 80. He's given his team a chance here. It was well over 100 at lunch. England were behind, around about 120 behind with 3 wickets left. Now they are within touching distance, and quite a 2-innings match, but pretty close. England 2-3-7 all out, and are standing up all around Headingley to applaud Ben Stokes, who's played another fine innings to give his team something to cling on to. Because the question is he going to come out in the field and lead his team batting on one leg?
Well, he's dragged his side back into some sort of chance again. I mean, woeful batting display, I'm afraid. We've got to be said, hasn't it, by England. And without Ben Stokes, it would have been done and dusted. But now only trailed by 26 from just another blitz from the England skipper. Has got them somewhere near or thereabouts, and we got the likes of Mark Wood, who's going to be steaming in. You know, it's set up another fantastic Test match. He's got them close.
Pat Cummins leads his side off. I just fancied him for 6 today. He's taken 6 for 91. 18 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for 91.
Well, he's an absolute superstar, isn't he? Yeah. Absolute superstar for Australia. Bowled beautifully again. Wonderful bowler. But without Stokes, we'd be facing trouble.
Ben Stokes' final figures: 80 from 108 balls, 5 sixes and 6 fours. Pat Cummins finished with 6 for 91. Which is he's the first Australian captain to take 6 in an innings for Australia against England since Richie Benaud back in the 62-63 series. Since lunch, from lunch onwards, 95 for 3 from 10.2 overs of, I think we can say, all-action cricket, Simon.
Indeed. How many catches did Steve Smith end up with? He took that last catch as well.
5 catches for Smith, which is very rare for a non-keeper to get 5 catches. I'll just get that stat for you now, find out how often it's happened in Tests and in the Ashes.
It can't have happened very often, can it? 5 catches to an outfield player, and it just shows in a way how good Pat Cummins has been at anticipating where he thinks the ball's going to be whacked, because whenever the ball seems to go up in the air, Steve Smith seems to be underneath it. He was fielding there at long on. He watched a couple sail over his head, but not that one. He's able to get in and take it 20 yards in, 15 yards in from the boundary at long on. Stokes miscuing that one from Murphy. So 237 all out.
I've worked it out.
Michael Vaughan is here.
Yeah, I've worked it out. It's a number 6 pitch. Mitchell Marsh yesterday, Ben Stokes today. You want to be batting number 6. We're watching a cricketer in Ben Stokes that I'm sure many who were around in the 80s watching Ian Botham. I had Freddie Flintoff for a few years hitting the ball, but I've never witnessed a player play with so much power and hitting the ball to all parts and doesn't look like getting out. When he goes, he just doesn't look like he's going to get out. He just has this superpower, and you can see the Australians spread the field, and they're all kind of just stood around with their fingers crossed going, please just hit one to us. And incredible. England are back in the Test match. I'd like to have seen a bit more sense with the tail end, duck and weave a few when Ben Stokes is out there. Surely the method is just to try and survive for the batter that's in, but England continues to play this aggressive pull shot against the quicks, which is I think it's 15 wickets. Andy, is that right? Out of 25 have been to the last 25 wickets that the Australian seamers have got. I think the pull shot has
produced 14 or 15 of the wickets.
I'll check that. That does sound about right. In terms of catches, Smith has tied the record for catches in a single Test innings by a non-wicket keeper with 5. He's the only player to do it twice in his career. He's had 5 against South Africa in an innings in Cape Town in 2018, and he is the first non-wicket keeper ever to take 5 catches in an innings in Ashes cricket.
Yeah, well, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. It's a lot of catches that in an innings for an outfield player. Well, Moeen Ali, Chris Woakes, Mark Wood and Stuart Broad were all caught on the pull.
Yeah, the trap was set.
Yeah, and they all went for it. And Mark Wood, he got things going, didn't he? 24 off 7, and then he was out to the
that's fine.
8th ball he faced, and that was glorious hitting, and that sort of just created a bit of momentum.
I just want how many overs did England bat there? Just
52.3.
52, and now I'll just see down to the right. Mark Wood once again bowling. 52.3 overs of rest for the England seamers. There's no Ollie Robinson. He's got that back spasm. You've got Stuart Broad back out there. He's played in all the series. You've got Chris Woakes bowling again. He's not played a great deal of cricket. Was fantastic in the first innings. I just don't know his 52.3 overs is enough rest.
Well, especially if you're a bowler down as well. They're going to have to come out with something special here to haul themselves back into the Test match.
And I think that's what Australia will realise. They'll just come out and play. I mean, the sun's shining. There'll be something there, particularly with the new ball, because this pitch has got a bit of pace and bounce. But I would think Australia will just think, well, if we can just see out the day, probably about 50 odd overs left in the day's play. Probably won't get that many, but say let's 48 overs left. And they'll just try and bat the day out and get the likes of Wood and Co into their second and third spells and bring them back tomorrow. England need wickets today. They need to have that kind of display that we saw yesterday morning when they got 85 for 4, the Australians. Probably going to need the Aussies to be in a similar position in the second innings.
Yeah, OK, so the England bowlers are out there loosening up. Australia will begin their second innings fairly shortly. Jim Maxwell can perhaps take you through the card, give the bowling figures and tell you what's happened today, and quite a bit has, and most of it this afternoon. Most of it this afternoon for England, a lot of it this morning for Australia. Jim.
Simon, thank you. Yes, I'm just going to have a sedative after that. My God, that was extraordinary. I mean seriously, you wouldn't see batting like that in most T20s, would you?
No, probably not. But it's exciting. It's certainly entertaining. Whether it's going to get England to a victory is the big question, but they got a lot closer than I thought they would.
Well, how do you rationalise all of that, the way Moeen Ali got out and Woakes, and it looked like England were going to go for 160 or 70, but there's the Stokes factor. There's always the Stokes factor, which you think has Australia a little bit worried about the back end of this match?
Yeah, absolutely. And Australia will know that whatever they set England, there is the Stokes factor. He'll believe that he can chase down anything. What the Australians have got now is a great opportunity in these conditions where the pitch will play probably at its best. The sun is shining, the outfield's very, very quick. Australia will be thinking we're 1 innings away. We bat really well, properly. We're 1 innings away here from winning the Ashes. If they bat properly on this kind of surface, they would think, can we get 350, 370, maybe 400? If they do that, I think it's going to be a very tall order. But I guess 2019 and last week, you just never know with this England side. But this is a great chance for the Australians to really bat long and win the Ashes.
Does the pitch now suggest to you that batsmen can bat long without the odd ball doing something, a little movement, a bit of bounce, or has that sort of gone out of it? I see the heavy roller giving it a good bash now.
Yeah, I think the pitch, I mean, you can see yesterday, there was more of a tinge of green yesterday. That's kind of being burnt off. There'll be carry, there'll be the odd ball that does a little bit, and there'll be a bit of swing every now and again, but I think the pitch has been a beauty. There's certainly runs out there, we've seen that. We've seen some tremendous strikes down the ground, we've seen great drives. It's certainly a pitch that you can get runs on, and that's why Australia have a really good chance, because the pitch will play at its best now. And over the weekend, the cloud might arrive again, and it might start to swing a little bit more on Saturday and Sunday. But England have got to strike this afternoon. They've got to get a few early wickets and get Australia, like they had in the first innings, 85 for 4. They have to catch a bit better, Jim. That's going to be the key.
So we're looking at them in a huddle. I'm looking for Robinson.
No, he won't.
He won't be there.
I'm looking for Stokes. Is Stokesy out there? I mean, his body looked in absolute bits.
Well, if he's going to
He is, he's there. Ben Stokes is out there.
Yeah. They're in the huddle, the cabal of cricketers below us, having a chat, working over a mantra, whatever it is, encouraging each other. And the most exciting thing is about to happen again in this game. We saw what Wood could do yesterday. If he can rattle the cage as he did yesterday, England may well only have to chase 250. We'll see.
Yeah, that'll be the plan from England's kind of strategy. Get a few early wickets. Broad to Warner's always a spectacle. Was it 16 times now, Andy, that Broad has had Warner?
Yeah, 16, 11 for 100 in the last 3 Ashes combined.
Yeah, so that's a matchup that will favour England. Davey Warner probably will come out and be really aggressive.
That's what the mood of this game is about. It just has an extraordinary adrenaline about it. It's absolutely heaving, the adrenaline. The Western Terrace everywhere. You're just into the game.
I don't think we'll be here on Monday.
Well, we haven't got halfway through, maybe just now, the second day of the game. And look at the pace. I just cannot remember a game of Test cricket like this that's been so full of drama, extraordinary scoring and big six hitting.
Yeah, it's been great entertainment. England now need early wickets just to get that momentum. And the momentum that was with them with the bout through the captain. If they can get an early wicket now, this place will erupt. Need to get this crowd rocking in the next half an hour with a couple of early ones.
There's no problem with scoring boundaries and hitting sixes. It's just the odd one that might nick you off into the slips with a new ball. And Broad's got that ball, and he's going to be bowling at the start of this innings to Khawaja. So Australia is skinny first innings lead. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. And here comes Broad, and he bowls wide of the off stump. And we'll all go quiet now. Khawaja's batting, and there'll be a bit of leaving of the ball, you would think, outside the off stump. But when Warner's on strike, yes, that will be interesting to see how he goes about it, because he won't be able to stop himself, I'm sure.
No, I mean, he'll certainly be chasing anything in his arc. Well, the whole kind of mechanism of the way Test cricket's been played for generations almost is being ripped up with the style that England are producing.
Broad with his headband around the wicket goes in. Khawaja is leaving down the leg side, just watching the bounce. So I'll just give you a run through of what occurred today. It all started to move with a second ball when Root was caught by Warner off Cummins for 19, and then Bairstow lashed at one from Stark and nicked it to Smith at second slip for 12. Then Moeen Ali went after the short ball once, miscued. The second time he miscued, Smith caught him on the onside of Cummins for 21. Wokes got whacked in the helmet by a shorty and then kept going after the short ball and nicked to Carey off Stark for 10. Here comes Broad. There goes Khawaja. Did that skid a bit on him? He kept it out of his pads away on the onside. And then after lunch, we had this furious batting. Wood, first of all, 24 from 8 balls, swinging at everything. And then up in the air off Cummins to Marsh for 24. Broad hung about for a bit. He made 7, caught by Smith at deep backward square of Cummins for 7. And then another little flutter at the end. That last wicket partnership invaluable. 68 added. As Broad goes in, Khawaja back, turns him away, gets a run or two behind square. He'll come back for a second run as the ball rolls out into the country behind square. So Australia are underway. Robinson was a handy 5 not out, and he faced 6 balls, but Stokes was the last man out, caught by Smith off by Murphy for 80, 108 balls, 6 fours and 5 sixes, 6 fours and 5 sixes, and 80 out of 237 with 21 extras. Cummins 6 for 91, Stark 2 for 59, Boland 9 for 35, Marsh 1 for 9, and Murphy got the last wicket. Here goes Broad. Back is Khawaja playing it down the onside of the pitch. Murphy 1 for 36, and there were 5 sixes hit from his bowling by Ben Stokes. So almost parity on the first innings. The difference is 26 and it's now 28.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence is on the field for Ollie Robinson. England do say that he could return at some point, Ollie Robinson. Not too sure when that point will be.
Well, the longer he's off, someone will tell me about whether it's an external injury or some other injury. I don't know. Broad around the wicket. He's running into Khawaja. Khawaja goes back and pushes towards that short third man, and there's another dot in the book. So we'll see if and when he can bowl when he returns to the field. That's the first over down, and everyone's just relaxing a little bit after the most frenetic hour of cricket after lunch.
I was just going to say, Jim, I mean, the old kind of adage in a test match, that last over before lunch, you just see it through to lunch. Chris Woakes getting out playing the big Yahoo. You know, it's just a new method that England are producing. At the minute, they're 2-0 down in the series. It's been great entertainment, but you know, I just look at some of that bat and think, can't you just duck and weave for Ben? You know, Ben Stokes is an incredible player. You know, you'll have to look at Stuart Broad at Lords. What he did as a tail end was just hang in there, and Ben obviously struck the boundaries. England went for the really aggressive. I saw Mark Wood actually in the indoor school at lunch. He had a hit in the indoor school and walked over the pin, went straight out there, bosh, straight into the stands a couple of times inside the first 3 deliveries. So it's the England way, it's the England method. But I do think this Australian side will be looking at this now and the conditions, thinking England are back out there after 52 overs. The bowlers have had no rest, and they'll try and see off these first spells and get them into their second and third spell.
Now, from the far end, he has Warner trying to pull a ball outside the off stump. Woakes hit the pitch there. I don't know whether it was a low bounce. What happened to that?
That's a shocking shot.
He went for a horizontal shot to the first ball, which was short outside, well, just outside the off stump.
Kept it low, but that's a really bad shot, David Warner.
Yeah, he could have pulled it into his stumps very easily there.
David Warner just needs a few runs.
But as I say, there's an adrenaline about this game, and you can get caught up in it. And the batsmen certainly get caught up in it on a pitch where the ball's coming on at last in this series. Woakes bowls, and he's back hit on the body, and it goes into the gully. There's an appeal for a catch. But I think, although Stokes has taken it, he's not going to be going for a review. It appeared to clearly come off his body, not his bat.
And the captain's put himself to third slip as well. You know, you can even see him taking that catch, and he's limping, he's hobbling. And
what's his left hip?
I don't know what I think it's his whole body.
Yes.
I think he's just knackered.
Yeah.
He's clearly got a problem with the left knee. Looks like he's done his lower right back. Square leg's just going to go back on the boundary for Warner.
He's a cricketing gladiator, a real soldier. Now he's decided with Warner's attempts to pull a couple of deliveries to have a deep square leg. 3 slips, fine leg, deep square, man at mid-on. Woakes goes in, Warner back, and he gets off the mark, sliding it down towards fine leg for a single, and Australia underway, number 3, and lovely afternoon sunshine, full house, great atmosphere, and another extraordinary game of cricket. 26 the difference on the first innings, but as Michael mentioned, they only batted for 52 overs and a bit, and their bowlers are back out there.
And it's hot, 26 degrees, Jim.
Where's the beach here?
The beach, the nearest one, I'm guessing, I don't know, Whitby, around there?
Whitby.
Scarborough.
Not much surf at Whitby from what I remember.
There'll be some big surf there. Some nice fish and chip shops, and there's a couple of belters.
A chippy.
Yeah.
A chippy.
A couple of good chippies round here, Jim. Might have to...
just down the road.
Might take my lunch over the next couple of days.
Brett's or something. Here comes a short ball. He tries to pull it too. Nicks it onto his pad. Khawaja has caught up in this pull shot that Warner started.
Yeah, Brett's.
He nicked it into his body. Brett's.
And Brian's, yeah, there's a good couple of chippies.
Brett's and Brian's.
Yeah, I have to be honest.
Okay.
I don't rate the food here up at Headingley quite as good as the Lord's food. I think there's
you mean in the calf here?
I'd say the improvement just needs to be a little bit... it's quite a lot of improvement required.
There are quite a few feasting on it too. I think they run out after half an hour. Not that I've been down there. There's lots of little snackies in the box here to enjoy. Wokes is running in again. Khawaja is flicking him away out towards deep square, and that's going away to the boundary at square leg for 4. So a nicely timed shot to a full ball on the leg stump, which was no problem for Khawaja to send away. None for 7, Australia, enjoying that lead, which wasn't as much as it looked at 7 for 142. Stokes was able to narrow it down to just 26 runs. 3 slips are there. Stokes is the third of them. Wokes is running in at Khawaja. Khawaja after the short ball. Oh, here we go. It is short and it is tugged away out to the boundary. So, as I say, we're all caught up in bounce bowling, pulls and hooks and hoiks and whatever you like. It's none for 11 with 2 overs gone.
On him with that. That's a couple of rusty balls from Chris Wokes again. He's not played much cricket, bowled brilliantly in the first innings, but it's not easy going back out there again and finding your rhythm. I'm sure the bodies will be a little bit stiff and the fact they haven't been playing too much cricket. And this is a beautiful day for batting. It really is. It doesn't get any better than this at Leeds.
Andy?
Ben Stokes, after lunch, 53 from 41 balls, 5 sixes and 4 fours, having been 27 from 67 up to lunch. And towards the end, he passed 6,000 runs in Test cricket.
New over from Broad. Around the wicket, Warner walks across, taps it out on the onside to Moeen Ali, who's at mid-wicket.
He's only the third player in Test history to have the double of 6,000 runs and 100 wickets. He's only 3 short of 200. So he joins Jacques Kallis, 13,289 runs and 292 wickets, and Garfield Sobers, 8,032 and 235. 3 players with 6,000 runs and 100 wickets.
The great Gary Sobers. Yes, turns 87 on the 28th of July this month. So 3 slips. And Broad bowling around the wicket. He comes up, Warner's there. He edges and he's caught at second slip. He's got him again. Broad's bunny is Warner. Crawley takes the catch at second slip. The game still races along at frighteningly fast speed. Australia 1 for 11. And Warner's out straight away. He got off the mark, but he only made 1. And Alex is alongside me. What do you think about all this?
Well, what do I think? Well, Warner walking off with a smile on his face, and it's not a smile of a man that's happy at all. It's a smile of, I cannot believe Broad has got me out again. Time and time again, Stuart Broad strikes, just nicking the ball straight to Zach Crawley, who takes a decent catch in the slips. In England, they're behind, but they've got their first wicket of the day, and like we're talking about, it is a brilliant day for batting, so England are going to have to do the simple things well today.
Well, he gets a few boos as he leaves the ground, which is completely out of order, really. And they should be cheering Broad for getting him out again. That's what they should be doing. Anyway, he made 1, and Australia opened up again at the top. They were opened up yesterday, and they got out of it. And what will happen this afternoon? You just do not want to miss a ball of this, because you're never too sure what is going to happen. We know Labuschagne's coming out to bat, and we know that Andy's going to give us another statistic on the losing battle for Warner against Broad.
Yes, it's now over the past 3 series, 12 dismissals for 100 runs, having not dismissed him in the previous 2 series, while Warner scored 139. The first 2 series between the 2013 and the 13-14 Ashes, it was more even, 5 wickets for 185. But yeah, now the last 3, 2019, the last Ashes in Australia, 2 for 30. 2019 was 7 for 35, now 3 for 35 so far this series.
The sun might be shining, but the pitch is still doing enough. With a new ball particularly, that was a useful delivery, wasn't it?
It was indeed. I guess as a bowler, when you know that you're going to get a batter out, it's just doing those simple things well, hitting a length, letting the batter make the mistake. A good ball from Stuart Broad.
If you reckon there's heat in the game, just wait another 20 minutes, because Wood will come on and he'll be like Max Verstappen. He's a Formula One speedster. Hit that stuff in the first innings, and when he got the length right to the lollipop batsman, he cleaned them up, skittled them, and he might do the same. So this is a surging, exciting, exhilarating game of Test cricket, and Labuschagne is now looking down behind Broad. Someone's moving. He's sat down, and Broad's ready to go. First ball. The leg slip and 3 slips. Labuschagne is leaving it outside the off stump. They can just put that on a tape for Labuschagne, leaving it outside the off stump. Now, another stat you've got to supply us. Smith took 5 catches. Greg Chappell, only other Aussie to do that, catcher in an innings. I'm just putting it on notice, that's all.
Victor Richardson did it. South Africa, Durban.
No, in Ashes.
Oh, Smith was the first to do it in the Ashes.
First to do it in the Ashes. Well, there you go. Away is Broad. Outside the off stump, another leave. He just goes on length every time. It's there, let it go. I thought Greg Chappell must have done it against someone else, but I'm sure Greg took, well, maybe 7 in a match, but not 5 in an innings and so on.
Root will be on for 5 drops in the match as well. First time in the Ashes, maybe.
And what's Broad doing? Was he telling someone to be quiet? He's playing a traffic policeman down there with various signals. Normally he's trying to crank up the crowd on the terrace, and he doesn't really need to do that because he's done it with getting the wicket. Here he comes. He bowls. Labuschagne plays and misses outside the off stump. That was a bit fuller, straighter. Caused him to push. Hands on head from Broad. Fizzed past the outside edge.
This is entertaining, isn't it? From Stuart Broad with the new ball. Just doing enough off the surface to beat the bat of Labuschagne.
Labuschagne goes perambulating in between deliveries. We're back to the tense cricket, not the frenetic. You bowl, I'll slog, and maybe I'll get out, but I'll probably get a few sixes first. As Broad slides in, Labuschagne forward, punches it through mid-off for 4. Yep, a good stroke. Beat Wood just to his right. He's a little wide at mid-off, and away it went to the boundary. Alex, it's 1 for 15, and Aggers is here to continue the excitement of Test match cricket.
Yeah, just slightly too full, that last ball from Stuart Broad to Labuschagne. He's able to punch the ball past Mark Wood for 4 and get off the mark. A great over from Stuart Broad, getting the wicket of Warner again. We'll talk about it time and time again because it keeps happening.
It does, and the more it happens, the more the batsman thinks about it, and the more the bowler knows.
The more confident you become as a bowler.
Absolutely. You keep getting somebody out, and the more tentative you become as a batsman too. Stuart Broad got about 17 times now, which is considerably more than anybody else. 15 for 1, game on here. Australia lead by 41 as Woakes bowls, and that finds a thick edge as Khawaja inches out of his crease and plays to backward point. And what a day for the crowd. It's been like a roller coaster, really. Second ball of the day, Joe Root dismissed, and then Johnny Bairstow shortly afterwards. There was doom and gloom around. People kicking at waste paper bins, that sort of thing.
Not again.
Oh, yeah. And then, an amazing onslaught that was started by Mark Wood, actually. And picked up by Ben Stokes. More ferocious hitting. In comes Woakes bowls. Khawaja can flick him off his hip down to long leg. Looks like Dan Lawrence fielding substitute down there because Robinson's not on the field. So 16 for 1. The lead is 42. Warner already dismissed. Labuschagne takes his guard. It does seem the Australians, and I'm not surprised, are intimidated by Stokes. I mean, so there must be a call to get him higher up the order, but for a run chase, I'd think, rather than having to bat with the lower order in the tail all the time. But
well, the Australians do the right thing, don't they, by putting everybody out on the boundary, because you know he's not going to take the singles. He can't afford to take the singles.
If it's with recognised batsman, though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they could do that quite so easily. I'd get him up the order for the second innings, I must say. The trouble is, he's falling apart. He's like Laurel and Hardy's old car. I mean, he's just in a heap. Bits keep falling off. 16 for 1. In comes Woakes, then bouncing in from the far end. Bowls outside the off stump, and Labuschagne allows that to go through. It's taken by Johnny Bairstow. He was hobbling about, and Robinson, he's pretty immobile as well with his back problem. So it was sort of bizarre 15-20 minutes at the end there.
Yeah, Robinson went out there, but he couldn't run, could he? He was sort of doing that quick walk between the wickets.
A bit like you the other day with your neck. His neck was all stiff and turning.
Oh, it's horrible.
I know. In comes Woakes again, and he bowls on the leg stump, turned away by Labuschagne to mid-wicket. Up by Brook, who's fielding there.
With neck and back spasms, there's nothing you can do. You just have to wait for them to settle down as well. And back spasms can take anywhere from 4 hours to 4 days to settle down. It just depends on how severe it is.
He's had it before. I remember he was off the field in Hobart, wasn't he, in that last test of the Ashes in Australia. I think in the West Indies too he had a problem. 16 for 1. Labuschagne's on 4. Can't be someone moving down there again, can it? I hope not. He's waving there to somebody. There's been a lot of interruptions today. And comes Woakes. Labuschagne's hit on the pad, playing no shot. Now that was a misjudgment. Some excitement there from Woakes, but I think that was too high. And, he didn't really appeal seriously about that. But there was some excitement, and it was definitely misjudgment.
Yeah, hit him on the hip, so it was definitely too high. Labuschagne thinking the ball outside the off stump, leaving the ball on the length.
Three slips waiting. Woakes in the sunshine, bowls, that finds the edge, runs down towards third man. Duckett's after it. Look at that ball speed away, but that's a really good piece of fielding by Duckett. Diving full length. It's like a snooker table, this outfield. The ball just runs and runs, and of course with every run crucial. Every bit of energy and diving like that, just to save one run, could prove critical. 18 for 1. Australia lead by 44. Warner's back in the hutch.
I couldn't believe this morning when we went out there actually how hard the ground was, because we've seen how fast the outfield is yesterday. It wasn't until this morning there is a no give on the outfield whatsoever. It is like a snooker table. The grass is so short, so smooth out there.
Well, Broad's going to continue. The noise down there. Oh, desperate attempt to save their inflatable ball down there. Stewart was moving very swiftly and has been rescued. In the meantime, in goes Broad, round the wicket. Bowls to Khawaja. Plays from the crease, a ball on the off stump.
Oh, they got it.
Someone else got it?
Oh, the Stewart got it.
Oh.
They've taken it down.
The shame, actually, it's quite a nice, brightly coloured one, that.
Yeah, it's gone down into the concourse.
Oh. It's a desperate race of people dashing down to get the ball, and a steward was running around the boundary edge to go and get there first. But anyway, they've had a good time on there. Oh, it's been rescued. Someone's got it. And up it goes, brightly coloured, quite a large ball. In goes Broad, bowls on the off stump. Khawaja drives that smoothly down to mid-off. I don't know if the stewards are actually allowed to catch it when it's actually on the terrace as such. As if it goes onto the field, of course, you won't see it again.
Well, they're harmless, aren't they? They're just inflatable.
Well, I think so.
Beach balls. It's gone again.
18 for 1. It's a good day for a beach ball. Oh, they're in trouble now. The steward's got it, and I'm afraid he's making off with it. In goes Broad, bowls. Khawaja shuffles forward. Picked up at mid-on by Mark Wood, who will see bowl soon, I would think, when some of the shine has gone. Meanwhile, that steward clutching this ball. He's got to see his friends down there. I think safety in numbers, probably. I'm not sure what he's going to do with it.
It was Jofra Archer, wasn't it, that got the beach ball off one of the stewards and lobbed it back into the crowd?
I think it was. It's quite brave, but I've got a feeling this beach ball was probably seen the last of its cricket for the day, to quote John Arlott. 18 for 1. Broad, he's done his boot. Now, back in the day, that meant undoing laces and all sorts of things, but of course, now it's just Velcro straps. And there's actually a little lace there that he's doing up as well. He's getting himself ready to go again. Haven't had much rest, you know. It's 53 overs, was it? Something like that, I think. That innings lasted for. It wasn't many more than that. 52.3. Thank you, Andy. And goes Broad round the wicket. Is there, and he bowls down the leg side. Khawaja just keeps his bat inside the line. That's collected by Johnny Bairstow. 18 for 1. Beautiful afternoon. Trying to track the weather for tomorrow. It's I think we'll be lucky not to get a shower or two tomorrow. Looking at it's all the predictive sort of stuff, isn't it? It's quite hard to see on those.
Stay away from the apps, you know, because they do often get it wrong.
Well, they can do. But yeah, I think we'll be lucky tomorrow. 18 for 1. Khawaja on 11. Broad again round the wicket, runs down the hill, and Khawaja times that very well. Playing it on the move, rather. Up to Wood, fielding at mid-on. One ball remains in this over, but it's just the sun is beating down. Everybody enjoying the sunshine, and it's quite relentless here. There's very little cover. I mean, you really do have to bring hats and sunscreen and so on. And an umbrella tomorrow, by the sounds of it. 18 for 1. Now, what's Broad up to here? He was talking to Chris Woakes about something or other. Now he's finally on his way. 3 slips. Broad stretches out. Is there any bowls? And Khawaja turns him into the leg side. They get a single. So Wood's left at mid-on. And that means that Khawaja will keep the strike. 19 for 1. The lead is 45. And I think Broad is going to continue his running repairs off the field. There's lots of coming and going, because is that Brook coming off?
Well, Stokes has just stopped Stuart Broad going off just to have a quick word as he's walking off. You could hear him on the stump mic say, Brody, hold on. They are having a chat, which you very rarely see. The skipper walking a player off to talk about bowling plans.
Yeah, Stokes has got something on his mind. I think he wants to bring Wood on. And so I think he's just perhaps gently breaking the news to Broad that, look, I know you've only bowled 3 overs, but I do want to get Wood into the attack. I suspect that was sort of a calming measure, if you like. In comes Woakes and bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side. They've won 1. That's all they're going to have as Lawrence throws it back again. I mean, an opening bowler would want more than 3 overs, really, and having taken a wicket. So I think maybe Stokes is saying, look,
take time.
Yeah, brilliantly bowled, love it, but I just want to get Wood in there and bowl some quick stuff. I suspect, I'm only guessing.
I would do that. If as a captain out there, I would bring Wood on, especially when the ball is still new, because he will swing the ball and he will bowl quick down the hill as well.
In comes Woakes, bowls outside the off stump. Labuschagne ignores it and goes through at a nice rate to Bairstow. And it has been a pleasure to watch cricket on this pitch, I must say, to Richie Robertson. It's his first test pitch, the new groundsman down below us. And this has been terrific, it really has. There's pace, there's bounce, there's some movement. The bowlers are always interested, but then the batsmen get full value for their shots. Sometimes they have the radio on down there in the groundsman's shed. So if so, thank you very much indeed for a really good strip. In comes Woakes again, and he bowls. And back goes Labuschagne. This is a bit shorter. Woakes lands a larger boot on it. Walks back to his mark again. 20 for 1. Woakes wanders back to his mark again. Bit of movement to our left there. It's increasingly spectators fanning their faces with whatever they can find, some sort of programme or scorecard or just anything, really, a cap, just to try and get some air movement. Now they're dropping out a fielder to deep square leg as well.
There's a paddling pool being thrown around in the crowd now.
Paddling pool?
One of those inflatable pools that you put
So there is
toddler in.
blue and white one. In comes Woakes, bowls, played away down to mid-on. Labuschagne getting right behind that. Yes, it makes you wonder what they're going to do with that.
Use it as a giant frisbee.
It's not the easiest thing to bounce up and down with your fingers either, is it, in a terrace? It's a bit ungainly, that.
I think it's flopped.
Yeah. You do see all sorts of blow-up things being thrown around in these terraces. 20 for 1. In comes Woakes there, and he bowls. Spooned in the air and falls safely. Where did that come from? That has reared and hit the shoulder of Labuschagne's bat. And a completely uncontrolled stroke there. The ball literally lobbed in the air. And no one could get there, but Woakes hits the pitch hard. It hit the very shoulder, didn't it?
Yeah, just didn't necessarily pop off a length, but maybe just got up a bit more than Labuschagne was expecting. It's taken him by surprise. He's ended up taking his bottom hand off the bat and it's ballooned up. Ben Duckett is on that line, but he was just too deep for the catch.
Yeah, that sort of gone to an orthodox gully would have had that. 20 for 1. Woakes comes in, bowls. Labuschagne allows that one to pass by outside the off stump. To end a good over, 20 for 1. The lead's 46. Warner's out. It's been an incredible day.
I'm getting my wish. We're having Mark Wood.
Yes. So that was the change. I think Stokes is saying to Broad, look, I just want to get him on early, so don't get the hump. So we're going to give him a go. We fast bowlers need a bit of TLC and a bit of a stroke every now and then.
Yeah, well, you all like your ego stroke, don't you?
Do.
How good you are and how good you've been. But I'm a massive fan of Wood. I think this is the right move. Sorry, Andy.
Just one final Ben Stokes stat. Hit 5 sixes today to go with his 9 at Lords. The 14 in the series ties the Ashes record. Kevin Peterson hit 14 in 2005. So we'd expect Stokes to break that at some point. Already we've had 43 sixes in the series, which is the third most ever in an Ashes series by both sides combined.
So Wood it is, in the end, that he caused all those problems for Australia yesterday. He hasn't had much of a rest. And he played some shots when he batted too. But let's see how Khawaja fares against him this time. He ripped his stump out of the ground in the first innings. In goes Wood. His first ball's outside the off stump. And Khawaja allows that to go through at a reasonable rate of knots. He's got to get himself loosened up. It was great value last night, I must say, when we interviewed him for the podcast as well. He just makes you laugh.
Oh, he's just... Do you know what? I love that he's unapologetically himself. He's not changed. He is who he is. And he speaks about fast bowling so well.
His parents were here yesterday too to see him get 5 wickets for England, which was lovely. Fine leg goes a little bit finer, yes, into the shadow down there. That looks about right. There's also a leg slip. 3 orthodox slips in the offside. As Wood goes sprinting in, bowls very full. Khawaja digs it out. Moeen scampers into field at mid-on. The first ball was 88 miles an hour.
That one 89.
Just warming up. Quickest yesterday, 96.5, and he averaged 90.4.
It was really interesting listening to him about yesterday, talking about bowling fast and how the first few deliveries his front leg necessarily isn't braced properly because subconsciously he's worried about his ankle. You know, he tries not to think about it, but obviously that worry will always still be there.
He's dashing in again. Off he goes. Bowls, and Khawaja hops and plays that off his hip. And they scurry a single there. Labuschagne was slow setting off. The fielder kept hold of the ball rather than throw at the stumps, which would have resulted in overthrows. 21 for 1 in the 7th. Australia lead by 47.
And then it's almost like he bowls the first couple of deliveries and then he starts bracing his front leg. And then he gets that snap and that whip and he's able to push the ball through it.
It also interested how he talked about practice and how, because he hasn't played any cricket. So I said, well, how do you recreate this in practice? He basically doesn't really, he bowls at about 80% in practice. And so suddenly you're lifted. So, I mean, you're actually putting quite a lot of stress on your body that it's not used to by adding an extra 20% load on it. Labuschagne's on 6. Wood moves in over the wicket, bowls to him, and the right-handed batsman stands up. Plays carefully for Wood to go and pick up mid-wicket. He tosses the ball away, and Chris Woakes starts to polish it and rub it, try and keep some shine on it. 21 for 1. Not much movement in the trees over there to our right. Just gentle sway. There's very little breeze here today. It's actually not a bad day for bowling fast. It's warm, that's what you want. Keep your body loose. Some pace in the pitch. As Wood on the turn, runs in, bowls. Oh, that's a quick ball. And Labuschagne's doing his best to get out of the way of that. He bent at the knee. The ball went whooshing past his nose and into Bairstow's gloves. And, you know, I said yesterday, how could he beat this for a spectacle? You know, in any form of cricket, yes, obviously, you know, watching Stokes bat and the thrill of a one-day chase or whatever, but a fast bowler tearing in and bowling at this pace. The batsman just doing his best to dig in there and see him off, the bravery that needs. In goes Wood, bowls full, and Labuschagne's forward. And that's the bravery factor. You had one that rushed past your nose. Next ball's up by your boots, 90 odd miles an hour. You've got to get in there, get behind it, defend it.
Talking to Brendan McCullum this morning, he was actually laughing about how far back Bairstow's having to stand. Bairstow apparently went off the field yesterday and said, "Have you seen how far back I'm having to stand? He's bowling that quick." And that short ball there, Bairstow's actually had to take above his shoulder. So it's getting through still on this pitch.
Certainly is. Broad's back. So I think he's having sort of running repairs to his boots. Anyway, he's back at mid-on. And Woakes will continue. There'll have to be some quite careful management by Stokes of these bowlers now, because he's only got 3 seamers. He can't bowl himself. I really can't believe he will. In comes Woakes, bowls to Khawaja, very fine deflection for 4. It's getting inside the line. He does play that shot very fine. He played that well. Nothing Lawrence could do about it. The lead moves up to 51. So he's got the 3 seamers then. He's got Broad, Woakes and Wood. And then, of course, he's got Moeen.
Root, if needed.
A bit of root, isn't it? But it just seems like it's a pitch that the quicker bowlers will enjoy. But I think it'd be a miracle if Stokes can bowl. He's there at 3rd slip at the moment.
I don't think he will. You just worry he's going to break down.
Woakes bowls, Khawaja on the front foot. And Wood fields at mid-off, and there's no run.
The way he was having to pick himself up time and time again while he was batting today, you fear that if he bowls, he's going to end up in a heap somewhere.
Yes, I mean, it was hard to tell exactly where his injuries are, and I think there is more than one.
From head to toe, by the looks of things.
He was just hobbling around all over the place. Incredible innings, 80. Must watch it. In comes Woakes again, bowls, and Khawaja once more defends, thinks about a singly set off there. But, I think just really challenging Wood to have to use some energy up to come in and dashing and pick the ball up. 25 for 1 in the 8th over of the innings, so Australia lead by 51. When Wood walked out to bat, I've not got my notes here, Andy, so you can tell me off for that, but they were how far behind?
They were 121 behind.
Yeah, with 3 wickets left.
Yep. So 95.
In comes Woakes, bowls, and Khawaja's on the back foot, pushing out to the bowler, and there's no run.
It was 95 for 3 wickets in 10.2 overs after lunch.
It was just Stokes. Well, Wood, to be fair, to start with. He hit 3 sixes.
Yeah, he got the ball rolling, didn't he?
Did.
6-4-6.
Yes, only the second player to have 16 runs off the first 3 balls of a Test innings, after Foffey Williams of the West Indies in 1948. He was a new one to me, to be honest.
There's a name.
Foffey Williams.
How do you spell Foffey? Is that an F-O-F-F? Comes Woakes, bowls. Oh, he plays and misses. Pushing forward outside the off stump.
Well, his full name, Ernest Albert Vivian Williams, from Barbados, known as Foffy. Played in 4 tests.
Foffy looks like a nickname, though, is it? It's
Yes,
not actually
nickname.
His mother didn't name him that or something.
Yeah, hit his
I wonder
first.
what Foffy is short for.
Hit his first 6 balls for 6-6, 4-4, 4-4 against
Oh, wow.
England in Bridgetown, 1948.
Good old,
Bad knock.
good old Foffy. He knew all about Baz Ball then, you see. In comes Wokes, bowls outside the off stump, no stroke from Khawaja. 25 for 1. No one's giving anything here at the moment. Alex, stay on for a minute, 'cause I've got to disappear. Let somebody else come in here. So give some thoughts, and I'm going to make room for Daniel Norcross.
Well, Khawaja then just playing a shot, wafting at the ball outside the off stump. And doesn't want to be doing that because the slips are in play, so England will want him to play that shot. They'll want him to sort of have that brain fade. But Mark Wood here, you almost sense something has to happen when Mark Wood's bowling. You just think, you know, he makes things happen. Yes, he got 5 for in the first innings, but the way he just charges in and tries to bowl fast, it makes very, very good cricket.
It's a big ask for a man who hasn't played a lot of cricket lately to have to do it 2 days running. The strain that it puts on him, but 3 slips, leg slip, mid-wicket, mid-on, sort of extra cover, backward point, and a deep backward square leg, really. Not even a long leg is that square. Here's Wood into Labuschagne. It's down the leg side, and it's taken at leg slip on the bounce by Duckett. I think that came off pad, not bat. Glenn McGrath has joined us, replacing Alex Harley, like for like.
Yeah, g'day, Dan.
Hello.
G'day, everyone. Yeah, no, we're both number 11 batsmen with pretty poor averages, so Alex tells me. She might have me covered, though.
You know, she's only ever been out once in international cricket, and she's still furious about it to this day.
I know. It's harsh, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was, I played before DRS, though.
Right. You think it could have been even lower, your average? Wood into Labuschagne. And Labuschagne defends with an angle bat, tries to get a run that isn't there as it goes out square of the wicket, the offside. Khawaja is not an easy man to run with. He can occasionally rather rest on that bat handle at the other end.
Mark Wood's bowling reasonably quick. This pitch is not doing quite as much and carrying through quite as well as what it did yesterday with overhead conditions, but sometimes batsmen think the best way to play a certain bowler is from the non-striker's end.
Well, I can't say as I blame them. Now, Andy has been looking up Foffy Williams. Have you done him? Right. I'm intrigued by him. And as Wood runs in, the slightly angled approach into Labuschagne, slightly wide of the crease. It's defended with the full face of the bat up to Broad. At mid-on, there's no run. The sun is shining. There's not too much of a breeze. These are the best conditions to bat, no doubt. And did England rather throw it away with their approach before lunch, or was that just the effect of facing top quality fast bowling on a pacey pitch?
Yeah, no, I think it was probably good bowling. I think they were very sort of watchful in that session there, and then they come out after tea and it's gun-ho. And maybe the problem is they haven't gone hard enough with Bazball this series.
Maybe. Wood in, Labuschagne defends again, sort of back of a length delivery, not threatening the stumps, pushed up to Broad, and there's no run.
But this pitch still has something in it. There's just the odd one that just seems to bounce a little bit more. But there's not as much swing and movement and seam movement today as what there was yesterday. There was a little bit this morning as this pitch is going on, the day's going on, the sun on it. It's probably doing a little bit less. So, yeah, it's just one of those things. And, they came out after lunch and prepared to play their shots and took them on and got some quick runs and got nearer the Australian total. So
Wood in, down the leg side, taken by a tumbling Bairstow. He's in front of Duckett at leg slip. There's no run.
But this match, it just, you never know where it's going. This game's probably been ebbing and flowing. The whole series has gone that way, hasn't it? And
well, there have been distinct moments in this match, haven't there? There's been Mitchell Marsh in the middle session yesterday, played the only innings of real authority until Stokes got stuck in today after lunch.
But even still, I think Marsh on that pitch yesterday nearly looked better. Stokes is batting on one leg. It's always hard to get your timing all the time.
Wood in, and Labuschagne ducks. Rapid bouncer. Goes through to Bairstow. And there is no run. 9 overs have been bowled. Australia 25 for 1. Khawaja has 18. Labuschagne has 6. What are you looking up there, Andy?
Oh, Pat Cummins is rather extraordinary figure. 6 for 91 from 18 overs. Economy rate just over 5. It's only the 7th instance in Test history of a bowler taking 6 or more wickets in an innings, but conceding more than 5 runs and over, 5 runs and over or more. Most recently, Abrar Ahmed in Multan, also against the Baz Bailey England, 7 for 114 in 22. Then Mitchell Starc, early in his career, 6 for 154 against South Africa in Perth of 28.5 overs. Mackay Antony, Kapil Dev, Jeff Thompson and Imran Khan also on that list. There's some pretty tidy bowlers.
Oh, I didn't make the list, Andy.
No, you generally didn't get hit for 5 and over, did you?
The Manchester game in 2005, I went for plenty, but I picked up a couple of wickets, so I thought I might have just scraped in there.
Jason Frazier, didn't he go for a lot for some wickets in India in his one game, didn't he? I thought he went. He was taken down. How come he's not there? Are you just looking at seam bowlers? I thought he went at nearly 6 and over.
He went at 4.9 and over, 8 for 215 off 43.5.
4.9.
Yeah, that's not 5.
I know. All right. It's close.
It's close.
It's close.
You could easily round it up.
Yeah, let's. Wokes is continuing. He's going to have to do a lot of bowling.
Kapil Dev's figures, one of the most extraordinary analysis in Test history. 38.4 overs, 7 for 220 against Pakistan.
Oof.
Runs. Wokes is into Khawaja, lets this go on length as much as anything else outside the off stump. No run. You could sort of imagine that happening more in second innings than in first innings. How many of those happened in the second innings?
Only Starks against South Africa in Perth, which I think was a game when Amla and Smith made rapid hundreds. I'll get the scorecard up.
Well, we've got just 2 slips in place. Stokes going quite defensive here with a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, leg slip, a long leg and a deep square leg. So Wokes is into Khawaja, who covers up in defence and works the ball up to Broad at mid-on. And there is no run. We've got about 11 minutes to go until tea. It's been another action-packed day. The whole series has warped and wefted, waxed and waned.
Yeah, that's been. It's always something happening. Dave Warner falling to Stuart Broad again.
Yes,
the 17th time. I'm wondering if that's something the Australians will have to look at the end of this test.
I was going to ask you that very question as Wokes is in and Khawaja dabs the ball into the onside, just in front of square. Moeen has to come in for the boundary to field. And there's one more to the total, 26 for 1. I suppose, had he not got those, I mean, he got a couple of 50s, didn't he, earlier on in the series? So does that insulate him a little, do you think? Because he was only selected for the first 2 tests, wasn't he, in the squad? And then we wondered if he was rather on trial.
Yeah, so this pitch today probably suits Stuart Broad with the new ball. It's just got a little bounce, a little bit of carry. Just, he bowls such good areas that it's always testing Dave Warner, and twice out the same way is always a slight concern.
In rushes Wokes to the right-handed Labuschagne. Field has changed appropriately. He leaves the ball alone through to Bairstow. No run. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. What have you found there?
I was just showing Andy.
Glenn's figures from that game in 2005. 515 off 20.5. 5.5 and over.
Yeah, so why is that on your list?
Like I said, it was 6 wickets
or more.
Oh,
so,
6.
Yeah, come on. So you don't need those figures to go in there, really, do you?
Next delivery's worked into the onside, playing from the crease. Labuschagne just works it up to Wood at mid-on. There's no run. 1 ball remains in the 10th over. Yes, that's very unlike you. Do you think Michael Vaughan's a prototype Baz bowler? They did score 400 in the day, didn't they, at Edgbaston?
Yeah, I didn't.
I remember, yeah.
This was the match after. Come back from my ankle up where I fully ruptured 2 ligaments. But
did you get back so quickly? I find that extraordinary.
Good people, good physio, Errol Walcott.
Wokes in, wide outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run, end of the over, 10 gone, 26 for 1. Khawaja 19, Labuschagne 6. I mean, that is an extraordinarily rapid recovery, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you start physio straight away from the moment you get back from injury, icing on and off, 20 minutes on and off, and then start treatment, not allowing swelling to settle in. And it's amazing. You provide the right environment for the body to heal itself, it can. And yeah, so that got me back inside probably 7 days rather than 6 to 8 weeks, which is the normal time frame for that injury. So yeah, it's about having good people around you, or the right people around you.
I remember the terrible disappointment of you coming back for the next test. It was.
I always laugh over here because there's two things people say to me. They go, one, I used to hate you with a passion when you played, which I take as a compliment.
You should do.
And secondly,
as Wood rushes in, 3 slips, leg slip, and Khawaja lets it go. Goes too low to Bairstow on the bounce.
Too paced sometimes. And the second thing is one of their favourite sporting moments of all time is me treading on the ball. Well, I don't know how to take that one.
Well, you should definitely take that as a compliment as well.
But yeah, that 05 series was just absolutely incredible. Whether this is going along the same lines, I know Australia's up 2-0, and if they can win this test, it just kills the series. Well, it doesn't kill the series, but means that England cannot win. That doesn't mean the last 2 test matches is not going to be close and right down to the wire as things have been so far.
Wood rushes in to Khawaja. That's a bouncer which he evades by ducking. I mean, we should remember that World Test Championship points and all that. I know it's not something that's taken massively seriously. By the way, you can hear more about that Glenn McGrath 2005 story in the podcast From the Ashes on BBC Sounds, and you can read Stefan Schemmelt's article on the website that goes along with that. And of course, there's in-play clips and highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. And tonight, there are highlights today at the test on BBC 4 at 7 o'clock, which you can watch either live or on the iPlayer at any time you wish. As Wood runs in to Khawaja, and Khawaja gets one that swings back into the pad, struck on that pad, it rolls around to backward square leg, and they'll pick up a leg by. I think it'll be a leg by, wait for the umpire's signal. They're not going to refer this, it was swinging too far down. And, well, the umpire hasn't signalled, so maybe there was a touch of inside edge on this.
Yeah, a little bit of swing there.
He did signal, did he? Right.
Yeah, Mark Wood getting a little bit of swing. So straightening into the left-hander, so good sign for Wood that there's something there for it. This ball is now in its 11th over. And the Duke ball, once all the lacquer and that gets off it, it actually tends to swing a little bit more.
Right-handed Labuschagne on strike now. Wood into him, and he defends from the crease as Wood falls over. How many times has he fallen over now? Is that
this test?
Well, in the test there'll be a fair few, but he hasn't done it too much in this spell.
Oh, I don't have access to the tumble viz.
Have you not?
What have you been doing, Andy? Like, seriously.
What he has to do is put a dot down every now and then.
It's all about preparation. Might have a Wood tumble column.
Little exactly, a column. Are you still keeping DRS stats?
Well, I can make a note of every DRS on my little score sheets.
Right. I remember getting very excited in Bangladesh when we had a whole flurry of them that were overturned. Dharmasena was in the house then. As Wood runs in to Labuschagne, who lets this go outside the off-stop again. It goes down quite low shin height to Bairstow, and there's no run.
Yeah, so this pitch is not carrying through like it was yesterday. There were occasional ones, so whether that means a little bit too paced, but they've forecast a bit of weather over the next 3 days, and whether that will just liven up this pitch a bit more, or whether it will just get a bit too paced, or be quite good track to continue batting on the rest of this match.
It does often get a bit better at Headingley. We see fourth innings chases, a famous one in 2019 with the West Indies, a couple of years before that.
So was there a hint of hope in that?
No.
Your voice at the moment?
As Wood runs into Labuschagne, he goes wide of the crease, and he induces a drive that goes through to Bairstow. He doesn't get the edge. Clever bowling, and suddenly at the last minute he just shot away to the side and angled the ball in. Labuschagne then felt compelled to play, Missed it. Now then, more live cricket tonight with the remaining T20 Blast quarter-finals. Essex made it through last night. Tonight, the big one. Lancashire versus Surrey. The world will stop for that. Somerset v Notts, Hampshire v Worcestershire also playing, and every ball is on the BBC Sport website and app. And on Fire Sports Extra, Kevin Howells will guide you through the best of the action from 7 p.m. I should be watching that. All three of them, maybe listening to two and glancing as I walk past on my way to a very modest meal.
One of my old clubs, Worcester.
Oh yes,
yeah.
Worcester.
Very fond memories playing at New Road there.
Do you know, I was told that there's a former England opening batter whose favourite building is at Worcester. Favourite building in the whole world. He absolutely adores it, and I thought, goodness me, you into Norman architecture? You must be referring to the cathedral. He wasn't. He was referring to the on-site hotel, which was just made it easy to tumble out of bed and onto the ground. As Broad is in, this is clipped away into the onside, out towards deep mid-wicket. Moeen Ali will trot across to pick up. And one more to the total. Khawaja going pretty serenely here. He has 20 from 34. Labuschagne has not got going. He's not got going in the series, really, has he?
No, it hasn't been his best series, but this is where it all started for him 4 years ago after the concussion, coming as a concussion sub for Steve Smith. But maybe he's saving the runs for a big innings somewhere.
When they need them, which would be now, really. Australia 54 ahead with a wicket down. The game in the balance. The win predictor has Australia just ahead, but not by much. As Broad starts a new over, coming uphill from the football stand end. First delivery is pushed along the ground, up to mid-on. There's no run. Second ball of the over, I beg his pardon.
Yeah, one of the fascinations of the series is how close it's been. No first innings leads of more than 100 in the first three tests. The last time there were 3 consecutive Ashes tests in which the teams were within 100 runs of each other in the first innings was 1990 to 91, the start of that series.
Yeah,
what happened in that series, Andy?
Australia won by an awful lot.
Yes. There were a couple of sort of games that started close at the start of the series, and Australia won comfortably, and it ended 3-0.
Not 5-0 though, was it? As Broad is in, 2 slips, and this is defended back up the wicket to the bowler.
I don't know.
There's no run.
3-0, 4-0, 5-0. It still doesn't have
the nil's quite significant.
Good ring to it, does it? If depending on which side of the fence you're sitting.
I used to think this was the best job in the world.
And you still do.
Being goaded in this fashion. 28 for 1, Australia. Khawaja has 20, Labuschagne has 6. We're a minute to go until the scheduled tea break, so this will be the last over before tea. Leg slip in place, that's Stokes. As Broad is in, goes slightly wide of the crease, that goes through to Bairstow. England slip cordon, the number of the beast on them, 66 for Root and 6 for Crawley. 2 more balls to go till tea. England, if you're just joining us or are unaware of the news, haven't seen Ollie Robinson. He went off yesterday midway through an over. Hasn't bowled since. He did bat, and he jogged on occasion.
A couple of lusty blows as well,
which I thought was quite a good sign for a wonky back, but he's not appeared yet, and that means England are a crucial bowler down as Broad is in to Labuschagne, who lets it go by again through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And I've been very lucky not to have a wonky back. My back's okay. Have you had a wonky back?
No, weirdly. I mean, I think it's total lack of exercise on my part. Puts very little strain on any muscles I might have once had.
You reckon?
I think so. There are no people more injured, it seems to me, than athletes.
You're putting your body on the line all the time.
Right.
You're sort of risking a bit more of an opportunity to get injured. But
a gentle constitutional round Tooting Beck Common doesn't, as a general rule, result in a stress fracture of the back.
But if you hurt yourself in just normal, you don't go around and tell people you're injured, though, do you? Is that classed an injury?
Broad in. Last ball before tea is worked into the onside, and Labuschagne will take the single, which means he will resume after the tea break. Facing the first delivery, Australia 29 for 1, a thrilling session. England began it on 142 for 7 and scored How many runs was it in total in the end?
95 for 3 and 10.2 overs after lunch.
Yep, a Stokes-inspired blitzkrieg. He made 80 in the end before he was caught by Smith. One of 5 catches for Steve Smith. Very rare for an outfielder.
Yeah, first time in the Ashes that a non-wicket keeper has taken 5 in an innings.
And every single one of England's batters to be dismissed were all caught, which also, I mean, has happened, but is an unusual rarity. We're seeing catches at slip, catches in the outfield. It was a thrilling counter-attack from England, started by Mark Wood, who hit his first 3 balls for 16 runs at resumption, then skied one up in the air. I'm afraid Stuart Broad played a lusty blow too many and was caught out on the boundary. He went for the longest boundary, and he nearly got a 6, but Smith took a really great diving catch, two-handed. And then Stokes was the last man out for 80, conceding a lead of 26 to Australia, so effectively sort of one innings game. And then something we've become very used to, it's a sort of Atherton out to McGrath de nos jours, was David Warner caught at slip by Crawley after bowling of Stuart Broad. He's the only wicket taker so far. Khawaja has 20, Labuschagne has 7. The lead is 55 with 9 wickets remaining. Your thoughts on that session, Glenn McGrath? Then to take you through the tea interval, it will be Jonathan Ackley.
Yeah, so you could say a lot of, 125 runs scored that session. It was a little bit slower once Australia went out to bat. They lost an early wicket, but Khawaja and Labuschagne hanging in there. England bowlers running in, toiling hard. Mark Wood running in, bowling at good pace again. But they got through. So this last session, be interesting because there's a bit of weather forecast of the next few days. Wonder how important playing in these conditions and what the pitch is going to be like over the next 3 days, Zaggers.
Yeah, it's lovely conditions to bat, aren't they? Thanks, Glenn. You're going to have a cuppa. The sun beating down here. It's a beautiful afternoon. The ground staff going about their business. Shortly, I'm going to be joined by Jane Powell. She's the first female Yorkshire president, which is really quite something. She's settling down beside me, and we'll have a nice chat with her in a second. But first, this is another day, isn't it, which felt just like a highlights package. And remember, you can watch video clips of the action on the BBC Sport website and the app, or Today at the Test. That's on BBC 4 tonight because of Wimbledon, but not on BBC 2. It's on BBC 4 and the iPlayer from 7 o'clock. And you could watch moments like this incredible hitting from Ben Stokes.
And he bowls again, and it's wheeled around the corner down to fine leg. That'll go for 4. Stark just got on the line of the pads, and Stokes helped it on its way, and Boland's a little bit wide at fine leg, and it flew along the ground to the boundary. Smith's just pointing to Cummins to do something with the field, but Stark is in, and Stokes gives it room and then hits it hard, and it's going out to the mid-wicket boundary. He erased that shot through mid-wicket, past a despairing dive from David Warner. Stokes bowls, swings, and it goes off the edge behind point from Stark for 4 more. It was pitched up, and he swung into it and got a thick edge. The field had come up to save 1, and Travis Head dived away to his right. So what was the score when we came out after lunch?
It was 142 for 7.
Wow, so they've added 39 in 3 overs, and Stokes has moved along to 40. Cummins goes in, Stokes is going back, and he's cutting it very fine down towards the boundary between those two fielders, and it goes for 4. Harris is on the field down there at third man, and he ran across to that corner. He got to the ball, he couldn't stop it. Another 4 to Stokes, 8 for 190.
Stokes comes down a wicket, hammers it straight down the ground for 6. Into the side screen. The 200 comes up, Stokes' 50 comes up, and that is why he needs some support at the other end.
Absolutely, just hang in there with Ben Stokes, try and avoid it, and just try and get a partnership for 3 or 4 overs, and England will be in parity, they'll be level. Great shot, straight back over the spinner's head, got it on the full toss, crunch.
Next ball, what's he going to do with this one? Down the wicket again, he's hit it. Oh, further.
What?
It's massive. Oh, I don't know which tier that's gone. It's right at the top, I think.
That's a big hit.
Right, 211 for 9, the deficit 52.
There you go, another 2 or 3 overs of this.
69 runs since lunch. in 32 minutes or so.
Can you keep it going?
8 on the boundary. Stokes takes it on into the leg side. He's made good contact with that. That's gone for 6. Out towards deep backwards square leg. Khawaja running away to his right-hand side. Just watched it sail over the rope. Murphy to Stokes, who's down the pitch, and he's high in the air. Out towards wide, long on. That's gone for 6 as well. The body language of the two fielders out there at Cow Corner and long on suggested that one of them might be able to get underneath that. It's not the biggest boundary down there.
That's a good bit.
Gone away for 6. Alex Carey's gone down the full length of the pitch to have a chat with Todd Murphy.
Well,
225 for 9. Yep. Stokes goes to 73. Murphy goes in, bowls to Stokes, who heaves this away into the leg side. Everything that's going, it's going into the west stand. 5 on the leg side boundary. But you cannot hold Stokes if he makes clean contact. It's another 6. 237 for 9.
Cricket fields aren't big enough if Ben Stokes hits it, I'll tell you. There again, bowled it into his hitting zone, and that has sailed off the bat. Another 6 runs to Ben Stokes.
Well, I was going to say it's unbelievable hitting, but it's not, because it's Ben Stokes. We've seen it before. We saw it at Lord's just a few days ago. 80 from 108 balls. He hit 5 6s and 6 4s, and he dragged England to 237 all-outs. Great stuff, great entertainment, and I'm sure enjoyed by our tea guest, the former England Yorkshire captain, Jane Powell, the first female Yorkshire president in 160 years. Jane, lovely to see you. And how are you enjoying your reign?
Yes, well, I mean, it's only 2 or 3 months now, but I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying being back in Yorkshire and working with the county club as well.
Did I see somewhere that you didn't live in Yorkshire, and you've dragged a caravan up? It sounds a bit like Glenn McGrath's story when he came to Sydney. You've taken out a caravan somewhere or something similar, have you, to make sure you're living here?
Yes, I've bought a static caravan.
That's brilliant. So
Yes.
Yorkshire's president, first woman living in a static caravan somewhere, how far away?
Just north of Guiseley, just by Guiseley, really. Lots of good people come from Guiseley, because I think Harry Brooks just bought a house there, and Jeff Copes has got a house there as well, so why not go and join them?
You could have Harry Brook round for tea in the caravan.
That'd be nice, eh?
Oh, that's lovely. So how much time do you spend there?
At the moment, I'm doing a week up in Yorkshire and then a week back down at my house, which is Brackley.
Yes.
So near Silverstone. But it's quite nice not to be there this weekend, because it's manic down there this weekend.
Yes, I'm sure I can imagine the traffic. Now, look, this is very significant, Jane, isn't it? I mean, you know, I've been popping down to that committee room over the last 30 years, and you meet all the various presidents who have come through. They're all Yorkshire players. They're all men, obviously,
yes.
and some of the great names in cricket, you have to say, you know, I mean, Geoffrey Boycott and Dickie Bird and all of these, but never a woman until
No, that's
now.
right. And I think because women's cricket wasn't really publicised much back in the day, then, you know, I am a Yorkshire player, and you know, I have scored a few runs around the world, you know, and played it around the world. But I'm just going to do this presidency in my own way. Just because I am not in the same mould as the other guys, because they're all guys and I'm not. I'm female. So in leadership, I think the only thing you have to be is authentic. So
yes.
I always say I'm just a girl from Sheffield, and that's what everybody's going to get, really. Just a girl from Sheffield.
So how are you going to do it? You're going to roll your sleeves up?
So I've already been out to see the women play. I've already been out to see Yorkshire disabled team play. I've been to see the second 11s play, both men and women. I've been to county championship games. I've assisted with a building charity that played a T20 at Tick Hill, which is that well-known ground near Doncaster. That was a builders' charity, and they call themselves Bob. I've been and spoken in school assemblies. So I'm trying to rebuild the trust in Yorkshire, because obviously we've been in the news, but not always for the good reasons. So I'm just trying to rebuild the trust in the club, really.
I mean, some quite bad reasons, to be honest. And reputationally, there must have been a lot of damage done, hasn't there?
Yes, I think so. But, you know, I think Yorkshire is a big club. It's well known around the world. So I think to rebuild that trust, we need to sort of show that we value people and that we are trying to do things. And I think my position is one thing that, you know, who would have thought that Yorkshire would have a female president? So that's one example of how the club is starting to be a little bit more a lot more inclusive and a lot more welcoming.
Yeah, and the report that came out recently, I mean, I guess with everything that's happened up here at Yorkshire, you weren't too surprised by some of its contents?
Not surprised. I think it's a big wake-up call for the game. I think we, I keep saying no one person can change this, but all people together can help change the situation, because we need everybody pulling in the same direction. And, let's all just work for each other. Let's just, I think we all value respect and kindness, and it's not like we have to change things massively. We've just got to be respectful and kind.
Yes. Hear to that. Take us back in the day when you were playing women's cricket then, because I suspect it was a bit different to how it is today. I was talking to you earlier. Mary Duggan is someone who I know that you've been aware of. She was my first cousin. She was captain of England, and there's some lovely old photographs of her in her white skirt and white socks. And she was just before Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, who I'm sure was someone that you will have known and admired. But what was it like really being a woman cricketer when you were playing?
Yeah, and didn't think about it. Dad was playing Saturdays, Sundays and Wednesday nights in Sheffield. So every Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday I was at cricket. So Mum was making the sandwiches and I said, Dad, can I play? Because it looked a lot more exciting than making sandwiches.
For sure.
So I have a twin sister, so we played. And we played for my dad's team when we could, and then we discovered there was a women's team, so we went and joined the women's team.
Right.
So, but I said to you earlier, the first trip I had to Australia, they said, congratulations, you've been selected. You need to send a cheque for £300. And £300 doesn't sound much today.
Well, no, but then,
my wage slip for that month as a teacher, a fully blooded teacher, was £280 for the month. So it was over a month's salary to go and play for England. So, but,
what year are we talking? What sort of time?
That was 84, 85.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, for a lot of people that's a long time ago.
I'm old, yeah.
Actually, well, no, but it's not. We're about the same. It doesn't feel that it was that long ago.
No.
To have to pay to go and play for England.
And you had to buy your first blazer. You had to buy all your kit. You had to do everything. And we weren't that wealthy. We weren't wealthy at all, in fact. When we went to secondary school, my twin sister and I, parents couldn't afford all of our uniform. They got us our school uniform, but couldn't get our PE kit. And then they said, the PE teacher said, you'll never be any good at sport because I didn't have PE kit. So, when I hear now, just twisting it round a bit, that Yorkshire are providing all the equipment and the youngsters in the pathway don't pay for any of the training or anything, and they get free membership, I'm thinking, hallelujah. How brilliant is that no youngster will have to go through what I had to go through, where I went on an overnight bus once to London to play for England. It stopped all stations from Sheffield, Chesterfield, Derby, you name it, every place you can think of. But it was safer, I think, to travel then, and there was two of us. But
that does seem absolutely ridiculous now.
Yeah, it does sound ridiculous.
You were saying about the World Cup final that you played at the MCG.
At the MCG.
We might have something in common, Jane, in that I've also played at the MCG in front of about 10 people.
Yes.
I suspect what it was like when you played in your World Cup final.
When you play in a big stadium and there's nobody there, every sound is ricochets around the ground. You just hear the boing, 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 boing. But because it's not muffled by any people.
Yes.
So, it was very soulless.
Yeah, but again, it just wouldn't have been on the radar, I suppose. I mean, do you think, 90,000 people thereabouts, 80, 90,000 turned up for the women's recent World Cup
brilliant.
final there. Man,
fantastic.
What a complete transformation, and £320,000 Nat Silverbrunt went for in the women's IPL. I mean, it's just...
And I was at the Oval on Wednesday night when there was 20,385 watching the women's game against the Aussies in the Ashes, which I'm pleased to say we won.
Yes, I know. Yeah, but that was actually a really good result. Tell us about your sister, because you almost got me. Well, you sort of got me when you said who were the last twins to play for England, and I suspect, like everybody, I went beds as oh no, because Eric didn't play for England. So it's an easy one to go for. You think of and inevitably, ridiculously, I'm afraid, I went for men.
Yes, absolutely. So there's a Trivial Pursuits question.
Yeah.
And so the answer is still what it was, because it was only last year that Jamie Overton joined Craig Overton as being the twins who were the most recent. But the Trivial Pursuits question was, who are the last twins to play cricket for England? And like you, everybody I've ever known always says Alec and Eric Bedsers.
And Eric never played.
But it was Jane and Jill Powell, the Powell twins.
There you are. No, it's fabulous. So when you're down there in your president's box...
Yes.
I mean, people like Dickie Bird and Geoffrey Boycott and sort of these very recognisable names of Yorkshire cricket. I mean, you have felt really kind of included and welcomed and everything from the club's perspective.
Yes, I think as I've gone around, so I've been to a lot of county grounds as well. So I've been to Leicester and I've been to Derby, because we're obviously only in the second division at the moment, which we're working hard to try and get out of back into the first division. I've been welcomed. I've been very welcomed wherever I've gone. There have been some times where I've not always been included. So there are times
when... How do you change that? How do you improve that situation? How do people...
I think sometimes it's just making people aware of it. I think there's some unconscious bias, so people don't realise they're not including you. But when all the talk is... So one place it was all about... let's welcome the Yorkshire legends, Geoff Boycott, Jeff Coe, Dickie Bird, who are absolutely Yorkshire legends, but I was completely missed out. Now, I played for Yorkshire for a number of years and I captained Yorkshire for a number of years. Granted, it wasn't in men's cricket, but as far as the women's game is concerned, then I would be well known in the women's game. So
that wouldn't happen now, hopefully. I don't think
that was this year.
Yes, right. I'm talking about the recognition of women's cricketers. I mean,
so now
they're
the
much
women,
more.
Today's cricketers are well known, like you said, Nat Sciver-Brunt, Catherine Sciver-Brunt.
Yes.
You know, people. They're well known names. Tammy Beaumont scoring that wonderful 200.
She did play well.
The Ashes. Yes. You know, Heather Knight. You've got people who are well known now, and so it wouldn't happen now. But it's people from my generation, I guess.
Of course, yeah. I must ask you about Yorkshire again, and the sort of the threat of the sanction that there is hanging over the club. I mean, they're talking about a lot of points deductions potentially in all the competitions, sizable fines as well. I mean, how are you as a club addressing that? Are you still trying to appeal against those punishments?
This is not in my domain, but I know that the club are looking at what is being suggested and are in discussions. So I'm sure that there is a situation, isn't there, where the current squad are not the squad that necessarily were called out, rightly or wrongly, and I don't want to get into the judgment calls on that because that's not my place. So I think, to penalise the people who are playing now, your young Revises and your Finlay Beans and all the great players that are coming through, George Hill, it does seem a bit harsh on them. But, we as a club will we will debate it. And then when we feel that that's okay, that's where we've got to, then we'll take it on the chin and then we can hopefully put it to bed, learn from it and move forward.
And there's also the question of that large amount of money still being owed to Colin Graves as well. I mean, that's something presumably again that also has to be addressed.
Yes, and I understand that there are ongoing discussions with that, and that's not to be political and sort of to give the politicians non-answer, but I don't know the ins and outs of that, but I know that there's lots of discussions going on, and I understand that Stephen Vaughan will be he's hopeful that he can announce something in a couple of months' time.
Okay, well, that's good news. In the meantime, look at all these. Look at this. It's fantastic,
brilliant, isn't it? And what
President of Yorkshire, and you're looking at this full house on a beautiful day. You must be really proud about that.
Yes, I am, and just going around and speaking to the crowd and speaking to our lovely Yorkies, our volunteers in bright pink.
Yes, they're all very bright pink.
They're all having a great time and loving doing what they're doing, and they said they love volunteering for the club and they love welcoming people in, and I hope that other people who come here will feel welcome and that it will once again regain its strength, because when Yorkshire's strong, England's strong.
I thought you might end with that somehow.
Well, that's what my dad that's how I was brought up, Mind you, he also said, if you win the toss, think about putting them in and bat yourself. So that's probably one for the purists out there.
Yeah. Jane, congratulations. Powell, there we go. The president that have to be done, obviously. So we're just about ready to start up again here. 29 for 1. So Australia lead by 55 runs. Lovely late afternoon we have here, the sun beating down. There's 42 overs that remain to be bowled. I suspect that won't happen. And we've got England getting ready to come out down here. The umpires actually are already in the middle, so I'm not quite sure what the delay is here, except there are a few missing. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 players down there, of which the captain actually isn't one. The batsmen are walking past them. They're ready. The umpires are looking a little bit twitchy actually. Oh, there's Ben Stokes walking out below us now, and he's going to address the players. Moeen also a bit of a late arrival. There we go. Mark Wood goes sprinting out into the sunshine, and this Great contest, and it really is at the moment, but neither side really giving anything at the moment. It's going to resume, and was anyone's guess as to how the day will end, except that it will in 2.5 hours. Michael Vaughan's alongside me.
Well, Joe Root's going to start after tea for England. I've seen him take his cap off straight away. The spinner, whether it's Joe Root, Moeen Ali, is certainly going to have to play a role because England only have 3 seam bowlers. And they've got Mark Wood, Chris Woakes and Stuart Broad. Ollie Robinson, as far as I can see, still off the pitch. Oh, he's back on.
I think he is there, actually. I think he's actually on the pitch.
So that's a good sign.
It is, but again, you've got to serve time, haven't you, before you can bowl. So whether this is part of that process. But anyway, he's walking.
Oh, he's not.
No, he can't bowl. he's sort of trotting off, but he looks as if he's got a broom handle down his back.
Yeah, he's stiff, so that's not a great sign. It's a good sign that he's out there, but I don't think he'll be bowling too many overs tonight.
No.
The spinners, they're going to have to bowl very nicely and just hold an end. I don't think there's a great deal there for them, but the one thing Ben Stokes can't allow is for Australia to suddenly hit the spinners, and he has to keep turning back to the seamers. 52.3 overs is not a great rest for England seam bowlers, particularly in conditions like this. It's 26 degrees, it's warm. Forecast over the weekend's a bit more cloudy, I think. A few clouds arriving.
Yeah, there's some heavy showers around tomorrow. So for Root then, they've got a deep square leg and a fielder out at deep point. And I suppose what Stokes could be saying here, we're saying 2 things. 1, yes, I've got to give people a bit of a rest, but 2, you want to have a bit of a dip at Joe Root? Well, off you go, because Australia will be thinking, right, if we get after him, he's going to bowl his seamers. In goes Root. First ball after tea is tossed up, flicked away out to deep mid-wicket, and they take a single as Moeen fields away to our right there with the Western Terrace behind him.
Do you think they are just swapping ends for bowlers with Joe Root?
Could be.
I don't think he'll have been chosen over Moeen Ali. Maybe he's just coming on, getting an over in. Stuart Broad will come back to this end. Maybe Moeen's going to bowl from the far end.
All will be revealed. 30 for 1. The lead's 56.
That's a crisp packet. Crisp packet.
Blowing around. 3 around the bat as Root bowls. And that's flicked away by Khawaja for his first run of this session. Mark Wood is the fielder over to the left this time. So left-hander, right-hander. Fielders running in all directions. Moeen's returning to his position out there on the leg side boundary. Don't think he'll be watching the highlights tonight.
He played well until then, until the trap was set.
Well, he did. In goes Root round the wicket, bowls. That's tucked away for Moeen to trotting in, pick it up, and toss the ball into Johnny Bairstow. 32 for 1.
Played nicely for 19. He played with a bit of smartness, great attrition. Ducked and weaved a few, and then suddenly the trap was set.
He just went for it. First ball. 32 for 1.
He got away with one a couple of balls before.
There's Root bowling. It's short, cut hard. Moeen there fields.
I don't remember a field like this any part of the series to the spin. There's 3 fielders around the bat, 4 with the keeper, leg slip, an orthodox slip, and a short leg.
Yeah, they're trying to put some real pressure on. Root tosses it up, and there's no stroke from Khawaja, who can just set his stall out to bat as Khawaja does here. There's no pressure for time at all. It's only the second day of the game, after all. So he can just bat and bat. Root bowls to him, flicked away out towards the leg side again, where Mark Wood fields. So we'll see what Stokes does have up his sleeve. Who's going to bowl from the other end? Yeah, Moeen's coming on.
And that means Stuart Broad, I would think, would be bowling from the pavilion end.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moeen's going to have to... It looks like it's going to be Chris Woakes, actually. He's waving his arms around. Yeah, Moeen's going to have to play a really important role for England, because if he gets hit, I guess they can obviously turn to Joe Root. Slightly different off spinners. I don't think Australia will use it as a plan to try and hit the spinner. I think they'll just, particularly on this ground, on this pitch, with the outfield so quick, they'll know that they'll be able to tick over the scoreboard quite comfortably. I don't think they need to take any undue risk. The field's going to be kept up. They've had a fielder straight down the ground, haven't they?
Yes.
from Moen against a few of the Aussies. Well, that fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, it's quite a tight field, this. There's one out on either side again. Moen's taking his cap off. He's bowling some looseners. And now he's going to bowl for real to Khawaja. 33 for 1. Australia lead by 59 runs. Sun beating down over Headingley as Moen swings his right arm, moves in and bowls. And the first ball is played very carefully by Khawaja. And it's picked up by Moen. So, yeah, mid-off, extra cover, deep point. Broad is at backward point. Stokes at slip. Well, he's returned. He didn't field there for a while. This is Khawaja driving out to cover. And I suspect he didn't field there because of his finger, of course, which was damaged. But I think the finger is probably the least of his worries at the moment. It seems to be the rest of his body that's the problem. So I suspect he's there, so he hasn't got a run.
Yeah, that leg slip's going to go to mid-off, and we're going to have that fielder on the boundary.
The leg slip was Robinson, and I think he was parked there because he can't run either.
Yeah.
He's going out to mid-off. So we've now got the man behind the bowler's arm again, standing there up against the sight screen. Robinson, very reluctant, it looks to me, is there in the offside as Khawaja leans forward. And Moeen picks that up. It's a bit of a clue that the two fielders, Robinson and Duckett, are very close. It's almost as if he's sort of been parked there.
Yeah, he's got a marker, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I'm just staying close to him.
Moeen bowls. Duckett fields. 33 for 1.
He's going to bowl from this thing. I've got Brody here, just to the left. He's warming up as well.
Well, Woakes certainly was warming up. Moeen again. Bowls short of a length. Played off the back foot. Duckett intercepts the ball, so Robinson hasn't got to bend down and pick it up. And Stokes stands there, hands on hips at slip. In goes Moeen, bowls. And Khawaja defends the last ball. Stokes applauds, picks the helmet up. Now Broad's skipping in, and then Woakes is trotting up. So who's going to win that? It looks like Broad's going to.
I think it's going to be Broad.
He only bowled a short spell earlier on. 3 overs, it took a wicket, then he came back and bowled 1 over.
Spideycam's getting in close to him, isn't it? Get slowed down.
He has done this game.
A bit cheeky.
Yeah, up it goes. Broad takes off his sun hat. And so he dismissed Warner for the 17th time today. And
what's the record? 19? Is it 19, Andy?
19 is Atherton and McGrath.
Is that the most ever?
Ask Glenn, he'll know.
19's the most. If David Warner stays in the team, I suppose
might break that record.
Brody carries on playing in every game. It could be broken.
Yeah, because as the batsman, I mean, you just really begin to. It's interesting watching the minute film of the 19 dismissals of Atherton by McGrath. By the end, you can see Atherton's just kind of given up. He's just he doesn't play a shot to some. He's nicking outside the off stump because he's actually got to him, isn't it?
Is there a minute clip of it?
Yeah.
Where's that? Is that on social? Is it?
I think Henry's got it. Yeah.
I'll have a look at that.
It's all in a minute. 33 for 1, 2 slips. A rather strange position that Duckett's in. As Broad moves in, bowls, Labuschagne gets 4. Running off the edge, down into the shadows of the stand at the far end. Definite edge.
Yeah, I just think this field is a little bit of a field to cover all bases. I think Labuschagne is playing in a way where you're going to get him, the outside edge found. Just the 2 slips. Got a square leg on the boundary for the short ball, fine leg back, a leg slip, and just 2 slips. I'd like to see one more slip. Because that's where I feel the England side can really challenge Labuschagne.
I'm not quite sure what Duckett's doing there because he's not saving a single, really. It's a funny old place, that. Deep gully, you can describe that. In goes Broad, bowls full, Labuschagne drives. And it's fielded by... that's Robinson, isn't it, there at mid-off? Who reaches down his back, polishes the ball on, and he's sweating and find.
Yeah, he'll have something under that shirt to protect his back. Heat patch or something, but he's...
What is the rule, Andy? It's worth looking it up about the bowler, because that will be a soft tissue injury, so it won't be like the impact injury of Pope. So he'll have to spend time on the field, which will enable him to bowl tomorrow, presumably. His Broad, it's played out to short cover, but it's done on, I think it's done on time rather than overs.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And the time that you spend off the field with a soft tissue injury, I'm pretty sure you basically have to serve it. You give him something like 10 minutes, I think, initially, but then...
From the way he's moving now, because I think Australia would be quite happy for him to bowl now.
Yeah. I think he's on...
It's good that he's out there, because he realises that England need his bowling.
Yeah, but
it is that he has to spend today out in the field so he can bowl tomorrow. That's right.
That's what I think it's all about. 37 for 1. In goes Broad, bowls outside the off stump, keeps a bit low that, and Labuschagne watches it go past. I know it's in the real small print, Andy. I'm sorry if you'd look at it, but it all gets a bit. But that has to be the reason, isn't it? I mean, he's clearly not very happy, not very mobile, but they're hoping that he'll keep working on him.
How does Andy find that for you? He's Googling away. I don't think he's found it.
I feel sorry for asking him the question, really, because it's... What happens when a bowler is injured? There you go. That might just... that might be a good starting point.
Helps.
Yeah. 37 for 1. The lead is 63. Labuschagne waits. Broad bowls to him outside the off stump. Quite a tempting one there, but Labuschagne ignores it completely.
Well, you can see what the England team are doing. They're just going to keep dangling that carrot outside the off stump to Labuschagne. Try and get the edge found. The leg slip's an interesting one because there's only a small few catches in the history of the game go to that fielder. England continuously put that fielder there for Labuschagne. Whether they've got some data and some information that he hit the ball there more than anybody, I'm not too sure, but certainly a fielder that they've continued to have throughout the whole series.
Yep. There's Broad again, bowls, and Labuschagne covers up and defends a shuffling sort of defensive stroke there. Wood fields, and that's the end of the over. The ball's not done very much, I must say, in this second innings.
Well, you got Warner who got out to a ball that was decent, but he just played across the line.
Yeah.
He's just not in any kind of shape against Stuart Broad. And these are perfect batting conditions. The sun's out, the pitch is getting better. It's been a tremendous pitch, but it'll certainly die down over the course of the few days. This is the innings that Australia must be thinking. This is when we win the Ashes. With England side with the bowler down, good conditions for batting. If they bat really well in this innings, it's going to be very, very difficult for England to chase. We saw it in 19. We saw it nearly happen at Lord's, but to get beyond 350, 400.
Now Stokes has come out of slip. He's now at
extra
cover, isn't he? So Root is back at slip. And just pointing out the man there is Duckett, way in the shadows behind the bowler's arm, and that's steered away. See, Stokes actually shows a lot of mobility there. He's sprinted after the ball, picked it up on the turn, hurled the ball at the stumps, and now hobbles.
I was thinking about Ben Stokes. When something happened, I saw him when he was running between the wickets. He was knackered, and then all of a sudden he saw that there might be a 2 on, and he sprinted. It's like, my body's just going to work for me. Same happened there with the little cheeky run that Khawaja took. He got to that ball quite quickly, and then he flung the ball on the turn. I think he's got a dodgy back.
Where do you hide Ollie Robinson? That's the thing. He's at extra cover at the moment. So he's got to be inside the notional circle, really. You can't put him out running around the boundary. So his hands on his hips there. Owen waits for a while, and the over rate is crawling. What's going on here? What's the delay?
I think Khawaja had a little issue.
Okay, on they go again. And it's played off the front foot back to Moeen. Minimum overs remaining, 38.5. And there's 2.25 hours to go.
Ollie Robinson's just gone to mid-off. Mid-off's gone to mid-wicket.
Adam Mountford's found the rule we're looking for. Here's Moeen. Let's play back up the pitch. The player should not be permitted to bowl in the match And Hill has either been able to field or his team has subsequently been batting for the total length of time for which the player was absent. So the innings does count. Back goes Labuschagne playing into the offside. Bairstow is the fielder. So that's hereafter referred to as penalty time. A player's unexpired penalty time shall be limited to a maximum of 120 minutes. Mowing bowls, that's driven a bit of bottom hand there. Out to Robinson, who's going to chase after that round from mid-off. They'll take a run. If any unexpired penalty time remains at the end of an innings, it is carried forward to the next and subsequent innings of the match. So when he went off yesterday, they take that time and England's batting time.
I'm not too sure that's right, Jonathan.
Is that not?
Don't think so.
Wish I hadn't started this. Khawaja steers us down to the backward point.
Carry on, Aggers.
Until he's been able to field, comma, or his team has subsequently been batting, comma, for the total length of playing time he was absent. So I think England's innings does count.
You sure?
I'll give that to Zaltzman. That suggests, doesn't it? Either been able to field or his team has subsequently been batting. So England's innings, you'd think, therefore counts, doesn't it?
It seems that way. Oh, my wife's a lawyer. I'll get
Please do. It might be worth a call.
If that's the case, he can bowl.
Well, when did he? Do you know what time he went off yesterday? But he can't bowl again. I mean, he
can't move.
So I guess that they don't want any more penalty time. Get him out on the field, which means he should be able to start bowling tomorrow if he's fit.
Yeah, but does he need to field the whole session?
I think so. Broad on his way, moves in, bowls on the off stump, steered to point by Labuschagne.
Well, we'd dealt with that.
Well, it's enlightening, because these things, they do change as well, and they different sorts of injuries, of course. If a proper impact injury, and that was why Ollie Pope had to field the other day, and he hurt his shoulder again at Lord's. But to bat at 3, they made him go out and field. So that's what's happening. That Robinson at the moment, I don't think will be able to make it to the crease, let alone bowl. But they're hoping that tomorrow he can. 39 for 1. Broad moves in, bowls, little in swinger there, which is pushed away back at him. So there's 2 hours 20 minutes for the bowlers that remain to get through tonight. And that's what Stokes has to manage, really. Broad, Woakes, Wood and Mowing. I've got 2 hours of bowling and 10 minutes.
Got an answer for the most dismissals of a batter by a single bowler in tests.
39 for 1, Labuschagne 14. Broad over the wicket, runs in, bowls full, inviting the drive and gets it too. Labuschagne on the front foot, open the face of the bat just enough to miss the field. And as we keep saying, once the ball is struck here, it goes for 4, 43 for 1.
Top of the list, as you say, McGrath to Atherton 19 times. And Alec Bedser got out the fine Australian opener Arthur Morris 18 times in the post-war Ashes series. Then Mike Atherton to Ambrose 18 times. Mike Atherton to Courtney Walsh 17 times.
Poor old Athers.
How many times was he out in his career?
He faced some pretty good bowlers.
He did.
And now Broad to Warner's level with Walsh, Atherton.
How's Donald to Atherton?
He did well against Alan Donald.
He did that time at Johannesburg.
Yeah. And Trent Bridge.
That's true, yes. It was only a little faint nick, wasn't it?
Yeah, that doesn't count.
Oh, I remember Alan. Very unhappy, wasn't he?
No reviews in those days.
No. 43 for 1. In goes Broad over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, and another one. That's the second time it's happened with Labuschagne. The ball is just spat at him. Whether it just plays low and therefore it looks worse, but that's hit the shoulder of the bat and then popped away into the offside. So look at this one. He got one from the other end. Oh, that did bounce.
Exactly the same, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bounce off a good length. I mean, you can't set fields for those kind of deliveries, but I do think they've just got too many bases covered for Labuschagne. I think it's very simple when you bowl into him at the minute. You just keep bowling that channel, that fifth stump, continuously, and you will potentially eventually get the outside edge.
44 for 1. 2 balls left in the over. Australia lead by 70. Slips are ready. In goes Broad. Moves in. Bowls. Khawaja hops into line. Defends that. And Wood fields and tosses it away for Chris Woakes to work on. He seems to have assumed the role of official shiner.
To ask Adam, the producer of the show, was that all your work, that email, or was it from Stefan Schemmett? Oh God,
was a longer version there.
Wow,
there we are. He knows where to look. He works online, so he knows exactly what to do. Here's the last ball of the over. Long strides from Broad and a nice leave from Khawaja to end the first 20 minutes after tea. 44 for 1. Quiet passage of play. Khawaja and Labuschagne digging in. Khawaja 23. Labuschagne has 19. Thoughts from Michael Vaughan and then Jim Maxwell.
Yeah, this partnership's just taking the sting out of the game. Playing with a lot of patience. 70 is the lead. 44 for 1 after 17 overs. So it's attritional stuff from the Aussies, but they just know they can wear this England bowling attack down, and they can bat as long as they want in this innings and get as many as they possibly can.
Khawaja ball and Labuschagne ball. Just knock it around. No wicky wacky woo.
Well, it doesn't seem to be the case at the minute.
Yeah. Just nudge it, push it. Moeen Ali bowls. Labuschagne defends back down the pitch. Labuschagne's, I'm sure, desperate, given his passion for batting, to play in innings, because he hasn't really had a substantial score in this series as yet. Can he get himself into a bit of nick? He's going forward and he's just nurdling around to backwards square. Khawaja wants one. Broad flings it to the bowler's end and they don't get any at 1 for 44. Do you see a batsman emerging from his wobbles here or not?
Not yet. No, I still think he's fighting a bit, Labuschagne. I just don't think he's in the rhythm that we've seen him in the past.
There's a slip and there's another push and there's a single this time. Huge gap out there in the covers with a man back in the deep, and they'll take the single. Labuschagne 21 for 45.
Yeah, the one thing that you get with Marnus Labuschagne is that hunger to bat long periods of time. And I'll just keep fighting.
Yes, if these two get entrenched and Moeen Ali bowls and it's pushed away on the onside, the evidence so far is that the quicker bowling's a bit more likely than the slower bowling on this surface. But maybe that's something about the quality of the slower bowling too. There's not much happening in terms of a bit of spin or variation. Moeen Ali on the spot. Ooh. No, there's a bit of variation. That hit the pitch. It must have hit a spot. It kicked up, and Khawaja bailed out of an attempted shot off the back foot. What did that do? It hit something.
Just a big spinner.
Yeah, it bounced. And Khawaja bailed out. So Moeen Ali again. Forward comes Khawaja, prods away on the onside, and the game lingering along here. We've seen all the moods of Test match cricket in this series, and we're seeing another one now where batsmen are digging in and bowlers are trying to find a way to get them out off the surface or with a mistake.
Yeah, one thing's for sure is when a batting pair are playing like this, you've got to be so switched on in the field, because if they give you a chance, England, as we keep mentioning, have not been good at taking chances. So they have to be aware and be really on it just in case that chance does come, because we've seen it throughout the Test match. If you get one wicket, it always seems to bring a bit of life to the surface and obviously the crowd. So England could easily get a couple quickly if they can dislodge this partnership.
Well, Robinson's back on the field, and I was trying to work out what this statement meant. Did you get?
No. That's for Andy. Andy's dealing with it.
He could bowl now, or if he's not fit enough to bowl now, the reason he's on the field is so that if he is fit in the morning, he'll be able to bowl straight away. Whereas if he's off for, say, 2.5 hours now, then he'd have to wait 2.5 hours tomorrow before he can bowl. So by having him in the field, he won't wait if he's fit tomorrow.
I kind of get that, but the explanation can't we write it more simply than that? It's confusing. However, I will just say he's on the field and he won't be able to bowl until tomorrow. Good. Right, that's it. Broad goes in and he bowls wide of the off stump. He almost nicks that. Tried to sort of nurse it down behind point. Went on more of a steerage than a cut and missed out.
Yeah, but the leg slip's now moved over to a third slip. So they are going to challenge the outside edge of Marnus Labuschagne that little bit more so. Cover point actually behind square's gone on the boundary. So they've got 3 slips, an extra cover, mid off, mid on, square leg on the boundary, fine leg back. So anything straight is almost a gift to Marnus Labuschagne. They're going to try and get him driving through that offside.
It's a 6-3 field, yes. Fine leg, deep square, mid on, a wide, deepish mid off. Extra cover, deep point as he bowls again, and it's straight and on the stumps and defended watchfully by Labuschagne. 2 slips and the gully. England in a frenetic period just after lunch when Wood went nuts and hit 24 from 8 balls. And England went to 237 all out with the last wicket partnership of, what was that, 38. And Robinson made 5 of those. Stokes made 80. 6 fours, 5 sixes. Here comes Broad, runs in again. Labuschagne leaves at the death outside the off stump. So a wounded Stokes is out there in the field. He seems to be able to defy injury and carry on as he did with his batting, and out of that innings Cummins took 6 for 91, Stark 2 for 59, and Murphy, who went for 5 sixes, got the last wicket, 1 for 36. So a lead of 26, and that was a pretty good recovery in the tail from England, as it turned out, after being 7 for 142. Now Broad it is below us at the Kirkstall Lane end. He moves in and bowls it, and it's defended by Labuschagne, ever watchful, and he pushes it down the on side of the pitch. So it's gone a bit quiet here now. There might be a few going off for some suds wherever they can find it around the ground.
Some what?
Suds.
What are they?
Oh, well, you know, it's like drinking.
Oh, I see. Just
those suds.
Refreshments, yeah.
Refreshments, yeah. The things that bubble along, whatever they may be. Underneath the Western Stand, are the bars underneath there?
Yeah, there's 1 or 2 places underneath.
Yeah, well, most of the fans are hanging about watching what will happen here. Broad bowls, and he edges in front of third slip, and it's going down towards the boundary for 4. It was to the left, didn't go to hand.
He's so vulnerable.
He got a bit lucky there.
Yeah, he's so vulnerable to that ball that's shaping away from him. That right shoulder just comes in, he gets squared up. Does a little bit, but not a great deal.
Kept it down anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like a moral victory for the bowler, that one, isn't it?
Stokes is in the gully. He's in the catching cordon, but it went well to his left and bounced. So no semblance of a chance, but hope for the bowler. Just here and there on this surface, the ball's still doing a bit. 1 for 49. Broad bowls it, and it's worked away by Labuschagne. Deep to the onside. He wants a second. He won't get it. The throw's on its way, even though it's gone over Bairstow's head. And backed up on the offside by Brook to end the over. The 50s come up for Australia. 1 for 50. And Labuschagne has moved on to 25, and he's overtaken Khawaja 23, with Warner out again for the 17th time to the bowling of Broad, caught by Crawley in the slips.
So on Marnus Labuschagne's recent struggle since the start of the South Africa series that Australia played beginning in December. This is his 11th test. He's averaging 34 with just 2 50s, 20 innings in that time, but only 2 single-figure scores. So he's been getting in, but not going on as he was previously in 25 tests up till then, from when he came back into the Australian side as Steve Smith's concussion replacement at Lord's 4 years ago. He'd averaged 67 before this recent run, with 10 centuries, 12 other 50-plus scores in 44 innings. So been getting starts, but not able to push on with them.
Yes, well, they might have worked him out a little bit, but here he is facing a full toss, which is slapped away down to mid-off. Moeen Ali lost control, and Labuschagne couldn't dispatch it with a big gap between deep cover and mid-off. Around the wicket again, and he's on the back foot, and he gets 4 runs this time as he clips it down to the boundary. A little bit all over the place here, Moeen Ali. A full toss and then a short one. And Phil Tufnell would never have done that.
Yeah.
How are you, Tuffers?
I'm all right. Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Jim. Yeah, Australia just going about it nicely, aren't they?
Just bat.
Yeah, just bat.
No pyrotechnics, just bat.
Yeah, how about that?
Moeen Ali bowls short. He cuts again, and it's going out in front of point this time, off the back foot to deep cover, and Crawley tosses it back.
Putting the bad ball away. Keep your wickets intact, knocking around for 1s and 2s, and wear down an England attack that's already looking a little bit weary.
It is.
And they're a bit short on bowling. And as a side, you know when you're up against it, and England are up against it here.
Moeen Ali bowls, draws him forward. Khawaja gets a run just on the squirt through point. He takes off. Yes, the bowling certainly so far from Moeen Ali, you'd have to say, is looking fairly comfortable for the batsman. And there's not much other than one that kicked and turned from a spot in the last over that seems to be worrying them.
Well, it's only end of day 2, isn't it, really?
Well, that's true, yes, as he bowls and he's driven up towards mid-off. That curious shot that Labuschagne plays inside out, getting his wrists and opening up on the front foot, but he was looking to get it through extra cover more than mid-off, and he found the fieldsman. Yes, we have to remember that. We're into the 3rd innings of the match on day 2, and we're watching another short ball carved away, well stopped at point. Otherwise, there would have been runs there, and a good effort behind point to stop that going away towards the boundary as it was knocked down. Who's that down? Brook? Tumbling away anyway.
Yes.
Brook. Well done, Tuffers. The screen. Yes, I screen, you screen. We all screen for an ice cream on a hot day like this. Sorry about that. Gary Calver has emailed us. I see this as a quieter session, so I have a limerick for you. Oh, we've been waiting for one of those.
Yes.
After the success of the Rhymes at Lord's. Someone should tell Baz and Stokes that it's nice that they picked Wood and Wokes, but they will not succeed until they see the need to pick the best keeper, Ben Folkes.
That's nice.
Ah, yes, well, there'll be some noise on that one. You wonder if it's going to happen before the end of this series. Thank you very much for that contribution to our collection. You should have a TMS limerick book. You could put one out. I've got a few back there. Yeah. So, there's a cricket match going on. And who's coming into the attack? It's Woody.
Yeah.
Woody.
Well, in this situation, it's a fantastic bit of fielding just behind point there. You need this just to lift and get a bit of spark. You know, when you're out there as a side that you're trying your hardest, but things not going your way. Perhaps this is the bit of spark.
Around the wicket, turned away off the hip by Khawaja to backward square. There are 2 men out there. So there's more acreage out there than the other side of the field, and they go for they traipse off for a single. Khawaja's 25. The Labuschagne has overtaken him. He's 30. It's 1 for 57. That's 83 to the good at the moment.
Yeah, and it's starting to pile on the agony for England. They've still got this chance, so if they can just get 2 or 3 quick wickets, Wood's the man. But, I mean, not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful afternoon here in Lords, and this wicket's gone a bit docile, hasn't it? England really should be batting.
Well,
Australia are.
They only batted for 52 overs, and and Wood's looking a little less likely than the other night when he ripped through, or yesterday afternoon. Now he's over the wicket. He bowls, and Labuschagne leaves outside the off stump. So we're keeping our eye on the speedometer here. Well, they're not even bothering. The speed gun's gone back down the M1.
The old traffic police have taken it back.
Yeah.
We need it back.
I think that's a sign that he's bowling a little bit slower than yesterday when he was in the 90s regularly.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's more going in to release the ball than rushing up to send down a bullet, a hand grenade. 2 in a gully. Stokes is there in the gully. Here comes Wood. And left alone again by Labuschagne, ever watchful, patient, as Australia slowly build their pile.
Yeah.
Just on Mark Wood's speeds and his opening spell, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1 today. Yesterday, 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. He averaged 92.9 miles an hour in yesterday's opening spell, 89.6 miles an hour in today's opening spell. So still pretty rapid, but not as incandescent as yesterday.
Well, he just doesn't look to be flying and going in the same way that he did yesterday, and there's a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm, and now Mark Wood is helping the umpire get whoever it is who's offending there. The hand's going up. You, mate, yeah, sit down. Sit down or get out of there. What's happening?
We got a game going on here, if you didn't know.
It's a game of cricket. You don't move behind the bowler's arm. Got it? Wood charges in. Labuschagne goes back and flashes out towards cover, and it's fielded there by Brook, and there's no run. A tumbling save. Labuschagne would feel he's missed out with that delivery that was a little short and wide.
Yeah, it's looking a lot easier to just get yourself in line. Everything was rushed on that first day for the Aussies, wasn't it? It was whistling past their ears and skipping off the pitch. It's just flattened out in this hot sunshine here at Headingley, and it's just a bit easier for batting. If you want to bat, that is. If you want to hang around and apply yourself.
Yes, I don't think these fellas will be going for the hip hip hooray hoikery. Here comes Wood, charges in, bowls a bouncer, which he ignores, ducks underneath it. He's not taking that on, but Wood thought, well, it's time to just try him out and see what he does with 2 men back on the onside.
You've been staying with Naggers, haven't you?
Three nights there.
Lovely.
At the lovely King's Arms next door.
Yes.
Having bucolic afternoons with, you know the little spot where everyone drinks in there. You know what it's called, don't you?
No.
It's a certain corner.
Oh, right.
Yes. It begins with a B and ends with a T.
Okay.
And that's where you talk to the locals.
Yeah.
A blacksmith.
Yeah.
And there's a farmer. They're all there. Away goes Wood. He charges in down the leg side. He tries to turn and misses it as it flies through to the keeper. You haven't been in there?
I've been in there a couple of times, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they get, hey, copper.
Yeah.
What's going on with that the best whole thing? You know, all this stuff.
What was that? Where was that?
Oh, I'm going to get out of here.
What the hell was that?
I'm going to get out of here. Simon Mann's going to come and join you.
Was that a Leicestershire accent?
157.
There,
oh, I don't know what it was. It sounded like the blacksmith.
I wonder if Agger's got the Barbie out. It's barbecue weather this afternoon here at Leeds, and England are feeling a little bit like they're on it.
We need a translator for that.
Well, I've never... strange.
Is he on
dialect.
about it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was a little bit of Bristol, bit of Somerset.
Yeah.
Little bit of Cornwall thrown in there as well, perhaps.
Whenever anyone imitates a farmer, they always do a West Country accent. There aren't just farmers in the West Country, you know. There goes Moen bowling. It's defended by Khawaja up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. Whenever people do that as well, and they sort of have a go at me in the West Country, I will say, don't you want to eat? We need our farmers.
Oh, absolutely. Crikey. Especially this, with all this going on at the moment.
Moen bowls, short outside the off stump, clubbed away by Khawaja. Goes to Stokes' left. There's a fielder on the deep cover boundary, dives and tries to save it, and does well. Mark Wood out there, that's a brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah.
Fantastic, keeps it down to 2, saved 2 runs.
This is what England need. They need to really put themselves on the line now. You can feel the ashes sort of slipping through their fingers here. Wilkin wounded, men not on the field. Everyone's got to get together here now and really try and pull something out on this flat pitch now. Looks like all the zip's gone out of it, doesn't it? Just goes to show how well Pat Cummins bowled on it.
59 for 1 Australia. Khawaja blocks that back up the onside of the pitch. The lead, it's only 85.
Well, I know.
Isn't it? But I agree with you, Tom. It feels like the flow of the game. It's flowing away from England here.
Yeah.
85 for 1. Obviously, power to add. I mean, maybe the pitch will just completely settle down, lose its pace, and it'll be easy pace for batting in the rest of the game, or most of it. Some weather around tomorrow, apparently.
Yeah.
Here is Moeen bowling, and Khawaja defending back up the offside of the pitch.
And I know we've mentioned this about Bazball, and that the side's always in the field, or you feel you're in the field. It's usually a sign of how the series is going. When you're in the field a lot, you're usually on the wrong end of it.
Moeen round the wicket to Khawaja. Khawaja forward to that one, up towards mid-off. So Robinson is beginning to do some loosening up exercises at mid-on. It's a question of whether he can bowl. I think you can only bowl after you've been on the field for the time you were off. So England were in the field for about an hour or so before tea. Khawaja back into his stumps, plays that back down the pitch to Moeen, who picks up. No real threat from Moeen Ali so far. I mean, as you say, we're only just past tea on the second day. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. I suppose he's been tidy.
It feels like we've crammed a lot of cricket in, doesn't it? There's been
21 wickets.
Well, I know, and 96 miles an hour spells and 6s and 4s. It's all been exhausting, hasn't it? But whenever I toured Australia, I always felt like I was in the field forever. Yeah. I never sort of sat down in that cooled air conditioning sort of viewing gallery with all your mates watching us smash it around. There was always. You were always moving or getting pads on or getting boots on. You never had a day or a nice still period just to sort of wear an opposition down, I'm afraid. England now just looking a bit ragged.
How many tests do you reckon you played in Australia, or how many?
I don't know. Half a dozen, I don't know, 10.
And you can't remember any time when you were batted for a day, also, right? You were just under pressure the whole time.
No, I wouldn't have played.
Well, Dolt's a bit of sort it out for us, but actually work out how many times Tuffers was it? How long Tuffers was in the field in Australia. But I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
you're always we're out there again.
Well, hold on, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Adelaide, 2 Sydneys. I don't know, 6 perhaps, but it felt that we didn't have much time to appreciate, appreciate the whole surroundings.
Well, the crowd trying to get behind England. They need some inspiration. Here's Wood trying to provide it, charging in from the Kirkstall Lane end to bowl to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne guides other way towards the deepest gully positions. A diving save there, and no run. Otherwise, that would have been heading down towards the deep third boundary. England have gone to this semi-short pitch tactic again. There's a fine leg in, deep forward square leg. There's a backward square leg who's only halfway to the rope, or almost 2/3 the way to the rope. There's a fine third and a deep backward point as well.
It's difficult tactic though with depleted bowling stocks, because it takes it out of you. We don't want to.
There goes Wood into bowl to Labuschagne outside the off stump, pulled away. That's a decent looking shot. Chris Wokes runs around at deep forward square leg, and it keeps it down to a run. I think Labuschagne is keen on the second run then. That's not the first time that's happened, and Usman Khawaja
doesn't run other people's runs.
I don't think I think he likes batting, but I'm not sure he likes running between the wickets that much.
I've known a few like that, Simon. They don't mind running their own, but sort of like, they just sort of, they don't quite. They're not looking for that. Run the first one hard. Can we? Labuschagne, a completely different character at the crease, and he's fidgety, he's energetic. Yeah. He wants everything at 1,000,000 miles an hour. A complete contrast between 2 batting styles.
You've had a run out in the series so far.
No, surprising.
It's unusual, isn't it? Third test. You normally have one along the way somewhere. Wood round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who's in behind that, pushing that away into the offside, into a gap. Duckett fields to his left, and they're through for a single.
You played 8 tests in Australia.
Oh, did I?
There wasn't a huge difference in the amount of time Australia batted compared with England.
Really?
1,593 overs Australia batted in those 8 matches, 1,466 England.
Really?
1 win for England, 4 losses, 3 draws.
There you go. Perhaps it's just because we always felt a bit panicked or something. We were always fretting in that dressing room. I could always remember looking up sort of and seeing, Adam Gilchrist just wandering around in a pair of shorts with a cup of tea or something, or whatever, I don't know.
Wood bowls short, nudged away nicely by Labuschagne down towards fine leg. Good sliding stop on the rope in front of the Howard stand at the far end of the ground by Moeen Ali. It was a good piece of fielding. Went very quickly off the bat there of Labuschagne. He goes to 32 and Australia to 62 for 1. The lead is 88.
Adam Gilchrist didn't play in any of those games.
No, he didn't. It was the one at Law, the Oval I was thinking about. But yes, I was just trying to pull a name out. But yeah, it is funny that. So we're only 100 different. Well, why the hell didn't we win anymore?
Well, quite a few close games in that 1990 series that England ended on the wrong end of. Well, certainly close in first innings.
Yeah.
You nearly won in 94-5 in Sydney.
Yes, that's right.
Took that catch on the boundary.
Yeah.
Here is Wood bowling and a flick uppercut down towards deep third. It goes very quickly again off the bat. Moeen takes it on the first bounce. Deep third. They're through for a single. 63 for 1. Khawaja to 29.
There is a lot to be said in that, though, really, in Test cricket. That sort of calmness. You know, it does go a long way in Test match cricket. And I know we've been rattling on about Bazball and what have you, but it's a very high tempo, high emotional style of cricket, isn't it? You know, which sort of it's tiring to play, I should imagine, as well. You know, you're on the edge of your seat, you're on the edge of your feet when you're out there. And sometimes Test cricket, it's nice just to, you know, get yourself in a winning position.
Wood round the wicket to Labuschagne. Short. Labuschagne allows it to go over his back through to Bairstow. Well, we had the contrast today. What was it? 74 runs in the first session. And then what do we have? I haven't written that down yet. That madcap session that England had when the ball was disappearing all over the place, 4s and 6s.
It was 95 for 3 in 10.2 overs after lunch, 74 for 4 in 23.1 before, and now the Australian innings 63 for 1 in 23 overs. So, yes, it's been a day of contrasts.
Yeah, and Australia here, and there's so much time left in the game, they can just try to bat England out of the match.
Yeah.
We're not even...
Placid pitch. The pitch has now gone placid. There's certainly no devils in it. I mean, that could be to England's favour if they can get some sort of chase. I mean, you're not going to be... What did they chase at Lords? You know, you don't want to be anything over 350.
Well, they were looking at 371 at Lords, and they lost by 43, and they won here chasing 359 in 2019.
Yeah, so
that will be in the back of Australia's mind. You know, they want to get obviously they want to get as many as they can, but you know they want to get perhaps 400 ahead plus. Here's Moeen bowling, and Khawaja drives, goes towards backward point, and there's no run. Just a reminder that England's women are back in action tomorrow night at Lords in the third T20. Commentary from 6:30 p.m. That is on BBC Sounds. Basically, when we've sort of finished here tomorrow. Here is Moeen bowling, and Khawaja gives himself some room, hits that through the offside out towards deep cover and goes through for a single. The ODI in Bristol is sold out, which means all 3 of the Ashes ODIs are now sellouts. The games at Taunton and Southampton also full.
Does that mean that all the farmers are coming out to watch it because it's in Bristol?
So easy to fall into cliche, isn't
it? Isn't it? Oh, come on.
I haven't seen that many farmers who live in Bristol, actually.
No.
It's a big, thriving metropolis.
It's very urban.
Yeah, here's Labuschagne dabbing into the offside off the back foot. There's no real threat there from Moeen.
Very cool and trendy. That's where old Banksy comes from, isn't it? Bit of Bristol. Yeah. There you go.
64 for 1. The lead 65 for 1. The lead 91.
Spray a bit on the wall. There you go.
Made for life.
Made for absolute life.
If only it was that simple.
Take the wall with you.
Khawaja on 30. Moeen round the wicket, and forward goes Khawaja.
I'm not suggesting you should do that, Jerry.
So while looking up Tuffers' stats in Australia, I missed the 50 partnership in the last over. Came up the third ball of the last over from 20.1 overs.
On,
and in the naughty corner, shall I?
It's been a long 2 days. It feels like I've been here longer than 2 days.
If you can't multitask as a scorer, you really are dead to us.
Yeah.
Here's Moeen bowling, dabbed away by Khawaja, out towards square leg.
Octopuses would be excellent scorers, wouldn't they?
Now there's something to contemplate, listeners.
They'd have coloured pens in every tentacle.
Can't help thinking the ink would get smudged.
I would, well, yes, perhaps. Might be difficult to hold onto the pens. Oh, they've got the suckers, I suppose. That would be all right.
65 for 1, Moeen bowls, and back goes Khawaja, strokes that away nicely, square with the wicket. Goes out towards a deep cover. He's got the feel of a one-day international when Moeen's bowling.
Well, he hasn't done.
Nudge it and knock it around. 66 for 1.
He's looked a bit lacking. He's looked a bit lacking in the bowling department, from my mind. I mean, it was a big ask for him to come back after a couple of years. Used to just bowling in white ball stuff. And this pitch is flat. I mean, I was impressed with Murphy from what I saw, but even he looks like he gives it a real good, nice flip, gets some good drop and good dip. But there's nothing there for the spinner.
It's quite quiet out at the moment, so of course we've reached Limerick time.
Yes, well, that's right, and Octopus time.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a Norgrove.
Yeah, we've got another one.
It's a Limerick for toughers.
Oh, good.
I should be able to get through it. It's a Mark Wood over. Phil Tufnell could hardly believe how his bowling would often deceive. Have you watched Tuffers bowl, Peter?
That's not nice.
No, it wasn't, was it? Wood bowls short, and Khawaja ducks underneath it, goes over his right shoulder through to Bairstow. Phil Tufnell could hardly believe how his bowling would often deceive, but with a bat, I'm sure he didn't get a big score. They were rarer than a Ben Duckett leave.
Oh, very nice. Enjoyed that. Yes, 67 not out at Lord's. Thanks very much versus Worcester.
Was that your only half century in first class cricket?
I think it was. I got a 48. And a couple of. I was 22 not out, obviously, at Madras against India, not out. 4 spinners, and I think Kapil Dev was about 65. So there wasn't too much pace on offer, so I might have just shuffled behind the line. And
what were you blocking there, were you, in Madras, Chennai?
Played a few shots, right. Yeah, Anil Kumble for a couple of cracking 4s. Oh, look, Andy's looking it up now. I might be wrong. I might have got it wrong.
There is nowhere to hide, Tuffers.
I might have got it wrong. It's a great game, actually, we've started playing with old...
Here's Wood, meanwhile. Over the wicket to bowl to Khawaja, way down the leg side. Khawaja ignores it, through to Bairstow.
You were 6th in England's batting averages for the series, Tuffers.
There you go.
28 runs, 4 innings, 3 not outs, including that famous 22 not out.
Yeah.
Series strike rate 22.22, so a lot of 2s flying around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who was below me?
Well, quite a lot of players.
Come on.
Robin Smith.
Oh, he was...
Alex Stewart. Mike Atherton. Graham Gooch. One of the great all-round performances.
Can you print that out for me? Can you get that printed out for me? I'm going to have it tattooed on my back.
Wood ran the wicket now to bowl to Khawaja, and Khawaja guides it away nicely towards deep backward point. They're through for another run. Even though...
Crikey, that is a sad... I'm sorry. I'm just going to have a look at that. There's some names who finished below me there. Smith, Gooch, Stewart, Atherton. Wow. Sorry, back to the cricket.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff.
It's fair to say that wasn't one of England's more successful tours.
No, didn't win a game. Oh, I think we did, actually. I think we sort of beat the sort of train drivers and transport 11.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, you see, you say that, of course, adults will be able to find it.
We beat someone somewhere along the way.
67 for 1, that single to Khawaja, deep backward point. Labuschagne back on strike. Even Wood here finding it difficult to get something out of this surface. Goes in and bowls a short ball. That's a hello to Khawaja. It's underneath that.
They're just blunting England at the moment, and to be fair, they've worked themselves into a position where they can do that. They've earned it, this Australian side, where they can just take this time and blunt, and just be watchful. And sometimes that's as good as a 6 or a 4. It changes the whole pattern of the game. And England, you can see, are really striving here, and the crowd's trying to get behind them, and the pace of the game's just slow now.
Completely, yeah. This really is old-fashioned Test cricket. 25th over, 67 for 1. And it's very sensible from Australia, wearing England down. Wood steaming in, bowls to Labuschagne, short ball. Well, he got a bit of a tangle that time. He's shaped to pull it, but if you aren't decisive in your movements against a short ball, especially against Mark Wood, then you're going to struggle to hit them. And Labuschagne sort of pulled out the shot the last moment through to Bairstow.
You just feel the sun sucking up the juice out of this pitch. It really is starting to go flatter and flatter.
Yeah, it looks quite brown now, the surface, light brown. 67 for 1. Have you found that England victory, Zelts?
No. I haven't. I was looking at, to back up what you were saying about this pitch in second innings in recent tests. So that I mentioned yesterday. I'll come to it after this ball from Wood.
It was a very high-scoring championship match. It was the last first-class game that was played on this ground. 550 played 450. This game, well, 263 plays 237, but at the moment, England not getting much out of this surface.
No. You got the likes of Smith just waiting in the wings as well. Khawaja again. Khawaja, huge thorn in the side.
Wood round the wicket to Labuschagne, who is he caught down the leg side? Is that a drop catch? Wood's on the ground. Bairstow didn't take it away to his left-hand side. What does this come off? Is that another one? It looked as if it came off the bat, but it may have been an optical illusion. Wood fell over. He was flat on his face on the pitch. Bairstow sprawled away to his left-hand side. Labuschagne went after a ball down the leg side. Oh yeah, he's definitely got something on that. And Bairstow diving away to his left. Low, left glove, couldn't get underneath it, and that's a life for Labuschagne. Well, you want your keeper to hold on to that. It wasn't an absolutely straightforward catch. It was nowhere near as straightforward as the one he dropped in the first innings. But when you're struggling for wickets, you need that to go your way.
Put another one down in the book. Drop chance.
That was the last ball of the over. 67 for 1. The lead is 93.
Just need things like that. I mean,
They've got a leg slip in as well. It was to his right. Moeen bowls. Khawaja turns that into the onside. Broads after it from mid-wicket. And they're through for a single. 68 for 1.
When do England stop the bleeding?
Well, it might be too late by the end of this Test match.
I think it might be.
Australia, remember, only need a draw to retain the Ashes. They'll talk about some weather around over the next 3 days. Just bat and bat and bat if they want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they like to win the game and win the series. They haven't won a series here for 22 years. Moeen now, right arm over to the right-handed Labuschagne, who slog sweeps is in the air. And he's caught. Yes. He's caught at deep mid-wicket. Labuschagne can't believe what he's done there. It was a lazy shot on the sweep, top edge. Catch taken by Harry Brook in the deep low down. Everyone just held their breath for a moment to see whether it was going to carry. It did just about. And Brook got onto it, caught it low down, and Australia are 68 for 2.
Well, something finally goes England way. As you said, a lazy sort of slog sweep in front of square. Sort of middled it straight to Harry Brook, and that's a great tumbling catch moving forward. Could that be the spark that just gets something going? Fantastic to get rid of Labuschagne. He batted beautifully, looked in great nick. Just had that chance dropped down the leg side from Wood. And then again offers one up to Moeen Ali. He's got to go for 33, Marnus Labuschagne. Played nicely. But now we've got a new batsman coming in Smith. You've got to switch on. This is the chance. Only 94 Australia lead by. 2 down. And if you can whip out one of these now, who knows?
Yeah, a wicket can change the game. They had the chance of the last ball of the previous over, and then Labuschagne, I mean, it was a bit of a gift, really, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't bounce. It didn't sort of get high on the bat. He just sort of skimmed it, low skimmer, straight to the man in front of square. Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. It was a bit of a gift. Well caught. And Mo, well bowled by Mo, sort of thing. But it was just a strange dismissal out of nowhere, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Smith out there in his 100th Test match, 68 for 2. Australia 94 runs ahead. And Labuschagne, he's not really got into the series. He's yet to make a half century.
He's looked good.
Got some starts.
Yeah, he's got starts. He's looked good and he's looked patient. But then every time he's trying to break out of that, he's just managed to find a man in the deep or nick off.
Well, that felt like a wicket just in time for England.
Or did it ever?
Lifted the crowd, lifted the spirits of the players out there as well.
Lifted the commentary box.
Steve Smith, 32 Test match hundreds. And Moeen bowls to him, and Smith leans forward and plays that back up the pitch. And there's no run.
Mark Wood still in his spell as well. How many has Woody bowled? He's bowled 3. Got to give him another couple. Now, this is where you've got to ask you quick to dig deep.
Moeen bowls, Smith down the pitch, blocking it. Back to the bowler. and there's no run. Using his feet there and smothering it. 68 for 2. And Labuschagne, his last 4 innings, it's reached double figures. He has got a start. Not been able to go on. Moeen bowls to Smith. Oh, Smith played that as though it really spun out of the rough outside his off stump. Pushed it away into the offside. Perhaps there is a bit there for Moeen Ali. Just occasionally we've seen it. Yeah, that did turn and bounce from outside the off stump. Might have hit a foothold. Not that we haven't seen a huge amount of bowling from round the wicket. We've seen enough probably to create some footholds. Here's Smith leaning forward. He gets a thickish outside edge on that. Runs out to Broad. Broad hurls the ball at the stumps to make sure Khawaja's back. Moeen doesn't take it clean. They think of an overthrow. It's not there. It's tied up at mid-on. That's the end of a successful over from Moeen Ali. The score is 68 for 2. Australia are 94 runs ahead. Khawaja still there on 33. Smith yet to score. We're going to double change. Glenn McGrath is here, and so too is Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Good day, everyone. It's a big wicket there for England. They needed it. There was not much happening out there. Big miss by Johnny Bairstow. And then Marnus Labuschagne doesn't make England pay. Well-judged catch there by Harry Brook, fielding out in the boundary. So England needed something to happen. They need a little bit of luck. And they got it. So what can they do with that, Dan?
Well, they need to go bang-bang, don't they? Need to try and get Smith out before he gets set. There's an hour and a half left in the day's play. I mean, what they are doing is not letting Australia get away. 26 overs have been bowled, just 68 runs added to that lead of 26 at the start. 94 the lead at the moment as Wood runs in to Khawaja. Bowls short ball which fades at just the last minute. It was a pretty well-directed bouncer. He moved across to his off stump and then had to flick his head out of the way at the last minute.
Yeah, that's the length you need to be bowling for a bouncer. But Khawaja just watches ball so well, just gets underneath it, turns head at the last time.
He got him out with the full ball in the first innings. Fast, full and straight. Feels it's a different atmosphere out there. It's very warm. I went and sat out with the crowd and it's hot, actually. I mean, very pleasantly so. There's Wood. Runs in with a forward short leg, a leg slip and a gully. This is short again. Up on his toes goes Khawaja. He has all the time in the world to play it. Pushed out to the offside, no run.
Marnus Labuschagne has had 8 innings this summer. The 2 against India at the Oval in the World Test Final, then 6 in the Ashes. 6 out of 8. He's reached 20, but he's yet to make 50. And to recap his recent form since the start of the South Africa series, 20 innings, average 33, only 2 half-centuries, but only 2 single-figure scores.
Intriguing, isn't it? He's getting in and getting himself out, which is not a very Labuschagnean trait. I kind of think once he's in, he's hard to dislodge.
Yeah, just keep ticking your score over. Tried to sort of force it there with that sweep, and there's been a little bit of variable bounce. Whether that one just bounced a little bit more than he expected.
Wood into Khawaja. He goes across his stumps and tickles it down towards, well, a long leg, really, who's about 20 yards inside the boundary, which will bring Smith on strike to Wood for the first time in this innings. Moeen Ali now on 199 Test wickets, inching his way to 200. He's rather inching his way to 3,000 runs as well. It's all taking a bit of time. Now then, the field for Smith is also a field for short bowling. There's a very fine leg, and there's really a fly slip. I mean, he's on a line for sort of second slip, right on the boundary, in shadow, beneath the football stand. And there's a long leg, who's sort of between long leg and deep backward square, really, and a forward square leg right on the boundary. A forward short leg, a deep gully, deep backward point, and a cover. Doesn't make it easy for you describing this field. As Wood is in, and Smith covers up in defence, pushes out into the offside as Wood falls over again in his eager follow-through. Have you made a little note of that, Andy? No? It's been a strange old atmosphere today, I think. The crowd really got going straight after lunch when there was a flurry of boundaries. Mark Wood started it by hitting 16 off the first 3 balls after lunch. Then Stokes counter-attacked against Murphy. hit 5 sixes in his 80. But either side of that little passage of play runs him in harder to come by. As Wood runs in to Smith, who gets one that he turns round the corner to find leg, and Wood thought he had his man there because he moved right across his stumps, and as he has done to so many bowlers, Smith, he gives the impression that he's about to be LBW, and then at the last minute gets something on it that sends the ball down a fine leg for a single. Waiting to see the umpire's signal. He hasn't signalled, so I suppose he was waiting to see whether England were going to invoke DRS.
If you missed that, it might have missed leg.
Yep.
And missed off.
Right.
So it would have hit the middle. But that's why you've got a bat in your hand.
But he does that
so often.
Does that so many times, though, doesn't he? He makes the bowler think. I mean, you would have been so frustrated, surely, bowling at someone who does that.
Not.
I mean, it just drives you mad. Wood into Khawaja, short, and he gets out of the way. Just ducks. End of the over, a hostile one from Wood. He's only conceded 9 runs in his 7 overs. Australia is 70 for 2 from 27. Khawaja 34, Smith 1.
Just looking at the umpire there. Harpwood coming around the stumps there, around the wicket, and running very close to the danger zone nearly every ball. Maybe that one to Smith off Moeen Ali. Wonder if it just landed in those footmarks there. A little bit of bounce, but...
I wonder also if that might be the last over of that spell, because there were a few low 5s and the drink was brought out to him. So I wonder...
Yeah,
see Wokes at the Kirkstall Lane end.
Yeah, you just want to use him in short bursts, don't you, Dan? So
yep.
He runs in hard. He's going to give everything he's got, but you don't want to burn him out.
Well, it was a 4-over spell, and he bowled yesterday as well, of course, having to bowl back-to-back days. As Moeen is in, and this is flicked away by Smith out towards deep mid-wicket for a single, which will bring Khawaja back on strike, 71 for 2. The field is fairly spread, it's fairly defensive. Andy, what is the breakdown of runs per over? It seems to me that England went pretty slowly until lunch. Yep. Very, very quickly, a bit like Anne Elk's Diplodocus. Very slowly at the beginning, much, much quicker in the middle, and then everything's gone a bit slow since then. As Moeen is in, this is worked out into the onside by Khawaja. Out towards deep square leg for a single, just on the front foot, playing across his front pad, along the ground. Acres of space out there.
England 74 for 4 up to lunch, 23.1 overs. Australia 72 for 2 now from 27.2. So between them, 146 for 6 in 50.3 overs in those 2 phases.
Moeen in once more, and Smith pushes into the offside off the back foot, going back into his crease, but Moeen fields up his own bowling. There's no run.
A little under 3 and over, and in the middle of that, 95 for 3 off 10.2.
So slightly contrasting run rates.
Very much so, you would say.
But they're playing in the same pitch?
Yep.
They were.
And actually, not dissimilar tactics being employed by the bowlers either side of that. As Moeen's in again, and Smith flicks in the air, straight to mid-wicket, and it's gone! What has Stephen Smith done there? It's 200 test wickets for Moeen Ali, and it's the big one of Stephen Smith. And England are right back in this. He's just flicked across his front pad and picked out the fielder at mid-wicket. Australia have lost their 3rd. They're 72 for 3. This is very unlike Steve Smith. He's taken a ball from outside the off stump and hit it to Ben Duckett at shortish mid-wicket at very catchable height, around about knee height. And Smith has to depart, and I'm sure he's thinking, what on earth have I just done?
Well, 1 wicket brings 2, doesn't it? And you can say both the batsmen got themselves out.
Well, I didn't think today would be about Moeen Ali spinning England back into the game, because it doesn't really feel like a pitch for him. But he's picked up the 2 wickets, and they're big ones, of Marnus Labuschagne and now Steve Smith. He's getting a pout in his left shoulder. And England, who about 20 minutes ago, they weren't out of the test by any means, but Australia were just moving along at their own pace, in beautiful batting conditions, in beautiful sunny skies. And suddenly 2 of their more durable batters are out to Moeen Ali. 200 wickets for Moeen Ali. Start of this summer, no one expected he would get there. No one expected him to play a Test match again. But he's reached that landmark, one of very few England spinners to take 200 wickets. And that's quite the biggest wicket he might have taken of the lot.
He's the 16th England player to reach 200 wickets in Test cricket, and just the third spinner after Derek Underwood, 297 wickets in 86 Tests between 1966 and 1982, and Graham Swan, 255 in 60 games, 2008 to 2013. Moeen now 200 in 66 Tests, and also, as we mentioned earlier on, approaching 3,000 runs. Will join a pretty exclusive club, 3,000 runs and 200 wickets.
Well, do you know, I'm not expecting you to look this up, Andy, but in Steve Smith's career, certainly in the last 10 years of it, I can't believe that he will have been out by 5 o'clock on day 2 very often, twice. That's his work done for the Test match, which will come as an enormous relief to England's bowlers and England's supporters. It brings Travis Head out to bat, and does that give just a little incentive to Ben Stokes to try to squeeze one more over out of Mark Wood? Bowled 4 in this spell so far. Moeen into Head, who clips the ball along the ground up to mid-on. There's no run. Australia's 72 for 3.
You'd be tempted, Ben, but just that last over from Woody just didn't seem to have the same zip. But yeah, give him a go.
But he might be enlivened by the prospect of fresh meat to bowl at.
And especially someone who has shown not to be overly comfortable against the short ball.
So Moeen Ali's taken 2 for 17. He's just about to finish his 8th over. He's in around the wicket. Forward comes Head, pushes up to Duckett at mid-off. There is no run. Warm applause rings round the ground for Moeen Ali, and particularly for having seen the back of Steve Smith. Australia 72 for 3 at the end of the 28th.
That's another thing on Steve Smith. We mentioned the difference between him in first innings and second innings. Averages 73.7 in first innings and 38.5 in second innings. And recently, since the start of the Ashes in Australian 21-22 international season, in 15 second innings, he has a highest score of 35 and an average of just 21. It's become more extreme recently. Let's pick up again on what Justin Langer said during the World Test final. He doesn't sleep very well during matches.
But you see, I mean, I could see how that could come into play on days 3, 4 and 5, but this is only the second day. He's only had one sleepless night. Wood is going to continue. He's in to Khawaja, rushes in. Khawaja hits. He hits him on the shoulder, perhaps the right shoulder, as he tried to take evasive action. 86 mile per hour bouncer on this occasion. Bouncers will take that speed down a little bit. It's another hostile ball from over the wicket, cramping Khawaja, and it's got him right at the top of the right shoulder.
Yeah, so with Mark Wood not being the tallest guy going around, when he really bangs it in, it sort of skids on. It doesn't get that bounce you'd get from, say, a Stuart Broad. So it's always coming at you.
Nasty.
You watch it and weave and duck and decide which ones to play.
Here's Wood again, forward short leg in. Full down the leg side. Wasn't far away from leg stump, and that's why Mark Wood's got his hands on his head there, because Khawaja's just taken to moving a little bit across to the off stump, partly to help him evade the bouncer from Wood. But in so doing, he's just showing sight of that leg stump.
Yeah, so he's expecting that short ball going across and sort of watching the ball, but yeah, you can expose that leg stump. That ball was 92 mile an hour. I think Mark Wood ended up on the ground again and then up on his feet so quickly. So, yeah, a couple of quick wickets just gives you a bit of a lift. So, Mark Wood running in, 5th over in a row.
Lifted the crowd as well. Just getting a bit nervous and agitated during that partnership between Labuschagne and Khawaja. Here comes Wood. Khawaja waits, and then always gets one that flies through, and he tries to get out of the way. He does so successfully. Bairstow with a really good take, diving above his head, takes it one-handed. That was a rapid delivery, or at least it looked rapid.
Yeah, 85 mile an hour. So yeah, when you bang it in, because I think they measure it in straight lines.
Yeah.
And so it's more of a steeper angle going down and coming up, but
it travels further basically, doesn't it? I suppose.
good pace. So Bairstow did well. If that was yesterday, I'm sure that would have flown well over his head and bounced just before the rope. So this pitch doesn't have as much pace. It's not really. It's probably more like a day 3 wicket or day 3.5.
Wood's coming round the wicket to Khawaja, who defends as Wood falls over right in the danger area, I think it'd be safe to say. And they think of a second run as the ball's pushed out through the vacant mid-off region. Wood has to go and collect himself and lick his wounds, because bless him, he's puffing,
isn't he?
He is puffing.
Well, not only did he bowl it, he had to do a quick burpee as well. Hit the deck, straight up, and then has to chase the ball. Then he was night watchman last night. He's got to do everything. But yeah, he's bowling his heart out here. But you can see him really puffy now. He's still going to run in hard. There's no doubt about this. But needs to get through these last 2 balls and then have a bit of a break.
Yep, it feels that way, doesn't it? So Head is on strike though, which is the good news for Wood. He's got Head, the new batter, in. He hurtles in, bowls short, and actually Head plays that pretty well as Wood ends up on the ground again, this time tumbling to his left to stop the ball as it's pushed back at him by Head. Oh, he'd have loved to have had the hole over at Head here, wouldn't he? But he's got one more ball left. One last huge effort. With fine leg, a fly slip, deep backward point, deep backward square, deep forward square. And that forward short leg. He's been kept on basically because Head has just come in after Steve Smith lost his wicket in puzzling fashion, clipping a ball straight to Ben Duckett at short mid wicket.
Yeah, Wood top of his mark, big deep breaths, gets himself going.
Here we go. He's into Head, short, banged in, and it goes through to Bairstow as he just takes evasive manoeuvres. End of the over. And I think that might be drinks. We're at that stage in this elongated session. Australia 73 for 3, 29 overs have been bowled. Khawaja has 36. Head yet to score, and the game, it's been like this.
Yeah,
the whole series, actually. I was going to say the whole match, but the whole series has been like this. When one side looks like they're about to take a decisive advantage, something happens. And if you would like to see the highlights, why don't you tune in to Today at the Test on BBC 4 and iPlayer at 7 p.m. tonight. Also on BBC 2 at 11:05. There are video clips on the website right now. Jonathan Agnew, Simon Mann, and various others, Alistair Cook, a whole host of jamboree, a smorgasbord of stars that will keep you satisfied into the early evening. 7 o'clock on BBC 4, 11:05 on BBC 2, and available on the iPlayer. As well as the BBC Sport website and app, of course, for clips. It's just non-stop cricket. And don't forget, tonight, there are 3 T20 Blast quarter-finals. Surrey versus Lancashire, of course, headlining, as well as a couple of others that I've forgotten. I know that's shameless of me. Terrible.
I know Worcester's playing, so
Worcestershire
I'll be supporting them tonight.
Worcestershire playing. And so you can tune into them, all 3 of those matches. All county coverage, of course, available throughout this summer on the BBC. The drinks break is taking place. Glenn, this game suddenly back alive again with Australia 99 runs ahead. More thoughts from you, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. It's all happening, isn't it? We've got cricket everywhere. Highlights, but like you said, this game, one team looks to just get the edge, move away, and it's clawed back by the other. Now, there's 99 runs. Australia looking, well, they'll bat. And they'll just keep batting for as long as they can. Because
anyone's game, though, isn't it? It really is at the moment.
Still over 3 days to go. Feels a lot longer than
as long as we survive the weather tomorrow, we might lose some time. It could be made up, of course, not just tomorrow, but on the subsequent days as well. So we might not end up losing too much. But this game is so evenly balanced now. Australia 99 ahead. They have lost 3 wickets, and it's not obviously Labuschagne and Smith both give it away quite to that extent. Really, both of them.
Yeah.
And they'll be sitting there in the dressing room now, I think, was wondering what happened.
Yeah, sometimes when the scoreboard's not ticking over as quickly as you'd like, you try to force it. But Smith came out and tried. The first one he punched off Moeen Ali, sort of went hard at it, hit it into the gap. I think he tried to do the same there and just picked Ben Duckett straight out and couldn't believe it. As he walked off, I think Bairstow might have had a little word to him, which he didn't take too kindly to, which you probably don't when you're annoyed at yourself. But that's 2 vital wickets to England when the game was slowly just drifting away. He wasn't going away in leaps and bounds, but every wicket here is a bonus.
Well, they've had their drink. I've just popped down to see Dickie Bird, who's in great form. Reminded me a number of times that he's now 90.
Yep.
He's on great form. He's sitting down there. He's got an old blazer on, and he's on his little perch down there on the first floor. He's got the best view of Headingley that you could possibly ask for, and it's absolutely brilliant. His own little balcony.
He's going well for 90, though, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's got one chair on there. It's his little balcony. He sits on there. Has the occasional nap, apparently, according to others who are down there in the same area. But that was great to see Dickie. Just such a great character. Really, so many laughs with him over the years.
Yeah, he's a legend of the game, isn't he? Umpiring. I played quite a few games where he umpired, and he was definitely a character.
I think he gave me 1 LBW once. That was all.
You thanked him?
I reminded him today. He reckoned he gave me some more, but I don't remember those. Now, they've had the drink. Moeen comes in, swings his arm, bowls, and Khawaja tucks the first ball away into the leg side. And Wood comes trotting in from deep backward square leg. That's Woakes, actually, with the Western Terrace behind him, which is just thinning a little, I would say, looking at some of the blue seats there. But still a very big crowd in, and it'll be a full house again tomorrow, of course, a Saturday. Moeen round the wicket, bowls, tucked away firmly out to mid-wicket. Always missed that. And fielder there, broad, diving to area of rough footholds and so on. I've just seen his mum, actually, as well, out the back, and she was walking around. I said, "Where are you going?" So I'm going on a wickets walk, which is something that she reckoned it worked as well, because she did get a wicket, just wandering round, not watching but walking. 75 for 3, Moeen bowls, pushed away off the front foot by Khawaja. Duckett trots into field. He's in the offside now, but that's more or less the position that he caught Smith in a few moments ago, and I think Duckett's even a bit surprised by that as well. It's just clipped straight to him. Khawaja turns that away again into the leg side. Once more, it'll be Woakes who comes in to do the fielding. Still, that fielder remains out there behind the bowler's arm, way out in the deep. I think he's asking whether do you still need me out here, Captain, and the answer at the moment is yes. Almost a straight line between Head, Moeen and the fielder. It's just slightly off to the left. I guess he's got to try and see what's going on, for one thing, out there. Well, they've got a couple of fielders on the drive in the offside. As Head goes back, he plays very carefully this shortish ball from Moeen. It's fielded by Duckett. 76 for 3. Hot day by our standards. I always say that and then think about what the Australians think about that. But 26, this part of the world, is pretty warm and humid. This is played off the back foot. And Moeen fields that to end the over. 76 for 3. Khawaja 38. And Travis Head has 1. So the lead is now 102. But parts of Australia, you can play some hot weather there, can't you?
Yeah, occasionally it gets down to 26, 27. But it is a warm 26 out there. 27. It's you can really feel it. And looking at the Western Terrace there and the stands the opposite side of the ground, they've been in the sun the whole day.
Yeah, they have. Yeah,
hope they kept their fluids up, and not just the amber ones.
Well, I think they've certainly done that from what I've seen. 76 for 3. Khawaja 38. Head has 1. One of our old views from the boundary was downstairs as well. Great mystery about his identity at the time when he came on the programme. H, from Line of Duty. He's here. He's downstairs. So that was a big. Have you ever seen that programme or not? Did it make it to Queensland?
You are dodgy, Angus. You always throw that one in there, don't you?
It might be 10 years
You know, I'm
ago,
a very
so-
proud New South Welshman. I am residing in Queensland, but you just love throwing that in, don't
Well,
you?
I did suggest that I saw you have your breakfast today, and it looked like a full Queensland to me. You
No,
had a couple of sausages, you had a couple of eggs. That looked like a full Queensland breakfast.
No, it's called a full Australian breakfast.
Now we've got Wokes going down the hill, so change, and this is Quadra shuffling forward and playing out into the covers where Duckett fields. I've got to give him a stick for that.
So who is H?
H. He's
a mystery.
He was because it's quite a long running series, and it sort of built up. It was a great sort of detective thing, but about corruption in police forces and so on. It was outstanding. Well, I think as it finished now, I think it might have finished because we discovered who H is. In goes Wokes and bowls, and that's pushed away out into the covers. They're taking one. Do they think about the second? I don't think so. Throw on the way. So in the end, they worked it out that it was Buckles, who was, I think, one of the former chief inspectors, who was corrupt. It took a long time to get there, and I think people were a bit surprised that it was Buckles. Anyway, Nigel Boyle played him. He's downstairs, and lovely to see him again.
Yeah, so Buckles, it just sounds like he'd be a nice guy. Buckles.
Well, I don't think he was the obvious choice because the huge build-up as to who was going to be uncovered in the end as H. And there he was. And next week he was at Trent Bridge, a view from the boundary. It's all a bit of a surprise. You never know who's going to turn up for view from the boundary. We've got another one tomorrow.
Ooh.
They keep throwing them at me, Pidge. So an interesting one tomorrow.
They all want to come.
Well, people do like coming on the programme. It's lovely. They want to come see everybody. In goes Wokes, bowls down the leg side. He tries to pull and misses. Almost getting the edge of the bat there. That wouldn't have been a great way for Head to have got out. And again, look at the field. There's 3 out on the boundary and a short leg. And in fact, they're changing one of them. Stokes is going out now. That's interesting because he could barely move earlier today, but he's going into a deep square leg position instead of broad. He's coming into mid-wicket. So fine leg, long leg, deep square leg, short leg, all these legs. And Wokes is on his way once again. Just gazing down from our 4th floor as he bowls short. Head takes it on. He can control that. It's not high enough, so he can easily swivel and play that pull shot and control it. 78 for 3. The lead 104.
Yeah, I think that previous ball where Head had a go at it, it was nearly through the shot before it arrived.
Yeah.
This pitch is a little bit slower. And when you've got Mark Wood bowling, and then you've got Chris Wokes, slightly different in pace.
Yeah. But if you're only going to bat for 50 overs and you're wanting bowlers to come out and bowl fresh and particularly bowl this sort of stuff, I mean, you've got to give them more time off the field. One's going running and bowl bouncers. This one's fuller though, and played by Head out to cover. And that's Quadra. And there's no run. 78 for 3. Lead 104. Yeah, running in and bowling short relentlessly, as we said before, is hard work. If you're getting no time off in the dressing room while your batsmen are in the crease, so you're coming back and you're not as fresh. Haven't got the energy and the effort and the strength that you had in the first innings, and Wood's pace was much lower in the second innings than in the first, inevitably. His Wokes bowling, and Quadra lets it go through. 78 for 3.
And Australia's not going along here at any rapid pace. 2.5 runs and over. They need to keep this scoreboard ticking over. Every run that's scored is taking this score further away. It's another one. Shane Warne always said, every run you score, that's 2 the opposition has to score. And I never quite understood that. No. 1 you score and the 1 they have to score back. I said, Shane, it doesn't actually work like that. But it might be for 1 ball it's 2 because you've got to get that one plus the other one to win. But it doesn't. It's not like that for every ball. But
well, I've heard
that's the way he viewed it.
Some very good Shane Warne stories over the last few months.
Yeah, so he said every run was so important.
Yeah. But he just gave so few away, and you two together. Moeen round the wicket, comes in, bowls, and that's driven hard. And between the close fielders, he has played that well, you know. It's 4 for that, because he's threaded it between Crawley and Duckett.
who are on the drive for that shot, really. But he's drilled it between those two fielders and down to the extra cover boundary for 4. Nice half volley to be absolutely accurate, but even so, really well put away by Travis Head. He'll play his own way. He'll play his shots, I'm sure. Now he drives again, hard into the pitch. And again, Crawley can't stop it. And they'll take a single this time to the fielder coming in at long off.
That was the first boundary since the second ball of the 20th over. That was the first ball of the 32nd.
That's quite rare for this ground, isn't it? It's, I said earlier, it's like a billiard table.
Yeah, I think that's what Steve Smith was trying to do. Pierce it through there, hit it with a bit of force and just picked out Duckett.
Now on the back foot, Khawaja picks up another single. Broad throws the ball up at the stumps, up at the non-striker's end. 84 for 3.
And Travis Head, he's one that likes to force it, whereas you've got Khawaja at the other end, would just place it in the gap and just pick up the singles here and there.
Moeen bowls. It's pushed away by Head. He finds the straighter of those two fielders. 84 for 3. Very little breeze out there. Looking at the trees, they're barely moving. Go to our right-hand side there. Moeen bowls again, darting that one in. Head defends it. And Moeen fields. Some Australians down there in the shade, actually. I hadn't spotted them. A small pocket of them down at long off. Moeen again, round the wicket, comes in, bowls, forced off the back foot. Nothing there for Travis Head. 84 for 3. The lead 110, and we've got an hour of play left today, so opportunity for England to take a couple of wickets and Australia to press on a bit. So there's still lots of cricket left today, and an important passage of play it is too, as Woakes takes his cap off. Alex Hark is back. I can't believe you're wearing that long sleeve top.
Well, the aircon in here is quite cool, and been sat outside in the stairwell all day. Must be the windiest place in Leeds.
Oh, so that's where you're watching?
Yeah.
I wonder where you kept vanishing to.
I just sat outside. It's really lovely, actually.
I might have mentioned Queensland once too often to Glenn McGrath.
Oh. Did you?
Doesn't like it. It's just an easy...
Easy prod.
But he is an easy prod.
Thorn in the side.
Yeah, you just give him a couple of prods a day, I try. I think this is the Queensland breakfast that did him this morning. In goes Woakes, bowls, and that's pushed away out to point. And they take a single. 84 for 3. He's a very proud New South Welshman. But he's moved to Queensland for whatever reason. He's perfectly entitled. I think Queensland's lovely, actually.
Yeah, me too.
There's clearly a rivalry between the two. It's a rugby league rivalry, isn't it, Jim? Between Queensland and New South Wales?
State of origin.
Yeah, the State of Origin match. They all get a bit worked up about that. But it's a bit like prodding an open sore with Glenn.
It's just easy, isn't it? I reckon you can get one more in by the end of the day as well.
Yeah, a full Queensland. I'll mention it again tomorrow if I see him loading up. 85 for 3. In goes Woakes again over the wicket. Bowls short. Steered away and finds Duckett there. Fielding it to a sort of deep gully, really. And there's no run. It's extraordinary how Smith and Labuschagne both gave their wickets away. Key phase of the game.
It's just so not like them as well. Labuschagne with the sweep, Smith just clipping the ball to mid-wicket. It's almost mistakes they just don't make very often.
Absolutely. Woakes rubs the ball, spins a catch. On he goes again, over the wicket, bowls short, not very hostile if I'm honest, and tucked away off the hip quite easily there. Well, Woakes speed 81 miles an hour. You see the sort of difference it made when Wood was bowling in the low 90s into the mid 90s yesterday. That's the difference in pace, isn't it? I mean, most batsmen can deal with short pitch bowling at this sort of a pace.
Yeah, he was touching 85 yesterday, Chris Woakes, but because Mark Wood's bowling so quick, it almost made Chris Woakes look like he was bowling throwdowns.
Yes. Woakes again bowls outside the off stump. And no stroke from Khawaja.
Usman Khawaja has now passed 900 balls faced in the series. He's one of only 4 players in an Ashes series in England to face 900 balls in the first 3 tests of a series. Bradman in 1930, Bill Brown in 1938 and David Boone in 1993 are the others. That's from either side.
Yes, David Boone, I remember that series. Couldn't dislodge him at all. 86 for 3. The lead 112. Woakes again. Bounces in, bowls another short ball, which is easily negotiated by Khawaja as it was headed towards the leg side. So, 83 miles an hour that one. 86 for 3. Still some various chanting out there. Sort of merges into a noise.
I've been sat in the Western Terrace for 15-20 minutes or so. I went and braved it.
Where did you go?
Went and sat right at the very back.
Woakes round the wicket, bowls a good one. Now that was a good ball. Yeah, it was a fuller length, and Khawaja hanging back. Very, very nearly edged that. Oh, that was just a whisker away. 86 for 3. The lead 112. Right, so how was it?
Well, I didn't last very long, 15-20 minutes at most.
Oh, okay.
And rowdy, but an experience. An experience. There were so many inflatables being thrown around. I got hit in the face by an inflatable body part.
Little body part?
Male body part.
Oh, really?
Someone threw it back behind and it slapped me in the face.
Well, that's not very nice. Wow. What did you do with it?
I patted it away down to the next person.
It is. I mean, you get all sorts of things on there, don't you? Not seen one of those. Though there's Moeen bowling, and that's pushed out to short cover. And there's no run. 86 for 3. It wasn't just a balloon, one of those long balloons. Here's Moeen, and that's pushed back.
Baguette? Inflatable baguette, maybe?
No, it was quite detailed.
So he's buying one of those. Here's Moeen round the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed away by Head up the short cover. The lead 112. 86 for 3. Can't think of any shop in Melton Mowbray that would stock something like that. Moeen again, swings an arm, moves in, bowls. That's tucked away into the leg side. Yes, he wants that one. Fielder there's hanging back a little bit.
Bowled much better today, Moeen Ali, with so much more control. Yes, the Australians aren't taking him on as much, but just settled into his spell so much quicker.
You need to get a wicket, don't you? When you get one, you get another. Here he comes again, bowls a little bit short. Played square to Stokes. Again, seems to be more mobile. So even when he was batting, which was, if you haven't seen it, well, tune in tonight at 7 o'clock, BBC 4. Another thunderous Stokes innings. Is Moeen, bowls, and again a little bit too short and be steered away by Khawaja for a single. So 88 for 3. The lead at 114. With just a suggestion of relief, I'm going to hand over to Jim after some more thoughts from Alex.
Well, England have almost got themselves back in this game, but in this final 50 minutes or so, they'll want to bag another wicket, put some more pressure on Australia. These two out there now, key. We know the Australian tail can wag. Cummins, Stark, they can play decent innings, so England, they won't want to give too many away, and I actually prefer the fields that they've had today. They've not been ultra aggressive, and it has put pressure on Australia. Have you been out to the Western Terrace, Jim?
I haven't. What am I missing?
No.
It looks a bit cooler and a better view actually from where we are, as Woakes bowls and it's turned away by Khawaja into the onside. I'm sure there'll be a few Rabbitoh fans out there and some others from Australia, either AFL or rugby league who are following all of this, and you might get caught up in some action down there, and then be hard to escape the friendliness of the Australian locals. That is, it's not to say everyone else I've met around the place wandering through has been very friendly. It's very, very good humid out there. There's no rancorousness in the crowd after Lords. It's good. Around the wicket, Woakes bowls, and it's on the back foot. Another steering stroke from Khawaja gets a run. He's 43, and Australia squandered a few wickets this afternoon. And as England fight back, a bowler down and a few fresh bowlers down. Luxton and Lawrence are on the field for Wood and Robinson. Robinson's gone off again. Well, that will surely make it difficult for him to be bowling again tomorrow morning, if that was the idea.
Yeah, of course.
Because at the moment, there's a bit of a workload here for those that can bowl, like Woakes, short ball. He's after this and bails out. Travis Head got tangled up a few times on the short ball, and he wasn't committed there with 3 men deep on the onside. Hello, Andy.
I guess if Robinson has gone off with, say, an hour to go today, that would mean that he doesn't bowl in the first hour, but can then bowl from after that. So I guess England might have got him out there so that the most he would have to wait tomorrow is
an hour.
The first spells of the other seamers.
Yeah, if that's the logic, fair enough. So the far-flung field, just a gully, and Woakes from the Kirkstall lane end bowls short, and he's after this. He hits it around the corner down in front of Moeen Ali in the deep for a single. So he ticks over to 10. And Australia having bowled England out for 237, which looked very unlikely when they were 7 for 142. But the gasping hour after lunch, which included Woods 24 from 8 balls, 16 and 3 from Stark, 6-4-6 and 80 from Stokes, propelled England to a much better position than it looked. But only better for 52 overs, so these bowlers are back out there, and Woakes is bowling. He's beating the edge. He's nicked it. He's out. Khawaja's nicked it low to Bairstow. There's a big wicket. They've got the anchor man out. England well and truly in this game. They've come back very well from Australia's beginning, and they've clutched 3 wickets in the last 45-50 minutes. And Australia lead, but England batting last. How many will be too many? At the moment, they've just seen Khawaja nick one on his crease, low down to Bairstow. He takes the catch. And Australia have got Mitch Marsh coming out again with Khawaja out for 43.
Bairstow gives it the fist pump because he finally gets hold of one. He finally keeps hold of one. Chris Woakes angling across the left-hander, bowls the wobble ball. It just nips ever so slightly in the surface. Khawaja looking to defend. Thin edge through to Bairstow. Ben Stokes points at Bairstow, almost saying, "You've finally done it. You've finally kept hold of one." England, they're getting themselves back in this game.
Well, here's a key moment. I mean, really, the difference so far in this game was the partnership between these two yesterday, adding 155 out of 263, and did England taken their catches, Australia may have made 150. Yeah. So the advantage is swinging around today. Australia, England coming back through Stokes. Australia looked like they were grinding it, and then 3 wickets, game on.
Yeah, Marsh gave an opportunity on 12 yesterday, I think it was, and then after that was pretty much chanceless. He batted so well.
So the lead is just 116, and Australia 4 down. And we do remember how quickly their tail was blown away in the first innings, with the last 6 going down for 23. And at the moment, they're rather frittering away their opportunity in this session, with loose shots played by Labuschagne and Smith, bringing up Moeen Ali's 200th Test wicket as he got both of them, and now Khawaja is out. So Mitch Marsh is there again. Here comes Woakes, 2 slips, and Marsh first ball, he's back and across and playing away on the offside. into the covers. This game is moving so rapidly. 24 wickets in less than 2 days' play. And although the pitch looks a little better for batting, wickets keep falling.
Yeah, they do indeed. And Headingley has been known to have a bit in the surface for the bowlers. It's always somewhere the bowlers like to play. Just does enough for the seamers, and then it will start to spin for the spinners later on in the game. But it might not go that far. It might not go the distance. And 2 days in.
It won't go more than 4 days.
Can it? Well, unless the weather.
Well, we've got some poor weather coming in. The next day or two, maybe we have. Anyway, this innings, Warner was out 17th time to Broad, caught by Crawley for 1. And then Australia built up slowly to a fair position. They were 1 for 68, and they've lost 3 wickets for 22 since Labuschagne holed out to Brook on the sweep. Now Moen's bowling, and he's driven by Travis Head to one of the shortish covers out there. There's a sort of shortish mid-on and an extra cover on the square, and out in the deep. Got a deep cover, that straight long off as Moen's around the wicket. Travis Head's forward, pushing away on the offside. So the plan's working well for England, just keeping control here and waiting for batsmen to make mistakes. And Australia have done that on a few occasions. Around the wicket, Moeen Ali, he bowls, and Travis Head drives hard, but not past Duckett, who's in there at somewhere between mid-off and extra cover on the square. So Broad 1 for 23, Woakes 1 for 22, Wood none for 10 from 8 overs. Some pretty lively stuff in there. Moeen Ali bowls again. Travis Head on the back foot, and he's almost caught behind. Bit of bounce. He missed it, and Bairstow took off the bails. Not that he was moving. And Moeen has taken 2 for 28. So he's playing his part, although he didn't with the bat. Bit of turn and bounce there.
Bit of turn and bounce there for Moeen Ali.
Root stands at slip. Moeen bowls, and a drive goes out towards cover, and it doesn't get through the field. And that is Lawrence Fielding out there back on the field. It's 4 for 90. Head 10. Marsh has just come out. And Moeen Ali's working away pretty well up near the off stump, and now he's turned off the line of the pads for a single into a gap on the onside. And that's the last ball of the over. So Australia tick over, 4 for 91. There's still a fair bit of cricket to come, folks. Another 40 minutes of play, and a great chance for England to get a wicket or two and really get deeply back into a game that looked like sliding away at lunch when they were 7 for 142.
Yeah, it did. It looked like England did get themselves into trouble, but Ben Stokes steps up again, gets England to near enough parity. 23 runs behind. The old win predictor, 50% England, 49% Australia. Pretty even Stevens at the minute.
That 1% that draws a 1,000,000 to 1 shot. You'd think unless it starts cascading. New over from Woakes. He runs up and he bowls, and Head goes after the short ball. He yanks it down to deep square, right on the boundary. Brook out there flicking it back, and they take a single. 4 for 92. Now Marsh, what can they do with Marsh? They're going to have a couple in the slip surely while he's fresh at the crease.
Yeah, you've got to go back to your length delivery. While Marsh is yet to score a run, bring your slips in play, keep things simple.
10 to 6 local time. Hello down under. Hello out on the Western Terrace and anywhere else you might be on this warm day. I think all over England, even at Wimbledon, it's nice and warm. Here comes Woakes. He's bowling to Marsh. Marsh, it's hit on the pad. A big appeal for LBW. Not out. Although you can get the slow finger of death from some umpires like Steve Buckner, but umpire Menon says no. It was spearing in at the leg and going down probably. There's no DRS here. But good bowling from Woakes. Get it up on a length. If it does a bit, he could crash into the pads in front.
Yeah, good delivery from Woakes, but probably is going down the leg side. The ball angling across. Has hit him in front of the stumps, but
yeah, just holds its line there. It would be close. Works bowls again. Back goes Marsh. He's away. Just wheeling the ball around to the onside as Duckett comes around to collect the crumbs. Marsh is 1, Head 12. Another crucial period of the game. We fling the cliche around all the time, and it was fair enough today. The crucial first hour of the day, and Root got out second ball. All right, just a gully. As Head waits for Wokes, and Head gets a short ball, he rips into it and hits it down to backward square, and there's a single out there. They're keeping this bumper attack, but the pitch has probably not got the bounce, the venom it had earlier, and Wokes might be a bit tired too. He did a bit of bowling yesterday, and he's back heavily into the action today. This is his 9th over, but he's got a vital wicket.
yeah, I think the short ball tactic does work, but I think you've got to throw in the odd full ball as well in there. Travis Head knows what's coming. He knows he's going to get the short balls.
It's Wokes at Marsh. Marsh walks across and takes it away to the onside around the backward square where Moeen collecting. Australia inch along, 4 for 95. Marsh 2, Head on 13. So another very attractive day of Test cricket. 331 runs scored yesterday. 169 to 64 today. 264 for the loss of 11 wickets. So if a game keeps going at that pace, we'll be having a holiday on the 4th day. Now back he goes and gets a bouncer. Ducks underneath it, gets out of harm's way, and that is the end of the over. 4 for 95, and he's champing at the mic.
England made 95 runs in those 10 overs and 2 balls after lunch. It's taken Australia 37 overs to claw those 95 runs back for the cost of 4 wickets. Australia's top 4 have not made a 50 in this game. That's the first time they've had an Ashes test in this country without a top 4 50 since August 2001, and only the 3rd time since 1981.
There you go. Well, Mitch Marsh got 118. He might have to do it again if Australia are to get into a strong position here. But England, every chance of bowling them out for under 200 if they can break this partnership. 4 for 95. And Moeen Ali's going to continue.
Yeah, Australia will know how key this partnership is. Marsh, obviously coming off that 100 and a brilliant partnership with Head. They stuck around for a while.
So Marsh has a look around. He's facing Moeen Ali, and if he lines him up, the bloke up there in the Howard stand will be taking the catch. But will he? Not now. He pushes and gets a single. He wants a single. He's sent back, and Bairstow goes scampering. And Travis Head was playing policeman at the other end. He said, no. He just squirted it out a couple of paces on the offside, and Bairstow went a scampering. And Travis Head had no interest in the run, and Marsh goes on a perambulation, taps away at the pitch, just settles down. He wants to keep up the momentum from the first innings. He's got a straight hit, I think I'd call it, more than a long on down in front of the screen. Moeen Ali bowls it, and it's pushed away again by Mitch Marsh. Can he get into the stride he had yesterday? It can be hard to get that going again when you're fresh at the crease. They got chaps all over the place. A deep square, the straight hit, a deep cover, the shortish mid on and a slip, and a short ball is tugged away, but it goes straight to Duckett. He didn't really nail that. It came a bit slowly off the pitch, and he hit it straight out towards mid-wicket. And it went so quickly they couldn't score. And Marsh is just catching his breath here. Just settles, backing over his bat. Moeen Ali comes to him and he leans forward. That's an easy single, just pushing to deep cover, and Marsh moves to 3 at 4 for 96.
Much prefer this field that Moeen Ali's got, because he has got the protection on the boundaries as well. It's allowed him to settle into his spell, so if he does bowl that short one, it's just one run.
Yes, Australia not making any effort to accelerate by taking risks. They're just batting at the moment, and that fellow stands like the sentinel down there at straight hit. He's actually in front of the sight screen. He's so straight up there at what now is a kind of long off, and Moeen Ali's asking Stokes for a change in the field, and Woods going over to mid-wicket, and square on the boundaries moving to just behind square. All right, Moeen Ali comes in and bowls to Head. Head looks to drive straight to Stokes, who's there at that shortish extra cover, and there's no addition. Moeen Ali, 2 key wickets today. Labuschagne and Smith, 200 test wickets, lovely landmark for him. Now on the back foot, a dispatch from Travis Head goes straight to Stokes, and that is the end of the over. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, and on ABC in Australia. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
So good. Very good. It never gets old, does it? It never gets old.
Well, you got to leave something in the archive for the day we don't have any shipping forecast, and it's not far away. Give it a bit of profile. Poor old shipping forecast. It's just,
I'm going to miss it.
Thrown out there. Well, you go out into the Irish Sea before the end of the year or somewhere like that, and it'll be useful to you.
I'll just take my boat out.
You got a rubber ducky or something?
Have you got one I can borrow?
A rubber ducky? No, I don't. No, the last rubber ducky I had was when I was about 3 years old in the bathtub. The bigger ones, they're good fun. All those things that flash around the harbour, whatever, you have them here. What are they called? Those one-man sea scooters, is that what are they?
Dolphins.
Dolphins? Motorised dolphins. Now, here's a moment. Wokes is off and Broad is on. Kirkstall lane end. He runs in towards Marsh. Marsh back across, pushing away on the onside. He has to be watchful here. There's just a little bit with the bowling when it's stump to stump, and he just loses balance a tad when he goes across, and they might be aiming in there. And, a lot of his cheaper dismissals in what has been a fluctuating, spasmodic Test career have been resoled or hitting the pads. So he just wants to make sure he's in line. 2 slips are there. Broad's on the way to Marsh. Marsh forward. That's the length. Straight. Aiming to just get some wobble and hit the pads. But Marsh played it down the pitch. So half an hour to go. Don't turn your radio off wherever you are, or your device these days. What do you listen to the cricket on?
Yeah, my phone.
Your phone?
On BBC Sounds.
Okay. I reckon a lot of people probably do that now, don't they? If they're not in a car. Yeah.
I have to do it in my car as well. I've not got a radio in my car.
Oh. Broad runs in and bowls a ball that's banged into the pitch by Marsh leaning forward. You haven't got a radio?
No, so my car got broken into at Edgbaston last year, and I got the back screen, the back window replaced, and it broke the radio in the meantime. So
you can get it fixed.
I just haven't got around to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they sell cars without radios now?
Surely not.
No, I don't think so. So if you are on the M1 or some other place, wondering what's going on, it's a pretty tight contest. 4 for 96. Marsh is 3. Broad bowls and he leans and drives beautifully away through extra cover. Whitish mid off for 4. He waited on that, allowed it to come in, and then just took it away on the offside, sure of the bounce, and it was beautifully played. That's getting into the first innings groove, and it brings up the 100 for Australia 4 for 100, 126 in front.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? From Marsh, just leans on it, punches it through the covers with the check drive, and just watches the ball race to the boundary. You know it's a quick outfield here, so as soon as it beats the infield, more often than not, it does race away for 4. It's a lovely, lovely shot from Marsh. Fractionally too wide from Broad.
And Broad has got the ball back after Wood chased it back to the Toblerone down below us. And it's Broad bowling. And he edges this off the inside edge onto the ground in front of Bairstow. He tried to force that. He could have knocked it into his poles. Got a bottom inside edge, I fancy, and Broad did well to stop it going down to the boundary. That fine leg. It landed in front of him. But just that little bit of movement and can get you into trouble.
It's actually hit the floor, hit his glove, and then hit him in the face, Bairstow. As it the inside edge onto the cheek.
Cheeky. He saved 4 runs. That's where it would have gone down that end. Now, what's it? There's
a bird on the length.
Yeah. Right. Well, the bird's got the bird, and he's flown away. He's seen a few humans around, and Marsh goes back and cuts this down to third man for 4. A bit more width on that, and he got it away to third man. So the danger man, if Australia are to get some momentum in their lower order, it'll be from Marsh. It's the end of the over, and Dan Norcross is coming in with Australia 4 for 104. After you, Alex.
Yeah, shorter and wider there from Stuart Broad. 2 boundaries coming off that over. 1, a lovely shot from Marsh. And the second, just a little freebie from Broad. Short and wide outside the off stump. No gully in place. That deep backward point could do nothing about it. And the lead now 130. The last half an hour here, England will be wanting 1 more, I reckon.
Yep. 1 would be... would set it up very interestingly for tomorrow, wouldn't it? Andy, you've got something open.
Moeen Ali's double of 2,000 runs and 200 test wickets, which he's reached today. Close to 3,000 runs, needs 28 more.
He's in now and bowls to Head, who drives back up the wicket to him. He fields off his own bowling. There's no run.
He's the 22nd player to achieve the double of 2,000 runs and 200 wickets. Only the 4th for England after Stuart Broad, Andrew Flintoff and Ian Booth.
Thank you. Moeen's in again. 1 slip in place, and Head drives but can't beat Stokes at mid-off. There's no run. We've got a deep backward square leg and that straight hit, as Jim Maxwell describes it, an old fielding position. It's like a very, very straight long off. His next delivery is wide outside the off stump and left alone. No run, which also got a deep cover. But other than that, fielders saving 1 as Alex Hartley makes her way off. Mid-on, short mid-off, extra cover, a backward point. Driving his Head, can't get it past Stokes, who puts down a left hand to field. And there's no run, 104 for 4. Alistair Cook has rejoined us.
Good evening.
Good evening. What a lovely evening it is too.
Game's changed since last time I was on. We were moaning in the corridor.
Moeen in, and that's punched off the back foot to short extra cover, no run. I know it's bizarre, isn't it? As the game was drifting. And Australia made it to 70-odd for 1. You wondered where a wicket was coming from. Then Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith both threw them away, really. And Khawaja, a big wicket for Woakes as Moeen is in. That's carved, really, to extra cover. And that is the end of the over. 104 for 4. A maiden over for Moeen Ali. He has 2 for 30. And Australia lead by 130.
Yeah, I just wonder whether Australia have almost been trying to be too perfect. You know, it's just, there's so much time left in the game. They're almost like, if we bat and make no mistakes, you know, we're so careful, we'll get this total done.
Anti-Bazball,
but you know, you just need someone to grab the initiative and play a few shots. Like Marsh is so key now, isn't he? He's coming. He's the only one. Like Travis Head, what's he? 13 or 38 balls. He's unlike Travis Head innings. He's normally on the front foot looking to score. Unless we're misreading this pitch, this pitch is a lot harder to bat on than we're seeing. Because I mean, the numbers suggest that. The numbers suggest it's a hard hard pitch to bat on, but...
Well, only 2 scores above 50 in the match so far.
Yeah, in the first innings, the 2 number 6s scored 198 for 2, and everyone else 258 for 18. So good match to be a number 6.
It does look that way, and Marsh has started well here. He's played a couple of fine blows in Broad's previous over, a lovely extra covered drive and a back cut. Through deep backward point. 2 slips in place though for Marsh as Broad runs in from the Kirkstall Lane end. Right arm over the wicket. And Marsh drives out into the covers but can't beat the field. And there is no run.
I reckon Joe Root's enjoying his little run around.
I was going to say, I thought to myself, Joe Root's at short extra cover, he's not in the slips. What's happening here?
But obviously, I think Ben Stokes can't run with his leg, so he's gone into slip. Obviously, Zach Crawley's an outstanding catcher. You see how wide they are, actually.
Yeah.
Zach Crawley's very wide. One for excellence, but with Ben Stokes as well there, wide second slip. They're trying to cover as much ground as they can, so Zach Crawley's a big man, and he says got wide wingspan.
Broad into Marsh, who nearly pushes that ball back onto his own stumps off an inside edge and then throws the ball back to Broad, and there are members of the Western Terrace who are asking him to appeal for that.
Change the dynamic of the game, wouldn't it?
Well, it would rather.
Definitely 1-1 then.
Do you know, the inside edge has come into play a couple of times for Mitchell Marsh off Stuart Broad.
That wouldn't have happened a few years ago, would it? Playing Australian side in the late 80s and 90s, you pick the ball up there.
Oh no.
It was a big no-no.
No, it's their ball. It's me touching that. With this slip placement, Bairstow's going to have to dive if it goes anywhere to his right, because Crawley's quite a way away. Broad in, this is straighter and pushed into the onside. Duckett scurries to his right to field. And there's no run. We have got 23 minutes of play. And then I suppose the hope is, I think I can see Ollie Robinson out there. Am I right? At mid-on?
Yes.
So the hope for England is that Robinson will be available tomorrow to bowl. Because England's bowlers are going to be a little tired, aren't they? They bowled for the majority of these 2 days. How long was Australia's first inning? 61 overs. So they bowled 40.3 in this one. Broad runs in, Marsh waits. And Marsh gets back into his crease and plays with a full face of the bat to short extra cover. And there's no runners. It's just one of these cases where, you know, Marsh has looked so comfortable on this pitch. Is his game just designed for, you know, Western Australia, plays on quicker pitches? I mean, it's just so bizarre. He's looked so much more fluent.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the pace, you're right, I think the pace of it has suited his game. But it's unusual that no one else has managed to time it. Even Ben Stokes, in his 80, even when he was playing smash shots, he wasn't like connecting with every single one, wasn't there? There's a lot of clothing and then a big shot.
Broad into Marsh, who comes forward and defends that ball, just threatening to burst through into the front pad, but in the end it goes back at the wicket and Duckett fields as the shadows start to lengthen. I suppose Zach Crawley, perhaps. We were talking about this earlier. Zach Crawley, who's not dissimilar in style to Mitchell Marsh. He looked pretty good for his 30-odd in the first innings.
Yeah, I agree. I've got nothing to argue with that.
Have you decided whether or not you're going to boycott comments after what the scoundrels of Mountebanks did to you earlier today? Broad is into Marsh. That's left alone. Goes through low to Bairstow. End of the over. Another maiden. Second one running. 41 overs have been bowled. Just 104 runs scored. Australia with 4 wickets down. Head 13, Marsh 11. I thought it was cruel the way they stitched you up that way.
You're going to have to tell everyone, aren't you?
Well, yes. Something was put out on social media, and you can't be trusting those scamps on social media who took what I thought was perfectly sage and wise counsel from you this morning about who was going to be key. And I would argue you're still right. You said that the key batter was going to be Joe Root. And indeed, he was out second ball. But it doesn't mean that he's not key, because him getting out changed the whole tenor of the game. You know, he's key whether he's in or out.
And then the boffins behind.
Then showed Root getting out second ball.
Said that and then put it all over social media.
So our summarisers were considering revolting. You and Tuffers had discussed a blanket word boycott. As this next delivery from Moeen Ali is driven by Head, start of a new over to Stokes. That short extra cover, no run.
Like all keypad warriors, they've all denied any knowledge of anything.
Oh, no one's owning up, are they?
No.
I wonder. We need to open an inquiry. Moeen in, forward comes Travis Head, slightly reaching for this ball outside the off stump. And Stokes, who had trouble today with his, well, we think it was his glute. He was stretching and rubbing his top of his right hamstring or glute. Didn't stop him smashing 5 imperious sixes. But he has been, his mobility is even more restricted than normal. As Moeen is in, this is played off the back foot, back up the wicket to Moeen. There's no run.
He's just challenged Travis Head. He's just brought, is Ackroyd, isn't it? A deep, long, mid-off, straight one. He's just come in. He's just come in 20 yards. Go on then, see if you fancy it.
Moeen is in. This is tucked away out through deep square leg. There'll be runs here. One, they'll come back for a second, a comfortable second. As
Ollie Robinson.
Not so comfortable for Ollie Robinson, who was made to move 15 yards to his right. He's now gingerly jogging back to his place.
A good effort from where he is there, the way he's moved there, to be able to bowl tomorrow. He might be able to bowl one ball.
There are things they can do to loosen it, you know.
Look at the wrong man for physio advice.
Moeen in. This is flashed off the back foot, but straight to Stokes at short extra cover.
But there must be.
No run.
There must be something to do with the back spasm.
Yes, it would have been a couple of days.
Just thought so, wouldn't you? And you might be all right then to move a bit better in the field, but the stress of bowling, the amount of overs he's bowled in the series so far.
Moeen in, driving again, straight to Stokes, who takes that rather painfully, but he's okay. End of the over, just a 2 from it. Australia moving at glacial pace here, 106 for 4. They lead 132, and I'm with you. I think when you said, are they being just a bit too careful? You get into this tricky position, don't you?
Third innings.
Third innings. We've talked about the pickle theory. Now, it's slightly different. The normal pickle theory for the third innings is when time's running out in the game and the scores are very close. And the third innings, you're not quite sure whether to stick or twist, whether to go hard and give yourself more time. Now, Australia don't have that issue, but they do have the issue of the pressure of getting out in a bad way if you get out to a stupid shot.
You do feel that England would like one, obviously would need one more tonight. One of these two. Open upper end because Carey's next, but then you saw the damage Wood did to the lower order with the pace.
And arrested Wood as well by tomorrow. Broad runs it, start a new over, and Marsh is struck on the pad. The ball balloons out the offside. There won't be a run. There was a muted half appeal from behind the stumps.
Strange, it's so high up here, isn't it? Like, look, I thought that was really close. Do you know what I mean? Like, I thought, oh God, you get Stuart Broad hitting Mitch Marsh, who's definitely covering his stumps. But it must have been very high.
I think so, and he's a tall man, so anything sort of knee rollish.
He's a big man.
He's a very, very big man, yes. KP would then add a very, very big man indeed. 106 for 4. Broad in, and Marsh drives beautifully, magnificently through the covers, imperiously for 4. That's where being a big man and having a big bat has created a rather magnificent spectacle.
Yeah, that was another one of his brutal shots. I was on earlier on the TV talking about he played a beautiful cover drive and he just timed it beautifully. And I was with Simon Mann and he said, well, was that not a good shot? I said, yeah, it was just different to the first innings, because first innings he beat the ball, didn't he?
Yes.
He was like brutal.
Yes.
He tried to hurt the ball.
Yes.
And that was similar there. He was like full force of that Gray Nichols through it.
The knee went down on the ground as well. Other bats are available, of course, as Broad is in, and that strikes the pad of Marsh. He moves across his stumps and trickles down to Bairstow, and there's no run. 110 for 4 with that boundary, and Marsh has now joined Head on 15. Head's been there twice as long, so it's 45 balls. It's a very un-Head-like innings we've got at the moment.
Very strange. I wonder whether they've got a little bit stuck, but the reality is 136 ahead. If these two get through tonight, the next 15 minutes, then you say they'd be just edging ahead. If England can nick one of them out, I'd imagine Wood's got 2 overs. After this Broad, do you reckon they might get 2 in?
Broad in. And it's forward in defence. Marsh playing back at the wicket, no run, I suppose. This is the second or third over of Broad's spell here. The third over of Broad's spell. Quarter of an hour to go.
Yeah,
what do you do? Do you just keep the bowl Broad through?
No, I think you've got to go Mark Wood.
You'll bring him on for
this end for two. Definitely this end down the hill.
Might get two with Moeen.
Could get two. And also, I wouldn't actually go the short ball to head. You know, I'll try and pitch it up to him for an over or so.
Two slips in place. Deep backward point, long leg, deep square leg. Broad in. Marsh goes on the pole and hits it out to deep square leg where
Chris
Wokes waiting. And keeps the score to 111 for 4. If you're of a nervous disposition in Australia. I don't know that they really care about Nelson though, do they? It's 87 for them.
87 is their number, isn't it?
I mean, that's just plain daft.
Silly.
It is. Didn't you do a study on that sort of thing once? Zoltan found that, if anything...
You have too much time.
Yeah, out of all the pointless things I've done in my life, that's right up there. But yeah, I think I found the Australian batters slightly less likely to get out for 87 than 86 or 88.
Well, I suppose it's because they're concentrating harder.
It's all adding to the sum of human knowledge.
Yes. Broad into Head, who gets up on his toes, plays a shorter ball back up the wicket. There is no run. End of the over. We have got 14 minutes left. Australia 111 for 4. Marsh 16, Head 15. England on the prowl for a 5th wicket that would certainly make this, strangely, probably their day. I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? But you know,
That's a great question.
The way Headingley Test matches have gone in the past, Alistair, recently, then chasing has
been. It's been the way to do it at Headingley. But then at the beginning of the day, we just taken Australia being 140 ahead,
4 down.
You just said, you wouldn't have. I don't think you'd have taken. But then we were taking this position, when they were 70 for 1, and Labuschagne.
Yes. And when England went into lunch, having lost Wokes flailing at a short ball, and were 7 down on 142. They were behind then at that point by 121 runs.
That's how the game fluctuates and your opinion changes.
It's crazy. And all 3 tests have done that in this series. It's what made them such compelling watching. Moeen Ali's going to continue this marathon spell. He's into his 16th over, holding one end up while England lack a bowler. Forward comes Marsh, plays back to Moeen. There's no run. I mean, we didn't expect Stokes to bowl, which is partly why the composition of the side had Wokes in it. But to be losing Robinson as well is a big ask.
Wokes has bowled really well, hasn't it? The guy hasn't played much red ball cricket.
Moeen is in. Forward comes Marsh, thick inside half of the bat, rolls back up the wicket. There's no run.
Oh, and good pace actually. Getting up at 84, 85, 86 mile an hour. I mean, I felt a bit sorry from the first innings when he was following up the hill 86 miles an hour. It looks like he's bowling throwdowns with Wood charging down the hill at 90. See?
Yeah, welcome back. It's Moeen in and Marsh drives elegantly up to mid-off. Wide-ish mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. And what a bonus this is. The control mode has shown in this innings, compared to where he was at Edgbaston.
Yeah, he's going at 2 and over here, isn't he? Yeah. 15.3 overs, 2 for 32.
And those 2 wickets it got as well.
Yeah, big ones. Labuschagne and Smith.
Oh, Mankad.
How times have changed. When Alistair Cook is calling for the Mank, they'll take away your knighthood.
I wasn't calling for it. I just thought Moeen might have done it. I was joking, everyone. He just stopped his delivery stride.
Moeen in, slip in place still. Marsh was in a number of different minds, went back into his crease and then just pushed it into the offside off the back foot. Bairstow tidies up. Bairstow's had a funny old day. Out flashing earlier, dropped a catch, but has taken a couple of blinders, not catches, but has taken some good stops, if you like, behind the stumps. As Moeen is in to Marsh. Marsh comes forward and gets a thick inside edge. Ball rolls out square of the wicket on the onside. Broad lollops to his left to field. 112 for 4. They're off Nelson, not that they cared. And the lead's 138. Head 15, Marsh 17.
Just there, I wonder that Little might bring a short leg in for Marsh. He's just trying to stay leg side of the ball and trying to push it into that massive gap left from deep point and mid off. That's just done a little bit. If there was a short leg there, it could have been caught.
Last ball of Moeen's over. The football stand end, Head on strike, just taps the ball into the onside, picks up a single. At the end of the over, Australia 113 for 4. There's more live cricket. Follows us at 7 as Kevin Howells guides us through an evening of T20 quarter-final action. Every ball is live on the BBC Sport website and app from 6:30. More from you, Alistair, with 10 minutes to go in the day's play to take you through to the end and beyond. It'll be Jonathan Agnew.
The old semi-finals of the T20. Joined the mighty Eagles. I've already got their place in the finals days sewn up. Aggers, how are you?
Well, I'm good. I'm actually really enjoyed today again. It's been one of those test match days that's just ebbed and flowed. It's sort of the morale of the spectators is one of those, like a roller coaster today, up and down, up and down. It's been really entertaining. Mark Wood's coming back. A lot of debris being thrown around down there on the Western Terrace. I hope it's not coming onto the ground. I think inevitably some is. And so Wood's got, what, maybe 2 overs? Probably only 1. We'll see what the Dickie Bird clock tells us. But it's coming off a one last burst anyway to bowler Travis Head, who's got 16. Lots of fielders out in the deep on the leg side, inevitably, as Wood goes sprinting in. His first ball's a bouncer, and Head rides it. He stands up and plays the ball away into the offside. Gets away from strike, that's the main thing, as Duckett does the fielding. So 113 for 4. Mitch Marsh has come out and played some handsome shots. It's just like he's carrying on from the innings of yesterday.
And he was the only one who wasn't bothered by Mark Wood's pace.
Yeah.
First innings, he played him really well. And they only faced a few overs, a few balls of him. I wonder if he'll take the pull shot on with, we've got 8 minutes left.
Well, there is some debris down there, and it's had to be kicked away by Moeen, because if a catch does go down there, I'm not quite sure what it is that's lying on the ground, but
They're beer holders?
it could be something like that. But anyway, Moeen's down there amongst it all. 114 for 4. Marsh over his bat is taking a bit of time out there. And now Wood is sprinting away for us again. He's there, bowls, and Marsh plays that from pretty full. Midland leg down a bit on. And Robinson's back on the field again. He's been a bit on and off this afternoon. But whether he's served his time so could bowl tomorrow, I'm not sure. But
I reckon he has. I reckon he got to his time, then he thought I could have another 15 minutes off for a bit more treatment and then come back on.
Yeah.
I reckon that they've been working it out. Try and keep him off as long as, or keep him on for as short as period as possible. If he's fit tomorrow to bowl, he'll be able to, I reckon.
Doesn't look very loose, does he? If I'm honest. 2 slips, gully quite deep. And Wood's on his way again, past the umpire. A great leap, and he's there, and he bowls down the leg side. And Bairstow doesn't take it cleanly. And through they go for a bye.
Punched that one, didn't he?
Yeah. I feel his confidence it must have been affected. But, he just looked so pleased when he caught that one of Khawaja.
Very tough gig, isn't it, the keeper?
Terrible. The spotlight's on you all the time.
You can't just Joe Root dropped a couple of catches. I know he's not catching now. If you do want to get out of the slips, you can get out of the slips and go for a wonder, but there's no hiding place the keeper, is there?
No, absolutely none.
Keep fronting up.
Wood bowls. A real brute of a ball there. Bending his back and giving it everything in these closing minutes of the day. That was short of a length, it was hostile. And Head had to snatch his head out of the way. It all flew through to the wicket-keeper, hurled in short. But actually, Head played it well, to be fair. He kept his hands down, bat down, everything well out of the way.
It's quick, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't really miss facing that sort of stuff, if I'm honest with you. I'm quite happy sitting up here and watching it.
You and me both.
115 for 4. In goes Wood again, and he bowls another short ball down the leg side, very close to the gloves that time. It's half expecting Bairstow to throw that in the air. But, that was much nearer the gloves
than the previous one. Umpire Menon says that's a couple of short balls for the over.
It's a great indication. Tomorrow I'm going to go and stand where Johnny's standing. So where is he? He's about, just to see actually how far he is back from Mark Wood.
He's the second light stripe. About halfway, isn't he?
He's one away from that. The old advertising, the blue advertising.
That's true. Yeah, it's probably the best marker, isn't it? He is a long, long way back. 115 for 4. Wood again, runs up, bowls. Just landed short of Duckett, who's been saying all the time, since this rather strange position. Not really sure what that is, because he's just about saving a single there, but he's not really in a catching position. Had he been at gully, that would have, I think, would have carried to him. It's one of those positions. It's sometimes a bit too clever. Too clever by half, if you like, and that sometimes the orthodox positions, well, they're there for a reason, aren't they?
I think they're just so right about the pace of Wood, that though the gully is one of those slice ones, isn't it? It will fly. And that's why they're going to fly along a lot deeper than usual. Come on, England, get round. At least we get at least another over of Mark Wood in.
They want to try to. They're going to struggle, I think.
They should get 4 minutes, shouldn't they?
You got Dickie's clock over there. It's about 27 past, I would say. We're not quite front onto it from here, so Moeen's bowling, so he should try and really whiz through this over. 115 for 4. Here he comes. Marsh forward, fielded by Wood at backward point. Will quickly throw it back. There's still 8 overs to go after this in the day, so again the over 8 is down. And now Marsh is going to play the old pro here. Slight bit of movement behind the arm, and he'll pull away. Moeen bowls to him. He plays that back to the bowler.
Good Mo, isn't he? Very good today, mate.
Yeah. 200th wicket. He comes again, trotting in, bowling. Laid out to mid-wicket. Wasn't so sure about his shot.
Are you interviewing him?
Well, I think it might be. I'll have to be a bit tricky on this one, a bit careful.
Maybe say 200 wickets first.
I think we go for the good stuff. Horrible shot, wasn't it? I mean, I'm sorry. He's Moeen again, bowling. And off the back foot, Root goes scuttling after it, quickly throws the ball back to the bowler again.
Yeah, they'll definitely get another one in, won't they?
I think so. 2 minutes to go. 2 balls to go.
Unless Marsh can put this to the top of the stand.
Moeen darts that in, and Marsh does a bit of a favour really by playing the ball straight back at him. Moeen walks very quickly back to his mark. Comes in again, a swing of the arm, a lower arm actually, that one. And it's fielded by Wood, who whips his cap off, gives it to the umpire. He's ready to go, and he will have one more over. He'll bowl at Travis Head. And Moeen today has taken 2 for 34 from 17 overs. Very economical. He's picked up those 2 key wickets. I think you'd have to describe them as assists, whichever sport labels things as assists, but they were assists. And as far as Labuschagne and Smith were concerned, really strange how they gave their wickets away, both of them.
England have had Australia 4 down for under 100 in both innings. For only the second time in an Ashes test in this country since 1981, also happened at Edgbaston in 2015.
Can they make the most of it? That's the question. The lead is 141. They've got 6 wickets left. Crowd ready for this last effort from Mark Wood, who's bowling to Travis Head, and there's now 2 fielders in that sort of deepish gully area. Wood's on his way, and he's there, and he bowls, and Head flicks that off his hip. He gets 1 down to fine leg down there in the distance, Crawley Fields, and 116 for 4. And Head, I suspect, will be quite happy to be down this non-striker's end. He's having a friendly word with Mark Wood, though, as they walk past, and Wood's smiling.
He must be the friendliest bowler ever to bowl at 96 miles.
I think he probably is. Well, he's not very friendly when he actually lets it go.
No, but just normally it comes. If you could bowl 96 miles an hour, you'd be pretty miserable with it, wouldn't you?
Interesting, his average speeds 88 in the second innings, 91 in the first, demonstrating what we're talking about, the rest periods that bowlers need. wasn't much today, only 50 overs or so. So change of attack here, and that Broad has now come out of that gully. He's out at mid-off. Marsh on strike. There is a man catching at deep mid-wicket. There's also a deep backward point as Wood runs in, bowls to Marsh about, so it ducks underneath it. Or flies over his head, taken by Bairstow. And there's 4 balls to go, and Marsh will just be ticking those off in his mind, I would imagine. The night watchman will be happily taking off his pads. He can't get in now if a wicket does fall. It'll be the close of play. Didn't used to be, you know, back in the day.
You're not?
Well, it depends on time a bit. If there was still 2 minutes, you had pushed out there, and the over bit didn't matter quite so much.
Really?
No. 116 for 4. Here's Wood over the wicket. As there he bowls another bouncer. Marsh underneath it. Didn't get up quite so high, that one.
How was your success rate at night watchman?
Reasonable.
You do it many times?
Oh, when Peter Willey was captain all the time.
Saw Tuffers as night watchman in Hastings for Middlesex. Out second ball for 4.
I have to admit, I was out third ball for 8. Pretty sure against Kent one year. And the first one was a hat-trick ball from Dilly. I bowled all day. I was very cross to be night watchman. A bit of a swipe. Went for 4. Something happened at the other end. I had a swipe at Alderman and then got bowled by Alderman, I think. Anyway, in goes Wood again, bowls, and it's played nicely by Marsh coming forward.
Was it the last over you got out of?
No.
Oh, right, so you hadn't
Gower walked past me, and he used a rude word, basically to say you made a right Burke of yourself there as he walked past me. We were about 5 or 6 down by the close of play. And Philip de Freitas scored 100, actually, and kind of rescued things a bit, but yeah, wasn't a great session, really. But if you've got a tired bowler, why push him out? You just go out and do it yourselves. You're paid to bat.
There's one thing, I know you like digging at me, and there's one thing you can say.
Never had a night watchman. Good,
openers don't get night watchman. You do occasionally if there's only 1 over left.
Yeah.
But then I go and sit number 2. So I've never had a night watchman.
Then goes Wood tearing in. Is there any bowls? And Marsh drives. Nice looking shot there. He gets in such a good position.
We had 1 over once. We had 1 over to end of the game. We had, one of those draw games. And Jamie Porter.
Oh yes.
Wanted to open the batting.
Did he?
So, but I was like, no, I'm going out with him because I knew at some stage I'd be talking to night watchman about you and TMS. I was like, right, I've had a night watchman, and now someone's going to text in and say we did have it once.
Yeah, they'll find it. It's a horrible job. Anyway, not needed for Australia. Here's the last ball of the day. The crowd's up for it. Many have remained. Marsh was saying, hang on a minute, there's somebody moving behind there. Wood saying, sit down. I don't know who it is. Might be Dickie Bird. It's that sort of area. Marsh waiting. Wood's waiting, and slightly exasperated Wood, actually. He wants to bowl this ball and get off, and still people are moving. Marsh has raised his thumb, saying, yep, it's OK. So here's the last ball of the second day. Wood rushing in. Bowls to Marsh outside the off stump. And he allows it to pass by. It's the end of the day. And again, a fascinating game of cricket, which ends up with 42 runs ahead. There are 116 for 4, with Head on 18 and Marsh on 17. And again, they've given absolutely everything, all the players out there today. It's been a tremendous battle. And so we go through the details of it, of course, over the next 25 minutes or so. But essentially, it began badly for England. They lost 2 early wickets. Another on the stroke of lunch, then really picked up the tempo. Wood and Stokes, brilliant stuff. Pat Cummins almost unseen, really. 6 for 91 he finished up with. And then Broad did for Warner again. Then a stand between Quadra and Labuschagne, broken by Moeen, who also dismissed Smith. And then Woakes had Quadra caught behind. It's a sort of shot that he's played so many, hundreds of times in the course of this series. Has nicked this one, and Bairstow took the catch. So off they come in the sunshine.
Very important day lies ahead tomorrow. Can England keep the Ashes alive? They'll know tomorrow what they've got to score in order to do that. And at the moment, it's well within their grasp. But this partnership and Carey to come really feel are the key moments that remain in this Test match before England start batting again. Quick look at the bowling figures. Stuart Broad, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 36. Chris Woakes, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Mark Wood, 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 12. Joe Root bowled the 1 over to change some ends around for 4. And then Moeen Ali, 17.3 overs, no, 17 overs, 3 maidens, and he took 2 for 34. So, including his 200th wicket too, which was Smith, who obligingly chipped him straight to Duckett at short mid-wicket. So we'll begin our review of the day. This can be downloaded, of course, as a podcast. And soon enough, I think we're going to be chatting to Moeen Ali during the course of this. I can see we're already doing the round of interviews down there. So stay tuned for that. Otherwise, you can go to bbc.co.uk or BBC Sounds and you can download this podcast. Close of play then on the second day of this terrific Test match that we're watching at Headingley. Australia 116 for 4. They lead by 142. That after England were bowled out for 237, their last 3 wickets added 95 in about 10 overs. It was incredible cricket. Led inevitably by Ben Stokes, who made 80 from 108 balls, but actually the impetus was started by Mark Wood, who made 24 from 8 balls, including 3 sixes. He came out, had a complete swipe, got it going. Broad hung around for a while, and so that took England to within 26 runs of Australia when they were miles behind early on in the day. Pat Cummins finished with 6 for 91, and then the 4 wickets: Warner for 1, Khawaja 43, Labuschagne 33, Smith out for 2. A key partnership remains though. Head 18, Marsh the Centurion in the first innings 17, and there's still Carey to come. So 116 for 4. Australia lead by 142 runs with still 3 days of the play to go. So where are we going to start? Let's start with Michael Vaughan then, shall we, Michael? It's exhausting cricket. I mean, it's just flying, isn't it?
It's fantastic to watch. It really is. You just don't know which way it's going to sway. I mean, England started so poorly this morning. When Chris Woakes was out just before lunch, I thought Australia are going to have at least 100 runs in the tank in the first innings. Then all of a sudden, from nowhere, Mark Wood arrived after lunch and hit a few sixes, 24 from his 8 deliveries. And then the pull shot started to be played, and obviously England have fallen to that trap once again. Ben Stokes is just remarkable. This England captain that we have, the way that he can strike a cricket ball and look like he's not going to get out with all the fielders on the boundary. He's an incredible cricketer. I just don't know how he gets his clarity. And when you think about his body that just looks like it's completely broken down, I don't even think he'll get anywhere near passing an MOT for that body. It's broken. He needs a new one. He's kept England in the game. Simple as that. Once again, we saw him at Lord's. He nearly got them over the line. Well, today, while there was a bit of carnage around him, he's once again got England up to somewhere close to Australia. And I have to say, I think England have bowled beautifully today. And full credit to Moeen Ali to hold an end and to get 2 massive wickets, to get the 2 wickets of Labuschagne and Smith. And there's nothing really there for the spin. There's no spin. It's just a holding kind of roll. And for him to have picked up those 2 wickets, a big bonus for the England team.
I'm going to float a theory to you 2 batsmen, and also to Glenn McGrath, who's here as well. Ben Stokes, in the next innings, I think Australia, I think you probably agree, are intimidated by him.
I know what you're going to say.
Everyone goes back. I don't like to see him anymore having to bat with the lower order, because they can put the field back and he can't take a run. I want him up the order.
Okay. Where are you going to bat him?
Possibly 3. Ooh. Is that ridiculous?
At the minute, he's playing so well, I don't want to see him against the new ball, particularly on a pitch like this, because I think there's enough there for the first 20 overs. I don't mind Ben being down into that 6 engine room with an older ball, and he is the one player that can cope with the carnage and the pressure. He's done it better than any other England batter I've seen.
He's turning so many runs down. They put everyone on the boundary. If he was batting with a proper batsman at the other end, they couldn't do that.
But let's be honest, it's now for him and the team to realise. So if you look at the way that Chris Woakes got out, Mark Wood got out, Stuart Broad got out, they're all playing huge shots. Stuart Broad a week ago at Lords in the second innings hung in there and ducked and dived, and he helped Ben Stokes. I think the England team went down a method that they should have just ducked and weaved a few because of Ben Stokes being at the other end. So I would stick with him where he is, but try and encourage the other players to realise that he's that good. You've just got to try and hang in there.
Cookie, an opportunity for you to say that I'm talking rubbish, which you won't turn down.
But you did have once say that you wanted Chris Wokes to open batting. So we have to be careful about your suggestions.
That was in Sri Lanka, to be fair.
I think Australia would love the chance to bowl at Ben Stokes the newer ball. I think you're quite right, and everyone's right, everyone knows it. They respect Ben Stokes so much, and they fear he can win any game of cricket against them in almost any position. They would love to see him at the top of the order.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look the way Stokesy goes about
it, way as if saying you're talking rubbish.
It might be a 3-0 here.
But you have to look at the way Ben Stokes goes about it. When he's batting with batsmen, he's just playing normally. Yep. It's not until he's with the tail or towards the end that he actually, pins the ears back and starts opening the shoulders. So, I think he would. Put him up the order, he would just play normally until he got down the tail anyway. So what's the point? You might as well let the ball get a little bit older, let him get his eye in, and then with the tail. I agree. Maybe Broady and co should have just hung in there, got the single while he's providing carnage at the other end. And he can do it for longer.
Yeah, OK. Well, I'll take a 3-0 defeat on that. But it was a fabulous innings, wasn't it? I mean, again, but actually he was spurred on by Mark Wood this time. He came out and started it.
Oh, he did that. You want to see a first ball to nail the ball like he did. I mean, it was 25 rows back from Mitchell Starc. I mean, on Stark's figure, something like 2 for 30 in his first 11 or 12 overs, and then his next 2 overs went for 35. And Mark, I reckon because they were quite timid's not the right word. They tried to bat time, didn't they? Moeen and Ben Stokes, very, very un-Bazball-like at all. Probably the first time we've seen the whole session once Root and Bessing on these two settling in, just trying to almost grind Australia down. I just wonder whether at lunch they said, no, Woody, come on, we need something to get back in, throw a punch back at Australia.
They knew what they were going to bowl,
actually. Well, he actually spent the lunch break in the indoor school hitting balls. I saw him walk over there with Paul Collingwood, and he walked back and he was revved up. I can imagine the balls that he would have been thrown to in the indoor school. I'm suggesting they were probably short, and they were working on that get out of the way technique and just swing as hard as you can.
Yeah, so I reckon Australia missed something after lunch there. If they just bowled normally to him, there was a little bit of movement in the air, a little bit of nip. If they just set a normal field, bowled top of off stump, might have got him out, but he was ready for the short stuff. And I know they want to sort of set a tone and bowl aggressive and get on top of them, but I think that just changed momentum a little bit.
I also think Australia wanted to give a few back to him after facing 96 mile an hour thunderbolts from him. I thought, go on, let's give a few back to him.
Moeen's coming. We're going to talk to him in a second. I think I might go 200th wicket first and then talk about his shot afterwards. I see they did talk to him about it on the telly just now.
You're very brave, five floors away.
Here he is. Moeen's putting his cans on. Moeen, good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm up here. He's looking. We'll give you a wave. We're up the top there. Well done. Congratulations on your 200th wicket. That must feel great. We've got you now. There you are.
Thank you. Very pleased. Obviously, more pleasing that the day was actually ended up quite nicely, and we're in still a winnable position.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a roller coaster again, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, I thought we were struggling at one point with the bat until Stokesy and Woody let loose and just gave us a chance still. Being 20-odd runs behind is not too bad. And then, obviously, I thought that session was really good. I thought we bowled really well.
Yeah, and I mean, I've got to ask you about the finger because, of course, that affected you so badly at Edgbaston. You couldn't play in the last game. So is everything okay?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's painful, but it's not. I can bowl. Whereas the last game, towards the end, I just physically couldn't bowl anymore. So, I think it'll be fine now.
So come on, those 2 wickets. I mean, I wasn't going to say that, Mo. Yeah. But I mean, Labuschagne just seemed to be so well set.
Yeah, I mean, actually, just before that, Stokesy, I bowled a lot around the wicket, and Stokesy just go over and see what happens. And it happens sometimes as a spinner. I know actually the batter's under more pressure to try and score off me, and mistakes then happen. And it was nice to get 2 really good players out.
Yeah, well, come on then, talk us through the 200th.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a scramble seamer, and it was full, and he just nailed it straight to mid-wicket. Saying that, actually, the ball before he played off me, I felt like he shaped up to do the same thing, and I'm not going to say I bowled for that. I just bowled the ball and he hit it straight to my fielder.
That sounds right. How are you enjoying it, Moeen? I mean, we know how you ended up coming back to Test cricket again. You put your England jumpers away there in the wardrobe. Are you glad you pulled them out?
Yeah, I'm really glad. I think playing under Stokesy and obviously having Baz as your coach, I just really enjoy someone like Stokesy's character, and even bowling there, I don't feel under pressure in any way. And even at Edgbaston, when I was getting hit for a few boundaries, he just kept the field up, and you managed to get a wicket. And yeah, I really enjoyed it so far. It's been fantastic. The environment is my sort of environment for sure.
Right, now I'm going to take a deep breath and try and be brave. But as an old medium pacer, can you explain to me the process of your shot there to get out, Mo? I mean, I think that's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, I know. I tried to keep it down. That was the problem. I should have played a bit of baseball and trying to hit it far. But no, I was disappointed because obviously I actually felt set and I felt like I was playing all right. And then I just tried to hit the ball down and just top edge. Yeah, disappointing.
Okay, fair enough. Now, what do you think, as a last thought, is a chaseable target here?
Two things. I think, first of all, whatever they get, we're going to have to try and chase to win the Ashes. But I just think it's actually still a decent wicket. A little bit slower and like a little bit more dead than it was before. But yeah, I mean, we've got some brilliant players who can play. The outfield's rapid, and it takes a couple of guys to get in. The score, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. But from this position, I really would like to chase 260.
Okay, now just a very last one. You should have been with us this match, Moeen. You should have been up here.
Last game as well, yeah, I should have been up
I
there.
know, it's much easier up here.
Yeah, I know. I'm very good up there.
Well, I'm glad you're down there and got that 200th wicket, and it'd be great if you could make a contribution for the bat in the second innings, Mo. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, Agus. Thank you.
Cheerio. There we go. They did a really good job for England today. I was quite brave. It wasn't a great shot, was it?
Well, he played so well. I mean, he ducked and weaved and played with attrition with the captain, and then the trap was set and he just fell into that trap. He got away with 1-2 balls before, actually, went in the air, and there was a vacant space which Australia filled 2 balls later, and he just fell into that trap. But you know, I think his 2 wickets certainly make up for the shot.
Yes.
I mean, that to get Labuschagne, who was set and playing well, just had the life from Johnny down the leg side. And for Labuschagne to play that sweep shot, you know, he struggled throughout the whole series. And I was watching Labuschagne, I thought, he's in. He's had the break. He played a cover drive off Stuart Broad. I thought, he's just starting to find his game. He's starting to find his rhythm. It surprised me, I have to say, when he played that sweep shot, because I just didn't think he would be taking risks. I thought he'd just be setting himself to bat the whole day out. And then obviously I could see Steve Smith. As soon as he went out there, he was itching. He was itching to get going. And I was with Mo and I was on commentary on the television. I could see he was itching to dance down and try and whack one, and it was just a bit too full. I think he wanted it a little bit short so he could get a bit of elevation under it and get it down into the stand, but it went full. 2 massive wickets in the context of the game.
And extraordinary, Glenn. I mean, you've seen these 2 bats so often. Just both of them to get out, really. And there were serious assists.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things. The scoreboard wasn't really ticking over. They're going along at 2.5 runs and over. So if they could have gone along at 3.5, just keep that scoreboard ticking over, there's a little bit less pressure. So they're trying to force it. I don't know whether it was one of those things. Labuschagne just had a life, so he a little bit of relief and think, okay, I'm going to make him pay, and a little bit more adrenaline, and he's out next ball, which is quite rare. And Steve Smith just came out there. Instead of looking to work the ball, he was looking to force it. So, when you try to lift the scoring rate or the slow scoring rate, can also add a bit of pressure.
What about these chances? And Johnny Bairstow, I mean, it really is sort of coming into that spotlight now, isn't it? I mean, is it a question of it being result dependent? I mean, if England win, would they be more inclined to keep him behind the stumps, or are there just too many chances going down now? You have a go at that first, Alistair.
Cheers, Agus. I was just also thinking about who was Mo's replacement. Who I stepped in for Mo? Was he booked? And then because Mo went.
I hate to tell you that, but actually,
I'm glad we cleared that up. Johnny Bairstow,
Yeah, he's had a tough Test match with the gloves. It was a tough chance. It wasn't the
leg side one.
The leg side one was a tough chance. He actually moved probably as well as he's moved behind the stumps to get close to that. But it is a serious issue for England, because we were speaking a little bit on air, weren't we? There is zero hiding place for a keeper.
No,
you can't go off and have a half an hour down at fine leg and then come back in the fray. You've got to keep fronting up, and you've got to keep taking the challenge on. Does it affect his batting? They've got the England management side will have to have a look at it and go, is it affecting him as a batting? Because that is the main reason he's in the side. Is the difference that he adds to Folkes is with the runs and with now Ben Stokes not bowling at all. He's batting at 5. Ben Folkes can't bat at 5. I don't think. I think that's too high for Ben Folkes. Not he can't. I think it's too high for him to do that. But it's to make that call in the middle of an Ashes series. It would be very unlike Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes. It's a bit like saying to Zach Crawley, haven't they? They've said to him, you are playing all 5 of these Test matches, no matter what, again, trying to give him that confidence to play. And I imagine to Johnny Bairstow, who has been in and out of the side as a keeper throughout his career, isn't it? I certainly picked him as a keeper and as a batsman, certainly as a captain, so he hasn't quite nailed it on. Do I think England would change? I don't.
He made 78 in the first Test.
If he wins the game for England in the second innings with the bat, A, will show a lot of character, because he's had a tough 2 Test matches, but that's what he's in the side for, and he needs to repay the England hierarchy with some runs in that second.
It's all result dependent. England win, he'll be staying in the side. If they lose, the 3-0 down. The noise is noisy now.
Yeah.
About I just look at him, and he's had a broken leg.
I know. He's had a terrible injury.
Damage to those ligaments in his ankle. I think it's difficult to be so nimble behind the stumps once you've had that kind of injury. I certainly would have picked him at the start. I certainly would have kept him in the side for this game, but clearly he's having a real effect on the team's performance by the way that he's not delivering his skill well enough, and that's an issue for the side. Very much result dependent. If England win here, he'll be absolutely fine. He'll play at Old Trafford, and they'll stay, and they'll say, look, it's working. If they lose here, it wouldn't surprise me if they have to have a look at that.
Yeah. Australia, meanwhile, Glenda's catching virtually everything, aren't they? I mean, it's terrific slip catching we've seen again today.
Yeah, no, they've got good hands. They haven't dropped too many this series, and it's more a rarity than anything. And you look at the drop catches that England have had. I think it's been very costly, and that's one big difference between the teams. And I think the Australians pride themselves on the way they catch. Steve Smith taking 5 catches today. So that's a massive difference, and it's also for your bowlers to know that every edge is going to be, 99.9% chance it's going to be taken. It sort of gives them a lot of a boost as well. So it's been a big difference in this game. The catches that have been dropped, England could be well in front here, but that's the difference. Catches win matches, and it's very, very true.
You're on the telly, Glenn, so you better go. We can, in the meantime, hear from the Australian their captain, Pat Cummins, almost unnoticed, took 6 wickets, and he's been speaking with Simon Mann.
Well, Pat, despite looking up and seeing the sun out this morning, do you think there was something in it for you personally this morning when you went out to bowl?
Yeah, it's a nice wicket. A bit faster than the last couple of wickets, and a little bit of sideways movement. So, he's done a good job.
How do you feel you bowled?
Not too bad. Really well this morning, really. I thought everyone before lunch, there's a couple of really tight periods. Probably would have liked to finish them off with a few less runs, but overall, to have a lead, with only 250 or so that we got in the first innings is a great effort.
So I'd offered you 26-run lead at the start of the day. Would you have taken that?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, it's a pretty good wicket out there, so any lead's pretty valuable.
What's it like when the ball starts to travel all around the ground, that period after lunch, not just as a bowler but as a captain as well?
It's fun. You've got to try and do some problem solving. It is enjoyable. Stokes batted well with the tail again. Mark Wood put a few in the stand. So, you just got to be quite clear with your plans and quite clear with the areas of the ground that you're happy to get hit.
It's been such a series of short pitch bowling. Is that something you expected at the start of it?
Not really, no. I think particularly the first 2 Test matches, the wicket didn't have a lot on offer, so both teams kind of got driven into that plan. This one's a little bit different. You haven't seen quite as many.
What about the state of the game? I don't know what it's like watching it. I mean, every ball seems vital. You know, it seems right in the balance again. How do you see it?
Yeah, I think it's that. Just when one team looks like they're getting the upper hand, the other team kind of takes a few wickets or puts on a partnership. So, I'm sure the fans are absolutely loving it. I wouldn't mind a stress-free day or two sometime throughout the series, but all set up for another wonderful match.
Now, I know captains like as many runs as they possibly can, but what do you feel you can work with in the England second innings?
Yeah, 600 should be enough. I think 300 would be good. But really, I think we bowl well. Hopefully it starts to spin. We'll look to defend anything.
Pat, well bowled today. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Ta.
There you go, Pat Cummins talking to Simon Mann. Andy, have you got some nuggets for us?
Yes, let's start with Pat Cummins, 6 for 91. His first 5-wicket haul in tests in England, his best figures against England. 9 tests he's played in this country. He's taken at least 4 wickets in all of them. Only Stuart Broad and Glenn McGrath have a longer run of consecutive tests in this country with 4 or more wickets. Australia's top 4 have struggled in this game. No half-centuries in either innings for the first time in a test in England since 2001, and only the third time in almost 60 tests in this country since 1981 that they've failed to post a 50 from their top 4. Steve Smith's 5 catches sets a new Ashes record for a non-wicketkeeper in a single innings. He's also joint top of the all-time Ashes catches taken by a fielder who was not a wicketkeeper with 54. But in his second innings, this is an extraordinary statistic. Since the start of the last Ashes series in Australia, he's batted 15 times in the second innings of tests. He has a top score of 35 and an average of 21. It is a real curiosity for such a great player. Marnus Labuschagne in the first significant dip of his career, his last 11 tests, just 2 half-centuries, but he's reached double figures 17 times and 2 more unconverted starts in this test. Moeen Ali got Smith and Labuschagne out for just 9 runs, the second best innings figures against those 2 players combined by a spinner in all the matches they played together for Australia. Moeen's became the third England spinner to take 200 test wickets after Derek Underwood and Graham Swan, the 4th England player to achieve the double of 2,000 runs and 200 wickets after Stuart Broad, Andrew Flintoff and Ian Botham. Mark Wood, 6-4-6 at the start of his innings, the second player to hit 16 in the first 3 balls of a test innings, after a player who was a new one to all of us, I think, today, Foffy Williams of the West Indies in 1948 against England. Ben Stokes has now hit 14 sixes in the series. That ties Kevin Peterson's record for most sixes in an Ashes series.
Lovely. Thank you, Andy. Very comprehensive. Alistair, OK, he's joking about 600. He said 300, and I'm guessing he's adding his 320, his 26 onto that. But what do you think England would be able to chase?
I think 270. I think just judging, we keep saying, it's a really fair cricket wicket, it's a good cricket wicket, it looks flat to bat on, but no one's found batting easy.
No. Apart from Mitch Marsh.
Apart from Mitchell Marsh, yeah. That's whether this pitch, historically over the last few years, has got better and better and better. Sides have chased well here, but I think 270 is the pressure on, with the Ashes on the line, the number.
Tomorrow we shall find out. You can watch the highlights in Today at the Test. They're on BBC 4 tonight, not BBC 2. Or the BBC iPlayer, they're on now, and there are video clips, of course, on the BBC Sport website and the app as usual. Now, we've got more live cricket on 5 Sports Extra. Kevin Howells is guiding you through an evening of T20 quarter-final action. He is ready to go. The Ashes Daily Podcast is on BBC Sounds, where you'll also find the TMS Highlights show, and we're back on air from 10 o'clock on 5 Sports Extra tomorrow, and 10:30 also on Radio 4 Long Wave. There is some rain about tomorrow, so if you're coming to Headingley, do bring a brolly, and hopefully we'll get plenty of cricket in between the showers. The Ashes are still alive. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye from Headingley.
And a very good evening to you. 3 quarter-finals